Complete Martial Arts Attributes Chapter 1869 to Chapter 1896. They were afraid of the sudden silence. In the air, all the dark apparitions looked at the blood god clone and then at Gushi. The atmosphere became a little weird. The dark race geniuses had only heard of the rumors about the Blood Prince, but they didn't know what kind of person he was. Now they knew that this Blood Prince's mouth was very vicious. He even dared to talk about Gushi. He was courting death. Even the goat-headed demon race, devil moth race, and giant demon race's geniuses were a little scared when facing Gushi. This time, they found this opportunity to attack the Blood Prince because they knew that Gushi was going to attack the Blood Prince. Otherwise, they might not have chosen this opportunity to attack the Blood Prince. After all, this was a little too much. The war was imminent. If the dark apparitions' higher-ups knew what they did, they would be punished. Of course, if they had already dealt with the Blood Prince, the punishment wouldn't be too heavy. The higher-ups wouldn't punish the three dark races too much for a Blood Prince who had already been eliminated. The winner takes all, and the loser takes all. Skeleton? Air in your head? Gu Shui only had a skeleton face, so naturally, no expression could be seen. However, the green ghost fire in his eye sockets emitted a light that made one's heart palpitate. He stared at the blood god doppelganger and suddenly laughed, kikik. Its laughter became extremely strange, revealing an evil intent, as if it had heard something extremely funny. Stop laughing. It's too unpleasant. The blood god clone picked his ears and said with disdain. You're the first person who dares to talk to me like this, Gushi said coldly. There's a first time for everything. I'm very happy to be the man who took your first time. You must have a deep impression of me, the blood god clone said. The surrounding dark apparitions all had strange looks on their faces. This blood disciple really said everything he wanted to say. He didn't care about anything. Blood Rosa, Euphoria, and the others looked at the blood god clone in shock. This blood prince didn't have any special fetishes, right? No wonder he kept rejecting beautiful women like them. No, why are you looking at me like that? The blood god clone was stunned and said unhappily. Cough, cough. Your interest isn't a problem, right? Blood Rosa coughed and asked tactfully. Scram. The blood god clone was speechless. All right. Blood Rosa immediately retreated to the side, letting out a sigh of relief. Judging from this reaction, it should be normal. Euphoria was also relieved, but she was immediately glared at by the blood god doppelganger. She couldn't help but stick out her tongue, revealing a playful expression. The surrounding blood clan dark apparitions couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Blood Demoness, she usually had a cold face, but now she actually showed such a playful look. It was really rare. In Blood Tin, Blood Neil and the other dark apparitions didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was this Blood Master really not worried at all? In such a situation, he actually still had the mood to joke around, completely acting as if there was no one else around. Even they didn't dare to be careless when facing Gu Shi and the three dark race geniuses. All of a sudden, they began to admire the blood god clone. No wonder the demon lord chose him to be the genius leader of the blood race. Without such boldness, how could he lead the blood race's geniuses? Blood Jins, Blood Noki, Blood Chilua, and the other geniuses didn't look too good. He still had so many tricks up his sleeves when he was about to die. Was he not afraid of death? The more they saw the blood god doppelganger, the angrier they became. The jealousy and hatred in their hearts couldn't be suppressed. The blood kindred was laughing and fooling around, and Gu Shui was already extremely angry. This blood kindred blood son was merely a peak middle demon emperor, who was no different from an ant in his eyes. How dare he not put him in his eyes? You're courting death. Gu Shi shouted coldly. His figure suddenly blurred, and he instantly disappeared on the spot. Boom, there was a loud boom, and streaks of white light with a jade-like luster suddenly shot out. They were densely packed like arrows, shooting toward the blood god doppelganger. Blood Master, be careful. Blood Neil and the other blood race dark apparitions' expressions changed slightly, and they immediately shouted. No worries, the blood god doppelganger said indifferently, it's just a small trick. Blood Neil and the other blood race dark apparitions were speechless. This attack was actually regarded as a small trick. The Blood Master's tone was as arrogant as ever. But the next moment, they knew it wasn't empty words. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the blood god doppelganger waved his hand, and dark vines condensed and shot out. They turned into afterimages that swept across the void. They were so fast that no one could see them clearly. Bang bang bang, all the arrows seemed to fall into the attack range of the dark vines. The afterimages of the vines swept past, and all of them exploded. They couldn't get close to the blood god doppelganger at all. Boom, there was even a vine that was more than 3 times thicker that suddenly slashed toward one side of the void. It was like a jet black sword light, and its power was astonishing. A figure was forced out. It was Gushi. The will-o'-the-wisp in his eye sockets flickered. Obviously, he was extremely unsettled. However, he immediately condensed a bone knife in his hand and slashed toward the vine. Clang, in an instant, the sound of metal colliding echoed in the void. The vine and the bone knife collided, and it was as if 2 divine weapons had collided. A huge force was released, and Gushi was knocked back. He couldn't get close to the blood god doppelganger for the time being. Silence, the surroundings suddenly fell into a dead silence. The sheep-headed demon clan, the demon moth clan, and the giant demon clan's geniuses all changed their expressions slightly at this moment. They looked at the blood god doppelganger in disbelief. He actually blocked Gushi's attack. He even forced him out of his hiding state. This blood clan blood master was just a peak middle-rank demon emperor, but he had such combat power. Blood master. Blood master is awesome. Blood master is invincible. When the surrounding blood clan geniuses saw this scene, they were extremely excited. They all shouted the name of the blood master. They were even more excited than when they had repelled Gushi. The strongest genius of the Bone Spirit clan? That's all there is to it. The blood god doppelganger stood in the air. Black vines circled around him like black metal rings. They spun slowly as if they could cut through the air. No one knew better than him how strong Demon Gu's talent was. Therefore, he had integrated the power of the origin law into the devil's poison vine from the beginning. Gushi naturally couldn't break the defense when he was unprepared. The other party obviously still underestimated him, a middle-rank demon emperor. Arrogant. The ghost fire in Gushi's eyes flickered. He said coldly, I did underestimate you just now. But do you really think this is all my strength? Then let's do it. Don't talk nonsense. The blood god doppelganger interrupted his words and flew out of the void. He said, I'll wait for you outside the passage so that you don't destroy the space passage and affect the subsequent voyage of the blood clan. What do you mean by affecting the voyage of the blood clan? Do you really think you can leave today? The anger in Gushi's heart could no longer be suppressed. Arrogant, this blood clan blood master was simply too arrogant. Blood master. Many blood clan dark apparitions looked at the back of the blood god doppelganger. Their expressions changed slightly. Entering the void outside the space passage would be much more dangerous. Even an upper-rank demon emperor would die. The blood master was too risky. The sheep-headed demon clan, the devil moth clan, and the giant demon clan's dark apparitions suddenly fell into hesitation. They obviously knew the danger of the void outside and didn't dare to go out easily. You don't dare? At the edge of the passage, the blood god doppelganger saw that they actually didn't move. He couldn't help but turn back and sneer. You don't have to provoke us. It's just the void. I'm not afraid. However, it's indeed not good to fight in the passage. If we destroy the passage, Lord Demon Emperor will blame us. We can't bear the consequences. Gushi smiled coldly and flew out of the space passage. Seeing this, the sheep-headed demon clan, the devil moth clan, and the giant demon clan's dark apparitions could only follow. Since they had already made their move, there was naturally no reason to give up so easily. A weak finish would only make others look down on them. The blood clan members looked at each other. For a moment, they didn't know whether to follow or not. Blood Rosa, Euphoria, and the others couldn't help but look worried. I'll go out and take a look. Schwellumbo's gaze swept across the faces of the blood clan dark apparitions and suddenly said, We'll go too. Blood Neil, Blood Tin, and the other blood clan dark apparitions only hesitated for a moment before following Schwellumbo without hesitation. After all, they were high-rank demon emperors. Although the void outside the passage was dangerous, as long as they were careful, their lives wouldn't be in danger. Moreover, now that the major dark races had forced their way over, there was no way to be kind. Naturally, they couldn't stay out of this. Blood Jin's, Blood Noki, Blood Chilua, and the other dark apparitions' expressions changed slightly. Although they didn't want to go out, now that Shui Lumbo and the others had set an example, if they didn't do anything, how would the other vampires view them? Helplessly, they could only follow. Outside the space passage, the blood god avatar stood with his hands behind his back as if he didn't care about the void turbulence around him. He looked back and swept his gaze across the blood clan's geniuses. He said, Sheep-headed demon clan, devil moth clan, giant demon clan, tell me your names. I don't kill nameless people. Arrogant. These words enraged the blood god avatar once again. For some reason, every word of this vampire blood master seemed to be able to incite their anger, making it impossible for them to remain calm. You don't even dare to say your names. You cowardly rats think you can kill me? The blood god avatar said indifferently. Good. Very good. The sheep-headed demon clan's dark apparition sneered. My name is Surette. I'm the one who will kill you. You better remember my name. Mo Valen, the giant demon clan's dark apparition said in a rumbling voice. Hasley, the devil moth clan's dark apparition said coldly. I will help you carve these 3 names on your tombstones. The blood god avatar looked around and said, this place is very suitable to be your burial ground. You're courting death. The 3 dark apparitions of different races' eyes were cruel and cold. They didn't waste any more words and directly charged at the blood god avatar. Kill him together. His roar reverberated in the void, carrying with it a biting cold killing intent. Gu Jia also charged out with a bone blade in his hand and slashed at the blood god avatar. Blood Master. Shui Lumbo and the other blood clan geniuses felt the terrifying aura from the 4 dark apparitions. Their pupils suddenly contracted, and they wanted to go up and help. Your opponents are us. The sheep-headed demon clan, giant demon clan, and devil moth clan geniuses surrounded them and attacked. Get lost. Shui Lumbo and the other blood clan geniuses shouted angrily and attacked one after another, wanting to break out of the encirclement. However, the 3 dark apparitions had the advantage in terms of numbers. Even though Shui Lumbo and the other blood clan geniuses were powerful, they definitely couldn't get rid of the 3 dark apparitions in a short time. All of you are here to die. On the other side, the blood god avatar's expression didn't change at all as he faced the 4 powerful dark apparitions. He suddenly waved his hand. Dense dark vines instantly rushed out and viciously whipped at the 4 dark apparitions. Do you really think the same trick can stop me a second time? Gu Jia sneered, and the bone blade in his hand suddenly exploded with a powerful wave. The bone blade turned into a jade-like color at a speed visible to the naked eye, and there were even strange black runes entwined on it, emitting dark and evil waves. That was the power of origin laws. Gu Jia knew how tough the dark vines were, so he simply used the power of origin laws to cut them in half. Boom, he swung his blade, and the bone blade turned into a jade-like blade radiance that slashed at the dark vines. A faint smile appeared on the blood god clone's lips. Strange patterns suddenly appeared on the dark vines, and the power of the origin laws also erupted. Clang, in the next moment, the 2 collided again. However, the situation that Gu Jia expected didn't happen. The dark vines actually blocked his bone blade and didn't break. How is this possible? Gu Jia finally let out an incredulous voice. You want to break my attack with a mere level 2 power of origin laws of darkness? You are so naive, the blood god avatar said disdainfully. The ghost fire in Gu Jia's eye sockets flickered violently. He was actually looked down upon by a middle-level demon emperor. If this spread out, his title as the strongest genius of the Bone Spirit clan would become a joke. However, what he was more concerned about was, your power of origin laws has reached level 3. He stared at the blood god avatar and said in a deep voice. The blood god avatar smiled faintly and didn't answer. Level 3? Let him guess what he wanted. Kill. At this moment, the sheep-headed demon dark apparition didn't give the blood god avatar any time to react. He held a pitch-black battle sword and attacked. A terrifying sword radiance condensed on the battle sword. Black runes twined around it, and the power of origin laws condensed on it. Go to hell. The giant demon dark apparition, Wallen, held a battle hammer and attacked from the other side. Its enormous body combined with the two enormous pitch-black war hammers. Just this aura alone was extremely oppressive. Moreover, it had suddenly erupted with its own powerful strength, condensing two enormous hammer shadows in the air. It drew upon the power of the source laws and smashed down fiercely. Its might was truly abnormally terrifying. Boom. Boom, the void trembled as spatial cracks appeared one after another. Spatial turbulence appeared out of nowhere in the surroundings. Buzz buzz buzz. The demon moth dark apparition, Hasley, didn't use any weapons. However, the pair of fluffy wings behind him flapped quickly. Countless black dust fell from his wings and swept toward the blood god avatar. The three attacks arrived almost at the same time. Biting cold murderous intent enveloped the blood god avatar. When the surrounding blood clan dark apparitions saw this, their expressions changed slightly, and their pupils contracted violently. All the blood clan dark apparitions present were horrified. They stared at the three terrifying attacks in horror. The power of origin laws emitted from them was frightening. Be careful. Xuelanbo shouted. Even he didn't dare to take these attacks head-on. The three dark apparitions were definitely the most powerful prodigies of their respective races. They attacked so ferociously with the sole purpose of killing the blood god clone. Boom. Boom, at this moment, it was holding a huge sword and slashing at the dark apparitions around it. A sharp sword light burst out and forced them to retreat. They rushed toward the blood god clone, wanting to save him. However, it was still too late. The three attacks had already reached the top of the blood god clone's head, sealing off all of its escape routes from three different directions. The blood god clone's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't panic at all. Looking at the attacks in front of him, he shouted in his heart and instantly activated a few types of dark physiques. Level 5 Blood God Constitution, activate. Level 2 Heart of Darkness, activate. Level 2 Nether God Constitution, activate. Level 5 Demonic Bone, activate. Boom, suddenly, a powerful aura burst out from his body. It was as if a giant beast had awakened, causing his entire aura to change. Originally, he looked like a docile sheep. Other than his sharp tongue, he was completely harmless. Now, it was a terrifying giant starry sky beast. The change in his aura shocked all the dark apparitions present. The change was so drastic that they almost couldn't believe it was the same person. However, no matter how his physique changed, outsiders couldn't see it. The Blood Master token turned into the Blood Master armor and covered the Blood God clone's body, covering all traces of his physique. The dark purple patterns on the Nether God Constitution and the changes in the demonic bone couldn't be seen by outsiders. All of this happened in a short period of time. The other dark apparitions didn't even have time to react. Kill. In the blink of an eye, the Blood God clone let out a roar. His body suddenly split apart, and then three figures appeared in the void at the same time, facing the three attacks. This is, Xuelanbo and the other Blood Clan dark apparitions felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Xue Jin, Xue Qilua, Xue Nuoji, Xue Rosa, Xue Dia, and the other blood race geniuses who had fought for the Blood Kuan's inheritance were even more shocked. That seemed to be Blood Ghost Body art? The Blood Ghost Body technique of the Blood Ghost Demon Emperor actually appeared on the Blood Disciple? How was this possible? When did the Blood Disciple learn it? Could it be that the Blood Ghost Demon Emperor was finally killed by the Blood Disciple? Thoughts flashed through their minds one after another, causing them to be completely confused. It's just an illusion. The sheep-headed demon clan's Saolet was full of disdain. He sneered and pressed down with his sword. The blood god doppelganger did not respond. Instead, a blood-red battle sword appeared in his hand, and the sword light burst forth. Blood Shadow Sword Technique. The sword light contained extremely powerful intent of the way of the sword, and the power of origin laws coiled around it. As soon as it appeared, it ripped through space, causing a large amount of spatial turbulence to appear. The sword light overlapped, as if tens of thousands of swords were unleashed at the same time. Boom, the next moment, the sword light from both sides collided with a loud bang, erupting with a violent roar. The sneer on Salet's face suddenly stiffened. Feeling the terrifying energy contained in the sword light, he could not help but have an incredulous thought in his mind. Something was not right. How could this sword be so powerful? Could it be that the figure in front of him was not an illusion? Xiao immediately came back to his senses. His eyes flashed, and he shouted at the other two dark apparitions, "Mo Valen, Hasley, the one in front of you is an illusion. Kill him. I don't need you to remind me." Mo Valen's voice rumbled out, and a hideous smile appeared on his muscular face. It was as if he could already see the scene of the Blood Clan blood disciple in front of him being smashed into pieces. Killing the Blood Clan blood disciple was undoubtedly a great honor for him. It was like a hunter hunting. If he could kill the king of the mountain, it would be an achievement worth bragging about. Boom. However, at this moment, a loud roar sounded. Mo Valen's eyes narrowed. A brilliant blood-red flash of the blade suddenly erupted, rising into the air to meet the two shadows of his warhammers. Dong. Dong, a dull sound suddenly reverberated in the void. The saber light collided with the battle hammer shadows as if it had landed on solid metal. What's going on? Mo Valen was a little confused. He looked at the saber light in front of him with question marks all over his head. What happened to the illusion? How could this figure's saber light block his attack? Not to mention him, even Sao led at the side widened his eyes and looked at this scene in disbelief. Boom, at this moment, Hasley of the Demon Moth clan's attack also arrived. Endless black powder swept through the void. Wherever it passed, an indescribable stench filled the air. Many dark apparitions felt dizzy just by smelling this stench from afar. They could not help but distance themselves. Deadly poison. Hasley's attack contained the power of deadly poison. At this moment, a cold glint flashed across Hasley's eyes. No matter which of the three figures was real and which was fake, none of them could block his deadly poison powder. The last figure created by the Blood God clone also moved. It directly transformed into a huge blood-red crow and spread its wings in the void. This scene made many dark apparitions stunned. They did not know what it was going to do. Caw, the crow's caw sounded. In the next moment, a gust of wind blew in the void. Blood-red wind, whoosh, as the wind held, a blood-red whirlwind was instantly formed. Bloody whirlwind, boom, the endless dust was all sucked into it. Wind element. Hasley's eyes widened. He looked at the bloody whirlwind in front of him in shock. He felt as if his worldview had been turned upside down. This blood descendant of the Blood Clan could actually use the power of wind. Oh no. Hasley's expression suddenly changed. Without giving him time to think, the blood crow flapped its wings and the bloody whirlwind directly swept toward him. Boom, the void shook. The bloody whirlwind carried a terrifying power and crashed toward him like a mountain. Hasley frantically flapped his wings and created gusts of wind, trying to stop the bloody whirlwind from coming. Although the deadly poison powder was formed by him and did not cause him any harm, this whirlwind contained a powerful wind element power and should not be underestimated. If he was sucked into it, he would definitely be injured. However, no matter how hard he struggled, the bloody whirlwind still slowly approached him. Damn it! Hasley's expression turned ugly. He had no choice but to use more power. Initially, he did not want to expose himself so early in order to avoid exposing himself in front of the other dark apparitions. However, he had no choice now. Poisonous devouring face. A loud roar was heard. Boom, Hasley flapped his wings. Countless black dust gathered and formed a black face in the void. It looked very similar to the demon moth race dark apparition, but it was more ferocious. It was as if a ferocious ghost had awakened. Roar, a roar suddenly echoed in the void. The huge black face suddenly opened its huge mouth and swallowed the bloody whirlwind. Behind the face, there seemed to be another space. The bloody whirlwind instantly disappeared into the giant mouth. The Blood God clone narrowed his eyes. He felt a little strange. He did not expect the demon moth race dark apparition to have such a strange technique. How dare it swallow his bloody whirlwind? Was it ignorant? Or did it have the confidence? The huge mouth was even bigger than the bloody whirlwind. After swallowing it, it expanded and a terrifying wind power swept through it. Mo Valen, Saolet, and the other dark apparitions looked over and stared at the huge face. They were a little surprised. explode. However, at this moment, a soft roar came from the blood god clone's mouth. Boom, a loud noise suddenly came from under the black face. The entire face began to distort. Waves of wind power poured out from it. Suppress. Hasley's expression changed slightly, and he let out a furious roar. Strange runes appeared on the black face, stabilizing it, and forcibly suppressing the explosion of the bloody whirlwind. It actually blocked it. The blood god clone was a little surprised. He did not expect the so-called poisonous devouring face to have such power. He could not help but feel a little curious. Later on, he would definitely get this attribute bubble. Boom. Boom, at the same time explosions came from the other two sides. Mo Valen's and Salet's attacks were all blocked. The attacks from both sides exploded in the void. The aftershock of the force spread in all directions, causing many space cracks to appear. Turbulence in the void swept out. Although there seemed to be no winner, the surrounding dark apparitions were still shocked. The attacks from 4 dark apparitions were blocked just like that. The Blood Clan Blood Disciple was actually so powerful. Shui Lumbo and the other dark apparitions from the Blood Clan heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at the Blood God clone with astonishment. They were originally worried that the Blood Disciple would not be able to block the 4 dark apparitions. However, it seemed that his strength was far beyond their imagination. Looks like we don't have to worry about the Blood Disciple. If that's the case, give me. Shui Lumbo's voice entered the ears of all the dark apparitions from the Blood Clan. Then, he shouted, "Kill! Kill! Kill! Kill!" The dark apparitions from the Blood Clan were all very excited. They charged in all directions. The Blood Disciple was really too powerful, even the 4 strongest prodigies from the dark races could not do anything to him. Among them, there was even a top prodigy like Gushi. If this news were to spread, it would definitely shock all the Blood Clan members. The Blood Clan finally had a prodigy that they could bring out. Shui Jin's, Shui Noji, Shui Qilua, and the other dark apparitions from the Blood Clan could not help but look at each other. They saw a trace of shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. That Shui Ju actually blocked the siege of 4 top prodigies from different races? How was this possible? The current situation was completely beyond their expectations. This was not what they wanted to see. Salet, Mo Valen, and Hasley, these 3 prodigies from different races, looked extremely upset at this moment. They thought that victory was in their hands. However, they did not expect the Blood Clan Blood Disciple, who was only at the peak of the middle-rank Demon Emperor level, to have such strength. You want to kill me with this little strength? The 3 Blood God clones looked at the dark apparitions opposite them and said lightly, "I am now sure that you are the one who spied on me." Gushi walked over in the void. The bone blades in his hands actually merged back into his bones. Then, as the bones wriggled, 2 new bone blades appeared in his hands. What are you talking about? The Blood God clone looked at him in confusion. Naturally, he would not admit it even if he was beaten to death. What did the main body's spying have to do with this clone? It was simply nonsense. Don't admit it. Gushi smiled coldly and said, "It doesn't matter. When I cut you down with my blade, what difference does it make whether you admit it or not?" The 3 dark apparitions, Mo Valen, Hasley, and Salet, were surprised. They had always been curious as to why Gushi would attack a blood disciple of the blood breed. After all, the relationship between the bone spirit race and the blood breed had always been good, unlike the relationship between them and the blood breed, which was like fire and water. Now, they understood that the person who spied on Gushi yesterday was this Blood Clan Blood Disciple. They all saw the great battle yesterday and knew that Gushi was defeated because of it. No wonder he would attack this Blood Clan Blood Disciple at all costs. If they were in his shoes, they might not be able to take this lying down. Do you really think you can kill me? The Blood God clone tilted his head and smiled faintly. Your strength is indeed not bad. You can even comprehend the 3rd-rank origin source law. However, I will let you know the difference between an upper-level Demon Emperor and a middle-level Demon Emperor, Gushi said coldly. 3rd-rank origin source law. Mo Valen and the other 2 dark apparitions were shocked. They did not notice it earlier. Now that Gushi reminded them, they realized that the origin source law contained in the attack of the Blood Clan blood disciple in front of them had reached the third rank. At this moment, when they looked at the blood god doppelganger, they couldn't help but feel a little more dignified. It was no wonder that the blood god doppelganger was able to break through their attacks. It turned out that the blood god doppelganger had comprehended the third level of origin source law at the peak of the intermediate demon emperor realm. This was definitely a genius who could be compared with them. This was because even when they were at the peak of the middle level demon emperor level, they had only comprehended the third rank origin source law. Third rank origin source law. It seems that we have indeed underestimated you, Mo Valen said. Are you guys done talking? The blood god clone said, if you are, then continue fighting. I don't have time to waste here with you guys. The will-o'-the-wisp in Gushi's eye sockets flickered slightly. Without any more nonsense, he instantly turned into an afterimage and rushed toward the blood god clone. Mo Valen and the other two dark apparitions also moved at the same time, attacking the blood god clone one after another. This time, they finally did not hold back. All of them used the strongest origin source law. At the same time, they also projected the small world phantom to suppress the blood god clone. I will suppress you today. Gushi shouted. The small world phantom above his head turned into a world of bones, filled with the aura of death. It was evil and terrifying, and it suddenly suppressed the blood god clone. The small world phantom above Salat's head was like a land of dark lava. Rolling magma erupted, emitting a scorching and dark aura. Within Hasley's small world phantom, there was a large amount of black fog floating. If one looked closely, they would find that the fog was densely packed with dust, as well as some indistinct black shadows that wandered about. It made one's heart palpitate. Mo Valen's small world phantom was quite strange. It was like a world of flesh and blood. Strange black flesh and blood were everywhere, wriggling within as if they were alive. It was extremely horrifying. Boom. 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 Boom, the four small world phantoms crashed down, causing the void to tremble. The blood god clone's eyes narrowed. The world force within his body erupted and merged into his own domain, forming a blood sea. A rank 4 Melder's blood domain, a rank 3 Melder's blood sea domain. The blood world erupted with the power of a rank 3 Melder. Boom, his domain crashed into the four small world phantoms above his head, shaking with a loud bang. It was like a small meteorite crashing into a huge planet. Crack crack crack, bursts of unbearable sound suddenly rang out. The blood god clone's blood world domain was cracking, unable to withstand the four small world phantoms at all. The difference was too great. Can't even withstand a single blow. Shatter. Gusha shouted and pressed down on the bone world phantoms. Boom, the blood god clone's domain finally couldn't hold on any longer and exploded with a loud bang. He was then sent flying. Blood Master. Shui Lanbua and the other vampire geniuses became anxious again, their expressions changing drastically. They hadn't expected Gusha and the other dark apparitions to be this powerful. When they got serious, the Blood Master couldn't even withstand a single blow. Blood Rosa and Euphoria were worried, but for some reason, they felt that something was strange. Something didn't seem right. Based on their understanding of the Blood Master, he shouldn't be this weak, right? Shui Jins, Shui Noji, Shui Qilua, and the other dark apparitions couldn't help but rejoice. This Blood Master really couldn't stop Gusha and the others. They just hadn't used their full strength just now. Killing an Emperor-level star beast was just a rumor. This blood god definitely wasn't that strong. However, he still had a few external forces to help him, so he needed to remind Gusha. Thus, the dark apparitions immediately transmitted a few words to Gusha. Gusha's eyes flashed, and he sneered in his heart. He controlled the small world phantoms and pressed it down on the blood god clone. The blood god clone didn't care about what the others thought. He looked up, then turned and flew into the void as if he wanted to break free from the encirclement of the four dark apparitions. You want to leave? Emma Wallen sneered. The flesh-like small world phantoms pressed down from the side, trying to stop the blood god clone's footsteps. The blood god clone's eyes were calm. His body flashed again, and he actually split into 9 figures and scattered in all directions. 8 phantoms. Mo Wallen and the other dark apparitions couldn't help but frown. They had already learned this technique before and thought that they were all phantoms. Who would have thought that they could all attack? It was hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. No one knew that this blood ghost body technique had been improved by Wang Ting and integrated with the doppelganger technique that he had mastered. This allowed the doppelganger to switch between the real and the fake. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to distinguish between the real and the fake. Moreover, even if they were hit, they could turn into phantoms to dodge the attack. They wouldn't suffer any substantial damage unless the real body was found. However, with the blood god clone and Wang Ting's abilities, it wasn't that easy to find his real body. This move again. Let's see how long you can run. Suppress. Mo Wallen snorted coldly. His eyes were cold as he waved his twin hammers. A huge hammer shadow smashed toward the blood god doppelganger. Boom, the void vibrated, and one of the blood god doppelganger's phantoms disappeared under the hammer shadow. It's fake. Mo Wallen immediately turned to look at Sowlet and Hasley. Sowlet's sword swept out, wanting to intercept the three phantoms of the blood god doppelganger at the same time. A chuckle was heard. The three phantoms of the blood god doppelganger flashed slightly, then turned into flowing lights and sped away in different directions. The result of trying to attack the three phantoms at the same time was that none of them could hit their target. Sowlet's sword light missed its target. His expression was ugly. Especially when he heard the contemptuous laughter, he felt that he had been provoked. Roar, on the other side, the huge black face that Hasley had condensed let out a roar. Then, it opened its mouth and swallowed one of the phantoms of the blood god doppelganger. The black face covered a huge area, and a terrifying suction force erupted from it. The phantoms could not escape and were directly sucked in. However, it was also not the real body of the blood god doppelganger. After entering the mouth, it directly dissipated. Gujia's eyes flashed. Black light erupted from his body, and bone arrows shot out, attacking the phantoms at the same time. However, something unexpected happened. The phantoms blurred for a moment. Then, the bone arrows pierced through them, and they were not hurt at all. However, Gujia was not to be trifled with. He was extremely fast and caught up with one of the phantoms. The bone sword in his hand slashed out fiercely and swallowed one of the phantoms. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it only took a moment. The blood god doppelganger had condensed 8 phantoms. In just a short while, 3 of them were cut down, leaving only 5 phantoms and the real body. Fortunately, it was enough. The 6 phantoms sped away in different directions and instantly rushed out of the encirclement of the 4 dark apparitions. Chase! Gujia shouted coldly and chased after them first. The 3 dark apparitions, Mo Wallen, Hasley, and Sowlet, reacted one after another. Each of them chose an apparition and chased after Roland. Xue Lumbo, Xue Neil, Xue Shili, and the other blood tribe dark apparitions couldn't help but feel worried. They looked at the back of the blood god clone and wanted to chase after him to help. Unfortunately, they were surrounded by the sheep-headed devils, giant devils, and devil moth devils. They couldn't break out at all. Blood Rosa, Euphoria, and the others were also very worried, but they couldn't escape no matter how hard they tried. They were surrounded by the dark apparitions. Scram! Xue Lanbo roared angrily and burst with powerful strength. The battle blade in his hand was like a madman, slashing out in all directions. The reason why the clan allowed it to return from the myriad race's demonic lands was to help this blood disciple. Now that the blood disciple was being attacked by 4 dark apparitions, there was nothing it could do. How could it not be angry? Boom, as the battle blade slashed out, a terrifying small world phantom suddenly appeared above its head. It was filled with dense demonic chi and the smell of blood. It was like a demonic realm. This was extremely terrifying. Even most of the blood clan's dark apparitions couldn't exert the power of a world to this extent. Moreover, the demonic chi emitted from it shocked even the upper-rank demon emperor geniuses present. Xue Lanbua, Xue Jin, Xue Nuoji, Xue Qilua, and the other dark apparitions' expressions changed slightly. Their pupils contracted as they watched the blood disciple erupt with the power of a world. They were shocked. To be able to return from the myriad race's demonic lands, this Xue Lanbua was indeed very powerful. They were already extremely afraid of the blood disciple. Now that they saw this scene, their hearts became even more solemn. Xue Lanbua had such strength, but he chose to stand on Xueju's side. Was he out of his mind? Boom, Xue Lanbua ignored everyone's thoughts. The small world phantom pressed out with the battle blade. Roar, several upper-rank demon emperor geniuses from different clans were aghast. They roared one after another and didn't dare to be careless. They projected their own small world phantoms and charged forward. Boom, several small world phantoms collided in the void. The momentum created was extremely terrifying. It shook the void, and space cracks spread out. Ka. In the next moment, a series of cracking sounds could be heard. What? A giant demon race dark apparition was shocked. He looked at his own small world phantom. The few of them combined couldn't stop the blood disciple alone. Xue Lanbua. You're Xue Lanbua. Suddenly, a demon moth race dark apparition exclaimed. It looked as if it had seen a ghost. Its eyes were wide open. Apparently, it recognized Xue Lanbua's identity. Xue Lanbua? The blood disciple who entered the myriad race's demonic lands. The surrounding dark apparitions finally reacted. They looked at Xue Lanbua in horror. They didn't expect this blood disciple to be such a powerful person. Every dark race had records of the geniuses who entered the myriad race's demonic lands. They didn't recognize Xue Lanbua at first, but that didn't mean they wouldn't recognize him. Especially when they saw the blood disciple's extremely special small world. Xue Lanbua's expression was cold. The small world phantom above his head exploded. Demonic aura rolled within it, and an extremely terrifying power leaked out. Crack! 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 The small world phantoms of the dark apparitions couldn't hold on anymore. They collapsed one after another, and terrifying cracks spread out on them. How is this possible? No matter how strong this Xue Lanbua is, it's impossible for him to destroy our small world phantoms at the same time. How can he be so strong? Damn it. With this strength, he's qualified to be the leader of the blood disciples. Are the blood disciples blind? The dark apparitions were shocked and furious. They didn't expect Xue Lanbua to be so strong. When he unleashed his full strength, they couldn't block him even if they worked together. However, before they could think further, boom. 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 Boom, the illusory figures of the small worlds were pushed back, and the few dark apparitions spat out blood as they were sent flying. Xue Lanbua ignored them and chased after the blood god clone. Damn it. The dark apparitions' expressions were extremely ugly. Even with their combined strength, the blood disciple still managed to escape. Chase. Naturally, they wouldn't let Xue Lanbua go so easily. After stabilizing themselves, they chased after him again. The void instantly fell into a chaotic battle. The dark apparitions from the blood clan were besieged and were extremely passive. It was difficult for them to help the blood god clone. They couldn't even protect themselves. Whether they could leave this place alive was still a problem. In the void, the blood god clone sped through the air, heading straight for the area that had been set. Boom. Boom. Boom, in the distant void, a series of explosions could be heard. The blood god clone knew that the phantoms had been destroyed. He couldn't help but turn his head to look. 3 streams of light were rushing over from different directions. They were the 3 dark apparitions, Saolet, Mo Valen, and Hasley. And Gushi had been following closely behind him. Seems like this is your original body. You can't escape. Gushi stared at his figure and sneered. Can you catch up with me? The blood god clone smiled faintly. If you can, then come and chase me. Gushi felt a little strange. Why didn't this blood disciple of the blood clan look worried? He didn't look like someone who was being chased. Could it be that he still has some trump card? This thought flashed through Gushi's mind. He couldn't help but sneer again. Even if he had some trump card, it was impossible for him to escape from the dark apparitions. This blood disciple of the blood clan was already a turtle in a jar. Die. Gushi's cold voice could be heard. The bone blade in his hand slashed out a shocking blade aura toward the blood god clone in front of him. I can't hit you. The blood god clone used flash and dodged the attack. At this moment, Wang Ting's original body had already returned to the Blood God clone's body. He could use the power of space to help the Blood God clone use space skills. It's really you. The coldness in Gushy's eyes intensified. At this moment, he was 100% sure that this blood disciple of the Blood clan in front of him was the one who spied on him that day. The Blood God clone sneered in his heart. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. He sensed the location of the first void turbulence and immediately rushed over. Gushy chased after him. The three dark apparitions behind him also caught up quickly and attacked the Blood God clone. Boom! 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 One attack after another bombarded the Blood God clone. Every attack seemed like it was going to hit, but the Blood God clone always managed to dodge by a hair's breadth. This made Hasley, Xiaolet, and the other dark apparitions a little depressed. Don't run if you dare. As a dark apparition from the giant demon clan, Mo Valen had always been straightforward in his battles. He hated this kind of slippery fighting style the most and instantly roared in anger. Don't chase if you dare. The Blood God clone didn't care at all and shouted in response. The so-called blood disciple of the Blood clan is just SOSO. Do you only know how to run? Hasley was also extremely impatient and said coldly. The few of you are ganging up on me. Do you think you're very powerful? The Blood God clone sneered. What blood disciple? If I catch you, I'll definitely grind your bones to dust. Xiaolet sneered. Sheep-headed monster, believe it or not, I'll chop off your goat horns and use them as a urinal. The Blood God clone shouted and retorted. He never lost when it came to insulting others. Bastard! Xiaolet's eyes were instantly filled with anger. A pair of dark red eyes stared fiercely at the back of the Blood God clone. Boom! The dark star origin power in his body suddenly erupted and wrapped around the pair of flesh wings on his back. Instantly, black runes appeared on the flesh wings. As he flapped them fiercely, the wind howled and he actually accelerated abruptly. This method obviously put a huge burden on his wings. However, at this moment, in order to catch up with the Blood God clone, Xiaolet couldn't care less. Huh? The Blood God clone's eyes were filled with surprise. He didn't expect the speed of this sheep-headed demon clan dark apparition to increase. However, this dark apparition also had a pair of wings and had an advantage in speed. Now that it had erupted, it was naturally faster. The three dark apparitions, Gushy, Hasley, and Mo Valen's eyes flashed slightly. They didn't increase their speed but still followed closely behind. Blood extinction, you'll definitely die today. Xiaolet shouted angrily and slashed the battle sword in his hand wildly. The power of origin laws merged into the sword and the momentum was terrifying. Boom! The dark red sword light swept from behind with scorching intent. Not only did this sheep-headed demon clan dark apparition control the dark star origin power, but it also possessed the fire star origin power. The power of this sword strike could be said to be terrifying. The Blood God clone looked back and narrowed his eyes slightly. However, he didn't rush to dodge and still sped forward quickly. His speed suddenly increased a lot. He even took out the blood spirit airship and jumped on it. Then, he turned into a blood-red stream of light and widened the distance between them. He actually has such a treasure. Hasley's eyes flashed, and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. After all, he's a blood disciple of the Blood clan. Naturally, he has some foundation. Gushy wasn't too surprised and said lightly. Don't even think about running. Xiaolet's sword light followed closely behind and slashed down from above. It was hundreds of feet long and enveloped the Blood God clone below. If this sword strike hit, the Blood God clone would definitely be severely injured. Faster! The Blood God clone's eyes flashed wildly. He could already sense the void turbulence in front of him. He was instantly delighted and pushed the blood spirit airship to the maximum speed. Whoosh! The blood spirit airship was like a fish in water in the void. Its speed was unbelievably fast. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into the void turbulence. Boom! The sword light finally slashed down and ruthlessly slashed into the void turbulence. Something's not right. The ghost fire in Gushy's eyes flickered violently. He suddenly sensed something and immediately stopped. However, boom, the void turbulence in front of him instantly exploded. The void turbulence was extremely unstable due to the existence of the space energy and time energy. Now that Salat's sword light had slashed into it, it became even more violent. Waves of tyrannical space energy and time energy surged out and swept toward the few dark apparitions behind him. What? Salat was the first to bear the brunt. When he sensed the terrifying space energy, his expression changed drastically. The most dangerous thing in the void was the unstable space energy. Even an upper-level demon emperor would be severely injured if he was caught in it. He never expected that the blood disciple of the Blood clan would take the initiative to enter the void turbulence and use himself as bait. As a result, his attack directly fell into the void turbulence and triggered the space energy riot. This lunatic. Salat's expression turned ugly, and he immediately retreated. However, his speed was too fast, and he was still charging forward due to inertia. It was not easy for him to retreat, so he could only rely on the strength of his wings to reverse the momentum and retreat. Pft. 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 However, after forcefully reversing the momentum, the backlash of the force naturally acted on his wings. Cracks appeared and blood splattered out. If it weren't for the dark apparition's extremely tough physical body, his wings would have been broken at this moment. Even so, the space energy that swept over still caught up with him and engulfed him. Ah! A scream came out of Salat's mouth. Under the effect of the turbulent space force and time force, Salat's body was cut open in an instant, bursting into clouds of blood mist. It was as if he had been hacked to pieces. It was an incomparably miserable sight. At the same time, the two forces invaded his body, causing him to be severely injured. His physical body couldn't withstand it and was about to collapse. When Gushi, Mo Valen, and Hasley saw this scene, they were all shocked and immediately retreated. They were further away and still had a chance to escape. However, the blood god avatar would not let them do as they wished. Before they knew it, he had circled behind them and sneered. Dark vines suddenly swept out, forming a large net that blocked off their path of retreat. How dare you! Gushi, Mo Valen, and the other dark apparitions roared angrily. How dare you! Gushi and the other dark apparitions roared in shock and anger. They had always been calm, but now, they seemed to be a little flustered. One could imagine how fearful they were of the space-time power. What a joke! Why wouldn't I dare? The blood god clone sneered. This was just the beginning. There was a bigger surprise waiting for them. He stood still and covered the big net woven by the devil's poison vine, blocking the path of Gushi and the other dark apparitions. Bastard! Get lost! Aren't you afraid of the space-time power? The three dark apparitions anxiously roared. They had no other choice but to charge toward the big net. Do you think I'm afraid? The blood god clone looked at them and sneered. Damn it! Break that big net! The ghost fire in Gushi's eyes jumped violently. He felt the space-time power behind him and knew there was no time to waste. He immediately held the bone blade with both hands and unleashed all his force, slashing toward the big net. Roar! Hasley and Mo Valen roared furiously, each brandishing a battle weapon and attacking the net of vines. Boom! 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 The three attacks landed on the big net at the same time and instantly tore it apart. However, what they didn't expect was, another large net was formed, and it flew toward their heads. You! Gushi, Mo Valen, and the other dark apparitions widened their eyes. They felt like they were being toyed with and were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Continue, the blood god clone shouted as he retreated. Gushi, Mo Valen, and Hasley's eyes flashed coldly, but they didn't say a word. They could only attack the big net again and tear it apart. It's too late. The blood god clone's lips moved slightly, and a voice came out. Gushi, Mo Valen, and Hasley were shocked. They looked back, and their expressions changed drastically. Boom! The space-time turbulence had already swept over and instantly engulfed the three of them. Ah! Screams were heard. Mo Valen and Hasley were both made of flesh and blood. When they were swept up by the power of time and space, the result was the same as Salites. Their bodies were cut open and blood sprayed out. Their bodies were covered with cuts and bruises, and their bodies were on the verge of collapsing. As for Gushi, there were many scars on his bones, like the scars of swords. A muffled groan came out of his mouth. Clearly, he had also suffered quite a serious injury. Blood extinction. A voice that sounded like it was gnashing its teeth was squeezed out from between its teeth. Boom, light burst out from Gu Shue's body, and his entire body turned into jade, temporarily blocking the power of time and space outside his body. He stomped his feet hard, and his speed exploded. He rushed out of the area and attacked the blood god clone. Demon bone. The blood god clone's eyes flashed. He had finally witnessed the power of the demonic bone. It could even temporarily resist the power of time and space. Not bad. No wonder you dared to come and kill me. He smiled faintly and turned to leave, heading towards the next area of turbulence. Do you only know how to run? Gu Shui looked at the blood god clone who was rushing ahead. The anger in his heart surged, and it was as if it was going to shoot out from his eyes. I can't help it. My strength is not as good as yours, the blood god clone said calmly. Gu Shui was speechless. Why was this blood descendant of the blood clan so shameless? Did he not have the pride of a genius? If it were other geniuses, who would be willing to admit that they were not as good as others? This was AF** King Weirdo. Roar. 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 At this moment, there were waves of angry roars coming from behind. The three dark apparitions, Salet, Mo Yalong, and Hasley, rushed out from the turbulence. There were many wounds on their bodies, and blood was flowing out. However, the wounds healed at an extremely fast speed. Their flesh squirmed and stopped the blood from flowing out. There was even a black light radiating from their bodies. It was as if they had activated some kind of constitution, causing their bodies to expand. Their physical bodies became stronger, and they stopped their collapse. These dark apparitions were extremely angry at this moment. Their killing intent towards the blood god clone had reached its boiling point, and they could not wait to tear him into pieces. After rushing out of the turbulence, they madly chased after the blood god clone. Kill! 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 Roars came out of their mouths, and their anger was almost overflowing. Stop him from different directions. This time, we must not let him escape, Gu Shui said coldly through voice transmission. The three dark apparitions, Salet, Mo Yalong, and Hasley, did not say anything. They nodded and surrounded the blood god clone in different directions, wanting to block all of his escape routes. You want to surround me? A trace of coldness flashed through the blood god clone's eyes, and a void map appeared in his mind. This was the location of the various turbulence in the void that Wang Ting's main body had recorded just now. After the first lesson, these dark apparitions would definitely be more careful. However, it did not matter. They probably would not have thought that he had set up more than 30 turbulence in the void waiting for them here. Moreover, even if these more than 30 turbulence in the void did not have any effect, he still had one last move. He would detonate all of the turbulence in the void and turn this part of the void into a land of chaos. Whoosh, the blood god clone steered the blood spirit spaceship, saving the origin power in his body. At the same time, he collected the space and time attributes in that area. Space * 2500, space * 3000, space * 2000, time * 1500, time * 2000, time * 2500, not bad. There are so many attributes this time. In the devouring space, Wang Ting's eyes lit up slightly. He did not expect to obtain so many attribute bubbles after detonating the turbulence in the void. Then, if he were to encounter a turbulence in the void next time, would he not be able to use this method to obtain more attributes? It had to be said that Wang Ting's idea was becoming more and more dangerous. Just look at the reaction of Gu Shui and the other dark apparitions to know how dangerous it was to detonate the turbulence in the void. Now, Wang Ting actually wanted to take the initiative to detonate the turbulence in the void just to pick up attribute bubbles. What was the difference between this and seeking death? Fortunately, he was only thinking about it. If he really did it, he still had to be careful. Previously, when the blood god clone entered the turbulence in the void and used himself as bait to attract Salet's attack, he had taken a huge risk. If he was not careful, he would have been injured by the space-time power. Fortunately, he still had the flash skill. As long as he calculated the time correctly, he could escape before it was detonated. This was his biggest trump card. Otherwise, he would not have dared to do such a dangerous thing. After a short while, the blood god clone brought a few dark apparitions to the second turbulence in the void. However, this time, Gu Shui was already prepared. He immediately shouted, "Don't go near. There is a turbulence in the void there." Salet, Mo Valen, and Hasley were shocked. They did not dare to go near at all and stopped. Obviously, they were traumatized. Trying to do the same thing again. Salet snorted coldly. Ha ha ha. The blood god clone laughed. A battle sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed at the turbulence in the void. Boom, the turbulence in the void exploded, and the space-time power swept in all directions. Crazy! Salet, Mo Valen, and Hasley's pupils contracted. They felt the terrifying space-time power and did not dare to go near at all. Come here. The blood god clone stretched out his hand and hooked his finger. Then, he disappeared on the spot. Bastard! This guy is too arrogant. Salet, Mo Valen, and Hasley were so angry that their eyes were spitting fire. Gu Shui did not say anything. He scanned the void and found the blood god clone's position again. He then chased after him. Seeing this, Salet and the other two dark apparitions could only follow immediately. However, in order to avoid the space-time power, they could only go around in a big circle. Once again, the blood god clone pulled away from them. You are too slow. The blood god clone laughed. Middle-level demon emperor. In terms of force, you are not as good as us. Let's see how long you can run. Gu Shui said coldly. Then, all the best. The blood god clone laughed. He drove the blood spirit spaceship and continued to wander in the void. Every time he encountered a turbulence in the void, he would detonate it directly. Gu Shui and the other dark apparitions did not dare to go near. Boom. Boom. Boom, in the following time, the turbulence in the void was detonated one by one to obstruct the pursuit of the four dark apparitions. They were careful enough to detect the blood god clone's purpose. However, they were not able to detect it in advance every time. There were a few times when they were still affected by the space-time power and were injured again. This lunatic, isn't he afraid of being involved in the space-time power? The wounds on Salet's body were healing, but he still felt extreme pain. He could not help but grumble angrily. Although his physical body was extremely strong and he could use his own special talent to heal his injuries quickly, the space-time power was too strong. However, the space-time energy was simply too powerful. They could only temporarily suppress it, but were unable to expel it in a short period of time. Thus, every time they were swept by it, the space-time energy within their bodies would grow slightly stronger, and the effects on them would also grow slightly stronger. Over time, the situation of these four dark apparitions became worse and worse. They were no longer in their original peak state. He has the talent of space and can avoid the space-time power in advance, Gu Shui said coldly. At this time, he was also very depressed. He did not expect that he, the most powerful genius of the Bone Spirit clan, would be forced to this extent by a peak middle-level demon emperor from the Blood clan. What a joke. As time passed, his murderous intent toward the Blood clan's Blood Master grew stronger and could no longer be suppressed. The murderous intent that seemed to have materialized pervaded his body. The three dark apparitions, Salet and Mo Valen, were shocked. He really has the talent of space. Mo Valen and the other two dark apparitions were shocked. Previously, when they heard Gu Shui say that the Blood clan's Blood Master had the talent of space, they did not take it seriously. After all, they were all middle-level demon emperors and were much stronger than the Blood clan's Blood Master. Moreover, they could interfere with space and did not think that they were much weaker than the Blood clan's Blood Master. But now, they truly understood how mysterious the Blood God clone's talent of space was. Just the fact that he was able to run amok in the void alone was enough to shock them to no end. Do you think I'm lying to you? Gu Shui snorted. It was really tiring to work with these useless people. What should we do now? Are we going to let him escape like this? Salet frowned. He can't escape. He's only a middle-level demon emperor. The power of space that he can master must be very limited. I'd like to see how many times he can use it, Gu Shui said coldly. That's right. We must kill this Blood Clan's Blood Master today. His talent is too strong. We must not let him live, Hasley said coldly. Saylet and Mo Valen nodded at the same time. Since they had already attacked the Blood Clan's Blood Master, they naturally could not be kind anymore. The other party was only a middle-level demon emperor and was already so difficult to deal with. Not to mention that he had the talent of space. If he grew up, he would definitely become their great enemy in the future. At that time, he would probably be their nightmare. At this moment, these dark apparitions were determined to kill the Blood God clone. However, they did not know that in the heart of the Blood God clone, they were also targets that must be killed. Boom! 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 A series of roars echoed in the void. More than 30 areas of the void turbulence were detonated by the Blood God clone one after another. The entire void was completely in chaos. When Blood Rambo arrived and saw this situation, he immediately fell into hesitation. Even he did not dare to get close to such a chaotic spacetime power. Blood Rambo, your Blood Clan's Blood Master will definitely die. This must be the riot caused by the attacks of Xianxia and Saylet. Your Blood Clan's Blood Master will not be able to escape, a sheep-headed demon race dark apparition laughed loudly. Blood Rambo's eyes flickered rapidly, and he could not help but reveal a worried expression. He remembered that when he left the ancestral land, the demon lord had told him that if things did not work out, he was to become the leader of the Blood Clan geniuses and lead them to compete with the other dark race geniuses. Now, he could not abandon the other Blood Clan geniuses for the sake of the Blood Master. Thinking of this, Blood Rambo suddenly turned around and looked coldly at the dark apparitions behind him. He said coldly, "Then pay with your lives for the Blood Masters." The dark apparitions' expressions changed drastically. They originally wanted to provoke Blood Rambo, but they did not expect that they would overdo it. Blood Rambo had obviously transferred all his anger to them. Kill! Blood Rambo unleashed the shadow of the small world above his head and rushed toward the dark apparitions. Boom! On the other side, when the last area of the void turbulence exploded, the Blood God avatar suddenly stopped. He looked back at Xianxia and the other dark apparitions across the last area of the void turbulence. Run! Why did you stop running? Saylet and the other dark apparitions were stunned for a moment. Then, they sneered and looked at him mockingly. You should have used up most of your origin power and spatial power by now, right? After being led by the nose by the Blood Clan's Blood Master for so long, they felt like dogs being pulled by a leash. They were already filled with anger. Seeing that the Blood God avatar had stopped, their eyes all revealed a cold glint. They stared at him fiercely as if they were going to devour him. Do you think so? The Blood God avatar laughed strangely. Xianxia frowned instantly. He did not know why, but he felt an ominous premonition. He was born with this premonition. Otherwise, he would not have noticed Wang Ting's original body spying on him. Now that this premonition appeared again, he could not help but be vigilant. After going around in circles for so long, it's time to end it, the Blood God avatar said calmly. Saylet, Mo Valen, and Hasley frowned when they heard this. What was this guy plotting? Before they could think further, complicated runes suddenly flashed across the Blood God avatar's eyes. The spatial power in his body then swept out. Boom! His spatial power and psychic power were like threads that extended infinitely. They quickly diffused into the depths of the void, as if they had turned into an invisible net that encompassed the more than 30 areas of the void turbulence. At the same time, in the more than 30 areas of the void turbulence, specks of starlight suddenly lit up. Void mayflies. Wang Ting had already hidden the void mayflies there. No one would have thought that there would be such undetectable little life forms in the void turbulence. With the arrival of Wang Ting's spatial power and psychic power, the void mayflies were activated. He immediately sensed the specific situation in the more than 30 areas of the void turbulence. The reason why he had left the void mayflies behind was for the final linkage. He had to clearly sense the situation of the ancient space runes over there before he could link them together. After all, in the void, his psychic power could not extend too far and was easily disturbed. However, with the void mayflies, things were different. These little life forms were equivalent to his eyes. Now that the eyes were activated one by one, Wang Ting could see the situation over there. The ancient space runes were instantly activated. Then, through his spatial power and psychic power, they were connected. Boom, a loud sound suddenly rang out. The more than 30 areas of the void turbulence seemed to have become one. They were already extremely unstable after being detonated by the blood god avatar. Now that they were linked by the power of the ancient space runes, the effect was like pouring hot oil into a fire. Boom, in an instant, the entire area was in an uproar. Terrifying spatial cracks appeared one after another, like glass shattering, and spread throughout the entire area. This area was like a complete mirror, and now it was shattered by Wan Teng. The terrible space-time power swept out in all directions like a terrible storm. And in this storm, it was not the power of wind and thunder, but the most terrible space-time power. Even demon sovereigns couldn't easily touch the power of space-time. What happened? What did you do? The four dark apparitions, Gushi, Saolet, Mo Valen, and Hasley, were extremely shocked. Their pupils contracted violently, and they stared at the blood god avatar. Enjoy it. The blood god avatar opened his hands and smiled. This is a trap I specially prepared for you. You. The ghost fire in Gushi's eye sockets had already jumped to the extreme, as if there was a gust of wind blowing. He had never thought that he would be schemed against by a middle-level demon emperor, and that he would be played in circles. The blood god avatar turned around and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered something. He turned back and said, "By the way, I asked Xuejin and the others to tell you about me. I didn't expect you to believe it." Gushi's pupils contracted, and he fell into deep suspicion. Was all this a trick of the Blood Clan Bloodmaster? If it was true, then he was too scary. Gushi stood rooted to the ground. His heart was a little messed up. He originally thought that Xuejin, Xuanwoji, Xuechilua, and the other dark apparitions had told him the news because of the Bloodbreed's internal strife. But now, according to what this Bloodbreed's Bloodmaster said, wasn't everything his scheme, and he had foolishly jumped in. He was the strongest genius of the Bone Spirit clan and had always been arrogant. He didn't expect to be fooled by a middle-level demon emperor today. An extreme sense of humiliation emerged in his heart. That kind of indescribable awkwardness made it so that its toe bones could dig out 3 rooms and a living room on the spot. The blood god clone didn't need to think to know that his words were enough to plant a seed of doubt in Gushi's heart. Shrimp and pig heart, nothing more than that. Especially when the timing was just right. When the other party was at a disadvantage, saying such words was undoubtedly more believable. After all, he already had the upper hand. What reason did he have to deceive them? But these dark apparitions didn't know that Wan Ting was such a black-bellied person. If he could make them unhappy, he would definitely make them unhappy. He would never be soft-hearted. Anyway, it was just a matter of saying a word. Why not? The blood god clone didn't stay any longer. He immediately turned and left. He left himself a last route. Before the space-time power completely swept over, he could still escape through that gap. Boom. Boom. Boom, intense rumbling sounds reverberated in the area as terrifying space-time power swept over. Gushi and the other dark apparitions didn't have time to think. They felt the space-time power sweeping over from all directions. Their expressions were extremely ugly, and they tried to escape. But they realized that the space-time power was all around them. There was no room for them to escape at all. Damn it! Sully and the other dark apparitions let out a roar of indignation. Boom, the next moment, they were sucked in by the space-time power, and they let out shrill screams. The space-time power this time couldn't be compared to before. The range of the space-time power was so wide that they couldn't escape in a short time at all. So, no matter how strong their physical bodies were, it was definitely going to be tough this time. Even if they didn't die, they would be seriously injured. Roar, Gusha let out an angry roar. He had completely activated his level 5, demonic bone, talent, causing all the bones in his body to turn into a jade color. He didn't look like a dark apparition at all. Instead, he looked like an exquisite piece of art. However, at that moment, the aura emitted from his body was exceptionally terrifying. He was like a king of death that had crawled out from the land of death. Boom, Gushue forcefully pushed aside the space-time power in the surroundings, wanting to charge out of this hopeless situation. Unfortunately, they had unknowingly been brought to the center of this area. Previously, they had never thought that they would be plotted against. Now that they had reacted, it was already too late. Roar, Boneshirt roared angrily again and again. The anger in its heart, coupled with the intense pain coming from all over its body, made it almost go crazy. Although they didn't have flesh and blood, the Bone Spirit clan was very special. Their bones were their bodies. When their bones were damaged, they would also be injured and feel extreme pain. Moreover, at that time, the power of space not only damaged Gujia's bones, but also invaded his soul, obliterating his soul power. One could only imagine the pain. Roar. 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 If Boneshirt was already in such a state, the situation of the three dark apparitions, Saylet, Hasley, and Emo Valen, was even worse. Pain engulfed their entire bodies. In just a moment, they were covered in blood, with no part of their body intact. They were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. The blood god doppelganger had undoubtedly taught them a lesson. Even a middle-level demon emperor could kill an upper-level demon emperor. Hiss. On the other side, the blood god doppelganger gasped. Although he kept using the flash skill to dodge with the help of Wang Ting's main body, he was still swept by the power of space. Many bone-deep wounds appeared on his body, and blood spurted out. Fortunately, the Blood Clan had nothing but blood. In addition, with Wang Ting's talent in space and time, those space-time powers could be eliminated very quickly. He wouldn't be as miserable as Gu Jia and the others. However, at this time, he didn't have time to delay. This area was completely chaotic. If he didn't charge out now, the consequences would be unimaginable. The blood god doppelganger instantly sped up. He thought of his blood crow technique. In order to save his life, he didn't care about the loss at this moment. He immediately turned into a cloud of blood mist, divided into countless blood crows, and fled in all directions. The blood crows' bodies undoubtedly became much smaller, and it was easier for them to travel through the spatial turbulence. Boom! 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 Outside the spatial turbulence area, Xuelanboi used his own small world shadow to forcibly suppress a few dark apparitions. Within that small world, a terrifying demonic chi swept out. This demonic chi not only contained the power of darkness but also the unwillingness, anger, resentment, and other negative emotions of the dead. It was extremely terrifying. Even the dark apparitions didn't dare to withstand such power. This was the power of the world that Xuelanboi had comprehended in the myriad races' demonic land. It was much stronger than ordinary power of the world. Those dark apparitions couldn't be compared to it at all and were directly suppressed. Amidst the loud explosion, the small world shadows of the few dark apparitions collapsed, and their bodies were sent flying backward. Cracks began to appear on their tough bodies. They were unable to withstand the power of Blood Sapphire Bow and were about to fall apart. Kill! Xuelanboi swung his fist and rushed forward. His fist exploded, and the power of the Origin Source Law condensed on it. He wanted to kill those dark apparitions. Xuelanboi, do you really want to fight us to the death? A giant demon dark apparition roared. You attacked the blood breed, so you should be prepared to die, Xuelanboi said coldly. Boom, he punched the giant demon dark apparition, causing its body to explode. One of its arms turned into a bloody mist, and a blood-curdling scream sounded. Fight it! The other dark apparitions knew that they couldn't escape. Their ferocious nature was stimulated, and they charged toward Xuelanboi without caring about anything else. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Xuelanboi shouted angrily. His fist continued to explode, smashing toward the dark apparitions in front of him, wanting to kill them completely. Boom! At this moment, a great rumble rang out from the space up ahead. Streams of space-time turbulence swept out, forming visible ripples in space that rapidly expanded. Xuelanboi's expression changed. He couldn't care less about those dark apparitions. He immediately withdrew and retreated backward. Ah! Roar! Those dark apparitions couldn't dodge in time. They were sucked in by the power of time and space and were severely injured in an instant. They were already injured. Now that they were severely injured by the power of time and space, their condition was even worse. Their physical bodies almost disintegrated. What's going on? Xuelanbua's expression was extremely solemn. He looked forward while retreating. That area of the void turbulence had completely gone berserk. Endless power of time and space swept across it, completely turning it into a forbidden zone. Such a situation made it unable to help but feel horrified. If it was said that it was only afraid before, then now, it really didn't dare to step into it at all. Did the Blood Master really die inside? Xuelanbua's expression kept changing. He couldn't help but reveal a trace of regret in his eyes. It wasn't easy for the Blood Breed to have a Blood Master. They didn't expect him to die here. He didn't even have the chance to shine on the battlefield. What a pity. Xuelanbua didn't leave. After distancing himself from the power of time and space, he stood in the void and waited for those dark apparitions to rush out of the void turbulence. After all, they were upper-rank demon emperors. The void turbulence here wasn't that terrifying. It probably wasn't enough to kill them. However, this void turbulence was also a pleasant surprise. Otherwise, it would take a lot of effort to kill those upper-rank demon emperors on its own. Suddenly, a strange cry came from the violent void turbulence. Because of the roar, it wasn't very clear. If Xuelanbua hadn't been extremely focused at this moment, he might not have noticed it. What's that sound? Xuelanbua's eyes moved slightly. He was a little surprised and immediately looked toward the void turbulence. Deceived Kanshi in his eyes, inconspicuous blood-red streamers were rushing out of the void turbulence. Boom! The next moment, those blood-red streamers broke through the violent power of time and space and came to the outside world. Only then did Xuelanbua see clearly that they were blood-red crows. After these blood-red crows appeared, they gathered again and turned into a figure. Blood Master! Xuelanbua's eyes widened slightly. He looked at the figure that suddenly appeared with some disbelief. His heart was in chaos. He never thought that the Blood Master was still alive and would appear in front of him in such a way. That terrifying violent power of time and space actually couldn't stop him. Right, if the Blood Master is here, then where are Gushi and the other dark apparitions from the other three races? Xuelanbua couldn't help but look toward the void turbulence behind the Blood God clone, but he didn't see the figures of those dark apparitions. Could it be? An inconceivable thought appeared in its mind. Xuelanbua's eyes returned to the Blood God clone. He was shocked and couldn't help but look at him. He saw that other than his breath being a little weak, he didn't seem to be injured. He didn't know how to describe his feelings anymore. Under the pursuit of Gushi and the other dark apparitions from the other three races, he wasn't injured? How did he do it? Too many doubts appeared in Xuelanbua's mind, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Are you surprised to see me? The Blood God clone naturally saw Xuelanbua and couldn't help but be stunned. Why did Xuelanbua look like he had seen a ghost when he saw him? Could it be that the other party thought he was dead? Your Highness, are you okay? Xuelanbua finally came back to his senses. His face was a little stiff as he asked hesitantly. I'm okay, the Blood God clone said. Then where are Gushi and the other dark apparitions from the other three races? Xuelanbua nodded and couldn't help but ask. They're still inside, the Blood God clone said. Still inside? Sure enough. Xuelanbua hesitated and asked again, could all of this be the Blood Master's doing? Who else could it be? The Blood God clone looked at him with a faint smile. He felt that this genius who had returned from the myriad races demon land was a little too talkative now. Along the way, he had been a man of few words. Why did he become so uncertain now? When Xuelanbua received the answer, he couldn't help but gasp. The shock in his heart couldn't be calmed down for a long time. It was really him who did it. Even though he knew that the Blood Master had the talent of space, it didn't seem like the work of a middle-level demon emperor to be able to trigger such a large-scale fluctuation in the void turbulence. How did he do it? It was too shocking. He felt that he seemed to have underestimated the Blood Master. Gushi and the other dark apparitions from the other three races couldn't do anything to him and were even forced into such a desperate situation. Even he might not be able to do it. No, it should be absolutely impossible. Why are you here? The Blood God clone ignored his thoughts and asked with a frown. The geniuses of the Blood Kindred should be besieged by the dark apparitions from the other three races. Why was Xuelonbua here instead of fighting with them? I thought the Blood Master was no match for Gushi and the others, so I chased after him. Xuelonbua said awkwardly. The Blood God clone was stunned for a moment. He looked at him deeply and nodded. Go back and help them first. Leave this to me. I'll rush over as soon as possible. Okay. Xuelonbua knew that it wasn't the time to talk about this and immediately nodded. After that, he didn't say anything else and turned to leave. The Blood God clone looked at his back and his eyes flickered slightly. He muttered to himself, it seems that Xuelonbua is really useful. Originally, he was a little wary of these geniuses of the Blood Kindred. He didn't expect that this crisis would let him see them clearly. Although Xuelonbua didn't enter the void turbulence in the end, it was enough that he could chase them all the way here. He didn't need others to sacrifice their lives for him. He only needed these Blood Kindred to work for him sincerely. Roar. Waves of angry roars came from the space-time turbulence ahead. It was incomparably mournful. There are still a few of them here. The Blood God clone's eyes flickered. He looked at the dark apparitions that were fighting with Xuelonbua just now. Let's get rid of them first. Little ones, come out and receive the guests. With a wave of his hand, Xianxia, the Blood Wind Spirit-swallowing Sparrow, and the Blood Fiend Shadow Drake, the 3 upper-level demon emperors, all appeared in the void. This was the first time the Blood Wind Spirit-swallowing Sparrow left the immortal Blood Sea. At this moment, it looked around and was still a little confused. It didn't know where it was. This is the void of the Dark Universe. Xianxia was originally at the Sector Lord level and naturally had a lot of knowledge. She recognized this place instantly. Although the Blood Fiend Shadow Drake was also very curious, it seemed to be in a daze. It looked here and there and didn't ask much. The void of the Dark Universe? The Blood Wind Spirit-swallowing Sparrow's head was full of question marks. Now is not the time for you to chat. Kill them. The Blood God clone ordered. Yes. Xianxia and the Blood Wind Spirit-swallowing Sparrow came back to their senses and immediately responded. Boom. 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 The 3 upper-level demon emperors rushed out at the same time and attacked the dark apparitions that had just rushed out of the spacetime turbulence. The dark apparitions felt a murderous intent descending and their scalps were about to explode. They were injured all over. Many parts of their bodies had exploded under the power of the spacetime turbulence. Now, they were in an incomplete state. Facing 3 upper-level demon emperors in such a situation wasn't it courting death, therefore, they were extremely shocked. They didn't know why there were 3 upper-level demon emperors here, and 2 of them were star beasts. However, the aura they emitted showed that they weren't ordinary star beasts. Especially the strange-looking star beast that looked like a mother ant. It actually had a trace of a star beast's shadow and faintly emitted an aura that was very frightening. Boom, Xianxia's whole body was covered in a hard dark yellow scale armor. She rushed over and smashed towards the dark apparitions like a huge meteorite. Roar. Roar. Roar, they didn't have time to dodge and could only let out a furious roar. The origin power of the dark stars in their bodies surged out crazily, causing their bodies to recover quickly. Then, they fiercely charged over. Boom, the next moment, the dark apparitions violently bombarded Xianxia's body. Then, their faces stiffened, and their eyes revealed pain and horror. Hard, too hard, what kind of star beast is this? Why is the scale armor on its body so hard? Even upper-level demon emperors like them couldn't break it. After this collision, they felt as if their bodies were about to completely collapse. The bones in their bodies emitted cracking sounds. Apparently, they were already broken. Then, the dark apparitions were uncontrollably sent flying by the huge force. Ha ha ha. The bloody wind spirit-swallowing sparrow couldn't help but laugh when it saw the state of these dark apparitions. As it flapped its wings, blood-red wind blades swept out and quickly turned into a whirlwind, sweeping towards the dark apparitions. Ah, screams rang out. The dark apparitions were hit by Xianxia and were sent flying backward. They just happened to fall into the blood-red whirlwind. The wind blades cut their bodies, causing their injuries to worsen. Boom. Boom. Boom, the dark apparitions unleashed their combat skills and blasted the whirlwind apart with great difficulty. Yin Lishabai and the Blood Fiend Phantom Centipede rushed over again. The Blood Fiend Phantom Centipede directly split into two figures, each holding a bone blade, and slashed at the dark apparitions. Slash, a dark apparition from the Demon Moth clan couldn't react in time and was instantly beheaded. Roar. Even so, the dark apparition from the Demon Moth clan still let out a furious roar. Then, its body and head began to expand wildly as if some terrifying transformation was about to take place. It's going to transform. The Blood God Avatar's eyes narrowed. Naturally, he didn't dare to underestimate the transformation of an upper-level demon emperor. He immediately waved his hand and dark flames swept out. Boom, the endless black flames turned into a huge and strange black python. It opened its mouth and swallowed the body and head of the dark apparition from the Demon Moth clan. Ah, a shrill scream followed. Before the body of the dark apparition from the Demon Moth clan could transform completely, it was burned by the dark flames and gradually disintegrated. The Blood God Avatar didn't have much time at this time. Otherwise, even if the dark apparition wanted to transform, he would take advantage of it. The Blood Clan's Blood Disciple. At this moment, the remaining two dark apparitions finally saw the Blood God Avatar. Their expressions changed drastically, revealing a look of horror. You're not dead. They found it hard to believe that the Blood Clan's Blood Disciple was still alive under the pursuit of Gushi and the strongest geniuses of the three clans. How was this possible? I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'm really not dead. The Blood God Avatar said, constantly using the dark flames to destroy the body and soul of the dark apparition from the Demon Moth clan, preventing it from transforming. Gushi, where are Salit and the others? A sheep-headed demon clan dark apparition roared. They were killed by me, the Blood God Avatar said. Impossible. The pupils of the remaining two dark apparitions contracted violently. They were horrified and couldn't believe it. They shouted angrily. These three dark apparitions were the top geniuses of the sheep-headed demon clan, the giant demon clan, and the Demon Moth clan. Otherwise, they couldn't reach the upper-level demon emperor level. But now, when they looked at the Blood God Avatar, they couldn't help but reveal a trace of horror. Wasn't this Blood Clan's Blood Disciple a middle-level demon emperor? How could his strength be so terrifying? What's the benefit of lying to someone who's about to die? The Blood God Avatar destroyed their belief and shouted coldly at Yin Lisabai and the others, kill them. The Blood Wind Spirit Swallowing Sparrow, Blood Fiend Shadow Boa, and Yin Lisabai immediately rushed over. Boom, a dazzling and terrifying dark yellow light burst out from Yin Lisabai's horns, and a light beam burst out. The Blood Fiend Shadow Boa and the Blood Fiend Shadow Boa surrounded a giant demon clan dark apparition. A cross-shaped blade light burst out and slashed at the dark apparition from two different directions. The Blood Wind Spirit Swallowing Sparrow flapped its wings again and burst out wind blades to prevent the two dark apparitions from leaving. Roar, roar, the two dark apparitions suddenly burst out with angry roars. They tried their best to burst out their force and even wanted to use demon transformation. However, boom, the dark yellow light beam burst out from Yin Lisabai immediately arrived and instantly pierced through the body of the sheep-headed demon clan dark apparition, almost destroying half of its body. On the other side, the Blood Fiend Shadow Boa's blade light also slashed the body of the giant demon clan dark apparition, causing a cloud of blood mist to burst out from its body. It was instantly seriously injured. Blood Demon Heavenly Thunder. Black Demon Heavenly Thunder. Go. The Blood God Avatar's eyes flashed, and two different thunder calamity forces suddenly condensed in his hands. One was dark red, on the other hand, the other was dark in color, like two different colored lightning snakes. They shot toward the two dark apparitions at high speed. Boom. Boom, the terrifying power of the thunder calamity forces wrapped around their bodies. Thunder and lightning exploded, completely drowning them. Ah, extremely shrill screams were heard. The power of the thunder calamity forces was undoubtedly extremely terrifying to the dark apparitions. If possible, Wang Ting even wanted to use the purple thunder calamity. That power was definitely enough to make these two dark apparitions wish they were dead. However, they were still in the territory of the dark apparitions. It was too risky to use the purple thunder calamity. As the power of the thunder calamity forces exploded, the two dark apparitions immediately emitted a charred smell. Under the power of the two types of Stage 3 Thunder Calamity forces, even an upper-level Demon Emperor Dark Apparition would have a hard time. Moreover, they were already severely injured and could not resist anymore. Terrifying. When the Blood-Wind Spirit-Swallowing Sparrow saw this scene from afar, it instantly felt its scalp tingle and immediately retreated. It could not help but recall the fear of being dominated by various forces. Back then, it had almost died under the torture of those forces. Now that it thought about it, it still felt a little guilty. Fortunately, it had begged for mercy in time to save its little life. In the future, it would definitely not provoke this fiend. No, it should call him master now. At this moment, the three dark apparitions were all restrained by Wang Ting's power and could not undergo devil change. Whether it was the dark fire or the two types of Stage 3 Thunder Calamity forces, they were all extraordinary forces. Ordinary dark apparitions would find it difficult to resist. The Blood God avatar flashed and appeared on the head of the Blood-Wind Spirit-Swallowing Sparrow. Its body stiffened, and it immediately became cautious. However, the Blood God avatar ignored it and sat down with its legs crossed, waiting for the three dark apparitions to be completely obliterated. Time passed slowly. After a while, the screams of the three dark apparitions gradually weakened, and even their auras gradually disappeared. The Blood God avatar knew that they could no longer hold on and were about to completely dissipate. Dark apparitions were indeed very difficult to kill, but unfortunately, they had encountered Wang Ting. If it had been other warriors, it might not have been so easy to kill three genius dark apparitions at the level of an upper demon emperor. Even a genius dark apparition like Shui Lanbua would have found it extremely difficult to kill these dark apparitions at the level of an upper demon emperor. However, Wang Ting had extremely special means to obliterate the souls and bodies of these dark apparitions at the level of an upper demon emperor, causing them to die quickly. Of course, Shui Lanbua and the void turbulence had also played a great role. Otherwise, he would not have been able to complete the final kill so easily. After waiting for a while, Wang Ting opened the Child of Truth and looked at the three dark apparitions. After confirming that there were no signs of life left, he was relieved. The Blood God avatar waved his hand and said to Xianxia Bai and the other two, "Go and look around. If there are any dark apparitions rushing out, inform me immediately." "Yes." Xianxia Bai, the Blood-Wind Spirit-Swallowing Sparrow, and the Blood Fiend Shadow Drake immediately received the order and left. Although Wang Ting had already scattered a large number of void mayflies around and could monitor the situation in the void turbulence, if Gu Jia and the other dark apparitions rushed out from a distant place, he might not be able to stop them in time. Now, he had asked Xianxia Bai and the others to go over to buy some time. This time, Wang Ting had the intention to kill Gu Jia and the other dark apparitions. If the power of time and space could not kill them, he could only rely on his own strength. Gu Jia and the other dark apparitions were different from the three dark apparitions just now. He knew that it would not be so easy to kill them. Therefore, he was still more careful. At this moment, as Xianxia Bai and the others went far away, he immediately swept out his psychic power and picked up the attribute bubbles that had fallen around him. Life Origin *8500, Origin of Soul *8000, Territory Master Level Spirit *18,000, Dark Star Force *32,000, Poison Star Force *36,000, Moth Emperor Scripture *5000, Dark Poison Powder *12,000, Demon Moth Domain, Melder *4000, Poison Origin *8500, Origin of Darkness *3500, Power of the World *2500. One by one, the attribute bubbles immediately converged into Wang Ting's body, turning into a large amount of strange energy and mysterious enlightenment. The attributes of the demon moth race dark apparitions, and there are so many of them. Wang Ting's eyes suddenly lit up. The first two attributes made his whole body tremble. Life Origin, Soul Origin, these two attributes were extremely precious, so naturally, the more the better. To Wang Ting, even if his life origin and soul origin were not damaged, to be able to have additional attributes was a kind of strengthening of his foundation. In an instant, the two types of energy flowed through Wang Ting's body. Life origin merged into his physical body, while soul origin's power quietly seeped into his soul through the connection between his physical body and soul. A strong sense of comfort suddenly surged into his heart. Wang Ting felt his body and soul tremble uncontrollably. This was too good. Every time I absorb these two types of energy, it feels like something. It's addictive. Wang Ting shook his head, his face full of enjoyment. A moment later, the two types of energy completely merged into his body and soul, completely digested and absorbed. The feeling of weakness in his body dissipated by a lot. Then, the other two types of energy merged into his body. After circulating one round, they converged into the small universe in his body. Territory Master Level Spirit, Dark Star Force, Poison Star Origin Power. The spirit and star force that Wang Ting had consumed were instantly replenished, and the feeling of weakness in his body disappeared by more than half. Just now, using the Blood Crow avatar was not without a price. A part of the Blood Crow avatar was destroyed by the space-time force, so naturally, he lost a lot of energy. However, now that he had replenished his life origin and soul origin, and even his spirit and star force had recovered, the feeling of weakness naturally dissipated. The Moth Emperor's Divine Scripture. When Wang Ting looked at the next attribute bubble, he could not help but be stunned. Previously, he had obtained a technique called the Moth Emperor's Demonic Scripture, which was a demonic emperor level technique. He did not expect to obtain the Moth Emperor's Divine Scripture this time. The corresponding realization immediately appeared in his mind. It was a light shadow of a demon moth race dark apparition, and it was cultivating. Numerous strange paths and apertures appeared in his body. They were densely packed and covered every corner of his body. They transformed into a profound cultivation diagram. The human body was actually different from the demon moth race's body. Their cultivation path even included the wings on their back. However, to Wang Ting, this was not a problem. With his talent, he could completely transform his body into a demon moth race's body and cultivate the demon moth race's techniques. Wang Ting had mastered the techniques of many races, and he had used this method to cultivate. After absorbing the realization, Wang Ting looked at his attribute panel. Moth Emperor's Divine Scripture, Demon Sovereign Level 2000/5000, Proficient. It really is a Demon Sovereign level technique. Wang Ting nodded to himself. The Moth Emperor's demonic scripture that he had obtained before was a Demonic Emperor level technique. This technique was even more profound and mysterious, and it came from the attribute bubble of a greater demon emperor dark apparition genius. It was obvious that it was a demon sovereign level technique. Speaking of which, anything with the word divine scripture was basically a demon sovereign level technique. Wang Ting was already used to the naming of dark apparitions techniques. Following that, another piece of insight appeared in Wang Ting's mind. This was a type of domain comprehension that had reached the Melder realm. Demonic Moth Domain, 1000/3000, Level 3 Melder, a Rank 3 Melder's Moth Domain. Wang Ting was pleasantly surprised. He did not expect to reach the Rank 3 Melder level immediately. As expected of a greater demon emperor genius from the demon moth race. This was a very special domain, a combination of poison attribute and darkness attribute. It also contained the unique comprehension of the demon moth clan. After it was used, it could summon countless demon moths. If an ordinary cultivator fell into this domain, they would be surrounded by the demon moths and eventually be corroded by the dark attribute and poison attribute. It was very difficult and terrifying. Wang Ting was very calm with the addition of a Rank 3 Melder's domain. He had already obtained quite a bit of origin source law, so how could a Rank 3 Melder's domain excite him? There was no other reason other than the fact that there were too many good things. After absorbing the domain insights, another attribute bubble entered Wang Ting's mind and turned into a mysterious insight. Poison Origin, the power of origin source law came as he wished, and it was a full 8,500 attribute points, which wasn't a small amount. Wang Ting quickly absorbed the insight regarding the poison origin source law and couldn't help but reveal a trace of joy. A breakthrough. He hadn't expected his poison origin to break through at this time. Origin of Poison, 2000/30,000, Stage 3. Wang Ting glanced at his status panel and was quite happy. 8,500 attribute points had directly allowed his poison origin to break through from Rank 2 to Rank 3. His poison origin hadn't broken through for a long time, so it was quite a pleasant surprise that it had broken through to Rank 3. In fact, Rank 3 origin source law was barely enough to deal with upper demon emperors. Wang Ting was now facing more and more powerful opponents, and even his origin source law couldn't keep up. However, he believed that he would be able to raise his origin source law very soon. Next, another attribute bubble entered Wang Ting's mind and turned into an origin source law insight. Darkness origin. This time, it was the darkness origin source law that only gave him 3,500 attribute points, which couldn't be compared to the poison origin. Darkness origin, 21500/30,000, Tier 3. The darkness origin source law was originally at rank 3, and now that it had increased by 3,500 points, it didn't increase its realm. It seems that the devil moth race's darkness origin source law isn't too high, Wang Ting thought. The last attribute bubble was even more mysterious than the previous ones. It was World Force, which was a power that only realm lords or upper demon emperors could grasp. Wang Ting couldn't help but close his eyes and completely absorb the insight in the attribute bubble. The power of the world, 18,000/30,000, Stage 3, his power of the world was still at the 3rd level. He had not broken through, but it had increased a little. Wang Ting's World of Blood had already reached the 4th level, which was slightly higher than World Power. Actually, with this Stage 4, World of Blood, it wasn't too difficult to raise World Power to Stage 4. After all, the two had some similarities, and it was possible to draw parallels. However, it would take a lot of time. In the end, this was the power of a world. Many sector lords and upper-level demon emperors had to spend a lot of time to comprehend it. Wang Ting's original body was still a pinnacle universe-level fighter. If he wanted to completely transform it, it would naturally not be that easy. Therefore, he kept delaying it and did not convert it. Now that the power of the world attribute had been improved, Wang Ting was naturally very happy. This could save him a lot of time. Wang Ting absorbed all the attribute bubbles from the devil moth race dark apparition. He then looked at the attribute bubbles dropped by the other 2 dark apparitions and could not help but rub his hands together. The harvest this time was really not bad. Upper-level demon emperors were indeed different. They dropped a lot of attribute bubbles. Spiritual force gushed out, and the attribute bubbles followed. Life origin * 9,000, soul origin * 8,200, domain lord spirit * 16,000, fire star force * 28,000, dark star force * 30,000, devil goat body, stage 3, * 10,000, devil goat scripture * 6,000, devil flame fist * 5,500, dark flame domain, melder, * 4,000. Fire origin * 7,000, darkness origin * 2,000, world power * 1,800, life origin * 7,400, soul origin * 7,000, domain lord spirit * 15,000, dark star force * 35,000, troll body, stage 3, * 11,500, troll scripture * 4,500, troll warhammer * 6,000, troll domain melder, * 5,000, darkness origin * 1,600, world power * 1,500, domain lord spirit * 18,000, dark star force * 40,000, blood demon body, stage 5, * 12,000, blood demon scripture * 5,000, blood demon warblade * 6,000, blood demon fist * 7,500, blood demon domain, melder, * 8,000, darkness origin * 4,000, blood origin * 3,500, blood world * 3,000, damn. When Wang Ting saw these attribute bubbles, his eyes instantly widened, and he actually felt dazzled. There were way too many attribute bubbles this time. He had already mentally prepared himself. After all, just one devil moth dark apparition alone had dropped so many attribute bubbles, not to mention the next 2 or 3 dark apparitions that dropped them. Not only were there attribute bubbles dropped by the goat-headed demons and troll dark apparitions, but there were also those dropped by Blood Rambo. Looks like the previous battle was quite intense. Wang Ting stroked his chin. Without much time to think, he immediately immersed himself in absorbing these attribute bubbles. There was no need to mention the life origin and soul origin. Wang Ting once again experienced the feeling of his whole body trembling. There was only one word to describe it. Awesome, so awesome that he could fly. Moreover, there were even more life origin and soul origin here. After all, they were dropped by 2 dark apparitions. Next were the spirit and various star force attributes. In addition to the dark star force, there was also a fire star force that came from the goat-headed demon dark apparition. And from the goat-headed demon dark apparition, Wang Ting obtained a special physique attribute, the demon goat body. Demon goat body. Wang Ting's expression was strange. What kind of strange physique was this? The corresponding energy appeared in his body, causing an incredible change in his physique. Then, a trace of understanding rose in his heart. As expected, the demon goat body can transform into the appearance of the goat-headed demon dark apparition. No, it should be said that it's even more ferocious and terrifying. Wang Ting was speechless. This goat-headed demon dark apparition was too ugly. Not only was its body full of muscles, but it also had a pair of curved horns on its head. It didn't look like a normal physique. Moreover, the demon goat body was transformed from the goat-headed demon dark apparition's original form. It would only be more ferocious and ugly. For Wang Ting, who was obsessed with appearances, this really didn't match his aesthetic standards. Moreover, the demon goat body was not as powerful as the demon bone and blood god's body. The difference was not small. After Wang Ting had the devil bone and the body of the blood god, this physique wasn't necessary anymore. It wasn't very useful anymore. Demon goat body, 10,000/30,000, stage 3, Wang Ting glanced at the attribute panel and didn't pay much attention to it. The demon goat body was only at stage 3, and its effect was too small. He then looked at the next attribute bubble. This was the comprehension of a technique. After it flowed into Wang Ting's mind, it turned into a light shadow of a goat-headed demon dark apparition and began to show the cultivation method. Force circulation paths and force acupuncture points appeared in the light shadow, corresponding to the goat-headed demon dark apparition's body. Fortunately, Wang Ting had obtained the demon goat body and immediately understood some of the changes. It was much easier than when he had obtained the demon moth clan's technique. Speaking of which, the reason Wang Ting could easily cultivate the blood clan's technique was all thanks to the blood god clone. The blood god clone's body structure was exactly the same as the blood clan's, and his main body could also transform into a blood clan's body through the blood god's body to cultivate. The two were connected without any obstacles. In that case, the demon goat body isn't completely useless. Wang Ting was deep in thought. In fact, for him, even if he activated the demon goat body, he could still maintain his appearance and only transform his body into the structure required by the demon goat body. He could still unleash a portion of the demon goat body's power. However, this way, the effect would definitely be reduced, and it would not be as good as the complete version of the demon goat body. At the end of the day, although every physique was different, there were similarities. Every time Wang Ting activated a variety of physiques, he would stack them. They had similarities and differences. He only needed to increase the differences. The similarities could be used together and not interfere with each other. In this way, Wang Ting's physique became extremely complicated and mysterious. It was like a universe that constantly included all kinds of life forms. It was complex and colorful, containing thousands of changes. As more and more physiques appeared, Wang Ting did not know what his body would become. Perhaps one day, it would completely evolve into the most essential physique. Since he could not figure it out for the time being, Wang Ting did not think too much about it and looked at the attribute panel. Demon Goat Scripture, Demon Lord 3000/5000, Proficient, another Demon Lord level technique. Wang Ting was a little numb. Recently, he had obtained Demon Lord level techniques one after another. There were so many that he almost lost count. He felt that the immortal level techniques he had mastered might not be as many as the Demon Lord level techniques of the Dark Apparition. From this point of view, was the Dark Apparition's foundation stronger? Wang Ting shook his head and glanced at the mastery level of the Demon Goat Scripture. 6,000 attribute points allowed it to directly advance from novice to proficient. It was not bad. Then, he continued to look at the next attribute bubble. This was a combat skill, Demon Flame Fist. The corresponding realization suddenly appeared in Wang Ting's mind. The light and shadow of a goat-headed demon race dark apparition appeared again, but this time, it began to practice a fist technique. That fist technique, each punch carried the incomparably evil power of darkness and the abnormally hot power of fire. The combination of the two forces erupted with the power of dark flames, which was astonishing. Suddenly, the light and shadow of the goat-headed demon race dark apparition suddenly blasted a punch into the void. It turned into a dark red fist mark, carrying a terrifying fierce flame, and smashed toward a planet. Boom! After a loud noise, the planet exploded, turning into countless meteorites wrapped in dark red flames, shooting toward the void. That scene was extremely shocking, as if it was capable of destroying the world. For a planet with only warriors below the domain lord level, such a fist technique was enough to be called the Armageddon level. Moreover, this fist technique also carried the power of darkness. The place that was hit would probably turn into a land of darkness for a long time, and the creatures there would become the slaves of darkness. Demon Flame Fist, Upper Demon Emperor 1500/5000, Proficient, Upper Demon Emperor level combat skill. Its power is considered extremely strong. Wang Ting's eyes flickered. After seeing the scene in his mind just now, there was not much joy in his heart. These dark apparitions that had reached the Upper Demon Emperor level, once they came to the light universe, each of them would be a disaster. Their destructive power was too strong. Fortunately, the 3 Upper Demon Emperor level dark apparitions had been killed by him just now. It could be regarded as doing his part for the light universe. Proficient level, not bad. Wang Ting glanced at his mastery of this technique again and nodded secretly. Although he had obtained many Demon Emperor level combat skills, the Demon Emperor level combat skills consumed too much force for him now. If it was not necessary, he would naturally not use them. And this Demon Emperor level combat skill was relatively better. In fact, for those Upper Demon Emperor level dark apparitions geniuses, Demon Emperor level combat skills were also very difficult to use. Their force was also not enough to support them, so generally, they would only master Demon Emperor level combat skills. Demon Emperor level combat skills were probably only mastered by a small number of geniuses with unusual talents, such as Gu Shui. If Wang Ting could not pick up attribute bubbles in battle, and had the body of the Blood God and the Blood Kraken technique, these means that could quickly restore force, he would absolutely not be able to support the consumption of Demon Emperor level combat skills. So for him now, Demon Emperor level combat skills were better. If he reached the immortal rank, then the more Demon Emperor level combat skills, the better. Whether they could meet his requirements at that time was another matter. Maybe at that time, his eyes would be set on the God rank combat skills. Wang Ting continued to look at the other attribute bubbles. The sheep-headed demon dark apparition dropped the Constitution attribute, and the giant demon dark apparition also dropped the Constitution attribute. Giant demon body, as the attribute bubbles absorbed, a special kind of energy appeared in his body, changing his constitution again. Wang Ting felt that his body was like a ball of mud, being pinched here and there, one moment this, and the next moment that. It was also quite hard. Not long after, the constitution change was completed, and a trace of enlightenment came to his mind. Wang Ting instantly had an understanding of the giant demon body. In general, this giant demon body protruded the word giant, and that was big. The more thoroughly the constitution was developed, the bigger it could become, and the stronger the body would be. While having a strong defense, it also had an extremely strong recovery ability. Oh yes, the sheep-headed demon body also had this aspect. In fact, for various constitution talents, it was nothing more than the ability of defense, attack, and recovery. Only some relatively special constitution had some special powerful abilities. This giant demon body can be enlarged, and it can enlarge one's body. Isn't that? Wang Ting touched his chin. Suddenly, he lowered his head to take a look. His expression gradually changed. Hiss, no. No, I can't think about it anymore. This idea is too evil. Wang Ting quickly shook his head and threw this terrible idea out of his head. He kept his mind clear and entered sage mode. Giant demon body, 11500/30,000, stage 3, it's also stage 3. Wang Ting's tone couldn't help but reveal a trace of disappointment. He didn't know why, but although the giant demon body S grade was similar to the sheep-headed demon body, and if it was used, it might be as ugly as the sheep-headed demon body, with all the muscles exploding, he still had a little bit of expectation for the giant demon body. Now that he saw that it was only stage 3, he was somewhat disappointed. It seems that these upper-level Demon Emperor dark apparitions are still a little lacking. They can't be compared to the ones just now. Wang Ting said to himself, forget it. At most, I'll see if the dark apparitions around Gushi have better attributes. At the same time, the giant demon race also dropped a skill attribute and a combat skill attribute. Wang Ting absorbed all of them. 2 huge figures appeared. It was the giant demon race's dark apparitions. One was to display the cultivation method, the other was to display the combat skill. There was nothing special about the light and shadow that displayed the cultivation method, but the light and shadow that displayed the battle skills seemed a little violent. The silhouette of the giant demon race held 2 huge war hammers in its hands. It swung the hammers vigorously and smashed them into the void. Every hammer strike condensed a huge shadow of a war hammer, which appeared behind the silhouette of the giant demon race. It was as if it could smash a planet. TSK, at this level, it already has the ability to easily destroy a planet. Wang Ting clicked his tongue. Although a planetary state martial artist could destroy an ordinary planet by himself, it naturally couldn't be compared to a sector lord or an upper-level demon emperor. Existence. They could destroy a planet as easily as crushing a small pebble. Giant Demon Sacred Book, Demon Sovereign 1500/5000, Proficient, Wink with a Frown Giant Demon Warhammer, Upper-Level Demon Emperor 2000/5000, Proficient. The cultivation method was at the Demon Sovereign level, and the combat skill was at the upper-level Demon Emperor level. It was the same as the goat-headed demon race's dark apparition. Wang Ting's mastery of the Giant Demon Sacred Book had reached the Proficient level, and the Giant Demon Warhammer had reached the Proficient level. It was 1 level higher. However, this was normal. At the same level, an upper-level Demon Emperor level combat skill would require less attribute points than a Demon Sovereign level cultivation method. The Giant Demon Sacred Book that Wang Ting obtained this time only had 4,500 attribute points, while the Giant Demon Warhammer had 6,000 attribute points. It wasn't strange that his mastery level was higher. Next was the attribute bubbles that Shui Lanbo dropped. Wang Ting was looking forward to it the most. After all, Shui Lanbo was a prodigy that returned from the Myriad Race's demonic land. Wang Ting hadn't been to the Myriad Race's demonic land, but that didn't stop him from getting some benefits from Shui Lanbo. When Wang Ting saw the attributes it had dropped, he couldn't help but exclaim softly. Astonishment appeared on his face. Another physique talent, Body of the Blood Demon. This constitution. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he immediately absorbed the attribute bubbles. Immediately, his body began to change, allowing him to quickly master this constitution. Body of the Blood Demon, traces of understanding appeared in Wang Ting's mind. Body of the Blood Demon, 12,000/150,000, level 5, I really didn't expect Shui Lanbo to have such a powerful constitution. Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes, and a light flashed in his eyes. He secretly clicked his tongue. His Body of the Blood God was already abnormal enough. Although Shui Lanbo's Body of the Blood Demon wasn't as good, it was still extremely extraordinary. It was even stronger than the Demon Sheep Body and Giant Demon Body that he had just obtained. Interesting. Wang Ting couldn't help but touch his chin. The Blood Clan's foundation was really deep. Not only did they have a top constitution like the Body of the Blood God, but they also had an extraordinary constitution like the Body of the Blood Demon. Such a constitution could be casually compared to the Giant Demon Clan, the Sheep-Headed Demon Clan, and other dark clans. What surprised Wang Ting was that Shui Lanbo's Body of the Blood Demon had reached level 5, which was undoubtedly extremely high among the geniuses at the upper Demon Emperor level. He had already developed this constitution to a very powerful level. It was no wonder that he could fight against 3 upper Demon Emperor level dark apparitions of different clans by himself. The Blood Clan had let Shui Lanbo assist him. It was more or less a waste of talent. The next 3 attribute bubbles were the attributes of cultivation methods and combat skills. 3 light shadows suddenly appeared in Wang Ting's mind, and a strange scene slowly unfolded. This time, the scene was more specific. One of the silhouettes was sitting cross-legged in a place filled with dense demonic qi. The surroundings were filled with endless bloody mist. Countless faces appeared in the mist, twisting, struggling, and howling in pain. It was a horrifying sight to behold. However, there was not the slightest trace of panic on the light shadow. On the contrary, the faces in the fog were wildly absorbed into the body of the light figure, turning into nourishment for its cultivation. All the painful howls converged into the body of the light figure and were refined. Gradually, a dark red energy appeared around the light figure. It was bloody, crazy, and abnormally terrifying. The other two light shadows appeared in the void. One light shadow held a saber and slashed out saber light, while the other light shadow waved its fist and performed a fist technique. The combat skills performed by these two light shadows all had a bloody, crazy, and demonic aura. When all the power erupted, it was extremely terrifying. It seemed to be of the same origin as the cultivation method practiced by the first light shadow. Wang Ting quickly absorbed the enlightenment. His eyes flashed as if he had comprehended something. So this is the so-called blood demon. He muttered to himself and then looked at the attribute panel. Blood Demon Sacred Book, Demon Master Level 2, 000/5000, Proficient, Blood Demon Saber, Demon Master Level 3, 000/5000, Proficient, Blood Demon Fist, Upper Demon Emperor Level 3, 500/5000, Proficient. Among the three combat skills, the Blood Demon Sacred Book and the Blood Demon Saber were of the Demon Master level. Although the Blood Demon Fist was only of the Demon Emperor level, its power could not be underestimated. Moreover, from the information obtained from the Enlightenment, these three combat skills were of the same origin. Only the Blood Clan with the Blood Demon body could practice them. Obviously, Blood Demon Bo was also a person with great fortune. Otherwise, how could it have obtained such an inheritance? However, it probably did not expect that the inheritance it had painstakingly obtained would now be taken advantage of by someone else. I suddenly feel a little sorry. What's wrong with Blood Demon Bo? Wang Ting inexplicably felt a little guilty. He always felt that he had stolen someone's most beloved thing. Although that thing was still Blood Demon Bo's, it was not exclusive to him now. Wang Ting could also use it. People with mysophobia would not be able to bear it. No matter what, Blood Demon Bo was still on Lu Yin's side. It was a little unkind of him to take advantage of its wool. It will definitely forgive me. Wang Ting comforted himself and stopped thinking about it. Then there were a few domain attributes. Suddenly, 3 different types of domain insights poured into Wang Ting's mind and were absorbed by him. Dark Flame Domain, 1000/3000, 3rd Rank Melder, Troll Domain, 2000/3000, 3rd Rank Melder, Blood Demon Domain, 2000/4000, 4th Rank Melder. The Dark Flame Domain came from the sheep-headed demon race's dark apparition. This was a hybrid domain formed from the combination of fire and darkness. It had reached the 3rd rank of the Melder realm and was quite powerful. Speaking of which, Wang Ting had obtained the Dark Flame Domain before. However, it had only been at the 3rd rank at the time. Now, it had reached the 3rd rank of the Melder realm. The comprehension of the normal domain and the reality domain had been completely completed in this short period of time. The Giant Devil territory was a territory unique to the Giant Devil clan. The wriggling flesh that Wang Ting had seen before was the Giant Devil territory. It was one of the changes. It was an extremely evil and strange territory. The Troll Domain had also reached the 3rd rank of the Melder realm and could be considered quite powerful. Needless to say, the Blood Demon Domain came from Blood Demon Bo. Its special physique inheritance obviously included this special domain. It contained the negative emotions of various creatures and was bloody and crazy. It was incomparably terrifying. In addition, the Blood Demon Domain had reached the 4th rank of the Melder realm, which was 1 rank higher than the previous 3 Dark Apparitions domains. In terms of strength, Blood Demon Bo could crush them without a doubt. It was almost as strong as a genius like Gushi. If it wasn't for the fact that its physique was slightly weaker, it might really be comparable to the strongest genius of the Bone Spirit race like Gushi. Of course, this was because Wang Ting had obtained the innate gifts of both parties, as well as some battle techniques, and comprehension. That was why he could clearly judge the difference in strength between them. If it were anyone else, they would at most make a guess. In the end, all that was left was the power of origin laws and the attributes of world force. Several incomparably profound insights appeared in Wang Ting's mind one by one, turning into different runes. Some were like flames, some were like blood, and some were like the fusion of darkness. They were like the runes of heaven and earth that appeared in his mind. Origin of fire, 500/40,000, 4th rank, wink with a frown. Origin of darkness, 29100/30,000, 3rd rank, wink with a frown. Origin of blood, 27,000/40,000. 4th rank, wink with a frown. Force of the world, 21300/30,000, 3rd rank, wink with a frown. World of blood, 24800/40,000, 4th rank, good. Wang Ting's eyes instantly lit up. Origin of fire, directly increased from 3rd rank to 4th rank, an entire level up. Originally, it was already extremely surprising to be able to obtain origin of fire. He did not expect to be able to directly break through. He also obtained quite a lot of origin of darkness, this time increasing it by a few thousand points. This allowed Wang Ting's origin of darkness to almost reach the peak of 3rd rank. He was only 900 points away from breaking through to 4th rank. Wang Ting did not have any regrets. He felt that he should be able to break through to 4th rank this time. Origin of blood also increased, but this kind of origin power was already at 4th rank, so there was no possibility of a breakthrough for the time being. There were probably not many dark apparitions of the blood race that could surpass him in this aspect. That blood Rambo obviously could not do so either. Force of the world also increased a little, but it was still at 3rd rank and did not break through. World of blood also increased, but it was still at 4th rank and could not break through for the time being. Phew. After checking all his attributes, Wang Ting let out a sigh of relief. In an instant, he felt as if he had become stronger again. The attributes of these upper-level demon emperor-level dark apparitions were really quite good. They were quite valuable and were extremely helpful in increasing his strength. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, it only took a moment. Wang Ting retracted his attention from the attribute panel and looked at the turbulent void area in front of him. The turbulent spacetime power was still sweeping across and did not show any signs of subsiding. Looks like it won't calm down in a short period of time. Wang Ting's eyes flashed slightly, and he thought to himself, I just don't know if those dark apparitions can escape. There is still no news from Lisa Bai and the others, which means that they are fine for the time being. He could not help but activate True Vision Child and look toward that area, wanting to find the location of Gushi and the other dark apparitions. Unfortunately, the spacetime power inside was chaotic. Even Tongli, who had reached the immortal level, could not see too far. However, in some areas closer to him, he saw many attribute bubbles. Pick them up. Wang Ting did not hesitate and carefully used his spiritual force to reach in and pick up those attribute bubbles. Space * 2300, space * 2000, space * 2500, time * 2000, time * 1500, time * 1800, one by one, the attribute bubbles entered Wang Ting's body. They were all space and time attributes. He could not help but feel slightly happy. The space attribute was fine, but the time attribute was very important now. If he could increase it quickly and reach the 3rd stage, it would definitely become a powerful trump card for him. It would be enough to threaten the existence of the later stage of the Sector Lord level. Now, it was only at the 2nd stage. At most, it could injure the other party, but it was not enough to threaten their lives. Boom! At this moment, there was a sudden roar from the distant void. Wang Ting's heart jumped and immediately sent the Blood God Avatar over. Flash! The Blood God Avatar did not hesitate and directly used the flash skill to rush toward the source of the roar. Boom! 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 The distance was getting closer and closer, and the roar was getting louder and louder. The Blood God Avatar also saw the situation over there. His eyes flashed as he thought to himself, as expected. Gushing! A loud shout suddenly came from the Blood God Avatar's mouth. He suddenly erupted with the power of his domain and origin laws. The Raven Emperor's blood feather bow appeared in his hand and he suddenly drew it. A dense number of blood feather arrows appeared in the void, aimed at Gushing in the distance. Blood Domain, Melder Rank 4, Blood Demon Domain, Melder Rank 4, Blood Sea Domain, Melder Rank 3, Darkness Origin, Rank 3, Blood Origin, Rank 4, Blood World, Rank 4, the power of several Melder domains, origin laws, and even the power of a world were all integrated into the blood feather arrows. A terrifying scene appeared. It was as if a vast and endless sea of blood had appeared above the blood feather arrows. It also seemed like a dark red world. The smell of blood, evil energy, demonic energy, all kinds of power surged and shook the void. At this moment, Gushing's bones were damaged and many of them had disappeared. His aura was weak and was being intercepted by Lisabai. Suddenly hearing the blood god avatar's voice, Gushing turned around and the ghostly fire in his eyes shrunk to the extreme. The blood clan bloodmaster that he hated to the extreme had appeared in the distance and was shooting arrows. A dense number of arrows were aimed at Gushing. The terrifying power of his domain and origin laws, as well as the power of a world, swept through the void, shocking Gushing. Take. Die. At this moment, another roar came. Following that, the blood god avatar suddenly released his hand and an endless number of blood-red arrows shot out. Boom, countless blood feather arrows shot out, all aimed at one of the skeletons. Even though Gu Shui was only a skeleton, he still felt a stinging pain all over his body. Every part of his body was locked. He couldn't help but feel that no matter which direction he fled in, the endless arrows would firmly lock onto his vital points. This attack was unavoidable. This time, Gu Shui felt the fear of death. This was undoubtedly incredible. Even in the turbulent void, he didn't feel such a strong sense of death, but now he felt it under the attack of a middle-rank demon emperor. A sacred weapon, that was a sacred weapon. At this moment, Gu Shui recognized the grade of the battle bow, and his heart trembled. At the same time, he also felt the terrifying origin source law and world force. Fourth Order, all of them were at the Fourth Order. A middle-rank demon emperor had actually mastered the origin source law and world force to the Fourth Order. How was this possible? The blood disciple of the kindred had been hiding his strength from the beginning, and he was completely fooled by him. An indescribable humiliation and anger rose from the bottom of his heart, and he couldn't suppress it. Blood. Death. Gu Shui roared angrily, his eyes fixed on the blood god doppelganger. If looks could kill, then the blood god doppelganger would have been killed thousands of times. Boom, without any superfluous words, the humiliation and anger turned into the final attack. The small world phantom above his head began to shrink, and the white bones in the small world gathered together and turned into a huge bone spear, appearing in the void. The small world phantom had already disappeared and integrated into the bone spear. Dense dark runes appeared on the bone spear, and after they appeared, they intertwined with each other like chains, wrapping around the bone spear. Clatter, the runes vibrated, making clattering sounds that echoed in the void. An incomparably powerful fluctuation spread out. Ka, the sound of the spear being overwhelmed rang out. Terrifying cracks suddenly appeared in the surrounding space and spread out like a spider web all around the bone spear. All of this was completed in an instant. The terrifying huge bone spear stretched across the void, aiming at the arrow in front. Kill! Gushi roared, and the bone spear immediately shot out. Boom, flowing light suddenly appeared. In the pitch-black void, there seemed to be a bolt of lightning that emitted a jade-like luster. It traversed the sky as if it wanted to pierce through space. Its power was terrifying. In fact, this stream of light really did penetrate space. Amidst the invisible spatial fluctuations, it instantly traversed most of the void and met the blood feather arrow head-on. At the same time, the blood god doppelganger also saw Gushi's powerful attack, and his eyes narrowed slightly. It was indeed not so easy to kill such a top genius of the upper demon emperor level. Fortunately, he had used a powerful attack from the beginning. Condense. There was no time for him to think. A loud roar came from the mouth of the blood god clone. The endless blood arrows suddenly gathered together and turned into a huge arrow. The flowing light at the end of the arrow turned into feathers, dragging a long tail of light as it rushed towards the bone spear. Suddenly, an extremely shocking scene appeared in the void. Two streaks of light, one red and one white, streaked across the void like two meteorites colliding in the universe, crashing into each other. The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to observe with the naked eye. Feeling such a terrifying power, Xianxia's face became extremely solemn. She immediately retreated. Boom, the next moment, the two streaks of light collided. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. The void fell into silence for a moment, and then a deafening roar erupted. The terrifying aftermath of the origin power swept out in all directions in a circular shape. Wherever it passed, all the rocks were crushed. Xianxia had already retreated far away. Seeing the destructive power caused by the collision of the two attacks, she could not help but be speechless. It was too terrifying. Even as a top demon emperor level star beast, he dared not say that he could take such an attack head-on. The scales on his body were indeed very hard, but if he was hit by the two attacks, his defense would probably be broken. The blood god doppelganger and Xianxia both stared at the collision with cold eyes. Their hearts were boiling with killing intent. The attacks of the two sides fell into a momentary stalemate. Crack, then a sound suddenly came out, and it was particularly clear in the void. The few people present were shocked, and their eyes revealed a solemn look. The light burst out from the center, and it was difficult to see where the sound came from. Fortunately, after that sound was heard, clear cracking sounds could be heard one after another, echoing in the void. It was frightening, as if it was the judgment of fate. Crack! 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 As the sounds echoed, the blood god doppelganger and Xianxia's hearts became extremely solemn. Suddenly, the blood god doppelganger's expression changed. He finally saw the situation of the collision, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. However, the ghost fire in Xianxia's eye sockets jumped violently, and a strong sense of foreboding emerged in his heart. You lost. The blood god doppelganger looked at Xianxia and suddenly spoke. Boom, as if to confirm his thoughts, the light gradually shrank, and the situation of the collision gradually revealed. The blood-red arrow disappeared, the jade-like bone spear, all appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Cracks appeared on the bone spear, and it started from the tip of the spear, spreading to the body and the end of the spear. How is this possible? Xianxia saw this scene, and a trace of disbelief emerged in his heart, and he was extremely shocked. However, before he could think further, a violent roar sounded again, and the shrinking light burst out again. Xianxia's bone spear shattered with a sound. The blood-red arrow turned into a flowing light, broke through the terrifying energy formed by the bone spear's shattering, and rushed toward Xianxia. The gorgeous and stunning blood-red color was like a blooming scenery in the void. No! The skeletal dragon let out a furious roar. The threat of death had driven it completely mad. The origin power of the dark stars in its body was completely released, turning into a black mist that rolled and rolled around outside its body. It turned into a giant black skeleton that bit at the blood-red arrow that was exploding toward it. Boom, in an instant, the Crow Emperor's blood feather arrow arrived, and ruthlessly pierced into the black skeleton's big mouth with an irresistible force, and instantly pierced through it. The huge black skeleton directly exploded, and turned into rolling black fog again. As the black fog rolled, Xianxia's figure was revealed, and he had been pierced through. The huge Crow Emperor's blood feather arrow blasted on his body, and under his incredulous gaze, his powerful body that contained the demon bone talent was constantly worn down, and his jade-like bones turned into ashes, as if the bones that had been dead for countless years were finally weathered. Xianxia's unwilling roar still reverberated in the void, and it had not completely dissipated. Coupled with the scene in front of him, it seemed particularly sad. The strongest genius of the Bone Spirit clan was beaten to the point of doubting life by the Blood clan's blood disciple, and he was about to completely disappear. The blood god doppelganger slightly exhaled, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If you want to kill me, you have to be prepared to be killed. Xianxia floated at the side, and she was secretly shocked. Her master was really a master that could not be offended. Even if it was an upper-level demon emperor genius, he would still kill him. It was really terrifying. Fortunately, she was his beast pet. If she did not choose to submit back then, she would not be here today. In the devouring space, Wang Ting was also watching this scene, and he had already activated True Vision Child to look around to confirm whether Gushi was completely dead. Is he really dead? He did not find any signs of life, and he was a little surprised. After all, he had already experienced how difficult it was to kill a dark apparition, especially a top genius dark apparition like Gushi. It was hard to guarantee that he did not have any special life-saving means. Wang Ting frowned slightly and looked around. After confirming that he did not miss anything, he slowly heaved a sigh of relief. Is that dark apparition dead? Lisabai asked telepathically. It should be dead, Wang Ting said. That's good. I will go to the other areas to take a look. Lisabai nodded and did not ask any more questions. She flew toward the void in the distance. It did not forget that there were still 3 dark apparitions in the void turbulence area. Just now, the bone spirit dark apparition could escape. Even if they were not as strong, they might still escape later. The blood god avatar nodded and picked up the attribute bubbles around him. He was very much looking forward to the attribute bubbles dropped by Gushi. Life origin * 10,500, soul origin * 13,000, territory master spirit * 20,000, demonic bone will * 10,000, dark star force * 42,000, demonic bone * 155,000, demonic bone cannon * 14,500, holy bone demonic spear * 8,000, demonic bone territory, melder * 7,000, darkness origin * 6,500, autonomous force * 11,500, F *ck. In the end, Wang Ting could not help but curse. Not long ago, he thought that he was already indifferent and would not be easily shocked by the attribute bubbles of these dark apparitions. Now, he was immediately slapped in the face. The attribute bubbles dropped by Gushi were simply dazzling. Although the attributes were still the same, the attribute values were much higher than those of the previous dark apparitions. Moreover, these were the attribute points that had dropped after he had leveled up. In other words, if he had picked up Gushi's attribute bubbles before those dark apparitions, the attribute values might have been even higher. It was a little shocking just thinking about it. At this moment, he did not have time to think too much. The attribute bubbles had already merged into his body and turned into various special energies and insights. There was no need to say much about the first 2 types. They were still life origin and soul origin, and their attribute values were even higher than those of the previous 3 dark apparitions. This also made Wang Ting feel more at ease. After dropping so much life origin and soul origin, Gushi was most likely dead. If it did not die, then Wang Ting would really have to admire its tenacity. Next was the territory master spirit, 20,000 points. Hiss. Wang Ting could not help but take a deep breath. This Gushi spirit attribute was indeed different from ordinary people. He looked back at the attributes of its soul origin, and there were indeed a lot of them. It was obvious that Gushi's soul was much stronger than ordinary dark apparitions. However, it was a pity that it did not awaken psychic power. Not all creatures with powerful spirit bodies would awaken psychic power. Gushi should only have a powerful spirit body. However, this kind of talent was very rare, and not all creatures had it. In addition, it might be related to its cultivation technique. The demonic bone sacred manual could cultivate the body and soul of the bone spirit race at the same time. Therefore, the longer they cultivated, the stronger their cultivation talent, and the stronger their soul would be. It had to be said that Wang Ting's guess was very accurate. Due to Gushi's powerful cultivation talent, coupled with the cultivation of the demonic bone sacred manual, its soul became stronger and more sensitive. Therefore, it could sense some subtle spiritual fluctuations, force fluctuations, spatial fluctuations, and so on. It even had the ability to sense unknown dangers in advance. No matter what, this ability was already special and powerful enough. Ordinary bone spirits definitely did not have it. However, Wang Ting now had the demonic bone talent. Coupled with the demonic bone sacred manual, he might be able to make his soul stronger. But then again, his spiritual body was already sufficiently powerful. Compared to Gu Shui, it was not inferior at all. Gushi being able to discover Wang Ting's concealment did not mean that its spirit body was stronger than Wang Ting's. Gushi was an upper-level demon emperor, and its soul was only SOSO. On the other hand, Wang Ting's spirit body was only at the peak of the domain lord level, but it was already comparable to the sector lord level. Comparing the two, it was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. After absorbing the spirit attribute, a will-type attribute appeared in Wang Ting's mind. It was demonic bone will, a total of 10,000 points. Wang Ting was quite interested in the bone spirit race's attribute, even though it was only at the 4th level. Now that it suddenly increased by 10,000 points, it naturally had a lot of comprehension. It instantly raised his demonic bone will by a large margin. Demonic bone will, 16300/40,000, 4th level. Looking at the attribute panel, Wang Ting nodded in satisfaction. With this, his demonic bone will had reached half of the 4th level, becoming much stronger. It was not far from breaking through to the 5th level. Next was the Dark Star Force attribute. Just now, Wang Ting had used up a lot of force in his body to activate the Crow Emperor's blood feather bow. Now that he had replenished these 42,000 attribute points, his force had recovered by half in an instant. This was where Wang Ting's confidence came from. While others were using up their force, he could make up for it in time. Wang Ting continued to look, and a special attribute bubble appeared in his eyes, demonic bone. The demonic bone talent had finally appeared again, moreover, 155,000 points of attribute. A total of 155,000 demon bone attribute points. He really did not expect that he would be able to obtain 155,000 points of demonic bone in one go. This was really a huge windfall. That Gushi's demonic bone talent is really shocking, Wang Ting could not help but mutter to himself. One must know that his demonic bone talent had already reached the 5th level, and it was definitely not that easy to increase it. However, this time, Gushi was able to drop so many demonic bone talent attributes. This meant that the other party's demonic bone talent attributes were much stronger than his. Demonic bone, 171700/500000, 5th level, very good. Wang Ting looked at the attribute panel, and his eyes could not help but light up. With this, his demonic bone attribute had reached more than 170,000 points. He originally thought that it would not be that easy to increase the upper limit of 500,000 points, but he did not expect that there would be a huge wave of attributes, instantly increasing his demonic bone attribute by a large amount. Now, it seemed that this demonic bone talent had a promising future. My demonic bone talent should be about the same as Gushi's now. Wang Ting touched his chin. Killing the other party, the attributes obtained were indeed different. He had a deep understanding. It was a pity that he could not continue to harvest wool under such circumstances, otherwise, it would be even better. After absorbing the demonic bone talent attributes, it was time for the demonic bone scripture, a demonic lord level cultivation method. Wang Ting had already obtained this cultivation method before, and it had reached the proficient level. Now, these 14,500 points could greatly increase his mastery of the demonic bone scripture. See Luke demonic bone scripture, demonic lord level 700/30,000, small mastery. From the proficient level to the small mastery level, he had crossed the proficient level in between. In just an instant, Wang Ting's mastery of this demonic lord level cultivation method had reached such a profound level. No one would be willing to believe it if he told them. As expected of the strongest genius of the Bone Spirit clan, Wang Ting once again sighed with emotion. This harvest was really too satisfying, wasn't it? No matter what, he had to thank Great Elder Gushi. The comprehension of the demonic bone scripture gradually calmed down, and another comprehension appeared. At the same time, a shocking scene appeared. In that scene, a huge white bone spear suddenly appeared, and then it crossed the void and shot toward a horrifying giant beast. That horrifying giant beast's body was even bigger than a planet, and it was like a continent in the void. A giant beast of the starry sky. This was a giant beast of the starry sky of the dark element. However, the giant beast's appearance was very vague, and he could not see it clearly. In an instant, the white bone spear had arrived in front of the horrifying giant beast, and it instantly pierced through it. Roar! The giant beast roared, but it could not withstand the attack of the white bone spear. Its body collapsed, and a large amount of blood mist exploded in the void, dyeing a large area of the starry sky red. It was abnormally horrifying. His Wang Ting withdrew from that scene, and his heart trembled. That spear was too horrifying. Thinking of the white bone spear combat skill that Gushi used, he suddenly felt his scalp tingle. If Gushi had also mastered this combat skill to such a horrifying level, he probably would not have been able to block it. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying, Wang Ting could not help but shake his head. He took a deep breath to calm himself down, and then he was pleasantly surprised. Because this combat skill was now his. Sacred Bone Demonic Spear. Wang Ting mumbled, and then looked at his attribute panel. Sacred Bone Demonic Spear, Demon Master Level 1/10,000, Master, it really is a Demon Master level combat skill. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows, but he was not too surprised. To have such power, what else could it be but a Demon Master level combat skill, and he was sure that the power of the Sacred Bone Demonic Spear was definitely one of the best among all the Demon Master level combat skills. Wang Ting had obtained quite a number of Demon Master level combat skills, and it was not difficult for him to see the difference in power between these combat skills. Of course, he had not reached the Demon Master level yet, so it was still too early to say. Perhaps there were still divisions among the Demon Masters that he did not know. The level of the Sacred Bone Demonic Spear did not surprise Wang Ting. What surprised him was his mastery of this combat skill. 8,000 points of attribute points allowed him to reach the master level. He had jumped 3 levels at once, which saved him a lot of cultivation time. If Wang Ting were to use this combat skill now, he would at least have 2/3 of the power of the bone spear, if not the power of the bone spear. The main reason was that he had just reached the master level, and he still needed to improve it. However, he also knew that it would not be so easy to improve the Sacred Bone Demonic Spear combat skill. An ordinary dark apparition of the Bone Spirit clan would definitely not be able to master this combat skill. Shaking his head, Wang Ting continued to look at the next attribute bubble. Demon Bone Territory. Suddenly, a special realization appeared in Wang Ting's mind, and a new scene appeared. The scene this time was a little different. Upon closer inspection, it was a void covered by white bones. It was boundless, and the edges could not be seen. The only thing that could be seen were a few white bone planets orbiting above his head. Why was it a white bone planet? Because the planet was full of white bones, and it was filled with a strange death aura. Most people would believe it if it was said to be a planet condensed from white bones. As for whether it was true or not, it was impossible to confirm anything in this scene. Wang Ting was amazed. The scene that appeared this time seemed to be a little different. Could it be the same as the Blood Clan's Immortal Blood Sea, a strange place that only belonged to the Bone Spirit clan? With such doubts, Wang Ting looked at the changes in the scene seriously. He saw that in the land of white bones, a light shadow appeared. It was a dark apparition of the Bone Spirit clan. The light shadow stood on a huge white bone skull. Its body was like jade, and it was incomparably tall, like a small giant. However, on the white bone skull, it seemed very small, like an ant climbing on a human's head. Suddenly, there was a sudden energy fluctuation above the light shadow's head, and the white bones around it moved as if they were summoned by their king. Boom, a huge white bone territory emerged, including all the white bones around it. King! 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 All the skeletons, whether they were humanoid or beast-shaped, seemed to have a life of their own. They crawled up from the ground and knelt down in front of the silhouette of the Bone Spirit clan, crying out loud. Under the cover of this territory, it seemed that all the white bones were under its control. The enlightenment in Wang Ting's mind was gradually absorbed and consumed. He slowly opened his eyes, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. This demonic bone territory can actually revive the dead bones and command them. Wang Ting frowned. He carefully recalled the enlightenment of the demonic bone territory that he had just obtained and seemed to have found some clues. It's very similar to the dark corruption. In fact, there are still some remnants of the dead's consciousness or traces in these dead bones. As long as these consciousness and traces exist, they can be controlled. After all, dark apparitions are experts in this field. It's quite troublesome. Wang Ting's eyes gradually became serious. It was already very troublesome that other dark apparitions could cause living beings to be corrupted by darkness. Now, there was a Bone Spirit clan that could corrupt the dead. It was simply not giving the light universe a chance to survive. Fortunately, from the comprehension of the demonic bone domain, it could be seen that it was not an easy matter to command the skeletons. Only Gusher, an expert of the Bone Spirit clan who had comprehended the demonic bone domain, could command them. Ordinary dark apparitions of the Bone Spirit clan could only comprehend the ordinary, demonic bone territory. As for why Wang Ting understood it so well, it was naturally because he had already obtained the demonic bone territory, and had reached rank 7 of the corporeal realm. Now, the demonic bone territory had completely transformed into the demonic bone territory. In terms of level and comprehension, the demonic bone territory could completely cover the demonic bone territory. The demonic bone territory had the comprehension of the demonic bone territory, and the demonic bone territory still had the comprehension of the demonic bone territory. Of course, there was the most important point. The demonic bone territory he had obtained this time was of the Melder realm, so it was naturally not something a corporeal realm domain could compare to. Demonic bone territory, 1000/4000, rank 4 Melder, rank 4 Melder. Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he could not help but feel slightly happy. He could not stop the Bone Spirit clan from reviving the dead bones, but if he also grasped this ability, he could naturally stop them from reviving. Or even if the dead bones revived, they would not be controlled by the Bone Spirit clan. As long as he could do this, it would be enough to play a huge role on the battlefield. Thinking of this, Wang Ting also let out a slight sigh of relief and continued to look at the next attribute bubble. 6,500 points of darkness origin. His darkness origin had already improved a lot before, and it had reached the peak of rank 3. He was only 900 points away from breaking through, and now, 6,500 points were completely enough for him to break through. Darkness origin, 5,600/40,000, rank 4. Looking at the rank 4, darkness origin, on the attribute panel, Wang Ting could not help but smile. As his various origin powers reached rank 4, he would have a greater chance of dealing with the geniuses of the major dark races. The last attribute bubble, 11,500 points of world force, this attribute value was also quite a lot. It could even be considered a lot. If it were other geniuses of the dark apparitions, they would definitely not drop so many attribute points. However, Gusha dropped 11,500 points, which meant that his mastery of world force was not low. After Wang Ting finished absorbing the insights, he immediately felt that his world force had broken through the existing level restrictions and reached a new level. World force, 2,800/40,000, rank 4, that's great. Even my power of the world has reached the 4th stage. Wang Ting was pleasantly surprised. Just now, he said that it was not so easy to increase world force, and that it would take a lot of time to reach rank 4. In the blink of an eye, he broke through to rank 4. If some geniuses knew about this, their eyes would probably pop out. Thank you, Gusha. Wang Ting thought of the Bone Spirit clan's genius again. Without him, how could he reach rank 4 so quickly? That Gusha was really a good person. He knew that he was going to the battlefield, so he rushed over in advance and gave him attribute bubbles. What was he if not a good person? At this point, all of Gusha's attribute bubbles were absorbed by Wang Ting. He quickly took a deep breath, suppressed the joy in his heart, and calmed himself down. Calm down, wasn't it just attribute bubbles? He was already a mature warrior who knew how to pick up attributes. He would definitely not be overjoyed because of such a small achievement. After that, Wang Ting continued to wait for the remaining 3 dark apparitions to come out from the chaotic void. Time passed slowly. What surprised Wang Ting was that the 3 dark apparitions did not appear. What's going on? Did they die inside? They can't really be that useless, right? Wang Ting could not help but frown. He looked at the chaotic void in front of him and activated Child of Truth, with a face full of suspicion. However, he still did not see anything. It seemed that the 3 dark apparitions really did not come out. Wang Ting did not believe it. If they were alive, he wanted to see them. If they were dead, he wanted to see their corpses. Hence, he moved in another direction, circling around this chaotic area to see if they came out from other places. In the end, he found nothing. In this chaotic void, he could not see their figures at all. It was as if they had really died in the chaotic void. Eh? Just as Wang Ting was full of doubts, he suddenly felt a trace of abnormality. In a corner of this chaotic area, an invisible ribbon formed by the power of time and space was spreading into the depths of the void. The power of time and space here was not that strong. It was even rather mild, as if it maintained a strange balance. If Wang Ting did not master the space and time talents, he might not have been able to detect the abnormality here. What's this? A trace of doubt appeared in Wang Ting's eyes. He looked into the depths of the void but did not find anything. He could not help but touch his chin and ponder. Oh right, when I first came near this void, I felt that the power of darkness and light were relatively balanced. Now, there is a trace of balance in the power of time and space. Could it be related? His curiosity was completely aroused. Balance. Balance. Wang Ting was researching the Chaos Star spell, and he needed a kind of balance. Originally, the balance of the universe had been formed, but now, he needed to evolve this balance to a deeper level. He felt that the balance in front of him seemed to be able to give him a different kind of enlightenment. Here was the problem. What should he choose now? The three dark apparitions from the sheep-headed demon race, the giant demon race, and the devil moth race had not appeared. If he left now, they might escape. On the other hand, the blood race prodigies were still fighting with the other three races. He did not know what the situation was like. Although he was very happy to see them kill each other, with the blood god clone's current identity as a blood disciple, he still had to pretend to be nice to the blood race dark apparitions. He could not let them all die. Wang Ting finally made a decision and said to the blood god clone, "How about this? Letting Lisa Bai and the other two guard here. The blood god clone, you go help the blood race. I will go over there and take a look." There was no better way now. They could only split up. Okay. The blood god clone had always listened to the original body's orders. Naturally, he did not have any doubts. He immediately sped toward the blood race dark apparitions. The void fluctuated. Wang Ting's original body was still wearing the saint-grade armor. His whole body exuded a bloody and dark aura, which was very similar to the blood god clone. He glanced at the violent void turbulence and said to Lisa Bai and the other two through voice transmission. At the same time, he left many void mayflies as a communication medium and sped toward the depths of the void. While Wang Ting's main body was heading toward the depths of the void, the vampires and the three dark races were still engaged in a chaotic battle. Boom! 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 In the void, the sheep-headed demons, devil moths, and giant demons launched their respective force. Attacks at the blood race dark apparitions. Under the siege of the three dark races, even the vampires were at a disadvantage. Many vampire dark apparitions were even seriously injured. Although they had not died yet due to the vampires' tenacious vitality, it was only a matter of time before they died. Fortunately, Shui Lanbo had returned in time, greatly reducing the pressure on the vampires. Shui Lanbo's strength was beyond doubt. He alone could fight against three high-rank demon emperor dark apparitions. With his help, it was enough to block most of the combat power of the three dark races. Moreover, the three dark races were still missing a few high-rank demon emperors. The vampires had barely managed to hold on until now. The absence of the high-rank demon emperor dark apparitions gave the three dark races a bad premonition. They attacked the vampires even more frantically, wanting to end this battle as soon as possible and not give the vampires a chance to turn the tables. Shui Lanbo, where are the three high-rank demon emperors of our race? A demon moth dark apparition flapped its wings, condensing a large amount of highly toxic dust and sweeping it toward Shui Lanbo. They're already dead. Shui Lanbo's eyes flashed as he recalled the blood god's clone. Facing the highly toxic dust, he directly threw a punch. The punch exploded and dispersed all the highly toxic dust. Then, he charged toward the demon moth dark apparition. The small world above his head vibrated, and a terrifying origin power of law surged out and suppressed the dark apparition. Impossible. That demon moth dark apparition's expression changed slightly when he heard Shui Lanbo's words. Seeing him charging toward him, he did not dare to fight him head-on and quickly retreated. He was very afraid of Shui Lanbo's strength. He knew that he could not block the other party's attack with his strength alone. At this time, a troll dark apparition charged from the side. He swung his giant hammer, condensing a terrifying hammer shadow behind him and smashing it down. Boom, a rumbling sound rang out, and the target of that terrifying hammer shadow was none other than Shui Lanbo. Get lost! Shui Lanbo shouted angrily. He held a saber in his hand and slashed at the hammer shadow. Clang, at the next moment, a metallic sound reverberated in the void. The collision of the two attacks caused many dark apparitions' expressions to change. Their minds were shaken, and they couldn't help but retreat. At the same time, Quangming's origin power swept out in all directions, turning everything within 500 kilometers into a forbidden zone. Pung, the hammer shadow exploded, and the giant demon dark apparition looked as though it had been struck by lightning. A large number of cuts appeared on its body, and it was sent flying. Hiss! Blood Blue Bow is so strong. Many Blood Clan dark apparitions gasped when they saw the scene. Their faces were filled with excitement as they exclaimed in their hearts. Shui Jin, Shui Noji, and the other dark apparitions didn't look too good. They didn't expect Shui Lanbo to return so soon. Moreover, it seemed like he had really dealt with the 3 upper-rank Demon Emperor dark apparitions. Even the Blood Clan geniuses who had just advanced to upper-rank Demon Emperor were shocked by this kind of strength. Now that they saw Shui Lanbo send an upper-rank Demon Emperor giant demon dark apparition flying, they were even more shocked and couldn't calm down for a long time. Needless to say, the dark apparitions of the other 3 races all looked at Shui Lanbo in horror. Their faces were filled with shock. Kill! Shui Lanbo roared, and the saber in his hand slashed out repeatedly. Streaks of terrifying dark red saber light swept across the sky, bringing the surrounding dark apparitions into the attack range. He was going to fight multiple dark apparitions alone. You! The demon moth dark apparition that attacked Shui Lanbo previously was filled with horror. It wanted to retreat, but it was too late. It could only brace itself and face the attack with its weapon. Boom, a long whip light bloomed in the void, condensing into a giant python shadow. It pounced from the sky and bit at Shui Lanbo's saber light. However, the moment the saber light approached, the giant python shadow let out a terrified hiss. Not only did it not crush the saber light, but its fangs were also shattered. Boom, the next moment, the saber light pierced through the giant python's mouth and directly tore it into 2 halves. The body of the long whip emerged, and there were already cracks on it. You! The demon moth dark apparition's face was filled with horror, and it wanted to retreat. Die! Shui Lanbo said coldly. Boom, a punch blasted out, and the fist print smashed directly at the demon moth dark apparition, not giving it a chance to escape. As the roar resounded, the demon moth dark apparition's body suddenly burst into a bloody mist. It was also sent flying, unable to withstand the power of this punch. It let out a scream and spat out blood. Obviously, it had suffered serious injuries. Its eyes were filled with horror as it looked at Shui Lanbo. What kind of freak is this? Why would the Blood Clan let a middle-rank demon emperor be the blood disciple? This Shui Lanbo hid it so well. Damn it, we were all fooled. This Shui Lanbo is probably the strongest existence in the Blood Clan. The dark apparitions of the 3 major dark races were panicking. After seeing Shui Lanbo's power, they all felt that he was the strongest genius of the Blood Clan. The so-called blood disciple of the Blood Clan was probably just a cover to attract the attention of the other races. He's so strong. In the distance, Shui Rosa, Shui Dia, Shui Di Luan, Shui Neil, and the other Blood Clan geniuses were also extremely shocked. Although they were mentally prepared, they never thought that Shui Lanbo would be so strong. The myriad race's demonic land. Is it that scary? Shui Shili and Shui Neil looked at each other and couldn't help but have such a thought. They had never been to the myriad race's demonic land, but they had heard of it long ago. Now that they saw Shui Lanbo's power, how could they not be shocked? Shui Jin's, Shui Noji, Shui Qilua, and the other dark apparitions saw that Shui Lanbo had stolen all the limelight, and they were instantly filled with jealousy. They originally thought that no one in the Blood Clan could threaten them after Shui Ju was taken care of. Who would have thought that Shui Lanbo would appear, and he was ridiculously strong, judging from Shui Lanbo's strength. If they didn't obtain Shui Ju's origin blood and Shui Kuan's inheritance, they definitely wouldn't be his match. In an instant, these dark apparitions felt that their calculations were a little laughable, and they suddenly lost interest. In the end, there was still someone standing on top of their heads. No matter how good you are, there will always be someone better. If one's own strength wasn't strong enough, no matter how many calculations they made, it would be useless. Kill. These few Blood Clan dark apparitions were filled with unwillingness, and they madly charged toward the dark apparitions of the three clans. They couldn't let Shui Lumbo steal all the limelight. They were upper-rank demon emperor geniuses of the Blood Clan. As long as they established their prestige among the other Blood Clan geniuses, they would still be among the top geniuses of the Blood Clan, and no one would be able to shake them. Shui Jin's formed a terrifying crimson bat. The crimson bat seemed to contain the power of the world, and it emitted a terrifying wave as it charged toward a sheep-headed demon emperor dark apparition. Humph! The sheep-headed demon dark apparition snorted coldly, and the shadow of a small world appeared above its head. The power of dark flames surged, and it actually transformed into a giant sheep-headed demon shadow in the void, roaring fiercely at the crimson bat. Roar! Amidst the furious roar, the sheep-headed demon shadow and the crimson bat collided with each other with a loud bang. Boom! A violent roar suddenly resounded in the surroundings, and the aftermath of the force swept back. The two attacks exploded together, and it was as if a black star and a crimson star had exploded in the void. Shui Jin's and the sheep-headed demon dark apparition were both sent flying for thousands of miles before they managed to stabilize themselves. Then, with a furious roar, they continued to charge toward each other. Both sides were really going all out. On the other side, Shui Qilua formed a giant crimson wolf. Its speed was extremely fast, and it flashed in the void, charging toward a giant demon dark apparition. What a fast speed! The giant demon dark apparition's expression changed slightly. Its gaze was extremely solemn, and it held a giant battle axe in its hand, ready for battle. Roar! The giant wolf that Shui Qilua had transformed into suddenly appeared on the dark apparition's left side. It let out a roar, opened its mouth wide, and bit down viciously at the dark apparition's body. Its 2 rows of fangs were like hacksaws. If one were to be bitten, even a giant demon's body would be bitten into 2. Hee hee, I've been waiting for you for a long time. A trace of craftiness flashed in the eyes of the giant demon dark apparition, and the battle axe in its hand suddenly swept out. Light erupted from the battle axe, and a giant axe ray instantly condensed. Dark runes appeared on it, and it was actually the power of Origin Source Law. The crimson wolf's eyes suddenly shrank, and it revealed a look of horror. Boom! The axe ray instantly cut into the crimson wolf's mouth. It was sharp and terrifying, and it directly cut through the crimson wolf's mouth, all the way to its tail. The next moment, a large amount of blood splattered from the crimson wolf, dyeing a large area of the void red. A shrill howl came from the crimson wolf's mouth, and it directly exploded. Shui Qilua's figure appeared, and he was sent flying. His face was even paler, and it was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. Kill. The giant demon dark apparition naturally wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity. It rushed out violently with its battle axe in hand. At the small book pavilion, damn it. Shui Qilua's expression was ugly. He didn't expect that the silly-looking giant demon dark apparition would scheme against him. He had underestimated his opponent too much. In the end, he was injured by his opponent in just one exchange. In another part of the void, Xuanwoji transformed into a huge python and swept toward a demon moth dark apparition. Its huge body rolled up a gust of wind, blowing away the highly toxic powder released by the demon moth dark apparition, and then tightly bound the demon moth dark apparition. Ka ka ka, the giant python's body continued to shrink, and the demon moth dark apparition's body suddenly emitted a series of sounds as if it couldn't bear the burden. A huge Xuanwoji phantom appeared in the void. It was Xuanwoji of the Xuanwoji race, and she was fighting with a sheep-headed demon dark apparition. Xuanwoji race. A low growl came from the mouth of the sheep-headed demon dark apparition, and it reverberated in the void. It sneered. So, it's a slave of the Blood Clan. Xuanwoji didn't say much, but a cold glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. The long whip in her hand revolved in the void, forming rings in front of her that made it difficult for others to get close. Boom! Suddenly, she flicked her wrist, and the long whip turned into an afterimage. It transformed into countless whip shadows in the void and lashed toward the sheep-headed demon dark apparition opposite her. The huge Xuanwoji phantom behind her also moved and lashed out countless whip shadows almost at the same time. Strange runes wrapped around the whip shadows, greatly increasing their power. The sheep-headed demon dark apparition's expression changed slightly. It seemed that it didn't expect the Xuanwoji in front of it to be so powerful. It didn't dare to be careless. It held a trident and swept toward the countless whip shadows. Pung pung pung, a terrifying explosion instantly resounded in the void. The whip shadows were broken by the trident, but more than half of them still lashed toward the sheep-headed demon dark apparition. The sheep-headed demon dark apparition was sent flying. It let out a miserable shriek as its body collapsed. Blood splattered out, and it looked rather miserable. A huge blood slaughter phantom appeared above Blood Emperor Luan's body, and it fought with a giant demon dark apparition. Both sides' fighting style was extremely direct. Every punch landed on the flesh, and it was a contest of physical strength. The scene was quite shocking. After all, existences at this level rarely clashed with their physical bodies. Even dark races like the giant demon race, which was known for their powerful physiques, rarely did so unless they were all martial artists who focused more on developing their bodies. The Blood Clan dark apparitions clashed with the dark apparitions of the three major races. There were wins and losses, but overall, they were still at a disadvantage. A large number of Blood Clan dark apparitions were besieged, and their high-end combat power was held back. They couldn't rescue the weaker Blood Clan dark apparitions. If those middle-rank demon emperors were all killed, then even the remaining upper-rank demon emperors would be treated as a joke on the battlefield. Then again, if all the Blood Clan dark apparitions below the middle-rank demon emperor were killed, then the dark apparitions of the three major dark races would join forces and drag these upper-rank demon emperors to death. After all, the other party had always had the advantage in numbers. And when the number reached a certain level, it was enough to shake the existence of a higher level. All the Blood Clan dark apparitions were in a stalemate at this moment. They wanted to break out, but they were constantly being held back. They couldn't do it at all. Boom, suddenly, an explosion sounded in the void. It was particularly abrupt amidst the rumbling of the origin power attacks. Many Blood Clan dark apparitions looked in that direction, and they were instantly shocked. A Blood Clan dark apparition was completely obliterated. Ha ha ha, the laughter of the giant demon dark apparition echoed in the void. It was the one who killed a Blood Clan dark apparition just now. It had a good start, so it was naturally happy. The Blood Clan can't hold on any longer. Kill them. An upper-rank demon emperor giant demon dark apparition had a ferocious look on its face as it roared. Kill. 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 The dark apparitions of the three major dark races suddenly roared in excitement. They felt that the time had come. Being able to kill a Blood Clan dark apparition was a great achievement for them. They immediately rushed toward the Blood Clan dark apparitions. Bastards! The Blood Clan dark apparitions were all furious. They were the noble Blood Clan, but now they were being hunted. How could they tolerate it? Roar! Kill! The Blood Clan dark apparitions also roared in anger. Their eyes were red with killing intent as they rushed toward the dark apparitions of the three major races. Boom! In the chaotic battle, Euphoria slapped out a middle-rank demon emperor sheep-headed demon clan dark apparition and sent it flying. The sheep-headed demon dark apparition was stunned. This Blood Clan woman in front of it was clearly a lower-rank demon emperor, and it had been suppressed by her all along. How did she suddenly erupt with such strength now? Not to mention it, even Blood Rosa, who had been secretly watching Euphemia not far away, was astonished at this moment. This Euphemia's strength seemed to be a little, strong, swoosh. Before they could think further, Euphoria suddenly waved her hand, and numerous blood-red dots of light flew out of her body, like a blood mist, and drifted towards the goat-headed demon emperor rank goat-headed demon. Ah, the sheep-headed demon dark apparition shrank its body. Before it could dodge, it was shrouded by the blood mist formed by the blood-red light spots. It screamed in pain. What is that? Blood Rosa suddenly quivered and was extremely shocked. In just a short while, the sheep-headed demon dark apparition had turned into a cloud of blood mist and completely melted. Euphemia waved her hand again, and the blood-red light spots floated back at an extremely fast speed and disappeared into her sleeves. Hiss! Blood Rosa gasped, feeling a little horrified. This Euphemia actually had such means. No wonder she was so confident before. Now it seemed that she was prepared. What exactly is that? Blood Rosa's face was full of suspicion. It was too fast, and it was very small. She actually couldn't see it clearly. Where are you looking? A giant demon dark apparition roared, feeling that it was being underestimated. It swung its twin hammers and smashed them toward Blood Rosa. Blood Rosa's expression changed slightly. She was distracted for a moment, and the dark apparition caught her flaw. It was all Euphemia's fault for making her lose focus. However, this was not the time to think about this. She held the blood-red trident in her hand, and the blood slaughter apparition appeared behind her. The power of the origin source law gushed out without holding back. This was because she was facing a middle-rank demon emperor dark apparition from the giant demon clan. Boom, blood slaughter demonic halberd, Blood Rosa. Directly used the blood slaughter demonic halberd. A terrifying halberd light erupted from the blood slaughter apparition's hand and stabbed toward the giant demon clan dark apparition. How is this possible? The giant demon clan dark apparition revealed a trace of disbelief. This blood slaughter woman opposite it was actually so strong, its expression was as if it had seen a ghost. They were both at the pinnacle of the middle demon emperor level, but this blood slaughter clan woman was much more powerful than it. Pong, in an instant, the giant demon clan dark apparition's attack shattered. The blood-red trident ruthlessly bombarded its body, leaving 3 huge bloody holes on its body. Blood flowed out, almost taking its life. Roar, the giant demon clan dark apparition went crazy and instantly activated demon change. Its already huge body suddenly began to swell, becoming even more bloated. Blood Rosa's expression froze. She stared at the giant demon clan dark apparition. The trident in her hand flickered with a terrifying red light, and she was ready to attack at any time. However, roar, at this moment, a loud roar suddenly came from the void. Then, rolling heat waves swept over. The originally cold void actually became scorching hot in an instant. Boom, the next moment, a ball of black flames appeared out of thin air on the giant demon clan dark apparition's body, instantly drowning it. Roar, the giant demon clan dark apparition let out a shrill roar, but it soon disappeared. The terrifying giant demon clan dark apparition was actually burned to ashes and completely dissipated. Blood Rosa looked at this scene in a daze, not knowing what had happened. This flame, she seemed to find it familiar, but she couldn't wrap her head around it. What's going on? The dark apparition's expressions changed slightly. They looked at the giant demon clan dark apparition that had disappeared in horror, then looked toward the void. Boom, the void vibrated, and a huge black flame python could be seen galloping from the void at an unimaginable speed. And on top of the black flame python's head stood a figure. Blood Disciple. When the Blood Clan dark apparitions saw that figure, they couldn't help but exclaim. Their expressions were very interesting. They were really surprised and happy. It's him. Blood Rosa was shocked and couldn't help but recover from her shock. That was the dark fire. This blood disciple controlled the dark fire. It must have been him who had attacked just now. The sheep-headed demon clan, giant demon clan, and demon moth clan dark apparitions were all shocked. Their nostrils contracted violently. The blood clan's blood disciple had returned. What about Gushy, Sowlet, Mo Valen, and Hasley? Thoughts flashed through their minds quickly, and they couldn't help but have an ominous premonition. Gushy, Sowlet, Mo Valen, and Hasley are all dead. The blood god doppelganger stood on the head of the giant python formed by the dark fire with his hands behind his back. His voice rolled and shook the void. Gushy and the others are really dead? How is that possible? Isn't this blood disciple of the blood clan a middle-rank demon emperor? How could he kill Gushy and the others? Impossible, this is impossible. He must be lying to us. The dark apparitions of the 3 clans fell into an uproar. Their incredulous voices kept echoing in the void. Fortunately, the Bone Spirit clan dark apparition wasn't here. Only Gushy came to ambush the blood god doppelganger. Otherwise, they would be even more incredulous. Impossible. Shuejin, Xuanwoji, Xuechilua, and the other blood clan dark apparitions also widened their eyes. They couldn't believe this result. Shueju killed a genius like Gushy, Absolutely impossible, he was only a middle-rank demon emperor. How could he kill a genius like Gushi? No matter what, they couldn't believe this result. Gushi and the others are dead. Hiss. Shui Rosa, Euphoria, Shui Neil, Shui Shili, Shui Dia, Shui Di Luan, and the other dark apparitions all gasped. They were also extremely shocked. Did the blood disciple really kill Gushi and the others? They were the strongest geniuses of the various clans. They hadn't even entered the battlefield and were already killed by the blood disciple. This was really shocking. If this news spread to the front line of the battlefield, it would definitely shock the dark apparitions of the various clans. They would probably be as incredulous as they were. Boom, the blood god doppelganger rode the giant python formed by the dark fire to the front. He looked around. His cold gaze made the dark apparitions not dare to look directly at him. Suddenly, the blood god doppelganger smiled coldly. A bone spear appeared in his hand. He raised it above his head and shouted, "Gushi's weapon is here." Silence, the surroundings fell into a strange dead silence. All the dark apparitions looked at the bone spear. It had a jade-like luster. Who else could it be if it wasn't Gushi's weapon? Although many dark apparitions didn't know what exclusive weapon Gushi had, they had seen him use this bone spear before. It was almost Gushi's signature weapon. Now that this spear appeared in the hands of the blood disciple from the blood clan, how could they not be shocked? Gushi was really dead. This thought uncontrollably appeared in the hearts of all the dark apparitions present, including the blood clan dark apparitions. Even they believed it. The blood god doppelganger saw everyone's expressions and couldn't help but smile. This bone spear was naturally not Gushi's weapon. It was condensed by him using the demon bone talent. No one knew that he had the demon bone talent and could condense similar weapons. Therefore, when they saw this bone spear, they couldn't help but believe it. Shui Lanbua looked at the blood god doppelganger with a complicated expression. The shock in his heart couldn't be calmed down for a long time. This blood disciple really did it. Among all the dark apparitions present, only he knew how the blood disciple killed Gushi and the others. However, even though he knew some of the process, he was still shocked. After all, the blood disciple was able to do this alone. He didn't rely on external forces at all. This was his own strength. How could a middle-level demon emperor kill an upper-level demon emperor genius not be shocking? Blood disciple. Thinking of this, Shui Lanbua suddenly raised his fist high and hammered his chest heavily. He let out a furious roar. Blood disciple. Blood disciple. Blood disciple. Shui Lanbua, Shui Shili, Shui Di Luan, and the other upper-level demon emperor geniuses regained their senses and roared one after another. Then, the other blood clan dark apparitions also roared. Their voices gathered together and echoed in the void. It was shocking. In an instant, the atmosphere among the blood clan dark apparitions rose to the peak. The dark apparitions of the other three races changed their expressions. It was very ugly, and their eyes were filled with fear. Even Gushi and the other strongest geniuses were killed by this blood disciple of the blood clan. How could they resist him? Without Gushi and the others, these three races are nothing to be afraid of. The blood god doppelganger looked coldly at the dark apparitions of the three races present and suddenly shouted, "Everyone from the blood clan, listen to my command. Follow me, the blood disciple. Kill." Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a blood-colored altar suddenly appeared above the blood god doppelganger's head. It enlarged at a terrifying speed and quickly covered a large area of the void. It pressed down on the dark apparitions in front of it. Blood god altar. In the face of so many dark apparitions, the blood god doppelganger actually used the blood god altar. The dark apparitions of the three races had just heard the blood god doppelganger's order for the dark apparitions of the blood clan to charge and kill. They were about to face the enemy when they realized that all the blood clan had suddenly retreated. Then, this incomparably huge blood god altar appeared above their heads. For a moment, none of them could react. Their faces were filled with confusion. However, as the blood god altar cast a shadow, the dark apparitions below all felt their scalps go numb. They suddenly reacted. Retreat quickly. A demon moth race dark apparition roared angrily. Many dark apparitions immediately fled in all directions. However, the blood god altar was still enlarging. Its speed was not much slower than their escape speed. Many dark apparitions below the middle-level demon emperor level were in despair. They realized that no matter how they fled, they could not escape the shadow cast by the blood god altar. An indescribable despair shrouded their hearts along with the shadow. Boom, the blood god's altar smashed down with a bang, compressing space and emitting a deafening explosion. It caused numerous terrifying cracks to appear in space as spacetime energy swept out. No! Waves of angry roars came from the dark apparitions who could not escape in time. They were hysterical. These dark apparitions had never felt the shadow of death so close to them. At this moment, they were terrified. Their eyes were filled with dense blood vessels. Suppress! A loud roar came from the blood god doppelganger. He had no intention of holding back against these dark apparitions of the three races. Today, he was going to suppress all of them here. Don't panic. Let's attack together and block this altar. Finally, a dark apparition reacted and roared angrily to remind the other dark apparitions. After the dark apparitions panicked, they immediately understood that in this situation, it was absolutely impossible to escape. They could only resist. Immediately, they roared angrily and unleashed their strongest power. Roar! 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 Boom! 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 Terrifying force erupted from their bodies and formed a huge black palm above their heads. At the same time, the power of territory and the power of origin laws were all integrated into it. Strange runes formed on the black palm and wrapped around it like chains. It seemed to be holding up the sky as it pushed toward the blood altar. Boom! In the next moment, the blood god altar finally fell and smashed onto the huge black palm. In an instant, terrifying force waves swept out from the point of contact between the black palm and the blood god altar, sweeping across the void. The space was unable to withstand such tremendous pressure. Cracks began to spread as the terrifying power of space leaked out, causing the entire area to tremble violently. However, the huge black palm blocked the suppression of the blood god altar and prevented it from falling. With so many dark apparitions attacking at the same time, the blood god doppelganger alone could not suppress them. However, the blood god doppelganger had already expected this. His gaze was calm as he shouted, "Where are the blood kindred?" "Here. Here. Here." The blood kindred dark apparitions immediately responded. They were already prepared. As soon as the blood god doppelganger finished speaking, they turned into streams of light and rushed toward the blood god altar. Shui Jin's, Shui Noji, Shui Qilua, and the other dark apparitions' expressions changed. In the end, they did not dare to disobey the order and landed on the blood god altar. Boom! 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 Terrifying force erupted from their bodies and gathered above the blood god altar. The blood god doppelganger did not stay idle. In a flash, he landed in the center of the blood god altar. Rank 5 Blood God Constitution, activate, boom, an indescribable blood-red projection instantly condensed and appeared outside the blood god doppelganger's body. It sat on the blood god altar and several arms formed a seal in front of it. Blood god projection, this was the blood god projection, the power of all the blood kindred dark apparitions flowed into the blood god projection continuously, causing it to grow larger and the aura on its body to become more solid. An indescribable terrifying force erupted from the blood god projection and filled the void. It was as if a real blood god had descended here. A terrifying blood-red shadow descended from the void and sat on top of the blood god altar. Even with the coverage of the blood god altar, it didn't seem too big in front of this shadow. Instead, it fit perfectly with its body like a divine throne. As this blood-red shadow appeared, a terrifying aura spread out. The entire void was shrouded by this aura. The dark apparitions below the blood god altar suddenly felt a terrifying pressure as if a terrifying demon god had reached out from the void and pressed down on their heads. Boom! 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 The dark apparitions let out painful wails. They were weak and couldn't resist the suppression of the blood god altar at all. Their bodies exploded on the spot and turned into blood mist in the void. Damn it! What is this? An upper-level demon emperor-level goat-headed demon race dark apparition roared. They didn't expect the blood disciple to have such a powerful technique that could gather the power of all the dark apparitions of the blood breed and suppress them. Blood God Altar. This is the blood breed's blood God altar. Suddenly, an upper-level demon emperor-level demon moth race dark apparition seemed to have recalled something and exclaimed in shock. Blood God Altar. Many dark apparitions naturally heard of the blood God altar's reputation and were instantly shocked. In the history of the blood breed, the blood God altar had appeared many times. Every time it appeared, it would greatly increase the strength of the blood breed and threaten the other dark races. Not only was the blood God altar a powerful attack technique, but it could also nurture the dark apparitions of the blood breed and use the blood of other races to strengthen themselves. Many dark races had been sacrificed by the blood God altar and turned into nourishment for the dark apparitions of the blood breed to become stronger. Thinking about it now, it was still bloody and terrifying. At this moment, all the dark apparitions present recalled the fear of being dominated by the blood God altar. They didn't expect the blood God altar to reappear in this generation and on the body of the blood breed blood disciple. At this moment, the dark apparitions of the three races finally believed that Gushi, Saolet, and the other geniuses had probably died in the hands of this blood disciple. He had such a technique, however, they didn't know that Gushi didn't die under the blood God altar. However, these dark apparitions didn't have the time to think about other things. The blood God altar above their heads kept descending, and a huge pressure invaded their bodies, wanting to crush them. Roar. Devil change. A huge roar suddenly came from the mouth of a high-ranked demon emperor-ranked sheep-headed demon race dark apparition. It knew that if it continued like this, it would not be able to break free from the suppression of the blood God altar, so it simply activated devil change. With this opening, the other dark apparitions also reacted. They let out angry roars and activated demonic change. Boom. Boom. Boom, an extremely powerful yet dark and evil aura erupted from the blood God altar. The black hand that was holding up the blood God altar became even more solid. It was like a real demonic hand that was holding up the blood God altar, preventing it from descending any further. The expressions of the vampires and dark apparitions changed slightly. They felt the sudden increase in resistance below them, and their hearts became increasingly solemn. All vampires, devil change. The blood God avatar stood at the center of the blood God altar and scanned all the dark apparitions of the blood clan. It was as if no one knew devil transformation. Boom. 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 As soon as he finished speaking, the vampires and dark apparitions did not hesitate and immediately activated devil change. Now, most of them did not have the slightest doubt toward the blood God avatar. They only had deep admiration. To be able to kill a top-notch powerhouse like Gusha and return to lead them to suppress the dark apparitions of the three races, who in the entire blood clan could do that, perhaps even Blood Rambo could not do that. Didn't you see how much he trusted the Blood Master? When the Blood Master returned, Blood Rambo was the first to respond. This action had already explained everything. At this moment, even Blood Jins, Blood Noji, Blood Chilua, and the other Blood Clan geniuses who were not on good terms with the Blood God Avatar did not dare to cause trouble. They could only obediently cooperate with the Blood Clan. As the vampires used devil change, the Blood God projection on the Blood God altar became even more terrifying and emitted an endless amount of power. Both sides instantly entered a stalemate. After all, there were many of the three dark races. Even if they were careless and were suppressed by the Blood God altar, it would not be so easy to completely eliminate them after they reacted. They even had the power to turn the tables. After all, the vampires were at a disadvantage this time. Otherwise, suppressing them would be a matter of minutes. The Blood God Avatar also noticed this problem. His expression was extremely solemn. With a thought, the force in his body suddenly swept out. Blood Kuan. An angry roar came out of his mouth. Boom, the void vibrated, and a huge creature quickly condensed. It opened its mouth and erupted with a violent suction force toward the dark apparitions of the three races below. Of course, the Blood God Avatar did not want to absorb the dark apparitions that were not dead yet. His target was the dark apparitions that were already dead. After these dead dark apparitions exploded, they left behind a large amount of blood mist. It definitely contained the blood of the origin, which was extremely beneficial to the Blood God altar. In addition, there were also the Blood Clan dark apparitions that had just died. Now, they could use their remaining energy to contribute to the living dark apparitions. Roar, the huge Blood Kuan shadow roared angrily. Strands of the origin blood that had scattered in the void gathered again and entered the Blood Kuan's mouth. Then, it refined the origin blood. What is this? Some of the dark apparitions did not recognize the Blood Kuan at all. When they saw this huge beast shadow appear and crazily absorb the origin blood, they were shocked and furious. Blood Kuan. This is the Blood Kuan technique. Blood Kuan? Is that the galactic beast that is closely related to the Blood Clan? Yes, it is the legendary Blood Kuan. Damn it. This Blood Clan blood disciple not only made the Blood God altar appear, but he also has the body of the Blood God and the inheritance of the Blood Kuan. No wonder the Blood Clan made him a blood disciple. The knowledgeable dark apparitions finally recognized the Blood Kuan. A commotion reverberated in the void. They finally knew that the Blood God avatar was not a puppet blood disciple but a real blood disciple. The strength and techniques that he had displayed had already proved that he had the qualifications to become a blood disciple. The Blood Clan would be blind if such a monster did not become a blood disciple. No, they should be the blind ones. They actually did not realize that this blood disciple of the Blood Clan was a monster. Otherwise, they would not have fallen into such a situation. The dark apparitions of the three races were instantly filled with regret. They even had some resentment toward Gushi, Salet, Hasley, Mo Valen, and the other dark apparitions. Why did they attack the Blood Clan? Those few prodigies had simply led them into a pit. However, now was not the time to consider who was right and who was wrong. Survival was the most important thing. They knew that the Blood Clan would definitely not let them go. Therefore, they could only desperately resist and try to overturn the Blood God altar. However, was it really that easy? As the Blood Kuan unleashed a powerful suction force, the surrounding origin blood was sucked into its mouth and continuously flowed into the Blood God avatar's body. Boom! Outside the Blood God avatar's body, on the terrifying Blood God projection, the Blood God goblet appeared in its hand. Strands of origin blood condensed within it. Then, the Blood God goblet poured down, and a large amount of origin blood landed on the Blood God altar. Buzz, a buzzing sound suddenly sounded on the Blood God altar. Streaks of blood-red patterns spread out from the center and quickly spread in all directions. This is, although Shui Lanbua and the other dark apparitions of the Blood Clan had undergone demonic transformation, they still retained their consciousness and were not affected. Therefore, when they saw this scene, they were all greatly shocked. When the streaks of blood-red patterns appeared on the Blood God altar, a terrifying power suddenly seemed to be awakened from it. That kind of power was enough to shock even high-rank demon emperors like them. If they were to face this Blood God altar alone, they would not be its match at all and would be suppressed immediately. No wonder the rumor that this blood disciple had relied on the Blood God altar to resist demon emperors. Now, it seemed that it was not false. It was really terrifying. However, in fact, they were overthinking. The Blood God doppelganger was only able to unleash the power of the Blood God altar by borrowing their power and absorbing the origin blood. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible to display the power of the Blood God altar to such an extent. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying power erupted from the Blood God altar, causing the Blood God altar, which had been blocked, to sink again. Ah! Screams rang out. Boom! 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 In just an instant, a large number of dark apparitions below the middle-level Demon Emperor level could not withstand the terrifying power, and their bodies directly exploded. This was terrifying. The physical bodies of the dark apparitions had always been extremely powerful. It was difficult for ordinary human ancient martial art practitioners to compare with them. However, in the face of such a terrifying suppressive power, their bodies directly exploded without any room to struggle. They died on the spot. It was really chilling. These dead dark apparitions were immediately absorbed by the Blood Kraken Phantom, and there was no possibility of revival. As long as a dark apparition had a trace of flesh left, it could be revived through some special secret method. However, now that all their flesh had been absorbed and refined, it was equivalent to cutting off their chance of revival. There were very few people who could do this. Without an absolutely powerful method, it was difficult to completely destroy a dark apparition. However, the Blood God avatar had such a method, and it was a large-scale method, which was extremely rare. Now, with the influx of a large amount of origin blood, the power emitted by the Blood God altar became more and more terrifying. On the contrary, the dark apparitions below were constantly being depleted, and their numbers began to slowly decrease. The balance was tipping toward the Blood Clan. This is great. They can't hold on any longer. Xue Niu, Xue Shili, and the other Blood Clan dark apparitions naturally felt the reduction of the resistance below and were instantly overjoyed. From the initial hopeless situation to the return of Xue Lanbua, they gradually had a glimmer of hope. Now that the Blood Master had returned and completely reversed the situation, all the Blood Clan dark apparitions saw hope. This feeling of surviving a disaster and turning defeat into victory made all the Blood Clan dark apparitions fall into an indescribable joy. Xue Jins, Xue Noji, Xue Qilua, and the other dark apparitions had complicated expressions. They were half unwilling and half shocked. They felt more and more ridiculous. After scheming and scheming, they were completely paving the way for the Blood Master, making his name even more deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. Moreover, the Blood Master's method also shocked them. He could actually suppress the dark apparitions of the three races. It was extremely shocking. Invincible Vajra Master if they continued to oppose the Blood Master, who knew what would happen? Boom, boom. Boom, booming sounds constantly came from below the Blood God altar. The dark apparitions of the three races below gradually fell into an atmosphere of despair. They could already feel that the number of dark apparitions of the same race around them was decreasing. Although they were all below the middle-level Demon Emperor level, this unstoppable trend was enough to explain everything. The situation was hopeless. The Blood Clan had already occupied an absolute advantage. It was too difficult for them to turn the tables. Without an absolutely overwhelming combat power, their resistance was nothing but futile. This was the role of the strongest prodigies of the various races. Sometimes, a prodigy who was monstrous enough could reverse the situation and reverse the situation. This was something that ordinary prodigies could not do. Moreover, the booming sounds that kept ringing in the surroundings were like a death knell. It made the surviving dark apparitions extremely frightened, and their scalps went numb. Watching their own race explode one by one beside them and turn into a bloody mist to be absorbed, even with the cruelty and indifference of the dark apparitions, this feeling was a little unbearable. This was like someone slaughtering their own race next to them. It was enough to cause a huge psychological impact. Blood Master of the Blood Clan, do you really have to kill us all? An upper-level Demon Emperor dark apparition of the Demon Moth clan finally couldn't help but roar angrily. Kill us all? The Blood God clone's eyes were cold as he said, aren't you the ones who want to kill us all? If I didn't have so many tricks up my sleeve, the one who would die today would be me and a member of the Blood Clan. You still have the face to say that we want to kill you all? That's right. Your three races have already stopped us here. There's no turning back. You must die today, Blood God Simbo also shouted. Kill them. Because of them, many prodigies of the Blood Clan have died. We must not let them go so easily. Yes, kill them. Let these dark races know the power of the Blood Clan. Your Highness Blood Master, we must not let them go. They are only doing this because they have no chance of winning. If the Blood Clan were defeated, they might not let us go. The other dark apparitions of the Blood Clan also shouted loudly, all of them supporting the killing of the three dark apparitions. They were extremely angry with the three dark races. If the Blood Master didn't have so many tricks up his sleeve and was strong enough, the Blood Clan would definitely be in trouble today. The Blood Clan would also become the laughingstock of the other dark races. The winner takes all. Now that the three dark races were defeated, everything would naturally be reversed. You heard it. This is the trend. Even if I want to let you go, the prodigies of the Blood Clan won't let you go, Blood God Clone Tantan said. If that's the case, we'll fight it out with you. Do you really think you can defeat us? The Devil Moth race dark apparition roared angrily. Fight it out with these Blood Clan members. If we die here today, the elites of our race will avenge us. Fight it out. Even if we die, we must drag some of the Blood Clan down with us. Roar. Kill. The dark apparitions of the three races were completely crazy. They knew that they couldn't be kind and could only fight to the death. There might still be a chance of survival if they cut off all means of retreat, these dark apparitions shouted loudly as if they were facing death with equanimity. In fact, they were just trying to boost the morale of the dark apparitions of the three races and ask for a chance of survival. Unfortunately, they encountered a freak like the Blood God clone. How could they be a match for him in terms of endurance? Boom! Under the attack of these dark apparitions, a rumbling sound came from the Black Hand. It pushed towards the sky and actually shook the Blood God altar, stopping it from sinking. It even started to rise. The dark apparitions of the Blood Clan were shocked. They didn't expect the dark apparitions of the three races to still be able to resist. They immediately unleashed their strongest power and merged it with the Blood God projection to help the Blood God clone suppress them. Trapped beasts fighting. The Blood God clone smiled coldly. He didn't panic at all. He knew very well that these dark apparitions had no chance of turning the tables. When they died, the scales of victory were already tilted to his side. He wasn't in a hurry at all. He swept out his spiritual power and picked up the attribute bubbles that had fallen around him. When he returned just now, he discovered that this void was filled with attribute bubbles. They should have been created by the battle between the dark apparitions. However, because the situation was critical, he didn't pick them up immediately. Now that he had used up a lot of his force and spiritual power, he could replenish them. The Blood God clone could also pick up attribute bubbles. However, after picking them up, these attributes would appear directly with Wang Ting's main body. Then, through the connection between the main body and the clone, he would transfer his force and spiritual power into the clone's body. It was a little troublesome, but it was actually a simple matter. Life Origin *1200, Origin of Soul *1500, Dark Star Force *5600, Domain Master Spirit *3200, Fire Star Force *8500, Dark Star Force *10,800, Life Origin *2500. A large number of attribute bubbles entered Wang Ting's main body. He was slightly stunned. Somewhere in the void, Wang Ting's main body was speeding. After he came back to his senses, he smiled and said, "Looks like the Blood God clone has gained quite a lot. However, it won't be that easy to suppress the dark apparitions of the three races." After sensing the Blood God clone's needs, he didn't hesitate at all. He directly transferred his spiritual power and Dark Star Force to replenish the Blood God clone's consumption. The Blood God clone's body shook, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After he felt that the spiritual power and Dark Star Force in his body were replenished again, he stopped picking up the attributes. Blood Kraken Technique, absorb. He laughed in his heart and immediately pushed the Blood Kraken Technique to the extreme, crazily absorbing the origin blood around him. The dark apparitions died one by one, and their origin blood all turned into energy for him to activate the Blood God altar. Boom! Under the suppression of the Blood God altar, the dark apparitions of the three races were once again at a disadvantage. They couldn't resist the power of the Blood God altar at all. Boom! 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 Violent roars kept echoing in the void. A large number of dark apparitions died. Originally, there were only low-rank demon emperors and some ordinary middle-rank demon emperors. However, as time passed, even the dark apparitions at the peak of middle-rank demon emperors gradually died. The dark apparitions at the peak of middle-rank demon emperors couldn't be compared to ordinary middle-rank demon emperors. Some of them were geniuses among middle-rank demon emperors, and some of them were even reserve high-rank demon emperors. But now, under the Blood God altar, it was the same. There was no difference. All of them were suppressed and were about to die. Spare me. Suddenly, a dark apparition from the giant demon clan seemed to feel that he couldn't resist anymore. His body was about to explode, and he couldn't help but roar and beg for mercy. Boom! But in the next moment, his body still exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Then, it was directly absorbed by the Blood Kraken's phantom. This scene stimulated a large number of dark apparitions. They suddenly understood that they should beg for mercy as soon as possible. If they begged for mercy at the last moment, it would be too late. So, spare me, Blood Disciple of the Blood Clan, I am willing to submit. Spare me, I am also willing to submit and follow the Blood Clan's lead from now on. Blood Disciple of the Blood Clan, I am at the peak of middle-rank Demon Emperor. I am only one step away from becoming a high-rank Demon Emperor. Spare me, I am willing to help you on the battlefield. Me. Me too. As long as you spare me, I am willing to lead a giant demon clan to become your vassal. I am willing to lead a demon moth clan army to secretly submit to you. Suddenly, it was as if a fuse had been lit, causing a chain reaction. A large number of dark apparitions began to beg for mercy. Some of them were even afraid that the Blood God clone wouldn't agree and even stated their conditions. Not only did they beg for mercy, but they also directly chose to submit and were willing to lead their armies to submit to the Blood God clone. The Blood God clone was stunned for a moment, and his expression suddenly became strange. This can happen. Do these dark apparitions from the three major clans have any integrity? Not to mention him, even Xue Lumbo, Xue Neil, Xue Shili, and the other dark apparitions were stunned for a moment. Then, they were extremely shocked and doubted if they had heard wrongly. Are these dark apparitions serious? They are actually willing to submit to the Blood Disciple, Xue Jins, Xue Noji, Xue Qilua, and the other dark apparitions from the Blood Clan had a slight change in their expressions. They felt that it was a little unbelievable, and thunder rumbled in their minds. The dark apparitions from the three major clans actually wanted to submit to the Blood Disciple. What the hell was going on? This wasn't as simple as giving Xueju a wedding dress. This was simply giving him troops. Traitor! A loud shout suddenly came from the mouth of an upper-level Demon Emperor sheep-headed Demon Clan dark apparition. It didn't expect that its own kind would actually beg the Blood Disciple of the Blood Clan for mercy. This was simply a disgrace. Do you have any dignity? How can you beg the Blood Disciple of the Blood Clan for mercy? An upper-level Demon Emperor sheep-headed Demon Giant Demon Clan dark apparition also rebuked angrily. Bastard! Do you really think that the Blood Disciple of the Blood Clan will let you go? How dare you beg for mercy? This is ridiculous. An upper-level Demon Emperor sheep-headed Demon Moth Clan dark apparition couldn't help but be furious. Ahem. The Blood God clone couldn't help but let out a dry cough and said, actually, it is not impossible to negotiate. The upper-level Demon Emperor sheep-headed Demon Clan dark apparition, the upper-level Demon Emperor sheep-headed Demon Clan dark apparition, the upper-level Demon Emperor sheep-headed Demon Moth Clan dark apparition, the Blood Clan dark apparitions, Xue Lumbo, Xue Neil, Xue Shili, and the other dark apparitions were also speechless at this time, but they didn't refute the Blood God clone's words. They wanted to see what this Blood Disciple was going to do. Really? Those begging dark apparitions seemed to have seen their last life-saving straw and instantly shouted in surprise. That depends on whether you are really willing to submit, said the Blood God clone, Tantai. I am willing. I am absolutely willing. A giant Demon Clan dark apparition hurriedly shouted. Many Blood Clan dark apparitions were speechless. They didn't expect these dark apparitions to submit so easily. They didn't even have the slightest intention of bargaining. In that case, hand over your soul origin flames, said the Blood God clone. Let me see your sincerity. Okay. I will hand it over immediately. Me too. One by one, the dark apparitions rushed to hand over their soul origin flames. They didn't hesitate at all, as if they were afraid that they would be one step slower. The Blood God clone looked at the soul origin flames that were filled with dark and evil intent floating up from the bottom of the Blood God altar. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry under the mask. However, he didn't hesitate and immediately collected all their soul origin flames. He also sensed carefully to make sure that no one was lying. Fortunately, his soul origin was strong enough. He could clearly determine the authenticity of the soul origin blood through the connection between the soul origin blood and the soul origin of the dark apparitions. He didn't know if these dark apparitions were scared silly or really honest. None of them were lying. All of them obediently handed over their soul origin flames. With these soul origin flames, the Blood God clone could control their life and death. He didn't have to worry about them betraying him. Other than that, he would also plant the bewitching seed in them later as an added layer of insurance. It shouldn't be a big problem. Very good. The blood god clone nodded with satisfaction and said, "Those who hand over their soul origin flames can leave the blood god altar." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the aura above the blood god altar changed. Those dark apparitions who chose to submit instantly felt their bodies relax. They were overjoyed and immediately broke free from the blood god altar. They all looked as if they had just survived a disaster. The remaining upper-level demon emperor dark apparitions were all dumbfounded. What the hell, this blood clan blood disciple actually accepted the surrender of those traitors? In this way, only upper-level demon emperors like them and some diehards were still persisting. Suddenly, they felt like they had been abandoned. The pressure above their heads was getting stronger and stronger. How could they resist the terrifying blood god altar? They didn't even have the last bit of hope now. "Don't blame us. We don't want to die," said a giant demon dark apparition who had escaped from the blood god altar. "We don't want to die either. I think the blood clan blood disciple can be trusted. He is really willing to let us go. Why don't you all surrender too?" "Yes, surrender. The blood clan blood disciple is also a victim. If Gushi and the others didn't stop him, things wouldn't have turned out this way." The dark apparitions of the three major races persuaded the upper-level demon emperors of their own races, trying to drag them down. In this way, they would no longer be the main force. The upper-level demon emperors would be the main force. When the time came, even if their races blamed them, they wouldn't be blamed. On the blood god altar, the blood god clone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Looking at this scene, he felt inexplicably funny. He didn't do anything, but these dark apparitions took the initiative to persuade him. Those who didn't know might think that he had given them some great benefits to make them work so hard. Blood Lumbo, Blood Neil, Blood Shili, Blood Dia, and Blood Emperor Luan's expressions suddenly became extremely strange. To be honest, they had lived for so long, but they had never encountered such a ridiculous thing. Today was an eye-opener. Blood Jins, Blood Noki, Blood Chilua, and the other dark apparitions' expressions kept changing. They felt like clowns. Everything they had done was really benefiting blood extinction. This sullen feeling almost made them vomit. Blood. Below the blood god altar, the upper-level demon emperor dark apparitions' expressions kept changing. They wanted to beg for mercy, but they couldn't bring themselves to do so. No one was willing to die, especially geniuses. At first, they all thought that the blood clan blood disciple wouldn't let them go, so they decided to be stubborn until the end. But now, the other party was telling them that as long as they surrendered, they could keep their lives. This was King cheating. "You should have said so earlier. If you had said so earlier, we would have surrendered. We wouldn't have to be in such an awkward situation." The atmosphere suddenly froze. "It seems that you all want to be stubborn until the end. Then, this blood disciple will fulfill your wish," the blood god clone said when he saw this. Boom, the power above the blood god altar gathered and suppressed the remaining dark apparitions. Boom, a dark apparition at the peak of the middle-level demon emperor level finally couldn't hold on and exploded on the spot. The remaining dark apparitions at the peak of the middle-level demon emperor level were not any better. They could explode at any time. It was only a matter of time. The blood god clone sneered. He wanted to see how long they could hold on. Boom. Boom. Boom, another few dark apparitions exploded and died. The entire void was shrouded in the shadow of death. Even those dark apparitions who had escaped couldn't bear to look directly at this moment. Seeing their own kind explode one by one, the muscles on their faces couldn't help but twitch. "Stop," an upper-level demon emperor level dark apparition roared unwillingly. "If I stop just because you ask me to, wouldn't I lose face?" the blood god clone said with no intention of stopping. The upper-level demon emperor level dark apparition was suddenly speechless and spat out a mouthful of old blood. It was already injured. After being angered by the blood god clone, it finally couldn't hold back. Many dark apparitions from the blood clan looked at the blood god clone and suddenly felt that this blood disciple was somewhat two-faced and vengeful. Sure enough, they couldn't provoke him. "Stop, we are willing to surrender," another upper-level demon emperor level dark apparition from the demon moth clan said unwillingly. "You are willing to surrender, but I may not be willing to accept," the blood god clone said. continue to endure. As he said that, he directly sat cross-legged on the blood god altar and even called out, "Come, everyone, sit down. Don't just stand there. Withdraw the devil change. They can't hold on any longer anyway." Blood Lumbo, Blood Neil, Blood Tin, and the other dark apparitions from the Blood clan were a little speechless. However, when they sensed the situation under the blood god altar, they were somewhat relieved. Knowing that those dark apparitions could no longer cause any trouble, they immediately sat down cross-legged. The upper-level demon emperor-level dark apparitions under the blood god altar were suddenly dumbfounded. Why did they feel that they were being underestimated? Below the blood god altar, the remaining upper-rank demon emperor-level dark apparitions were very aggrieved, feeling that they had been underestimated. Damn it, he actually stopped devil change and even sat down to rest. "We are fighting, okay? Can't he give us some face?" As upper-rank demon emperor-level existences, they felt that they had been insulted. But what made them even more depressed was that even so, the pressure above their heads still made them unable to resist. With the departure of those traitors, their strength had been completely suppressed, and they couldn't turn this situation around at all. Boom, the blood god avatar sat upright on the blood god altar. The refined blood from the blood kraken continuously flowed into the altar, making its power more and more powerful. Poof. Poof. Poof, the bodies of those upper-rank demon emperor-level dark apparitions couldn't bear it, and cracks appeared, spreading all over their bodies. Blood spurted out, their expressions changed, and it was very ugly. Their bodies were cracking, which was undoubtedly a very bad sign. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold on. "What do you want?" An upper-rank demon moth clan dark apparition shouted angrily. "Let you see the situation clearly," the blood god avatar said. "If you want to live, hand over the flame of your soul origin like the previous dark apparitions. I will only give you one chance. If you talk nonsense with me again, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. You." Upon hearing this, those upper-rank demon emperor-level dark apparitions suddenly felt very aggrieved. They were furious, but there was nothing they could do. "Think about it carefully. I won't give you too much time." The blood god avatar continued to increase the power of the blood god altar. Boom. Boom. Boom, the pressure kept increasing, and the blood god altar kept sinking, crushing those upper-rank demon emperor-level dark apparitions until they couldn't lift their heads. Blood mist constantly burst out from their bodies and was absorbed by the blood kraken, causing them to gradually weaken. Those upper-rank demon emperor-level dark apparitions turned pale, and their eyes suddenly revealed a look of horror. Their blood origin was being sucked out uncontrollably. Although it was because they were injured and suppressed by the blood god altar, the blood kraken technique was really terrifying to be able to achieve this. This sudden change suddenly became an overwhelming factor. Those upper-rank demon emperor-level dark apparitions finally lost their will to resist and handed over the flame of their soul origin. Even an upper-level demon emperor would not be able to withstand such torment. Once they consumed too much of their origin blood, they would probably be crushed by the blood god altar. At that time, there would be no room to maneuver. They would be directly absorbed by the blood leviathan and die. The blood god doppelganger looked at the original soul flame floating in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. This was completely within his expectations. If these dark apparitions were so stubborn, they wouldn't have begged for mercy just now. He didn't hesitate. With a sweep of his spiritual thought power, he drew the soul source flames into his internal mini-universe. He restrained them in the central area and bound them by his spiritual thought power. Once those dark apparitions made a move, he only needed to think about it and the soul origin flame would be extinguished, causing damage to his body. Even an upper demon emperor would not be far from death if his soul origin was severely damaged. Suddenly, the blood god clone narrowed his eyes as if he had sensed something. He sneered. "You can come out now." He waved his hand and dispersed the pressure on the dark apparitions' heads, freeing them from the blood god altar. The dark apparitions immediately breathed a sigh of relief and flew out from under the blood god altar. However, they soon discovered that there were still a few dark apparitions under the blood god altar that had not rushed out and were still suppressed. "I have already handed over the soul source flames. Why are you still suppressing me?" A dark apparition of the demon moth clan suddenly roared. You know very well. The blood god doppelganger sneered. The expression of the upper-rank demon emperor-level demon moth clan dark apparition suddenly changed. I have said that I will only give you one chance. Since you don't know how to cherish it, I am very sorry. The blood god doppelganger stood up from cross-legged and stomped with one foot. Boom, a terrifying force erupted from the blood god altar and pressed down hard. Wait, the dark apparition of the demon moth clan changed its expression drastically, and there was horror in its eyes. It wanted to say something, but it was too late. Boom. Under that terrifying pressure, its body finally exploded, turning into a dense blood mist that did not dissipate. A dark apparition of the demon emperor level was crushed and exploded just like that. The remaining dark apparitions that had persisted to the end also exploded one after another. They were only middle-level demon emperors. How could they resist such a terrifying attack? Boom. Boom. Boom, clouds of blood mist bloomed in the void like blooming blood-colored flowers. It was enchanting and terrifying, making people shudder. When the dark apparitions of the demon emperor level who had surrendered saw this scene, all of their expressions changed slightly. It has already handed over the soul source flames. Why do you still want to kill it? A dark apparition of the demon moth clan could not help but ask. Are you questioning me? The blood god doppelganger glanced at it and asked. The dark apparition of the demon moth clan was speechless. At this time it suddenly remembered that it had already surrendered and its soul source flames were controlled by the other party. What right did it have to question the other party? Its soul source flames should be fake. A sheep-headed demon dark apparition's eyes flashed. It glanced at the blood god doppelganger and said. Fortunately, not everyone is so stupid. Otherwise, I would regret keeping you alive, the blood god doppelganger said. The dark apparition of the demon moth clan was speechless. Was he saying that it was stupid? It was actually despised. A dignified upper-rank demon emperor level dark apparition was actually called a fool by someone. How could it tolerate this? It looked at the blood god doppelganger, but when it met the calm and indifferent eyes of the blood god doppelganger, it was as if a basin of cold water had been poured over it. It froze on the spot. All its anger disappeared and turned into dejection. At the same time, the words of the sheep-headed demon dark apparition stunned the surrounding dark apparitions. Fake? No wonder. It turned out that it was a fake soul source flames. It was too naive to try to deceive the blood descendant in this way. Many dark apparitions sneered. This was simply courting death. Suddenly, they rejoiced in their hearts. It was not that they had never thought of this method, but they had rejected it in the end. In the end, they had obediently handed over the soul source flames. Now, it seemed that their choice was correct. That demon moth dark apparition was just thinking that it was clever. The blood god doppelganger did not pay attention to their thoughts. That demon moth dark apparition thought that it was clever. It was a good opportunity for him to punish it as an example to others. Otherwise, these demon emperor level dark apparitions would not be so easy to train. Those who could reach the demon emperor level were definitely geniuses among geniuses of various races. Each and every one of them was arrogant and unruly. Even if they were now forced to submit under the circumstances, they would definitely have various thoughts in their hearts. Therefore, he needed to intimidate them. In front of those demon emperor level dark apparitions, he had to kill an existence of the same level as them. This would let them know that they could not think that they had the right to bargain just because they were strong and talented. Even if they were demon emperors, once they provoked him, they would still die. There would be no difference. At this moment, his eyes swept across the surroundings. Sure enough, he saw that those upper-level demon emperor-level dark apparitions had become well-behaved. Their faces revealed deep fear. Even if they had other intentions, they wouldn't dare to reveal them easily. The blood god doppelganger did not care whether they were sincerely working for him or not. He only needed to intimidate them with force. Now that these dark apparitions had handed over the soul source flames, it would not be a big problem to plant the bewitching seed in them. Then, the blood god doppelganger's gaze fell on the surrounding blood clan dark apparitions. His eyes flashed slightly, and he suddenly had a plan in his heart. At this moment, all the blood clan dark apparitions finally reacted. They looked at those dark apparitions of the three major races that had submitted and then looked at the blood god doppelganger. They could not help but feel a trace of unreality in their hearts. He actually succeeded. With the strength of one person, he turned the tide. The Blood Master did it. Even in the long history of the Blood Clan, they had never had such a great victory. The Demon Moth Clan, the Giant Demon Clan, and the Sheep-Headed Demon Clan had always been the old rivals of the Blood Clan. There had always been friction between them and the Blood Clan. Every time the Blood Clan fought with these three major races, it could be said that there were wins and losses. However, there had never been a time when they had won so thoroughly, won so vindicated, and won so happily. At this moment, all the Blood Clan dark apparitions felt as if they had drunk a bottle of iced Coca-Cola on a hot summer day. There was only one word that could describe it: awesome. 3 words, too awesome. Looking at the dark apparitions of the three major races' mournful expressions, they felt extremely satisfied. The Blood Master's demonic power is unparalleled. No one knew who it was, but someone suddenly started shouting fanatically. The other Blood Clan dark apparitions also came back to their senses and immediately looked at the blood god doppelganger. Their eyes were burning with admiration, and they all shouted loudly. The Blood Master's demonic power is unparalleled. The Blood Master's demonic power is unparalleled. The Blood Master's demonic power is unparalleled. For a moment, the entire void was filled with these deafening cheers. The Blood Clan dark apparitions looked at the blood god doppelganger with extreme fanaticism and reverence that they would only have when facing a demon lord. This is the real Blood Master, the Blood Clan's Blood Master. At this moment, almost all the Blood Clan dark apparitions, regardless of whether they knew the blood god doppelganger before or whether they had seen his deeds with their own eyes, had now acknowledged his identity as the Blood Master. He was so powerful and reliable. Who else would be the Blood Master if not him? Many of the Blood Clan dark apparitions had not seen the deeds of the blood god doppelganger with their own eyes, so it was inevitable that they had some doubts in their hearts. Now, these doubts had finally dissipated completely. Blood Rosa and Euphoria stood in the distance and looked at the blood god doppelganger in the center of the blood god altar. An indescribable glow appeared in their eyes. Their choice was indeed correct. This Blood Master had already displayed such power before even going to the front lines. If he really went to the battlefield, he would definitely shine brightly. Xue Jin's, Xue Qilua, Xue Noji, and the other dark apparitions' expressions kept changing. It was as if they had opened a dye house. It was extremely complicated. They were extremely envious and, at the same time, unwilling to accept this. Net if their plan had succeeded, all of this should have belonged to them. But now, it had nothing to do with them at all. Xueju had become the center of all the Blood Clan dark apparitions, and they could only watch from the side. They were reduced to a contrast. No one even paid attention to them. This was undoubtedly very sad. They were all Blood Clan geniuses, but they were completely overshadowed by the other party's brilliance. In addition, the dark apparitions of the three races couldn't help but fall into a long silence as they looked at the cheering Blood Clan dark apparitions. Who would have thought that the three dark apparitions would end up in such a state when they tried to stop the Blood Clan? Even they had to hand over their soul origin flames and become slaves. Just as all the dark apparitions were having different thoughts, the blood god doppelganger fell into a daze. Unparalleled demonic power? What unparalleled demonic power? It made him look like a peerless villain. Couldn't these Blood Clan dark apparitions use a nicer term? The cheering lasted for a long time before gradually dissipating. All the Blood Clan dark apparitions looked at the blood god doppelganger as if waiting for his orders. The blood god doppelganger could only suppress his desire to complain and maintain the dignity of a blood master. He slowly said, "You all did very well. This time, I couldn't have defeated the sheep-headed demons, the devil moth demons, and the giant demons by myself. It was because you all worked together with me that we were able to successfully suppress them. This makes me very gratified. I'm also very grateful for everyone's trust. Here, I thank you all in advance." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and cupped his fist toward all the Blood Clan dark apparitions. The Blood Clan dark apparitions were stunned. They didn't expect the blood god doppelganger to thank them. This was completely beyond their expectations. For a moment, all the Blood Clan dark apparitions had the urge to die for their bosom friends. It was clearly this Blood Master's credit that they were able to defeat the 3 dark apparitions, but he still remembered them and even took the initiative to thank them. They had never received such respect before. Those upper-rank Demon Emperor geniuses were usually arrogant and never cared about the dark apparitions that were lower than them. Compared to the Blood Master's respect for them, it was a completely different feeling. Wasn't it better to support such a Blood Master than to support those arrogant geniuses? Before the Blood Clan members could react, the Blood God Doppelganger continued. I'm sure everyone had a deep understanding of the battle just now. When facing the other dark races, we vampires must work together in order to unleash our greatest power. Even if it's a peak upper-rank Demon Emperor, it might not be impossible to suppress them. Everyone, don't underestimate your own strength. Even if it's a lower-rank Demon Emperor or a middle-rank Demon Emperor, as long as you contribute your strength, you can make the power of the Blood God altar even more terrifying. I hope that after entering the battlefield of the universe of light, you can still maintain this mentality. Then, the day of the Blood Clan's glory won't be far away. This voice slowly echoed in the void, causing all the Blood Clan dark apparitions to fall into a daze again. Suppress a peak upper-rank Demon Emperor, if it was in the past, they wouldn't believe it at all. However, after participating in the entire process of suppressing the 3 dark apparitions today, there was nothing they wouldn't believe. As long as there were enough people, they could use the Blood God altar to suppress even more powerful beings. This was no joke. On the battlefield, the Blood God altar would definitely be able to unleash great power. Thinking of this, all the Blood Clan dark apparitions were extremely excited and eager to try. They couldn't wait to go to the battlefield immediately and let the other dark apparitions see the power of the Blood Clan. When the Blood God clone saw this scene, he secretly laughed in his heart. These Blood Clan members were quite easy to fool, everything was going on the right track. The more he made these Blood Clan dark apparitions revere him, the more they would believe him. When the remaining dark apparitions of the 3 races heard this, their expressions became extremely solemn. This Blood Clan Blood Master was really not simple. He easily used the aftermath of the battle just now to win people's hearts. He even drew a big pie and made these Blood Clan dark apparitions follow him wholeheartedly and be used by him. On the battlefield, these Blood Clan dark apparitions would be the Blood Clan Blood Master's greatest help. Not just anyone could do something like that. This Blood Clan Blood Master not only had amazing means and terrifying talents, but he also had shocking schemes and calculations. It was too terrifying, they didn't know where the Blood Clan found such a monster. When they heard that this Blood Clan Blood Master came from the lower realm, they couldn't help but wonder if he was really a Blood Clan member from the lower realm. He didn't look like one at all. Even they, the geniuses from the 6th level of the Dark Realm, couldn't be compared to him. It was really unimaginable how the lower realm could cultivate such a terrifying genius. The Blood Clan had really hit the jackpot. The geniuses of the 3 races looked at the Blood God Doppelganger with complicated feelings and couldn't help but sigh. With such a monstrous Blood Master, the vampire race would definitely be able to shine brightly in the battle against the Radiant Universe and suppress most of the dark races. It was just that no one knew how far he could lead the vampire race's geniuses. Suddenly, they were actually looking forward to it. Their 3 races had been defeated. If the other dark apparitions were also defeated by this Blood Clan Blood Master, what would happen? The dark apparitions of the 3 races couldn't help but look at each other at this moment. They surprisingly saw the same thoughts in each other's eyes. Following this Blood Master to conquer the light universe may not be a bad choice. The same thought appeared in their minds. At least compared to Gushi and Saolet, this Blood Master seemed to be more abnormal and monstrous. He should be able to do things that Gushi and the others couldn't. Okay, that's all I have to say. How much power the Blood Clan geniuses can unleash will depend on you. The Blood God Doppelganger's tone changed, and he smiled slightly. In view of your performance just now, this Blood Master will not treat you unfairly. Now, get ready. The numerous Blood Clan dark apparitions couldn't help but be stunned. They didn't know what he was going to do. Boom, the Blood God altar suddenly vibrated, and the blood-red patterns on it suddenly changed. As they wriggled, they were like blood snakes that crawled toward the Blood Clan dark apparitions on the altar. This is Blood Lumbo, Blood Neil, Blood Tin, and the other dark apparitions couldn't help but be stunned. Their eyes suddenly lit up, and they exclaimed, "This is the origin blood condensed by the blood god altar." They raised their heads and looked at the blood god doppelganger in shock. The blood master actually wanted to transfer the absorbed origin blood to them to enhance their strength. In an instant, all the blood clan dark apparitions fell into a daze. They didn't expect the blood god doppelganger to do this. If he absorbed the origin blood himself, it would definitely enhance his strength. Even if he couldn't break through to the upper-level demon emperor level, it would still strengthen his foundation. He gave it to them just like that. "Blood Master, Your Highness, you can't." Blood Lumbo, Blood Neil, and the other blood clan dark apparitions came back to their senses and immediately shouted at the blood god doppelganger. They wanted to stop his actions. They didn't want to accept such a gift. If it was in the past, they might have gladly accepted it. After all, only a fool would not accept such a good thing. However, after seeing the blood god doppelganger's methods, they suddenly felt that the blood master's strength enhancement was the most important thing, and they were secondary. Only when the blood master's strength was enhanced could he better lead them on the battlefield and show the blood clan's might. Moreover, the blood master was willing to share the origin blood with them now. Would he forget them when they were on the battlefield? Therefore, they couldn't help but speak up, wanting to stop the blood god doppelganger. However, they didn't know what the blood god doppelganger was thinking. "Close your eyes and concentrate. Absorb the origin blood." He didn't care about what the blood clan dark apparitions were thinking. Under his control, strands of origin blood spread out from the runes on the blood god altar and flowed into the bodies of the blood clan dark apparitions. Blood Lumbo, Blood Neil, Blood Tin, and the other dark apparitions' expressions changed slightly. They knew that they couldn't change the blood god doppelganger's mind. They couldn't help but sigh. They could only sit cross-legged and concentrate on absorbing the origin blood that flowed into their bodies. They couldn't let the blood master down. Instantly, the entire blood god altar was shrouded in a thick bloody aura. It was hazy and shrouded all the blood clan dark apparitions. The blood-red energy that had condensed into a substance formed a light shield above the altar, isolating all the interference from the outside world and locking in all the origin blood. On the light shield, strange and mysterious shadows of the runes flickered and connected with the blood god altar below. It seemed even more magical. This is the true power of the blood god altar. The eyes of the dark apparitions from the three major races suddenly flickered. They couldn't help but show a trace of envy on their faces. The blood god altar could refine the origin blood and use it to cultivate the dark apparitions of the blood clan, making them stronger. They had only heard of it before, but now they saw it with their own eyes. It was no wonder that every time the blood god altar appeared, the strength of the dark apparitions of the blood clan would increase greatly. With such a divine artifact in hand, how could their strength not increase? The blood master of the blood clan is actually willing to share such a rich origin blood with other members of the blood clan. He's just trying to buy people's hearts. Even if he wants to buy people's hearts, you and I may not be able to do it. If he absorbs this origin blood himself, he will definitely be able to improve for a long time. After all, he is only at the peak of the middle-rank demon emperor level. However, he directly gave it to other members of the blood clan. Such generosity is not small. I'm impressed. This blood master's tolerance is really incomparable to ordinary people. The dark apparitions at the upper-rank demon emperor level couldn't help but discuss telepathically. Even they couldn't help but admire the actions of the blood god doppelganger. If it were them, they would have enjoyed such a huge amount of origin blood alone. Why would they share it with others? Inside the blood god altar, the blood god doppelganger looked at the dark apparitions of the blood clan around him as if he was looking at a bunch of thriving blood-red leeks. He cultivated them so painstakingly, naturally, not to help them improve their strength, but to quietly leave some means in their bodies so that he could control these dark apparitions of the blood clan on the battlefield. In any case, he was on the side of the light universe. He could only apologize to these dark apparitions of the blood clan. No one noticed that among the strands of origin blood, there were extremely inconspicuous and extremely subtle tiny runes quietly entering the bodies of the dark apparitions of the blood clan. These runes were so small that they couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Even a demon lord level existence would find it difficult to discover their existence. As long as the origin blood was absorbed, these tiny runes would enter the bodies of the dark apparitions of the Blood Clan and integrate into every inch of their flesh and blood. Blood God Rebirth Technique. This was the power of the God Tier Technique, Blood God Rebirth Technique. Back then, that progenitor-level Blood Clan dark apparition wanted to use the Blood God Doppelganger to control the Blood God Doppelganger and cease his body to be reborn. Unfortunately, Wang Ting's main body saw through it and used it in the end to obtain an extremely talented Blood God Doppelganger. Now, the Blood God Doppelganger was using the same method to plant this technique in their bodies. If they weren't obedient, this technique could turn all of them into his nourishment. Although the Blood God Doppelganger didn't need to be reborn now, those nourishment could still be used by him. From an outsider's perspective, he seemed to be very happy to share the origin blood with so many dark apparitions of the Blood Clan. However, only the Blood God Doppelganger knew that he was cultivating leeks. When it was time to harvest, he would only earn more. Of course, if these dark apparitions of the Blood Clan were completely obedient to his orders, he might spare their lives. After all, the identity of a Blood Clan member was quite useful. He needed to manage it well. As a large amount of origin blood flowed into the bodies of the dark apparitions of the Blood Clan, their auras gradually grew stronger. Due to the previous battle, they had been greatly exhausted. Many of them were even injured. Now, their injuries were gradually recovering. It wouldn't take long for them to completely return to their peak state. Moreover, their abilities would increase. Time passed slowly. The runes of the Blood God Rebirth Technique only needed to be integrated into the bodies of the dark apparitions of the Blood Clan step by step. The Blood God Doppelganger didn't need to worry too much. He had nothing else to do, so he used his spiritual power to pick up all the attribute bubbles scattered in the air. Origin of Soul *3000, Life Origin *4200, Domain Master Spirit *8600, Dark Star Force *15500, Poison Star Force *18,000, Giant Demon Body *5,000, Giant Demon Warhammer *1000, Dark Star Force *21,000, Fire Star Force *17,000, Demon Goat Body *3,500. A large number of attribute bubbles were collected and poured into Wang Ting's body. On the other side, Wang Ting's body had yet to find the final place where the balance was born. His body suddenly shook slightly, and he stopped in the void. Looks like the Blood God clone has completely settled the matter. His eyes flashed, and he muttered to himself, "It's much faster than I expected." He had obtained quite a number of attribute bubbles this time, and they were all very mixed. Wang Ting didn't look at them in detail. He looked at the attribute panel directly. The first two attributes to increase were still, Life Origin, and Soul Origin, and there were quite a few of them. The dark apparitions suppressed by the Blood God altar had their bodies explode and their souls scattered. Hence, these two attributes had dropped. After adding them up, they weren't any less than the previous top geniuses. They might even be more. Wang Ting savored the pleasure of increasing the two types of origin energy. His entire body felt comfortable from inside out. This time, his Life Origin and Soul Origin had increased tremendously, and his foundation had become much more solid. Next, it was naturally the Domain Lord level spirit attribute and the few star origin energy attributes. There was no need to talk about the Domain Lord level spirit for now. Wang Ting's body was stuck at the pinnacle of the universe level, and his Domain Lord level spirit couldn't break through. In terms of origin energy, he had used up quite a bit to help the Blood God clone. Now that he had replenished it, it was even faster than him recovering by himself. Flying in the void consumed a terrifying amount of origin energy. If he couldn't replenish it, he might be trapped in the void and unable to leave. Why didn't most living beings dare to enter the depths of the void? Being unable to replenish origin energy was a huge factor. It wasn't that origin energy didn't exist in the void, but it was very thin. To powerful warriors, it was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It was like a person lost in the desert. How could a cup of water save his life? Of course, if he had enough origin stones or treasures to replenish origin energy, he could still last for a while. Wang Ting wasn't at the end of his rope yet. He could use his attributes to replenish his energy. Moreover, he had stored more than half of these origin power attributes. He would continue to absorb them the next time the origin power in his body was exhausted. However, he only managed to pick up a few types of star origin powers: poison, fire, and darkness. He continued to look at the other attributes, and his eyes lit up slightly. Moth Emperor Scripture, Demon Lord 3500/10,000, Master, wink with a frown. Demon Goat Scripture, Demon Lord 4200/10,000, Proficient, wink with a frown. Troll Scripture, Demon Lord level 2500/10,000, Master, Holy Book of Blood Intercourse, Demon Lord 5100/10,000, Master, Bloody Demonic Book, Demonic Lord level 2800/10,000, Master, Blood Python Scripture, Demon Lord 5600/10,000, Proficient, wink with a frown. Blood Wolf Scripture, Demon Lord 3000/10,000, Master, wink with a frown. Blood Bat Scripture, Demon Lord level 4300/10,000, Master, Blood Demon Scripture, Demon Lord level 3800/10,000, Master. All of them were Demon Lord level cultivation techniques. If an outsider saw this, their eyes would probably pop out of their sockets. The value of this string of Demon Lord level cultivation techniques was immeasurable, but in Wang Ting's hands, they were listed out like ordinary cultivation techniques. Wang Ting was relatively calm. Looking at the Demon Lord level cultivation techniques in front of him, his expression was calm. The first 3 cultivation techniques came from the 3 dark races, and they had all been upgraded from proficient to proficient, which was very good. The last 8 cultivation techniques came from the Blood Intercourse race, and Blood race. Now, they had all been upgraded from proficient to proficient, and their mastery had increased by a whole level. However, the Blood Python Scripture was already at proficient before. Although it had been upgraded, it was still at proficient. If Wang Ting didn't remember wrongly, the Blood Python Scripture should be the scripture that Xuenoji practiced. It looked like its mastery of this scripture was still at the proficient level. If not, its attributes wouldn't be so low. Suddenly, Wang Ting exclaimed softly, and his gaze fell on one of the cultivation techniques. This cultivation technique was a little unfamiliar, but he had already picked it up. Bloodbat Scripture. This is Shuijin's cultivation technique, right? Wang Ting touched his chin and finally remembered. Back then, when he was in the Blood Kuan's nest, he had obtained this attribute. However, the situation was a little chaotic at that time, so he did not pay much attention to it. Moreover, his attention was completely attracted by the Blood Kuan's inheritance, and he had neglected this cultivation technique. This time, after obtaining the attribute of this cultivation technique, Wang Ting's attention was attracted again. The Bloodbat Scripture is the cultivation technique that can create the shadow of a blood bat. These blood race cultivation techniques are all strange, but they all lead to the same goal. Other than a few that are more special and powerful, the rest are quite similar. Wang Ting carefully sensed this Demon Lord level cultivation technique, and his eyes shone with a thoughtful light. Suddenly, Wang Ting could not help but laugh. Shuijin, Xuenoji, and the other dark apparitions had always been at odds with him. If they knew that he had taken all of their most precious cultivation techniques, would they be angry? Thinking about that scene, it would definitely be very interesting. Wang Ting shook his head and laughed. He felt that he had a little bad taste, and his attention was diverted. In fact, among these 8 cultivation techniques, Wang Ting was looking forward to the Blood Demon Scripture the most. This was a cultivation technique that came from Xue Lan Bo, and it corresponded to the cultivation of the body of the blood demon. Now that it had been upgraded to proficient, Wang Ting's understanding of this cultivation technique had deepened to a new level, and it was greatly beneficial to the cultivation of the body of the blood demon. The body of the blood demon was indeed extraordinary. If he could absorb enough demonic energy, he should be very powerful. The only problem was that if he absorbed too much demonic energy, he would be affected. Once he activated the body of the blood demon, he would easily become manic and gradually lose his rationality. For dark apparitions, this problem was especially troublesome. After all, when they underwent demonic change, there was already a risk of them falling into chaos. If they cultivated the Blood Demon Scripture, it would undoubtedly increase the chances of them falling into chaos. Therefore, those who did not have a strong will would not be able to cultivate this cultivation technique. Thinking about it this way, Shui Lan Bo was indeed extraordinary. Of course, dark apparitions might not care about this problem. Chaos and darkness were their ultimate goal. Moreover, it was not impossible to recover after falling into chaos. Those dark apparitions with powerful bloodline talents could reverse the state of chaos and recover from chaos more easily than ordinary dark apparitions. For example, Wang Ting, who had the Heart of Darkness, Nether God Body, Body of the Blood God, and other top-tier talents, even if he fell into chaos and darkness, there was a high chance that he could recover. What kind of price would he have to pay? This was also something that Wang Ting had always been worried about. Therefore, he never dared to let himself fall into chaos and darkness, lest he caused some irreversible things. Wang Ting's attention returned to the attribute panel. In addition to these demon supreme level cultivation techniques, there were also some demon emperor level cultivation techniques whose attributes had increased. However, he only took a glance and no longer paid attention to them. It was not that he looked down on the demon emperor level cultivation techniques, but these demon supreme level cultivation techniques were enough for him. The demon emperor level cultivation techniques were really not worth his attention. However, it might be useful when he created the Chaos Star spell in the future. Stones from other mountains could be used to polish jade. Wang Ting had always emphasized this point. Therefore, he had never avoided those low-level cultivation techniques and did not reject them. Then, he looked at the attributes of the combat techniques. He was still quite interested in the combat techniques of the dark apparitions. Some of the combat techniques were very powerful and would be very helpful in improving the strength of the Blood God clone. With the help of the Blood Kraken technique and the Blood God altar, the Blood God clone could use more techniques. Therefore, he did not have to worry too much about not being able to support the force requirements of high-level combat techniques. Demon Flame Fist, Upper Demon Emperor level 3500/10,000, small success. Demon Flame Halberd, Upper Demon Emperor level 2700/10,000, small success. Giant Demon Warhammer, Upper Demon Emperor level 5000/10,000, small success. Giant Demon War Axe, Upper Demon Emperor level 4500/10,000, small success. Giant Demon Fist, Upper Demon Emperor level 6000/10,000, small success. Dark Poison Powder, Growth Type 5000/30,000, large success. Poison Bite Mask, Demon Emperor level 3000/5000, proficient. Blood Demon War Blade, Demon Emperor level 4500/10,000, proficient. Blood Demon Fist, Upper Demon Emperor level 5500/10,000, small success. Blood Mist Claw, Middle Demon Emperor level 4000/5000, proficient. Blood Sword Technique, Middle Demon Emperor level 3300/5000, proficient. Blood Python Sword Technique, Middle Demon Emperor level 2800/5000, proficient. Blood Killing Halberd, Peak Demon Emperor level 4500/10,000, proficient. Blood Whip, Demon Emperor level 3800/10,000, proficient. Another series of combat skill attributes appeared in front of Wang Ting, which made him slightly surprised. He felt that there were more combat skill attributes than cultivation method attributes. However, most of these combat skill attributes had been obtained before, and only some of them were newly obtained. Among them, Demon Flame Fist and Demon Flame Halberd were combat skills of the Sheep-Headed Demon clan, and their levels could reach the Upper Demon Emperor level. Demon Flame Fist had been obtained before, but at that time, it was still at the proficient level. Now, it had reached the small success level, which was one level higher. Demon Flame Halberd was a halberd-type combat skill that he had just obtained. It was also a hybrid combat skill of fire and darkness. It was powerful and directly reached the small success level. There were many sheep-headed demon clan dark apparitions that used Demon Flame Halberd. Their attributes added up, so Wang Ting's mastery of this combat skill reached the small success level. Next were the combat skills of the Giant Demon clan. There were a total of 3 combat skills, namely Giant Demon Warhammer, Giant Demon War Axe, and Giant Demon Fist. Among them, the latter 2 combat skills were just obtained this time. However, now that all 3 combat skills were at the small success level, their mastery levels were about the same, so there was no difference. Moreover, they were also Upper Demon Emperor level combat skills. They were powerful and could be regarded as extremely good offensive means. These three combat skills were very in line with the characteristics of the giant demon clan. They could fully exert the advantage of the physical body. In this aspect, Wang Ting also had an advantage. Even the blood god doppelganger was no exception. As his doppelganger, how could his physical body be weak? Next were the combat skills of the demon moth clan. Needless to say, dark poison powder was a unique combat skill of the demon moth clan. Almost every dark apparition of the demon moth clan knew this skill. Once it was used on the battlefield, it would be very troublesome. This combat skill was a bit special. It was a growth-type combat skill that could be improved as the strength of the demon moth clan dark apparition increased. For example, the dark poison powder of the upper demon emperor level dark apparition was definitely much more powerful than that of the middle demon emperor level dark apparition. Its toxic power was more terrifying. What surprised Wang Ting was that this combat skill had now reached the large success level. Its mastery level was higher than most combat skills. In addition, after reaching the large success level, it required 30,000 attribute points to break through to the next level. This attribute limit was not inferior to that of the upper demon emperor level combat skills. From this aspect, it could also be seen that the current power of this combat skill should be comparable to that of the upper demon emperor level combat skills. The attribute of the latter combat skill was called Poisonous Devouring Mask. Wang Ting immediately thought of the battle with the strongest genius of the demon moth clan, Hazli, who used the black-faced combat skill. It could be regarded as a rather strange combat skill to be able to devour his Bloody Whirlwind. After all, Bloody Whirlwind was a peak demon emperor level combat skill. It was not something that could be easily devoured. Of course, if Hazli was not stronger than Wang Ting, it would not be easy for him to do this. Wang Ting withdrew his thoughts and no longer thought about it. He carefully comprehended this combat skill and could not help but show a look of surprise in his eyes. The power of space. This combat skill was integrated with the power of space, no wonder it could devour his Bloody Whirlwind. It was as if it had entered another space and was difficult to break free. This was the influence of the upper demon emperor level on space, confining the enemy's attack in the space formed by the poisonous devouring mask. In fact, it was not complicated. The principle was relatively simple. Even if one did not have the space talent, one could comprehend and use this combat skill. For Wang Ting, who had the space talent, it was not difficult to use this combat skill. However, this combat skill also contained the changes of the poison and dark attributes. It could be regarded as a hybrid combat skill of 3 attributes. Fortunately, it was not a problem for Wang Ting. That was because he already had these attributes. If it was a warrior from the Radiant Universe, even if he obtained this combat skill, he would not be able to cultivate it. Even if the dark apparitions of other races obtained this combat skill, if they did not have the poison attribute, they would not be able to cultivate it. This special combat skill was a screening for the cultivator. The dark apparition of the demon moth clan was able to cultivate such a special combat skill. In addition, the poisonous devouring mask was a demon emperor level combat skill. It was also an extremely precious and rare combat skill among the dark apparitions of the demon moth clan. Only existences above the upper demon emperor level were qualified to cultivate it. Now that Wang Ting had mastered this combat skill to the proficient level, it was not bad. Wang Ting continued to look at the following combat skill attributes. The next 2 combat skills came from Shui Lan Bo, which belonged to his blood demon inheritance. They were also combat skills that he had obtained before. This time, these 2 combat skills had been improved and directly broke through a level. The Blood Demon Saber was a Demon Emperor level combat skill. Now, it had reached the proficient level from the proficient level. The Blood Demon Fist was a Upper Demon Emperor level combat skill. It had been upgraded from the proficient level to the small success level. Shui Lan Bo's mastery of the Blood Demon Fist was undoubtedly higher. This was normal. It was not so easy to improve a Demon Emperor level combat skill. Being able to master a Demon Emperor level combat skill to the proficient level was already considered a genius among geniuses. After all, special existences like Wang Ting were extremely rare. Even in the entire universe, there were only a handful of them. Wang Ting was still very happy. It was not easy for the Blood Demon Fist to reach the small success level. Now, if the Blood God Doppelganger used this combat skill, its power would definitely be able to shake a first-level upper demon emperor level existence. This was very terrifying. Fighting someone above one's level was not just a saying. Without enough foundation and powerful means, it was impossible to do so. The last few combat skills came from the Blood Clan, the Blood Slaughter Clan, and the Blood Tribe. Among them, the Blood Mist Claw, Blood Saber Technique, and Blood Python Sword Technique were all Blood Clan combat skills. They were all Middle Demon Emperor level combat skills. Wang Ting had already obtained these combat skills before. Among them, he had already mastered the Blood Mist Claw to the proficient level. This time, he did not make a breakthrough and was still at the proficient level. However, his attributes had increased a lot. As for the other two combat skills, he had already mastered them to the proficient level. This time, he had picked up a lot of attributes and upgraded them to the proficient level. The Blood Slaughter Demonic Halberd was a combat skill of the Blood Slaughter clan, and it had reached the peak Demon Emperor level. It was much stronger than other Demon Emperor level combat skills. Wang Ting had already obtained this combat skill before, and he had mastered it to the proficient level. This time, his attributes had increased by 3,000 points, which was not bad. He was one step closer to breaking through to the small success level. This combat skill was undoubtedly difficult to improve. Even Blood Rosa and Blood Emperor Luan of the Blood Slaughter clan had not mastered it to the small success level. Blood Emperor Luan was an upper Demon Emperor level genius of the Blood Slaughter clan, and he was still at the proficient level. This showed how difficult it was to cultivate the Blood Slaughter Demonic Halberd. The Blood Slaughter Whip was a combat skill of the Blood Slaughter clan, and it had been mastered by Xianxia. This time, her comprehension of this combat skill had increased by a lot, and it had actually reached the proficient level. Wang Ting had picked up the attribute bubbles that she had dropped, and his mastery of the Blood Slaughter Whip had also increased to the proficient level. If she knew about this, what would she think? After Xianxia had advanced to the upper Demon Emperor level, she had spent a lot of time comprehending and cultivating before she managed to raise the Blood Slaughter Whip to the proficient level. How could she have known that this was a preparation for others to take advantage of? Wang Ting looked at the rows of combat skill attributes, and he was very happy. As a result, more than half of the combat skills of the Dark Apparition had been upgraded, and his strength had increased by another step. This was not all. Wang Ting's strength had increased by more than this. He continued to look at the other attributes, talents, Demonic Moth Body, 16,000/30,000, Stage 3, Demonic Goat Body, 25,000/30,000, Stage 3, Troll Body, 24500/30,000, Tier 3, Body of the Bloodseeker, 45,000/150000, Tier 5. Several talent attributes appeared in Wang Ting's mind, and the relevant enlightenment also appeared. Demonic Moth Body? Wang Ting could not help but show a look of disgust on his face. This demonic moth body was even more disgusting than the demonic goat body. Thinking about the appearance of those male demonic moths, he felt a chill all over his body. It was too terrifying. If he became like that, he might as well die. This time, Wang Ting really despised this physique talent. It wasn't fake. Wang Ting immediately looked at the other constitution talents. Fortunately, the attributes of the next few constitution talents had increased, and he was quite gratified. Not bad. He touched his chin and looked at the 3 constitution talent attributes below. He could not help but smile. Although the demonic goat body and the giant demon body were still at stage 3, their attributes had reached more than 20,000 points. They were very close to the upper limit of stage 3, and there was no telling when they would break through. The one that surprised Wang Ting the most was naturally the bloodborne body. Body of the Blood Demon had increased his attribute points by more than 30,000. Now, his attribute points had reached 45,000. Although it was not even a third of the 150,000 attribute points, it was not easy to increase his attribute points by so much. It's a pity that I didn't get any other talent attributes. Wang Ting was a little unsatisfied. Dark Flame Domain, 2100/3000, Stage 3 Melder, Demonic Moth Domain, 2300/3000, Stage 3 Melder, Darkness Domain, 2500/3000, Stage 3 Melder, Giant Demon Domain, 2500/3000, Stage 3 Melder, Blood Demon Domain, 3200/4000, Stage 4 Melder, Bloodborne Domain, 2200/3000, Stage 3 Melder, Blood Python Domain, 1800/3000, Stage 3 Melder, Bloodstop Domain, 2600/3000, Stage 3 Melder, Blood Wolf Domain, 1200/3000, Stage 3 Melder, Blood Bat Domain, 1500/3000, Stage 3 Melder, Hiss. Wang Ting couldn't help but take a deep breath when he looked at the attributes of the domains. All of them were above Stage 3, as Wang Ting digested and absorbed the attribute bubbles. The large number of dark apparition domains he grasped reached the Stage 3 Melder level. Even his Stage 3 Melder domains had increased by a lot, and he had gained more insights. The only pity was that there was only one Stage 4 Melder domain, and that was Blood Lumbo's Blood Demon Domain. Among these Upper Demon Emperor geniuses, Stage 4 Melder domains were still extremely rare, and very few people could comprehend them. Wang Ting had already integrated the last 5 domains into his Bloodborne domain. Now that he had improved, his Bloodborne domain had also improved by a lot. Bloodborne Domain, 2800/3000, Stage 3 Melder, 2800 attribute points. Looks like my Bloodborne domain will soon break through to Stage 4. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with joy. His Bloodborne domain was now ridiculously powerful. He used it almost every time he faced an enemy, and combined it with the world of blood. Its power was astonishing. Finally, there was the increase in his origin source laws. Origin of Poison, 6500/30,000, Stage 3. Wang Ting glanced at his attribute panel and was stunned. Surprisingly, only one of the origin source laws had been upgraded. Compared to the previous number of attributes, this drop was undoubtedly a little too big, so much so that he couldn't accept it for a while. Wang Ting was a little speechless and couldn't help but shake his head, feeling a little disappointed. Forget it, I've already gained enough attributes this time. He stopped thinking about it and his eyes flickered as he looked ahead. He once again turned into a stream of light and sped into the depths of the void at a speed several times faster than before. Wang Ting, what are you looking for? Haven't you found it yet? Yuan Gunggun's voice rang out in his mind. I don't know what I'm looking for either, Wang Ting replied. You don't know? Yuan Gunggun was speechless. That's right. I just had a premonition that there might be something I need here, so I came over to take a look. Wang Ting smiled and said, but, I don't know what it is exactly. Yuan Gunggun was very surprised. Could there really be something in the depths of the void that was attracting Wang Ting? It's good enough that you can sense it. It seems like your luck is really good to be able to find an opportunity in the void. Another voice suddenly rang out. It was Brindisi. As a god-level existence, it naturally had a better understanding of such mysterious matters. Wang Ting smiled and didn't say much. He naturally wouldn't tell them that he had searched so hard for the Chaos Star spell. Yuan Gunggun and Brindisi didn't say anything, but they were both looking forward to what Wang Ting would encounter. Time passed slowly. In this void, the concept of time seemed to be somewhat vague. It only made people feel that it was incomparably slow and dull. Fortunately, Wang Ting was someone who could endure loneliness. For the sake of cultivation, he could endure all of this. On the other side, after the blood god clone absorbed the attribute bubbles, he looked at the remaining dark apparitions of the 3 major races. Come here. A calm voice suddenly rang out from his mouth. Hearing this, the dark apparitions of the 3 major races naturally didn't dare to disobey his order. They immediately flew closer, but due to the power of the blood god altar, they couldn't get too close. The blood god clone frowned. He took a step forward and arrived outside the blood god altar. He stood in front of the dark apparitions of the 3 major races with his hands behind his back. He wasn't very tall. In front of the sheep-headed demons, giant demons, and devil moth demons, he looked like a small man. However, the dark apparitions of the 3 major races all had complicated expressions on their faces. They didn't have the pride of an upper-level demon emperor facing a middle-level demon emperor at all. They only had deep fear and disappointment in their hearts. If others saw this, they would probably be shocked. You, come here. The blood god clone glanced around and pointed at a giant demon race dark apparition. Me? The giant demon race dark apparition pointed at his own nose. He was confused and didn't know what the blood god clone was going to do. Who else can it be? You're so big. Do you think I would point at the wrong person? The blood god clone said unhappily. This giant demon race dark apparition didn't look very smart. However, he chose it because it wasn't very smart. Oh. The giant demon race dark apparition was full of doubts, but he didn't dare to disobey the order. He immediately walked toward the blood god clone. The other dark apparitions looked at each other. They also didn't know what the blood god clone was up to. But no matter what, they weren't the first ones to let the giant demon race dark apparition explore the path first. Kneel down, the blood god clone said. You. This giant demon race dark apparition was an upper-level demon emperor. When he heard the blood god clone's words, he was instantly enraged. He felt that he had been insulted. Why? Do you want to resist? The blood god clone narrowed his eyes and said casually. His tone was very calm, but the giant demon race dark apparition felt a chill all over his body. When he thought about how the blood god clone had killed an upper-level demon emperor devil moth race dark apparition without saying anything, he instantly lost all thoughts of resisting. He could only suppress the anger in his heart and kneel down. That's more like it. The blood god clone nodded with satisfaction and said, "Look into my eyes." The giant demon race dark apparition subconsciously looked into his eyes. Suddenly, there was a red light in front of his eyes. Before he had time to think, he felt an abundant spiritual power invading his mind from those deep, dark red eyes. You. He was extremely shocked. He wanted to resist, but he didn't last long. In the face of the other party's powerful spiritual power, he quickly lost consciousness. The surrounding dark apparitions who were watching the show suddenly felt a chill rising from their tailbones to the top of their heads, making their scalps explode. They had an extremely strong ominous premonition. What is he going to do? It seems to be some kind of spiritual technique. This blood master of the blood clan obviously still doesn't believe us. I'm afraid he's preparing something else. The remaining dark apparitions couldn't help but look at each other. They all saw a trace of horror in each other's eyes. That giant demon race dark apparition was an upper-level demon emperor. However, under the other party's technique, he lost consciousness in just a short while. They also knew that to a large extent, it was because the dark apparition's soul origin fire was controlled. Therefore, the dark apparition didn't have any thoughts of resisting at all. That was why the blood master of the blood clan was able to succeed so easily. But now, even if they knew, could they resist? Obviously, they couldn't refuse. Their expressions were ugly, and they had never felt so powerless as they did now. After a while, the giant demon race dark apparition slowly woke up. He looked confused. What happened to me? The remaining dark apparitions looked at him and felt a chill in their hearts. It was too scary. What kind of technique was this? The blood god clone turned to look at them, grinned, and said faintly, "It's your turn now." The remaining dark apparitions couldn't help but take a step back. Their expressions kept changing, and they looked at him with extreme fear. It was as if he was a flood beast in front of them. "Don't be afraid. There won't be any pain." The blood god clone comforted them softly. "Look at him. It's like a dream. It'll be over soon." The remaining dark apparitions were speechless. Who would believe you? At this moment, in their eyes, this blood master of the blood clan wearing a blood-red faceless mask was simply like a demon. He was even scarier than the dark apparitions. The blood god clone ignored them. He looked at a demon moth race dark apparition again and said, "You." "Yes, you. Come over." "I." The demon moth race dark apparition wanted to cry but had no tears. Wang Ting didn't know what the blood god clone was doing at this moment. He didn't know how long he had been flying. He felt that the sense of balance was getting stronger and stronger. It was as if the source wasn't far ahead. "Soon, I can feel it." Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He was overjoyed. He immediately sped up and rushed forward. That feeling was getting stronger and stronger. He knew that he didn't come to the wrong place. This place would definitely give him some different insights. Boom, he directly used flash and shuttled through the void. Fang Jing had obtained a large amount of space attributes previously, so he didn't have to worry about not having enough space power to use. He used flash again and again. As he got closer and closer, that feeling became stronger and stronger. After some time, there was suddenly light in front of him. Light. Wang Ting was shocked. He suddenly stopped and looked into the distance, toward the source of the light. A scene that greatly shocked him appeared before his eyes. In the void, colorful rays of light extended from a distant place. They weren't intense, but had a gentle feeling. The source of the light was a gigantic palm that stood upright in the void. That palm was too big, like a continent or a star field. It stretched across the void. Even from a distance, one could still see it clearly. In fact, Wang Ting was still very far away from that palm. Even so, that palm was still huge. It was obvious how big it was originally. Palm? Wang Ting was shocked. He couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment. Then, he immediately activated True Vision Child and looked in that direction carefully. The original appearance of that palm gradually appeared in his eyes. It turned out that it wasn't a real palm. It was formed by small particles of various colors. Like gas, they condensed into the shape of a palm. Inside that palm, there were all kinds of mysterious existences. However, Wang Ting couldn't see them clearly. Even with his immortal rank, True Vision Child, he couldn't see the exact situation inside. The colorful gas outside seemed to have formed a veil, making everything hazy. To be honest, this scene was somewhat out of Wang Ting's expectations. Shocking, even a little unbelievable, there was actually such a strange existence in the void. It was really inconceivable. However, when he sensed the different fluctuations of origin power, he suddenly understood something. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, poison, ice, light, darkness. In this place, he actually sensed all the origin power fluctuations. These origin power fluctuations were in a very subtle way, maintaining a balance. Wang Ting couldn't sense how they maintained this balance for the time being. However, he could clearly feel that these origin powers did exist in a state of balance. There was no conflict. It was as if they had formed a system of their own, quietly operating in the depths of the void where no one could see. He couldn't help but feel a little excited. It seemed that he had found the right place. Wang Ting, this place seems to be incredible. Brindisi suddenly spoke after a moment of silence. It could be heard that her tone was not very calm. Of course. Otherwise, why would I search so hard and take such a huge risk to come here? Wang Ting said. This place is very mysterious. I feel like I can gain some insights from it. Her voice suddenly changed. It was solemn, holy, and as cold as ice, as if she was a goddess sitting on ice. You're Brindisi's main soul? Wang Ting was surprised. The main soul rarely came out. Usually, it was the subsoul that was outside. Anyway, whatever the subsoul could see, hear, and feel, the main soul could feel it. There was no difference. Yes. Brindisi's palm-sized body appeared on Wang Ting's shoulder. She looked at the strange hand in front of her, her eyes sparkling. That's rare, Wang Ting said with a smile. This place might be helpful to me, Brindisi said without hesitation. So, you're taking advantage of Wang Ting. Yuan Gungun appeared on Wang Ting's other shoulder and said with a smile. Well done. Wang Ting gave Yuan Gungun a thumbs up in his heart. The importance of a smart teammate. These words were not nice coming from Wang Ting's mouth. On the other hand, Yuan Gungun had unknowingly earned a small favor for Wang Ting. Brindisi had signed a soul contract with Wang Ting, so it didn't matter if he owed her a favor or not. However, there was a time limit to the soul contract. After 300 years, if Wang Ting hadn't reached the immortal rank, would she be willing to recognize Wang Ting as her master? This was something that couldn't be determined. Now that Brindisi owed Wang Ting, even if she wanted to reject him in the end, she would probably feel guilty. At that time, it wouldn't be easy to reject him. Of course, Wang Ting wouldn't give her a chance to reject him. Once she was his dragon, she would be his dragon forever. She couldn't run away. Brindisi heard this and couldn't help but fall silent for a moment. She looked at Yuan Gungun with an icy gaze, which made the latter's scalp tingle. Yuan Gungun couldn't help but smile embarrassedly. Women really couldn't be provoked, especially a god-rank female dragon. Brindisi retracted her gaze and said, I did take advantage of you. You're too polite. You're too polite. Who are we? Don't talk about taking advantage of me. You're treating me like an outsider. Wang Ting laughed and waved his hand. Brindisi heard these shameless words and couldn't help but roll her eyes. Who was the one who was flirting with Yuan Gungun? Did he think she was blind? Wang Ting looked at her, a little surprised. He couldn't help but ask, Subsoul? Primary soul. Brindisi said coldly. Hiss. Wang Ting took in a cold breath. When the primary soul rolled her eyes, she was even more charming than the secondary soul, although she was a female dragon. What's with that look? Brindisi glanced at him. Nothing. Wang Ting immediately turned his head. I have something to discuss with you. Brindisi surprisingly didn't continue to pursue his offense. Her tone changed. What is it? Wang Ting was a little surprised. With your current strength, even if you release a part of my power, you don't have to worry, right? Brindisi said. You want me to release more power for you? Wang Ting raised his eyebrows and stopped in the air. Yuan Gungun looked at Brindisi in surprise. This female dragon wanted to release more power? What was she planning? That's right. Brindisi didn't hide anymore. She nodded and said, this place is very special. I need to release more power to reach a higher realm. Perhaps I can gain more. Wang Ting rubbed his chin, his eyes sparkling. He didn't rush to reject her. What Brindisi said wasn't false. The higher one's cultivation base was, the better one's harvest would be in some special places. This was something that many people knew. It was understandable that Brindisi wanted to release more power. After all, this kind of place was hard to come by. Since she had found it, she wouldn't let it go. Although I can't guess what you want to do, I can guess a little. With my current strength at the Realm Master level, I can't help you much. But if I reach the Realm Master level... Brindisi didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. What Wang Ting needed now was a Sector Lord level battle power. He was still lacking a Domain Lord level battle power. You convinced me. Wang Ting suddenly smiled. Since he wanted to do Brindisi a favor, he might as well do it until the end. Otherwise, it would be annoying. Plus, with his current strength, he wasn't afraid of the Realm Master level. Even if he unsealed Brindisi's realm to the Realm Master level, it wouldn't affect her too much. Coupled with the restrictions of the soul contract, even if he wanted to consider these issues, it would be 300 years later. Really? Brindisi's eyes brightened as she looked at him in surprise. She thought that he would hesitate for a long time, or even refuse. She didn't expect him to agree so quickly. He was quite bold. Of course. Wang Ting smiled. Thank you. Brindisi looked at him deeply and said. I told you, there's no need to be so polite between us, Wang Ting said. He valued this god-level existence, so he didn't mind spending more effort. Here he comes again. Yuan Gungun curled his lips. He was 100% sure that this guy was trying to win people over. No, he was trying to win over the dragon heart. Brindisi didn't say anything more. At her age, she had seen too many things and naturally understood Wang Ting's thoughts. However, she was still impressed by his boldness. She was already in the soul state, so she didn't have much choice. Maybe a genius with great talent and heaven-defying luck could help her return to the peak. If so, I'll unseal you first. Wang Ting thought for a while, then sat down cross-legged and took out the ice dragon pearl, holding it in his hand. Brindisi's eyes flashed. She turned into a beam of blue light and flew into the ice dragon pearl. Wang Ting's forehead flashed with a golden light, and his spirit body immediately went into the ice dragon pearl. At his realm, his spirit body could already leave his body. Now that his spirit power was stronger, his spirit body was more condensed and emitted a golden light. It was very magical. Unique step to immortality. When he appeared on the ice field where the ice dragon pearl was, Brindisi couldn't help but feel surprised. What a condensed spirit body. Brindisi couldn't help but sigh. She was a god-level existence and had seen all kinds of geniuses. However, this Wang Ting in front of her was simply different. She had never seen such a terrifying spirit body in her life. A peak universe level. Warrior spirit body was comparable to a sector lord's. Even if it was below the third level of the sector lord level, it was still unbelievable. You flatter me. Wang Ting's spirit body sat cross-legged, then his body floated up and looked down at the ice field. In his eyes, a huge ancient runes array appeared. When he unsealed Brindisi's spirit body, he had already checked this array. However, to be safe, he checked it again. With Wang Ting's attainment in the saint-level runes, unsealing more of Brindisi's power was not a problem. His attention was immediately focused on the crack he had opened before, and his spirit power swept out from his forehead. Under Wang Ting's interference, the ancient runes around the crack slowly stopped moving. Before, Wang Ting had already stopped a part of the ancient runes. Now, he was just going with the flow. It was much simpler. Ka. As the runes stopped moving, the crack became bigger and bigger, and a series of cracking sounds could be heard. A powerful aura gradually spread out from below the crack. A terrifying and huge golden figure swam under the ice field, seemingly restless. Boom, an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the entire ice field suddenly shook. Ka-cha. Ka-cha. Ka-cha, the ice surface cracked, and the crack that wasn't very big had now spread to 1/10,000th of the ice field. This was undoubtedly terrifying. One had to know that Brindisi was a god-level existence before she fell. Even if only her spirit was left, she was still a god-level existence. Now that she had released her sector lord-level power, it had only expanded the crack to 1/10,000th of the ice field. If she completely released it, how terrifying would she be? Wang Ting didn't dare imagine. His eyes flashed, and he retracted his spirit power, dodging to the side. Rumble. In the next moment, a huge rumbling sound suddenly rang out. Immediately, a golden beam of light rose from the expanding crack under the layer of ice and rushed straight to the dome of the ice dragon pearl. Roar! Brindisi's huge body was completely revealed. Bathed in the golden pillar of light, her aura became even more majestic. In just a short moment, she had entered the sector lord level from the domain lord level, and continued to climb, sector lord level 1, sector lord level 2, sector lord level 3, sector lord level 4. Only when she reached sector lord level 4 did Brindisi's aura slowly stop rising. Wang Ting's spirit body floated in the air, gazing at Brindisi's figure as he muttered to himself, sector lord level 4, should be enough for now. Brindisi's strength couldn't be judged by normal fighters. Even if only her spirit body was left, the sector lord level ice dragon pearl could still unleash terrifying power. At the same level, normal fighters weren't her match at all. She could even fight above her level. With her current level, fighting against a sector lord level 5 or 6 shouldn't be a problem. And her current level was still within Wang Ting's control. If she was too strong, he wouldn't be able to control her. After a while, the golden light slowly dissipated. Brindisi's body shrunk and returned to Wang Ting's shoulder. Many thanks. This time, Brindisi was very calm. She wasn't as flustered and exasperated as before, and she thanked him again. It was probably because she had been outside for too long and was used to it. After all, she had been sealed for too long last time and was tricked by Wang Ting, so she wasn't too happy. Now, she had gradually accepted it. And to be able to break through to sector lord level again in such a short period of time was already out of her expectations. She had a premonition that the next time wouldn't be too far away. Wang Ting's strength was rising too quickly. At this rate, she didn't need to worry about not being able to break through. Let's go. Wang Ting didn't say anything else. His spirit body became a golden light and shot into the sky, disappearing into the ice dragon pearl. Brindisi followed closely behind, becoming an ice blue light and also disappearing. In the air, Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes. Brindisi appeared on his shoulder again. On his other shoulder, Yuan Gungun didn't disappear. He was waiting in boredom. Seeing Wang Ting wake up, he was shaken. He then looked at Brindisi with a trace of shock in his eyes. Sector Lord level. Suddenly, his face turned bitter and he became even more fearful. He couldn't afford to offend him when he was still a peak domain lord. Now that he was a sector lord, he naturally couldn't afford to offend him. Wang Ting, when are you going to raise my strength? Yuan Gungun couldn't help but mutter. Wang Ting was slightly dazed. Then, he reacted and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't this unfair? Brindisi also turned to look at Yuan Gungun. Her eyes revealed a trace of meaning. What was he doing? Rebelling? Yuan Gungun's scalp went numb. You need luck to raise your strength. It won't be that fast. Wang Ting shook his head helplessly. All right. Roundface naturally knew this as well. He immediately hung his head dejectedly like a frosted eggplant. Wang Ting smiled and didn't pay attention to him. It wouldn't be long before he recovered. Then, he looked forward helplessly. The road to happiness was full of setbacks. It was right in front of him, but he was delayed again and again. Fortunately, everything should be settled now. There shouldn't be any more problems, right? He shook his head and no longer hesitated. He charged forward at full speed, like a shooting star in the void. Brindisi was also full of anticipation. What kind of harvest would that area bring her? The colorful area seemed to be right in front of him, but it was actually very far away. Wang Ting flew for a few hours before he finally arrived in front of the palm. At this moment, he was even more shocked. His eyes were filled with indescribable shock. The shape of the palm in front of him was already unclear. Only the colorful colors entered his eyes. It was like a hazy mist, full of mystery. Brindisi was also shocked. Even with her knowledge and experience, she had never seen such a magical place. An indescribable feeling appeared in their hearts. Be careful. Wang Ting took a deep breath to calm himself down and reminded. N. Brindisi nodded. She didn't leave Wang Ting's shoulder and stayed there. She felt that if she went with Wang Ting, her luck would be better. Perhaps the harvest would be even greater. Luck wasn't enough, but it was impossible to not have it. Wang Ting looked at Brindisi, who was motionless on his shoulder, and suddenly felt that his reminder was a bit unnecessary. However, this wasn't the time to think about such things. He looked at the area in front of him, and his spiritual force swept out from between his eyebrows. He carefully and slowly probed forward. After arriving here, the sense of balance became more obvious. However, Wang Ting always had a vague feeling. It was as if he had grasped something, but also as if he hadn't. It made him feel very uncomfortable. It was as if 10,000 ants were crawling around him, and he couldn't wait to get rid of them all. He knew that he couldn't see anything from the outside. He had to go in. However, no one knew what was inside this strange place, so he had to be cautious. He probed with his spiritual force and didn't feel any danger. However, the range of his perception was very limited. He couldn't extend it too far. Wang Ting frowned, but he still decided to go in. Since he was already here, he couldn't just stay outside and look. Therefore, he didn't hesitate any longer. He stepped forward and slowly approached. The colorful mist was already in front of him. He didn't hesitate and directly stepped into it. The ice dragon pearl floated above Brindisi's head, and her eyes became very serious. Suddenly, the man and the dragon both felt a change in front of their eyes. It was as if they had stepped into another space. Boom! At the same time, a special domain covered the two of them, and their bodies couldn't help but freeze. This is... Wang Ting was a bit surprised. He looked around and said, magnetic force. The domain here is indeed a bit strange. It can actually affect a sector lord. Brindisi's eyes became more and more surprised. Wang Ting sized up his surroundings. As expected, he saw many attribute bubbles floating in the air. Pick them up. Without hesitation, he immediately sent out his psychic energy to pick up the attribute bubble. Magnetic domain *500, magnetic domain *400, magnetic domain *550, a large amount of magnetic domain attributes entered Wang Ting's mind, turning into a strange feeling. Wang Ting's eyes flashed with light. It was as if he had entered a state of enlightenment, causing his understanding of magnetic domain to rise. His magnetic domain was originally at the normal level 5, but now it directly soared to the normal level 6, and then it continued to Rise, normal level 7, normal level 8, normal level 9, perfect. Wang Ting only picked up a wave of attribute bubbles on the spot, but he managed to raise his magnetism territory to the normal perfected realm. This was terrifying. And this, magnetic domain, was quite rare. Many warriors couldn't even grasp it. If others knew that Wang Ting grasped magnetic domain so quickly, their eyes would probably pop out. Continue. Wang Ting was naturally very happy at this moment. He didn't expect to have such a harvest. Although he hadn't found a way to solve the problem for the time being, it was quite good that he could raise magnetic domain to this level. And if he guessed correctly, there were definitely more magnetic domain attributes in the depths of this area. He didn't have to worry about not being able to raise magnetic domain to the corporeal realm or even the Melder realm. Brindisi was a little surprised. She could clearly feel that Wang Ting seemed to have become a little more impatient. What did he learn? She was very curious, and her heart was filled with disbelief. Wang Ting had just entered this place, but he had already comprehended something. This level of comprehension was even more frightening than a god-tier existence like her. Wang Ting wasn't in a hurry to pick up the attribute bubbles. Instead, he observed the situation around him. There was a large amount of multicolored mist floating in this area. It was hazy and gave off a dreamy feeling. The mist seemed to be condensed from all kinds of origin power and had formed a special system when gathered together. My previous feeling wasn't wrong, Wang Ting muttered to himself. Wang Ting, did you notice that there seems to be an aura of life here? Brindisi suddenly asked. Aura of life? Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up as he carefully sensed. There really is an aura of life here. A moment later, he seemed to have sensed something. His face couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment. There's an aura of life here. This aura was very weak, or rather, it wasn't very strong in this place. Moreover, it was covered by the colorful fog, which was why he hadn't sensed it at first. If it weren't for Brindisi's extremely sharp senses, he would have had to go deeper to discover it. Wait, aura of life? Wang Ting suddenly regained his senses. A flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, giving him a faint understanding. However, it was only a faint understanding. He was still far from perfecting the idea in his heart. Let's go deeper, Brindisi didn't say much and directly said. Okay. Wang Ting nodded. This was exactly what he wanted to do. Thus, he didn't waste any more time and immediately rushed into the depths. He was still very careful. His spiritual force spread out, sensing for danger while also looking for more attribute bubbles and inspiration. Wang Ting had a feeling that this place could definitely help him break through his Chaos Star incantation. After reaching this place, his thoughts became clearer and clearer. Perhaps he would soon be able to fuse with the Domain Master level Chaos Star incantation. Brindisi actually didn't know what Wang Ting wanted to do, but seeing him like this, she had a faint guess. This guy must be planning something big. As he went deeper, more attribute bubbles appeared. Wang Ting naturally didn't hesitate. He immediately swept out his spiritual force and picked them up without hesitation. Magnetism field *600, magnetism field *800, fire star origin power *2000, wood star origin power *1800, water star origin power *2200, magnetism field *500, there's actually an origin power attribute. Wang Ting was very surprised. He originally thought that there was only the magnetism field attribute. Who would have thought that there would be more than one origin power attribute? He immediately sensed it carefully and found that there were actually quite a few origin power attribute bubbles here. Fire, wood, water, there were all 5 elements. At first, he only picked up 3 of them, but later on, the other 2 origin power attributes were included. Soon, he had gathered all 5 elements. This made Wang Ting even more surprised. If all 5 elements had appeared, then the other special attributes wouldn't be far away. He had a feeling that lightning, ice, light, darkness, and other special attributes would appear here. It was only a matter of time. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. No one knew what he was thinking. At the same time, pieces of enlightenment regarding the magnetism field appeared in his mind. It was even more profound than the enlightenment he had just received. Suddenly, Wang Ting's mind shook. He felt as if something had broken. Breakthrough. His eyes lit up as he immediately looked at his status panel. Magnetism field, 1200/3000, third rank corporeal, amazing. Wang Ting was very surprised. Not only did the magnetism field break through from the normal realm to the corporeal realm, but it also reached the third rank of the corporeal realm. But when he thought about the attribute bubbles that appeared from time to time in this area, he understood. He was sure that the magnetism field would break through here. Now, it seemed that he was right. At this moment, Wang Ting looked at the attribute bubbles that kept appearing in the void around him. He was very happy. He didn't think that there would be so many attribute bubbles here. Big time. Big time. Pick up. Pick up. He constantly swept out his spiritual force and picked up the attribute bubbles around him. He was like a bandit who had entered a cave full of treasures, picking up all kinds of precious gems. What are you so happy about? Ice Disc couldn't help but roll her eyes and ask when she saw his joyful and useless appearance. Nothing, just some enlightenment. Wang Ting immediately put away his smile and said casually. Brindis. Why didn't she believe him? Inexplicably, Brindisi felt a little envious. This guy's perception was too abnormal. Among all the geniuses she'd seen, even those who'd reached the deity realm couldn't compare. He was definitely at the top of the deity realm. How could she not be envious of a universe-level fighter with such perception? Fortunately, she was a deity realm fighter herself, so this emotion only appeared for a moment before disappearing. She wouldn't stoop so low as to be jealous of a junior. That's right, in her opinion, although Wang Ting's talent was very strong, so much so that she had to recognize him as her master, Wang Ting was too young. The difference between them was too big, so she had always treated him as a junior. Wang Ting didn't know what she was thinking. He continued to pick up the attribute bubbles while entering this strange space. Time slowly passed, the magnetism attribute was increasing step by step, from the third level of the corporeal realm to the sixth level. The speed was quite fast. He also obtained quite a bit of the 5 elements, but only the 5 elements. The other attributes didn't appear. While he was wandering around, inspiration would appear in Wang Ting's mind from time to time. It would collide with the Xing character scripture that he had mastered and give birth to all sorts of enlightenment. There was also the universe-level chaos star formula he'd created before. The two were like a puzzle, constantly perfecting his thoughts. This was a huge project. Creating a technique was already extremely difficult, not to mention a domain master level technique. This wasn't something a universe-level fighter should do. If some sector lords or even immortals knew about this, they'd think he was overestimating himself. Not to mention, the technique he was about to create was a heaven-defying technique like the Chaos Star formula. Even immortals didn't dare to think about it. It could only be said that he was crazy. Wait, there seems to be something ahead. Brindisi suddenly said. Wang Ting immediately felt something too. Something seemed to be approaching him. However, it was still outside the range of his spiritual power, so he couldn't see it clearly. The temperature seems to have dropped? Suddenly, Wang Ting froze. With his physical talent, he immediately felt something was wrong. Not bad. Ice Disco nodded and said with surprise, your ability to sense the ice element is not weak. Ronin from Dolua. Wang Ting didn't say much. The object was getting closer and closer, and its speed was very fast. It was rushing in his direction. The surrounding temperature was also getting colder. This caused his expression to become slightly serious. He was already extremely careful, and now, he didn't dare to be careless at all. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something. His expression changed slightly, and he could not help but curse, F***ck. Planets. It was clearly a planet, and a planet that was sealed in ice. At this moment, he finally understood why Brindisi had sensed it in advance. Motherf***, this is an ice ball. As someone with god-level talent in the ice element, Brindisi could sense it in advance. Although Wang Ting's talent in the ice element was god-level, and he also had the sacred ice body, he was still lacking compared to Brindisi. None of those who could reach the deity level were simple. Be careful. Brindisi immediately warned. Wang Ting's figure flashed, and he wanted to dodge. However, as the planet quickly approached, an extremely cold intent suddenly swept over, causing his body to uncontrollably stiffen. The ice ball's cold intent could at least freeze the body of an domain lord. Without much time to think, Wang Ting immediately used the worldly mysterious flame. Boom, a black flame immediately swept out from his body, wrapping him up. The cold intent on his body immediately disappeared, and Wang Ting's body recovered. He immediately wanted to dodge. However, boom, a loud explosion suddenly sounded, and the ice ball's speed suddenly increased, crashing over. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly. This sudden change did not give him any time to dodge, and the surrounding space was also affected by the ice intent, making it difficult for him to use flash. He could only take it head-on. Second Order Underworld God Body, activate. Second Order Heart of Darkness, activate. Fifth Order Blood God Body, activate. Fifth Order Blood Demon Body, activate. Fifth Order Magic Armor Saint Body, activate. Third Order Magic Rock Saint Body, activate. Wang Ting's various physiques were activated in an instant, and a powerful evil darkness aura burst out from his body. His body suddenly expanded many times, and he looked like a small giant. Outside his body, a layer of black armor appeared, which was the defensive ability of the Magic Armor Saint Body. In an instant, Wang Ting's body turned into a terrifying darkness physique, and his entire body was filled with darkness chi. Even Brindisi felt uncomfortable, and she frowned. She spat out the ice dragon pearl, which floated above her head, emitting waves of cold intent to resist the darkness chi. However, this cold intent did not affect Wang Ting at all. As these physiques were activated, Wang Ting could not help but clench his fists, and he immediately felt his body filled with power, as if he could destroy a peak domain lord with a single punch. There were many more physiques than before, especially the last 3 physiques, which he had just obtained recently, and it was Wang Ting's first time using them. A total of 6 physiques were activated at the same time, which was undoubtedly a terrifying thing. Some dark apparitions would not even dare to think about it. How could there be such a ridiculous thing in this world? Boom, he did not hesitate, and seeing that the ice ball was about to hit his body, he immediately punched out. Demon Lord Rank Darkness Battle Technique, Dark Demon Fist. A terrifying black fist imprint condensed on his fist, and he fiercely punched towards the huge ice ball. Boom, the void trembled, and the colorful mist in the surroundings was dispelled quite a bit. It was unable to withstand the bombardment of the terrifying fist. At the same time, spatial cracks appeared one after another, breaking the balance of this small region. Boom, in an instant, Wang Ting's black fist imprint collided with the huge ice ball, and a huge explosion erupted. Crack! 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 Cracking sounds kept coming out from the ice ball, and cracks spread out from Wang Ting's black fist imprint. Brindisi's eyes flashed, and she was speechless. This guy was clearly a universe warrior, but he could unleash such a terrifying black fist imprint. How incredible! Compared to his blood god clone, his original body was even more terrifying. Pong! Suddenly, there was an explosion, and the black fist imprint exploded, and a terrifying origin power swept across the surface of the ice ball. The speed of the huge ice ball was reduced by this punch, and Wang Ting took advantage of this gap to use flash. The space in front of him rippled, and Wang Ting disappeared, reappearing outside the range of the ice ball. The black fist imprint slowly dissipated, and a huge hole appeared on the ice ball, as if it had been hit by a meteorite. However, Wang Ting's pupils shrank. He knew the power of his black fist imprint the best, and it was unbelievable that it could only create a hole. It couldn't completely shatter the ice ball. One must know that with his current strength, a single punch was enough to destroy an ordinary planet. Brindisi raised her eyebrows, and a trace of surprise appeared in her eyes. Whoosh, the ice ball moved again, and it swept past Wang Ting's eyes at its original speed. It gradually disappeared into the colorful fog, and it was about to disappear. Wang Ting came back to his senses and frowned. He was about to follow it, but he suddenly found that the area where the ice ball had swept past had dropped many attribute bubbles. Pick them up. Wang Ting didn't hesitate to pick up the attribute bubbles. He immediately swept out his mind power and picked them up. Ice Attribute Star Force *2500, Ice Star Force * 3200, Ice Attribute Star Force * 3500, it's true. Wang Ting felt the Ice Star origin power in his body, but he wasn't too surprised. When he saw the giant ice planet, he vaguely guessed something. The attributes he had picked up before were all of the 5 elements. Now, there was a special origin power. Wang Ting's guess was confirmed. There must be some special origin power here. Moreover, this origin power might have already materialized into various celestial bodies. Let's go and see, Brindisi reminded him. Wang Ting picked up the attribute bubbles, nodded, and immediately chased after the ice planet. Picking up the attribute bubbles didn't take too much time, and the ice planet wasn't too far away. Wang Ting caught up with it in just a moment. His body flashed, and he landed on the planet. What a dense power of ice. Brindisi flew up from Wang Ting's shoulder, feeling the aura of the ice planet, and said in surprise. Wang Ting saw many more attribute bubbles, and he immediately picked them up. He found that they were all Ice Star origin power. He was even more surprised. Then, he walked toward the other parts of the planet. This ice planet was huge, comparable to the Earth. However, with Wang Ting's current strength, it didn't take him much time to go around it. There's nothing special about it. After a while, Wang Ting stopped, frowned, and shook his head. It's just a planet made of origin power, Brindisi said. Wang Ting didn't linger. His body flashed, and he disappeared from the planet. He returned to the void, watching the ice planet disappear in front of him. Why do I feel like I've overlooked something? Suddenly, he rubbed his chin as thoughts spun in his mind. A white light flashed through his mind. That's right, I shouldn't have focused on the planet. I should have focused on its movement. Brindisi paused for a moment, then nodded. What you said makes sense. But what are you going to do? This place is shrouded in colorful mist, and it interferes with the spread of spirit power. It's hard to explore further. Even I can't sense things that are too far away. I have this. Wang Ting smiled, and starlight flew out from between his eyebrows. This is Void Mayfly. Brindisi paused for a moment, then reacted. She had seen Wang Ting use the Void Mayfly before, so she wasn't unfamiliar with it. Yes, just leave the Void Mayfly on that planet. Wang Ting waved his hand and sent out a thought. The Void Mayfly received the order and flew toward the ice planet. With the existence of these eyes, Wang Ting felt that his field of vision had been broadened once again. He wasn't as blind as he was in the past. Let's go. Wang Ting didn't delay any longer, and he flew in the opposite direction of the ice planet. The man and the dragon wandered aimlessly through the void again. This was undoubtedly a boring process, and if it were anyone else, they would have given up already. This was because there seemed to be nothing in this colorful mist, and it didn't seem like there was any kind of opportunity. Ever since he encountered the ice planet, Wang Ting hadn't encountered any other planets. And from the information sent back by the Void Mayfly, he couldn't find any pattern in the rotation of the ice planet. If it weren't for the fact that he could pick up attribute bubbles and had all kinds of origin power attributes, as well as the fact that his magnetism domain was constantly increasing, he might not have been able to hold on. Brindisi frowned, as if she was stumped. She felt that she would be able to comprehend something here, but she couldn't take that final step. It was very uncomfortable, and it made her very depressed. Fortunately, she was a god-rank existence, and her mind wasn't something an ordinary cultivator could compare to. Just as Wang Ting's original body was exploring that strange area, the blood god avatar had planted the bewitching seed on the dark apparitions of the 3 major races, making them unable to resist. The remaining dark apparitions of the sheep-headed demon race, the giant demon race, and the devil moth race looked at the blood god avatar with a trace of fear in their eyes. What did this blood descendant of the blood clan do to them? Why couldn't they summon the slightest thought of resisting? When they woke up just now, they didn't even know what had happened, and they already had this thought in their minds. This undoubtedly caused them to be extremely aghast. They clearly remembered the whole process and knew that they were captured, but they couldn't summon the thought of resisting. This was too contradictory. It was too strange. It was as if they had been bewitched. Wait, bewitched? Several dark apparitions at the upper demon emperor level looked at each other with a trace of disbelief in their eyes. They thought of the demonic egg's bewitching ability. As geniuses of various races, they were naturally no stranger to the demonic egg, and they even knew about its bewitching ability. But how could a blood descendant of the Blood clan have such an ability? The other party was only at the peak of the middle demon emperor level. Condensing the demonic egg required the help of a demon lord level existence and some special materials to condense it. The difference between the blood descendant and the demonic egg was too great. This was illogical. Whether it is or not, we can't resist now anyway, a sheep-headed demon race dark apparition said bitterly. Damn it, how could this blood descendant of the Blood clan have so many strange means? Another dark apparition from the giant demon race said unwillingly. Forget it, it's meaningless to talk about this now. We are already tied to the same rope as this blood descendant of the Blood clan. Even if a demon lord level existence asks us, I'm afraid we can't say anything, an upper demon emperor level dark apparition from the devil moth race said while shaking his head. For a moment, these dark apparitions at the upper demon emperor level fell into silence. The blood god avatar glanced at those dark apparitions and secretly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He felt waves of exhaustion coming from his spirit body. If it weren't for the fact that the main body had transmitted enough spirit power to him at the right time, he was afraid that he wouldn't have been able to support planting the bewitching seed on so many upper demon emperor level dark apparitions. The main body should hurry up and break through. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to suppress these upper demon emperor level dark apparitions, he thought helplessly. He didn't expect that planting the bewitching seed on these upper demon emperor level dark apparitions would require so much spirit power. Moreover, there were faint signs of him losing control. Obviously, with his current spirit power cultivation, planting the bewitching seed on the upper demon emperor level dark apparitions was still a little too much. Now, his martial arts realm was at the peak of the middle demon emperor level, and his spirit realm was also at the peak of the middle demon emperor level, which was equivalent to the peak of the realm master level. This was because of the spirit limitations of the main body. His martial arts cultivation could surpass the main body, but his spirit power could never surpass the main body. If the spirit body of the avatar surpassed the main body, would it still be an avatar? Fortunately, the main body's spirit power was strong enough. Otherwise, the avatar's side would be even weaker. Boom, suddenly, a vibration came from the blood god altar. The blood god avatar came back to his senses. His expression changed, he looked over there. Is it over? He waved his hand, and the light shield above the blood god altar slowly dissipated. The origin blood inside had indeed disappeared. The dark apparitions of the Blood clan sat cross-legged on the blood god altar. Their auras had recovered to their peak, and even improved. They were much stronger than before. Whoosh, the dark apparitions of the Blood clan suddenly opened their eyes. Their eyes flashed with joy. They quickly reacted and stood up. They knelt down on one knee toward the blood god avatar and said in unison, "Thank you, Blood Master, for your reward." The blood god avatar was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and said with a smile, "No need to be so polite. Get up." Yes. The dark apparitions of the Blood clan answered in unison, and then stood up one after another. "Blood Master, what should we do now?" Xue Lumbo, Xue Neil, Xue Shili, and other upper demon emperor level geniuses gathered around and asked. "Since the matter has been resolved, we naturally have to set off for the light universe immediately." The blood god avatar's eyes flashed, and he said. The main body had already made a decision. The blood god avatar would head to the light universe first. As for the main body, he would wait until the matter was settled before heading there on his own. In any case, the main body could safely return to the light universe as long as the connection between him and the avatar was not broken. He did not have to worry about getting lost in the void. Moreover, this space passage would probably not disappear in a short period of time. When the time came, the main body might be able to use this space passage to return. Xue Lumbo and the other Blood clan dark apparitions nodded without any doubts. However, they quickly looked at the dark apparitions of the three major races and asked, "What should we do with them?" "Don't worry. They have already submitted to me. They won't be able to cause any trouble." The blood god avatar smiled and said to the dark apparitions of the three major races, "Come here." Yes. The dark apparitions of the three major races did not dare to delay and immediately responded. They flew over and then knelt respectfully in front of the blood god avatar, afraid that they would be a step too late. That appearance was very, like a lackey. Xue Lumbo, Xue Neil, and the other blood clan dark apparitions were stunned when they saw this extremely strange scene. What was going on? Why did the dark apparitions of the three major races seem to be more respectful than them? Why did they feel that they were inferior? Even if they had offered up their soul origin flames, they should not have submitted so thoroughly in such a short period of time, right? Wouldn't these dark apparitions be unwilling? Wouldn't they feel aggrieved? Wouldn't they feel humiliated? Where was the dignity of a high-level demon emperor genius? Why did they feel that something was wrong? Xue Lumbo and the other blood clan dark apparitions were full of question marks. They were completely dumbfounded by this scene and turned to look at the blood god avatar in a daze. Could it be that the blood master had done something while they were cultivating? To be able to make high-level demon emperors submit willingly, it was a little unbelievable just thinking about it. His Highness the Blood Master was awesome. Xue Jin, Xue Noji, Xue Qilua, and the other blood clan geniuses who did not get along with the blood god avatar felt a chill in their hearts. This blood master's methods were really terrifying. They could not figure out how he did it at all. The blood master's body seemed to be shrouded in a layer of fog, making them unable to see clearly. Take your respective warships and head to the light universe. Don't expose your relationship with me and wait for my news. The blood god avatar did not know what Xue Lumbo and the others were thinking and instructed the dark apparitions of the three major races. Yes. The high-level demon emperor-level dark apparitions of the three major races were almost like insects responding to the blood god avatar. They did not say anything unnecessary and obeyed whatever the blood god avatar said. Xue Lumbo, Xue Neil, and the other dark apparitions were speechless again. Their three views were completely overturned, and they did not know what kind of expression they should have. Go. The blood god avatar waved his hand. The dark apparitions of the three major races got up and bowed to the blood god avatar again. Then, they flew toward the space passage in the distance and returned to their respective warships. They set sail again and flew toward the light universe. Let's go too, the blood god avatar said. Okay. Xue Lumbo and the other blood clan dark apparitions came back to their senses and immediately nodded in response. The blood god avatar put away the blood god altar and flew toward the space passage without hesitation. Xue Lumbo and the other blood clan dark apparitions followed. This place was not far from the space passage, and they returned to the space passage in a short while. The blood clan's coffin spaceship was still in the space passage and did not suffer any damage. The warships of the three major races had already left. The blood clan dark apparitions boarded the ships and set sail again. They turned into a blood-red stream of light and rushed toward the light universe. The light universe. Tianlan Weave, Torch Dragon Weave, and Machinery Weave. These three weaves were now in a terrible war. During this period, void cracks kept appearing, and a large number of dark apparitions emerged. Even though the light universe had sent out a large number of warriors to search for them, once they found a void crack, they would immediately repair it. If they found any dark apparitions, they would certainly encircle and annihilate them immediately. The various high-level universe nations of Tianlan Weave, the Torch Dragon clan of Torch Dragon Weave, and even the extremely mysterious Machinery clan of Machinery Weave had all sent out a large number of warriors. However, it was still useless. A large number of dark apparitions would always appear from the void. Like locusts passing through, they swarmed into the major planets of life, harvesting lives, and destroying everything. Dark invasion, living beings were plunged into misery and suffering. The originally prosperous and famous three weaves had now turned into a terrifying dark forbidden zone. The warriors of the outside world were terrified when they talked about it. Especially the star sector that originally belonged to the Subprofession Alliance headquarters. Now, it was completely covered in darkness. It seemed that no light could enter that place. Not to mention the human warriors, even immortal warriors did not dare to approach that area easily. Among the three weaves, a large number of star sectors had fallen, and the territory of the human race was shrinking. The worst situation was that the human race had only broken a small part of the seal of the dark apparitions. Only those below Sector Lord level could pass through. Immortal warriors could not pass through that forcefully opened crack at all. The human warriors didn't believe it and sent many immortal rank warriors to try to force their way through the crack. In the end, it caused a huge change. The surrounding dark energy swept over and those immortal rank warriors couldn't resist it. They were actually infected by the dark energy and almost turned into demons. Fortunately, a god-level existence intervened in time and saved those immortal warriors. He immediately ordered light-type warriors to deal with the dark energy. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Any immortal warrior was an extremely precious fighting force. They could not afford to lose them. However, that attempt also dispelled the various factions' intention to force immortal warriors into the three weaves. At least, before there was a breakthrough, the various factions would not attempt it again. As a result, the various factions could only stay outside the three weaves. They could only watch helplessly as the wall of black fog rose outside the three weaves. It was very frustrating. The various factions gathered outside the three weaves. Large numbers of battleships and warships gathered outside the three weaves. However, they could not break through that dark blockade. To the various factions, it was a humiliation. This was because the various factions had mobilized many god-level existences. Even god-level existences were mobilized, but they still could not break through that dark blockade. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to the human warriors. Torch Dragon Weave, outside planet Torch Dragon, on a large continent, the Subprofession Alliance headquarters temporary encampment was located here. Currently, a large part of Torch Dragon Weave's starry sky was occupied by dark apparitions. A large number of human warriors had retreated to the star sectors around planet Torch Dragon. These star sectors were the most important places in Torch Dragon Weave. The vital planets they belonged to were also the main planets controlled by the Torch Dragon clan. They were rich in resources and had cultivated a large number of powerful warriors. It was also because of this that they could resist the invasion of the dark apparitions. Moreover, there was a direct space teleportation array between these planets and planet Torch Dragon. This allowed the warriors of planet Torch Dragon to quickly rush over to provide support. Planet Torch Dragon was the main defensive place that resisted a large number of dark apparitions. The most powerful warriors of the Torch Dragon clan were here. For the time being, they could still resist the invasion of the dark apparitions. At this moment, on planet Torch Dragon, the powerhouses of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters, the Torch Dragon clan, the Tianlan Weave's powerhouses, and the Machinery Race's powerhouses were all gathered together. They seemed to be discussing something. In a large hall on planet Torch Dragon, the shadows of these powerhouses were sitting around a long table. The atmosphere was particularly solemn. They were not here in their true bodies. Some powerhouses had to guard their respective star sectors and could not leave at will. Therefore, they were only projections. The dark apparitions' forces have increased again. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence in the hall. The voice sounded like metal rubbing against each other. Everyone looked at the person who spoke. It was a strange existence with a silver-white metallic luster. It was humanoid, and its face and most of its body parts were extremely smooth like human skin. However, one of its arms was in the shape of a machine. One could see the various mechanical structures in it, and it was filled with a punk style. Even one of its eyes was in the shape of a machine. It flickered with a cold blue light, making people unable to look at it directly. However, the other eye was no different from that of a normal human, only deep. When they saw the appearance of this existence, everyone's heart sank. This was because they knew that this existence's words were definitely not empty words but had been calculated. Star Mechanic Emperor. A name flashed across their minds. It was the name of this existence. The other party was an immortal existence of the Machinery Race, and it was an Emperor-level immortal. The Machinery Race was very mysterious. They were also very good at collecting all kinds of information and intelligence. Since the Star Mechanic Emperor said so, it meant that the Machinery Race had at least gone through a preliminary calculation. I wonder how much it has increased, another existence asked. This was a strong being from the Candle Dragon race. He was tall and burly, with dark red scales on his face and a pair of candle dragon horns on his head. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted by this question. This was undoubtedly the question they were most concerned about. Preliminary estimation is a total of 30 million soldiers, the Star Mechanic Emperor said. 30 million. All the strong beings present were shocked. Is there a specific distribution of levels? A human strong being asked in a deep voice. About 20 million demon monarchs, 8 million demon kings, and more than 1 million lower demon emperors. This is all we can collect for now, the Star Mechanic Emperor said. Hiss. All the strong beings present could not help but gasp. Although they were all immortal existences and usually would not put these low-level dark apparitions in their eyes, they were in a war now. Such a terrifying force was simply a disaster for the human warriors. Moreover, without guessing, they knew that more middle-level and upper-level demon emperors and even demon venerables had been dispatched among the dark apparitions. These dark apparitions were what the immortal existences had to face directly. They simply could not spare time to deal with those low-level dark apparitions. For a moment, the atmosphere became dull and solemn again. The situation was not optimistic. Even these immortal existences felt that this battle was very difficult to fight. The front was really dark. The Star Mechanic Emperor seemed to have waited for everyone to digest before continuing, in addition. However, as soon as these two words were spoken, everyone's heart sank again. This was definitely not good news. In addition, the dark apparitions seemed to have dispatched a large number of geniuses. The Star Mechanic Emperor's face was still expressionless and stiff. He said directly, "My machinery race once discovered a middle-level demon emperor dark apparition. He killed 3 pinnacle domain lord-level warriors by himself in less than 10 moves. His strength is definitely among the geniuses." Star Mechanic Emperor's words made all the great beings present fall silent again. 3 pinnacle domain lord-level warriors were defeated in just a few dozen moves, and the other party was a middle-level demon emperor of the same level. This kind of strength was extremely rare even among the human race's genius warriors. However, what they cared about was not this dark apparition genius but the meaning of this news. Star Mechanic Emperor had just said that there was more than one such dark apparition genius. The dark apparitions had sent out so many geniuses, which showed how much importance they attached to this battle. To the light universe, this was obviously not good news. "The genius warriors of our light universe should be here soon, right?" a human warrior said. "Some of them are here." A great being from the Subprofession Alliance headquarters said, "The Virtual Universe Company, Universe First Bank, Universe Mercenary Alliance, and so on have all sent out geniuses." "What about the 7-star academies?" a great being asked. "They'll be here soon," a great being from the Candle Dragon race said. Everyone nodded. Finally, there was some good news, and their mood was not so heavy. "Don't be happy too early," Star Mechanic Emperor said again. The great beings present couldn't help but feel nervous again as they looked at Star Mechanic Emperor. "I say, Star Mechanic Emperor, can you make it clear in one go?" a great being from the Candle Dragon race said angrily. Cough. Star Mechanic Emperor's mechanical eyeball turned, and he coughed dryly. "The dark apparition genius that my race discovered is from the inert fog race, and from the words of the other party, it might not be the strongest genius sent out by the dark apparitions. At most, it's the 5th level." "What?" All the great beings' expressions changed slightly. "Could it be that the dark apparitions sent out their strongest geniuses?" a human warrior said in shock. "It's not impossible," Star Mechanic Emperor said. "All in all, I've already sent the information. Everyone, get ready." All the great beings were silent for a while before someone said, "Spread the news. Since the dark apparitions have sent out geniuses of that level, our ordinary geniuses are no match for them at all. We must let stronger geniuses take action." "That's right, especially the top factions and the 7-star academies. We have to notify them." "We can't be careless," said an expert from the Subclass Alliance headquarters. Following that, the powerhouses discussed some more matters before dispersing with heavy hearts. Only the Subprofession Alliance headquarters and the Illumination Dragon powerhouses remained in the hall. They were here in their true bodies, unlike the other experts who were only projections. "Everyone, I wonder how the refining of the pills at the Subprofession Alliance headquarters is going?" The Illumination Dragon powerhouse suddenly looked at the powerhouses of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters and asked. "We can send out a batch first, but it won't be a lot." With the headquarters destroyed, we don't have enough elixirs, so we won't be able to refine too many pills that can restrain the power of darkness. A few experts from the Subprofession Alliance headquarters looked at each other and sighed. What other elixirs do you need? You can inform us and we'll help you search for them, the Illumination Dragon expert said with a grim expression. Okay, we'll send you the list of required elixirs later, the expert from the Subprofession Alliance headquarters didn't stand on ceremony and said immediately. This isn't just a matter for us. It's a big matter for the entire light universe. We have to inform the other factions and ask them to help collect the elixirs and send them here, the Illumination Dragon expert said after pondering for a moment. It's difficult. The expert from the Subprofession Alliance headquarters shook his head and said, now, many areas have been occupied by the dark apparitions. There are even some places that we don't know about. It's too difficult to transport them. Once we're stopped by the dark apparitions, a large number of precious elixirs will be completely wasted. The losses are too great. Even if it's difficult, we have to try. We don't have many choices now. The Illumination Dragon expert shook his head. Let's go back and discuss with the elders and see how this matter should be carried out, the expert from the Subprofession Alliance headquarters said. Alright, there's no harm in being careful. The Illumination Dragon expert said, but we have to be quick. The pills of the Subprofession Alliance are too important. They can reduce many casualties. Of course, we know. The expert from the Subprofession Alliance headquarters nodded and left in a hurry. The Illumination Dragon warrior's expression was solemn and full of worry. When the dark apparitions descended on the 3 major territories, the Illumination Dragon clan was the first to bear the brunt. The entire clan had suffered a great impact. So far, the Illumination Dragon clan had lost a large number of warriors. Although they were basically all below the universe level, it was still a huge loss for the Illumination Dragon clan. In addition, the territory of the Illumination Dragon clan was also constantly shrinking. Those planets were their sources of economy and resources. Now that they had shrunk by more than half, it was undoubtedly a huge blow to their entire clan. Moreover, the Illumination Dragon territory was the territory of the Illumination Dragon clan. Now that it was invaded by the dark apparitions, even if the dark apparitions were driven away in the future, it would be very difficult for them to restore their former prosperity. A large area of the starry sky would probably be reduced to a land of darkness and could not be used for a long time. As everyone knew, the damage caused by the invasion of the dark apparitions was long-lasting. It was simply impossible to drive them away in a short period of time. More importantly, no one knew if the dark apparitions could be driven away this time. Every time the dark apparitions descended, life would be plunged into misery and suffering. The light universe had rarely won a great battle. It was already very good to be able to resist. This situation caused the Illumination Dragon warriors to fall into an extremely pessimistic state. Because if this continued, the Illumination Dragon clan would inevitably decline. Such a large clan was also a well-known existence in the universe. Now, because of this accident, they were going to decline. How could they accept this? However, under such circumstances, they could not escape. They could only bite the bullet and continue to fight to reduce their losses. Therefore, no one wanted to get help from the outside world more than they did. As long as there was a slight possibility, they would do their best to do everything that was beneficial to the Illumination Dragon clan. It was not because of anything else but because they had no choice. Are Illumination Dragon Frost, Illumination Dragon Yi, and the others back? An immortal-level Illumination Dragon Elder suddenly asked. They're already on the way. After they heard the news, they immediately rushed back with our Illumination Dragon prodigies. They arrived much earlier than the other prodigies of the 7-star academies, said another Sector Lord-level Illumination Dragon powerhouse next to him. They should be here soon. Yes. The immortal-level Illumination Dragon Elder nodded in relief. How could the Illumination Dragon prodigies stay out of such a great disaster? Tell them to be careful not to encounter the dark apparitions, reminded the immortal-level Illumination Dragon Elder. Okay. The Sector Lord-level Illumination Dragon powerhouse quickly nodded. The Illumination Dragon clan still attached great importance to these prodigies who entered the 7-star academies. They were all powerhouses with hopes of advancing to the immortal level in the future. they could not afford to lose them. Although this war was a disaster, it was not necessarily a way for them to grow. If they survived, their future martial path would be limitless. Prodigies who rose from the war would definitely become famous in the universe and become the focus of attention of various major factions. The Illumination Dragon clan had high hopes for the Starry Sky Academy prodigies who returned. After the powerhouses of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters returned to the temporary encampment outside planet Illumination Dragon, they immediately gathered with the elders of the Subprofession Alliance. The elders had been waiting for a long time. They were in a hall. When they saw the powerhouses return, someone immediately asked, "How was it?" This person was one of the 3 elders who organized the Subprofession Alliance's exchange competition, Elder Tambeli. "Tambeli, you should stop being so impatient. Let the consecrators sit down first," an elder said helplessly. If Wang Ting was here, he would definitely recognize this person as Elder Danchin. However, he was much more tired than before. He was no longer high-spirited and calm. One could see worry in his eyes. If the Illumination Dragon clan was heading towards an irreversible decline, then the Subprofession Alliance headquarters had suffered heavy losses. Therefore, the elders of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters had been under immense pressure recently. Especially the 3 elders who organized the Subprofession Alliance's exchange competition. They felt that they could not absolve themselves from the blame and felt extremely guilty. Therefore, during this period, the 3 of them had been running around, trying their best to recover the losses of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters and minimize the losses. However, as time passed, more and more dark apparitions descended, making them feel slightly helpless. They had a premonition that the 3 territories were about to be lost. The Subprofession Alliance headquarters could not stay in the 3 territories. They would probably have to find another place to develop. However, this was easier said than done. The 3 territories were invaded by the dark apparitions. The Subprofession Alliance headquarters belonged to the people of the 3 territories. If they left now, how would others view the Subprofession Alliance? Therefore, this was not something they could leave as they wished. Everything depended on the development of the situation. They had to wait for the right opportunity. "Look at me. I'm too anxious." Elder Tambeli patted his head and hurriedly asked the strong people to sit down. "Elders, there's no need to be like this. We're all on the same side. We're all in this together." The strong people waved their hands. The strong people of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters had a very close relationship with the elders. Both sides were like a big family, each doing their own job. There was no such thing as outsiders. Moreover, they were immortal existences. Compared to God-grade existences like the elders, they were still much weaker. In front of them, they did not dare to be arrogant at all. After the strong people sat down, they told them the news that the Star Mechanic King had just sent over. For a moment, the hall fell into silence. The elders of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters all looked solemn. They did not expect to hear such news this time. "The situation is getting worse," another elder said. It was Elder Bias. His face was old, and it was obvious that his previous injuries had not recovered yet. As he spoke, he suddenly coughed again. Cough, cough, cough. The elders and immortal existences all looked at Elder Bias. They could not help but frown, feeling a little worried. "There's no need to be too worried. Let's take it one step at a time. The outside forces will definitely not watch the 3 territories completely fall," Elder Danchin said. Everyone could not help but nod. This was what they wanted to say too. Although the situation was not optimistic, it was not hopeless. The major forces gathered outside the 3 territories and had been thinking of ways to break the blockade of the dark apparitions. Many god-grade existences had been mobilized. This was where their confidence came from. The Candle Dragon clan hopes that we can apply for spiritual medicine assistance from other factions so that we can refine more pills. An immortal rank existence explained the Candle Dragon clan's plan. The Candle Dragon clan has a good plan. They want our Subprofession Alliance headquarters to ask for help, Elder Bias said. Although the various forces would definitely help in this situation, this was a big matter in the light universe, and no one could escape from it. However, where there were people, there would be conflicts of interest. This was inevitable. Even if a great disaster came, it would still not change this. Every force had their own considerations and would fight for their own interests. Therefore, if the Subprofession Alliance headquarters asked for help from the various forces, they would more or less owe them some favors. If the Subprofession Alliance headquarters no longer existed, there would naturally be no favors. However, as long as the Subprofession Alliance headquarters existed, this favor would always exist. When the disaster was over, someone would definitely mention it. This was the human heart. The Candle Dragon clan did not want to owe this favor, so they wanted the Subprofession Alliance headquarters to ask for help. However, Elder Bias pointed it out. Of course, the elders of the Subprofession Alliance headquarters were not fools. How could they not see this point? The Candle Dragon clan can't even protect themselves now. The loss of benefits is huge. It seems that they are anxious, Elder Danchin said. Even if they are anxious, they can't do this, Elder Bias said angrily. We can ask for help on this matter, but we have to ask them to do it together. We can't let the Subprofession Alliance headquarters be the scapegoat. We're already helping them refine pills for free. We're only collecting some basic fees. Isn't that enough? Indeed. The elders and immortal rank existences present all nodded. The Subprofession Alliance headquarters had already done enough. When the dark apparitions descended, they had never refused to contribute. There was no reason for them to do everything. The Subprofession Alliance was not a charity. Don't be anxious. In my opinion, the Illumination Dragon clan probably wants us to take the lead. It's impossible for them to do nothing behind the scenes. Based on my understanding of this clan, they aren't that shameless, said Grand Elder Danchin. We can take the lead, but we have to ask for it together, Elder Bias said. Then the only problem left is transportation. Elder Danchin heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Elder Bias was no longer harping on this matter. There was no time to argue in this situation. It was best to resolve it as soon as possible. We have to send powerhouses to participate in the transportation and keep it a secret. We can't let the dark apparitions detect our intentions. Those spiritual herbs are very precious. There can't be any mistakes, Elder Tambelli said. Elder Tambelli is right. An immortal rank existence nodded. If we want to protect the transportation fleet, we need at least an immortal rank. Wouldn't it be too eye-catching if an immortal rank were to take action? Elder Danchin frowned. Elder Danchin, you don't think it's appropriate? The immortal rank existence was surprised. If there aren't any immortal rank existences, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to protect the transportation fleet if something happens. I'm worried that the dark apparitions are already monitoring us, Elder Danchin said patiently, not minding their doubts. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help being shocked. Elder Danchin, aren't you thinking too much? How can the dark apparitions monitor us? Elder Tambelli said. Have you forgotten about the Nether God clan? Elder Danchin reminded. Nether God clan. Hearing these three words, the expressions of everyone present changed, and they became serious. Not only the Nether God clan, but there's also a terrifying clan like the Demon Brain clan. We have to guard against them, another immortal rank existence said. But this is all uncertain, the immortal rank existence said. We still have to guard against them, Elder Danchin said. Then what should we do? The immortal rank existence asked. Elder Danchin, do you have any good ideas? I have an idea. Elder Danchin nodded and said, I want to ask some Sector Lord geniuses to protect the transportation fleet. Sector Lord geniuses? Everyone was stunned. They couldn't figure out what he was thinking. Wasn't it too dangerous to ask Sector Lords to protect the transportation fleet? Also, the Star Mechanic Emperor had said that a large number of geniuses had appeared on the Dark Apparitions side. If they used geniuses from the light universe, it would be easy to be targeted by them. That's right. Elder Danchin nodded again with certainty and said, even if there are geniuses on the Dark Apparitions side, it's still better than being targeted by demon masters. Once we send out immortal ranks, the Dark Apparitions will definitely send out demon masters. Everyone suddenly felt that what Elder Danchin said was somewhat reasonable. If that's the case, we have to send out some powerful geniuses, Elder Bias said with a frown. Yes. Elder Danchin suddenly sighed and seemed to have thought of something. He said, if only Wan Ting was here. He's a universe-level warrior, but he's extremely powerful. No one is more suitable for this mission than him. Yes. Elder Tambeli's expression was complicated. He nodded in agreement and said, that kid is surprisingly trustworthy. The immortal rank existences present couldn't help but look at each other. They had naturally heard of that genius named Wan Ting. During this period of time, people often mentioned him, and the elders had heard about him many times. To be remembered by God-rank existences, that genius who was only at the universe level was truly extraordinary. At the very least, they had never seen such a prodigy. It was a pity that such a genius seemed to have really fallen. They hadn't been able to find any traces of him. We don't know where he went. The people we sent out previously couldn't find him, Elder Bias said worriedly. Although he said that, it wasn't hard to tell from his tone that they still felt that Wan Ting hadn't fallen. This made the immortal rank existences present feel somewhat helpless. They felt that these elders just couldn't accept this reality. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Elder Danchin shook his head and said, other than the geniuses, we also need to open up a secret channel that can't be discovered by outsiders. The Torch Dragon tribe is more familiar with this territory. Let them see if they can find a secret channel, Elder Bias said. Then let those geniuses bring the spiritual herbs into the Torch Dragon territory through this secret channel. Send some powerhouses to provide support nearby to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Okay. Everyone agreed with Elder Danchin's decision for the time being. They didn't say anything else and started to act. In the end, the Subprofession Alliance, the Torch Dragon tribe, the Machinery race, and the various major factions in the Tianlan territory jointly issued an application for assistance from the outside world. This application was quickly approved, and a large number of factions immediately transported the spiritual herbs needed by the Subprofession Alliance. It naturally took some time to transport them from various places to the three territories. During this time, the geniuses of the various major factions arrived one after another. Just as the light universe was preparing for war, the geniuses of the dark apparitions from the various major races finally arrived. A huge black vortex slowly rotated where the Subprofession Alliance's headquarters was originally located. It was surrounded by a large number of spatial cracks and emitted terrifying spatial fluctuations. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud boom. Warships rushed out of the black vortex and arrived at the light universe. A large number of dark apparitions were stationed here. Strange warships of various shapes floated in the void and gathered together like fortresses. There were many such void fortresses here. Each one was incomparably huge and emitted a terrifying dark aura. It was obvious that there were extremely terrifying dark apparitions within these void fortresses. The warships that rushed out of the black vortex quickly flew to different void fortresses under the guidance of some dark apparitions. One of the bone warships flew to a void fortress that looked like it was made of white bones. However, if one looked closely, they would discover that the void fortress was actually formed by many bone warships. However, from afar, it looked like a pile of white bones. It was eerie and strange. The bone warship that flew out of the vortex quickly landed on a platform in the void fortress. Then, the bone spirit dark apparitions walked down from the bone warship. At this moment, the void above their heads fluctuated slightly, and a bone spirit dark apparition suddenly appeared in midair. Wisps of terrifying aura were emitted from this bone spirit dark apparition. It was so terrifying that one couldn't look directly at it. Clearly, this was a demon venerable existence. Greetings, Lord Demon Venerable. The bone spirit geniuses were shocked when they saw this bone spirit powerhouse. They knelt on one knee and saluted him. Get up. The demon venerable dark apparition nodded slightly. He glanced at the bone spirit geniuses below and suddenly paused. Where is Gushi? Sir Demon Venerable, Gushi, went alone to stop the Blood Clan's Blood Master, said a bone spirit dark apparition. Stop the Blood Clan's Blood Master? Since when did the Blood Clan have a Blood Master? The demon venerable existence from the bone spirit race was stunned. He was quite surprised and asked several questions at once. My race has a good relationship with the Blood Clan. Why did he stop the Blood Clan's Blood Master? The Bone Spirit Dark Apparition immediately explained the identity of the Blood Clan's Blood Master. Then, he said, Gushi suspected that the Blood Clan's Blood Master was spying on him and caused a misunderstanding. He stayed behind to ask for an explanation. We really couldn't stop him. This sentence was very vague. Stopping the other party in the space tunnel wasn't as simple as asking for an explanation. They definitely had to fight. The Dark Apparition's sentence was tantamount to giving Gushi a hard time. However, it wasn't so obvious that others couldn't find fault with it. The surrounding Bone Spirit Clan's Dark Apparitions glanced at the Bone Spirit Clan member who spoke. Their intentions were unclear. This is not your fault. With Gujia's strength, you are naturally unable to stop him. The Demon Sovereign waved his hand and said, that Blood Disciple of the Blood Clan is rather surprising. Such a genius has actually appeared in the Blood Clan. It's just a pity. If Gujia had taken action, the Blood Clan's Blood Master would have been suppressed. I'm afraid this would affect the relationship between our Bone Spirit Clan and the Blood Clan. The Demon Venerable of the Bone Spirit Clan stretched out a bony hand, stroking his bald chin as he pondered. Forget it, let's wait for Gu Shui to come back first. I hope it doesn't kill that Blood Clan Blood Disciple, he. In the end, it shook its head and decided not to think about such a troublesome matter. It even let out a burst of strange laughter, as if it found the murder of a Blood Disciple of the Blood Clan to be rather interesting. The geniuses of the Bone Spirit Clan were speechless. This demon deity seemed to want Gujia to kill the Blood Clan Blood Disciple. Just now, he was worried that this would affect the relationship between the Bone Spirit Clan and the Blood Clan. Why did it suddenly change? Was he trying to watch a good show? The genius of the Bone Spirit Clan who wanted to criticize Gujia immediately became depressed. It seemed that the demon deity wouldn't punish Gujia because of this. Damn it, in this world, strength spoke louder than words. If he was stronger than Gujia, the demon deity would definitely be so lenient to him. Demon deity, what should we do now? He calmed down and asked. Don't be anxious, let's wait a little longer. You just said that the sheep-headed demon race, the giant demon race, and the demon moth race also participated in the attack? The demon deity said. Yes. The genius of the Bone Spirit Clan nodded. 3 races, huh? It seems that the Blood Clan will definitely suffer this time. The demon deity laughed and said, let's put other things aside for now. Let's watch the show. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and landed on the bow of the White Bone warship. He sat cross-legged on top of the huge white bone skull and supported his chin with his hand. He looked at the void fortress of the Blood Clan and the dark apparitions in the distance as if he was ready to eat melons. At the same time, many dark races also learned about this and were secretly preparing to watch the show. The Armor Devil race, the Inert Mist race, the Mirage race, the Devil Rock race, and other dark races all appeared outside their respective void fortresses. Above the Blood Clan's void fortress, the Crimson Blood Demon Venerable appeared in midair and frowned. What were these dark races doing? He had a strange look on his face, especially when they glanced at him strangely from time to time. It gave him an ominous feeling. Moreover, the warships of the other dark races had already arrived. Only the Blood Clan's warship had yet to arrive. This made him even more worried. He was in charge of guiding the Blood Clan's geniuses, but he was only a projection. His true body had always been at the Light Universe. He originally thought that there would not be any problems in the Dark Apparition's base camp, but now, there was still a problem. Crimson Blood, why isn't the Blood Clan's warship here yet? Don't tell me it broke down halfway, ha ha ha. A burst of laughter suddenly came from afar. The Crimson Blood Demon Venerable looked at the person who spoke and saw a tall and muscular giant demon race dark apparition standing in midair. He was smiling and looking at him mockingly. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, the ugly giant demon race. Who gave you the courage to appear in front of me? You're really dirtying my eyes. The Crimson Blood Demon Venerable sneered. What did you say? The giant demon race dark apparition's expression instantly turned ugly. He stared at the Crimson Blood Demon Venerable with his red eyes. What's wrong? Is your brain not working? Can't you understand what I'm saying? The Crimson Blood Demon Venerable said. You're courting death. The giant demon race dark apparition roared. Boom, the void vibrated. A powerful and evil aura erupted from his body and was about to charge at the crimson blood demon venerable. Moramrin, we're here to watch a show, not to fight. Calm down. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the side. The one who spoke was a devil moth race dark apparition. He flapped his wings and floated in midair. He crossed his arms and looked at the crimson blood demon venerable mockingly. The giant demon race dark apparition seemed to have thought of something. He slowly retracted his terrifying aura and sneered. I was almost killed by the Chi Lake. I'm here to watch a show today, not to fight with you. Kiki, the show is about to start. A demon venerable from the sheep-headed demon race laughed strangely. The crimson blood demon venerable squinted his eyes. He glanced at the demon venerable from the devil moth race and the sheep-headed demon race. His expression turned even colder. What was the purpose of these races? Did something really happen to the warship transporting the blood race prodigy? He could only think of this because the warships of the other dark races had already arrived. Only the warships of the blood race, the sheep-headed demon race, the giant demon race, and the devil moth race had yet to arrive. Combined with the reactions of the three demon venerables from the giant demon race, the devil moth race, and the sheep-headed demon race, if he still couldn't figure out what was going on, then there must be something wrong with his brain. If it were any other time, with his words just now, Momron would have already attacked. How could he possibly hold back? The crimson blood demon venerable's heart sank. Boom, at this moment, the huge black vortex in the void rumbled again. Several warships flew out from it. The eyes of the demon venerable dark apparitions from the giant demon race, the devil moth race, and the sheep-headed demon race flashed. Then, they all looked at the crimson blood demon venerable with meaningful smiles on their faces. Something's wrong. The crimson blood demon venerable had a bad premonition. The warships of these three races were actually lagging behind the other dark races and had only appeared now. And the blood race's warships still hadn't appeared. Ha ha ha. Crimson blood demon venerable, it seems that your blood race's prodigy really can't come. The giant demon venerable laughed loudly. I heard that your blood race has a blood master. Looks like he's nothing special. He can't even lead a team. The sheep-headed demon venerable laughed. I heard that the blood race's blood master is only a middle-level demon emperor. Looks like the blood race really doesn't have anyone else. The demon venerable dark apparition from the devil moth race shook his head. The crimson blood demon venerable's face suddenly turned gloomy. He originally had some expectations for the blood master. After all, those deeds had reached his ears. He was indeed not an ordinary middle-level demon emperor. But now, the blood-slaughter demon venerables. Expression turned unsightly in the face of the demon sovereigns from the three major races. He looked at the black vortex in the void, hoping for the blood race's warship to appear. Unfortunately, there was none. The major dark races were surprised to see this. It seemed that the blood race had really lost this time. The warships of the various races had arrived, and only the blood race's warship had yet to arrive. The result was obvious. The demon sovereigns from the giant demon race, the demon moth race, and the sheep-headed demon race became more and more pleased. They had received the news of attacking the blood race a long time ago. It seemed that their plan had succeeded. It was all thanks to the bone spirit race. The demon sovereign from the demon moth race, Momron, looked at the bone spirit race's void fortress and suddenly said, Gula, we have to thank the bone spirit race this time. The bone spirit race also participated? Many dark races looked in the direction of the bone spirit race, and their gazes became strange. They were all thinking about what this meant. Was the bone spirit race going to shed all pretenses with the blood race? This might be a good thing for the other dark races. The blood race and the bone spirit race had always been on good terms. The two races had always had many interactions, which made the other races quite wary. If the two races fell out, the other races would have an opportunity to take advantage of. The blood-slaughter demon venerable's frown deepened as he looked in the direction of the bone spirit race. His gaze fell on the demon sovereign from the bone spirit race who was sitting cross-legged on top of the warship. What does this have to do with the bone spirit race? That's just a small quarrel between the younger generation. I didn't give any orders. The demon sovereign from the bone spirit race, Gula, spread out his hands and said innocently, I can't control a genius like Gula. Someone in the race is backing him up. Gula. The blood-slaughtered demon Venerable's heart sank again. He had heard of Gula's name before. He was an extremely famous genius of the bone spirit race, and his name had long been known among the various races. He didn't expect him to attack the blood race's genius. He had a glimmer of hope when he saw the three races joining forces, but now that Gula had attacked, the glimmer of hope in his heart was completely shattered. The demon monarch of the demon moth clan was a little disappointed. He wanted to drag the bone spirit clan down with him, but Gula was very cunning. He pushed the blame to Gu Jia alone. You can't say it like that. If Gushi hadn't taken the initiative to contact our three clans and provided us with important information, we wouldn't have attacked the Blood clan and this matter wouldn't have gone so smoothly. However, it was unwilling to give up just like that. Its eyes flashed as it spoke once more. Not bad, it's all thanks to Gu Shui's information. The demon venerable level dark apparition from the sheep-headed demon race seemed to feel that it wasn't enough. It cupped its fists at Gu La and looked extremely grateful. When Gu Shui returns, our three clans will send a generous gift to thank him. The demon lord of the giant demon clan, Mumran, was not stupid and agreed. The will-o'-the-wisp in Gu La's eyes flickered as he laughed sinisterly, then you can send it off yourselves. What does it have to do with my bone spirit clan? It had made up its mind to deny this matter. The cooperation with the blood race was a matter of the entire bone spirit clan. How could it be destroyed so easily? Humph. The crimson blood demon venerable was very unhappy, but he knew that he couldn't resolve this matter. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. As for the three major clans and Gu Shui, it wouldn't take long for them to realize how terrifying the fury of the blood race was. Boom, however, at this moment, the black vortex in the void roared again. As it spun rapidly, a blood-red stream of light rushed out from it. The blood race's warship. Exclamations sounded from all around. That warship that looked like a coffin, if it wasn't the blood race's warship, then what was it? The crimson blood demon venerable suddenly stopped in his tracks and stood in the void. He looked at the blood race's warship that suddenly appeared, and his eyes flickered. The expressions of the demon venerables from the three clans stiffened slightly, and the smiles on their faces gradually disappeared. They frowned and looked at the blood race's warship. The will-o'-the-wisp in Gu La's eyes flickered, and he seemed extremely surprised. Come down. At this moment, the crimson blood demon venerable shouted softly. The warship hovered in the air for a moment before it found the right direction and flew toward the blood race's void fortress and slowly came to a stop. As the coffin lid opened, the blood race's dark apparitions flew out from it and landed on the square of the blood race's void fortress. What's going on? The blood race's prodigies seem to be all here. It looks like they didn't suffer any losses? That leader is the blood race's blood master, right? He's wearing a blood-colored faceless mask, and he's an intermediate demon emperor. It's too easy to recognize him. It's him. Why does it look like nothing happened? So, the demon moth race and the other major clans made a big mistake? Numerous discussions instantly sounded out from all directions, and everyone seemed to be extremely shocked and surprised. The major dark clans were all here to watch the show. They originally thought that the blood race would definitely suffer this time, but who would have thought that this would be the result? The blood race's prodigies didn't suffer any losses at all, and they were all there. So, what was going on? The major dark clans couldn't help but look at the sheep-headed demon clan, the demon moth race, and the giant demon clan, and their expressions became extremely strange. Blood extinction? The crimson blood demon venerable's expression relaxed as he looked at the leader and said, Greetings, Lord Crimson Blood Demon Venerable. After the blood god avatar led the blood race's prodigies out of the warship, he had already sensed the strange atmosphere here. When he heard the crimson blood demon venerable's voice, he immediately saluted. Greetings, Lord Crimson Blood Demon Venerable. The other blood race prodigies also saluted. The crimson blood demon venerable felt even more relieved when he heard this energetic voice. A smile appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but nod. However, he was still puzzled. He asked, You guys, are fine? We're fine. The blood god avatar only had to think for a moment before he understood the gist of the situation. He couldn't help but smile. Ha ha ha. The crimson blood demon venerable couldn't help but laugh when he heard this answer. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "That's good." Compared to the relaxed blood race's side, the demon venerables of the three major clans were in a very bad mood. They suddenly had a bad feeling in their hearts. They immediately looked at the three warships that had just landed and shouted, "What are you guys still doing? Get out here." There was clearly a trace of anger in their voices. The cabin doors of the three warships immediately opened, and one dark apparition after another flew out and landed on the empty space on the Void Fortress. Wow! When they saw the geniuses of the three major clans, there was an uproar in the surroundings. Why are there so few people left? Do the three major clans have more people than the blood race? It can't be, it can't be. I seem to have discovered something incredible. Could it really be what I think it is? The three major clans tried to stop the blood race, but they were defeated by them? Huge question marks appeared on the heads of the dark apparitions of the various major clans. They felt that they had guessed something, but they couldn't verify it for the time being. All of them looked at the blood race with even more curiosity. This plot was much more interesting than before. If the geniuses of the three major dark clans were really defeated by the blood race, it would really be big news. What's going on? The demon venerables of the demon moth race had an extremely ugly expression. They stared at the dark apparitions of the demon moth race below and suppressed their anger as they asked. Unrivaled immortal Lord. Lord Demon Venerable. One of the dark apparitions of the demon moth race couldn't help but swallow his saliva. There was fear in his eyes as he stuttered. Speak. The demon venerables of the demon moth race shouted angrily. Hayes, you will scare the younger generation like this. Why can't you talk nicely? The blood-slaughter demon venerable laughed. His tone was a little annoying. The blood god clone glanced at him discreetly. He felt that this guy had a bad taste. However, it didn't matter. Let these dark apparitions fight among themselves. He was now a troublemaker and stirred up trouble among the dark clans. I'm teaching the younger generation a lesson. What does it have to do with you? Hayes snorted coldly. Up to you. There are so many people watching. You don't find it embarrassing, but I don't care. The blood-slaughter demon venerable laughed. He was very relaxed now because the geniuses of the blood race were fine. On the contrary, the geniuses of the three major clans seemed to have decreased by a lot. Speak. Hayes's face was pale. However, he didn't have the mood to care about the blood-slaughter demon venerable. He turned around and looked at the genius of the demon moth race. Lord, we have failed. That genius of the demon moth race didn't dare to hesitate under the cold gaze. He mustered his courage and said. Boom, a powerful and evil aura erupted from the demon venerable rank existence of the demon moth race and pressed down on the dark apparition genius of the demon moth race. You, say that again. Its voice was cold and indifferent. Its gaze didn't seem like it was looking at someone of the same race. Instead, it seemed like it was looking at a dead object. Everyone could clearly feel the fury of the demon venerable that was about to erupt like a volcano. Lord. That genius of the demon moth race started to tremble and couldn't say a word. Although he was already an upper-level demon emperor, he couldn't muster up any courage in front of a demon venerable. The demon venerable could crush him with one finger. Hayes, aren't you guys here to watch the show? Don't fight. The blood-slaughter demon venerable fanned the flames and made sarcastic remarks. The muscles on Hayes's face couldn't help but twitch. Why did this sentence sound so familiar? It seemed to be what he had said to Momron before. Now, the demon venerable had returned it to him. It really made him have the urge to vomit blood. At the same time, the demon venerables of the giant demon clan and the sheep-headed demon clan also had ugly expressions. They couldn't help but look at the geniuses of their respective races with cold eyes. A formless aura instantly crushed down the genius of the giant demon clan, the genius of the sheep-headed demon clan. Although they already knew that they couldn't escape, they still felt terrified when facing the aura of a demon venerable. Their hearts couldn't help but tremble. What do you have to say? Momron suppressed his anger and asked. Gulp. The geniuses of the two races couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Cold sweat instantly appeared on their foreheads. This made the expressions of the demon venerables of the two races even uglier. In fact, there was no need to ask any more. The result was already very obvious. They just couldn't accept it. At this moment, a laugh suddenly came from afar. Who is it? The two demon venerables couldn't help but look in the direction of the voice. They frowned and revealed a trace of coldness in their eyes. When they saw the person who laughed, their eyes became even colder. The blood race's blood disciple. The person who laughed was the blood race's blood disciple. The other dark races also looked over. When their gazes landed on the blood god clone, they all had different expressions. The bloodthirsty demon venerable lowered his head and looked at the blood god clone with a trace of surprise in his eyes. This kid was quite bold. He actually dared to laugh in front of two demon venerables, and under such circumstances. How was this different from laughing at them? Kid, what are you laughing at? Momron stared at the blood god clone with his scarlet eyes and asked coldly. I'm laughing at how weak your three races are. The blood god clone shook his head. Tantan said, the three races tried to stop the blood race, and this is the result? Oh right, there's also Gushi. He's known as the strongest genius of the bone spirit race. Unfortunately, he didn't cause any waves. He's all trash. Silence. The entire void suddenly fell into a strange silence. All the dark apparitions focused their gazes on the blood god clone and couldn't help but reveal astonished expressions. Trash? He actually said Gushi was trash, and the geniuses of the three races were also degraded to be worthless. He really dared to say that. Wasn't this blood disciple of the blood race a little too arrogant? Looking down on their race in front of a demon venerable was clearly courting death. Many dark apparitions originally didn't understand the blood god clone, but now they suddenly had a new understanding of him. Arrogant. Bold. Compared to the geniuses of the upper demon emperors who trembled in front of the demon venerables, this blood disciple of the blood race was simply different. In the distance, above the void fortress that looked like a pile of white bones, the ghost fire in the eyes of the bone spirit race's demon venerable, Gula, also fiercely jumped a few times. His gaze, as if solid, fell on the blood god clone. He discovered a problem. This blood disciple of the blood race had appeared here with the geniuses of the blood race. Then, where was Gushi? Originally, the blood race's battleship hadn't appeared for a long time, but now, it was Gushi who hadn't appeared for a long time. Thinking again about the words of the blood disciple of the blood race, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Could it be that Gushi was really defeated by him? Therefore, he had to escape and was now unable to reach the universe of light. But how was this possible? Presumptuous. Momron finally came back to his senses, his eyes fixed on the blood god clone. He suddenly became furious and snorted. Boom! That powerful and evil aura erupted directly from his body, crushing toward the blood god clone. The blood god clone's eyes narrowed slightly. The fifth-order ancient blood intent in his body circulated and gathered above his head, just in time to meet the opponent's aura. Boom! A roar reverberated in the void. Under that terrifying aura, the blood god clone stood in the void, majestic and motionless, his eyes as calm as water. Huh? He blocked it? Many demon venerable dark apparitions were slightly surprised when they saw this scene. The demon venerable of the giant demon race, Momron, widened his eyes slightly, and a sense of disbelief emerged in his heart. How could a mere middle-level demon emperor block its aura? What the hell? Momron, the more you live, the more backward you become. The bloodthirsty demon venerable snorted coldly and waved his hand, breaking the aura from Momron. A mere middle demon emperor dares to contradict me. So what if I teach you a lesson? Momron's face was a little ugly, and he said coldly. Is what he said wrong? The bloodthirsty demon venerable laughed and said, the geniuses of your three races are indeed trash. With the combined strength of the three races, you still can't stop the blood race. What a joke. You. Timron was furious. He was so angry that he couldn't speak. Kid, let me ask you, where is Gushi of the bone spirit race? A voice suddenly came from the side. The one who spoke was the demon venerable of the bone spirit race, Gula. Hearing this, the dark apparitions immediately reacted. Gushi had not appeared all this time. Could it be, the dark apparitions were secretly shocked and quickly looked at the blood god clone. Even the bloodthirsty demon Venerable's eyes flashed, and he also looked at the blood god clone with a trace of curiosity in his eyes. He wanted to see what other surprises this blood extinction could bring him. I killed him. A calm voice slowly came out from the blood god clone's mouth, reverberating in the void. All the dark apparitions could not help but be stunned. What did he just say? He was killed, who was killed, who was killed? The dark apparitions' heads were filled with question marks, and they could not make sense of the situation. The blood god clone said it too casually, as if he was talking about an extremely simple and calm matter, just like eating and drinking on a daily basis. It made people feel that it was unreal. That was the strongest genius of the bone spirit race, Gushi. How could he be killed so easily? The contrast was too great. Not to mention the ordinary dark apparitions, even the demon venerables felt that it was a little unbelievable and could not react in time. The bloodthirsty demon venerable also could not believe it. His originally calm eyes widened slightly at this moment, and he looked at the blood god clone as if asking, "You didn't King mess with me?" The blood god clone saw everyone's gaze and felt a little helpless. Sure enough, the most unpleasant thing in the world was the truth. Say it again. Gula fixed his gaze on the blood god clone and said. Okay. The blood god clone wasn't afraid of the Bone Spirit Clan's demon monarch. He looked at the Bone Spirit Clan's demon monarch and said, Gushi was killed by me. His entire body was destroyed, not even his bones were left. Sir Demon Venerable, is my answer clear enough? The bloodthirsty demon Venerable, this guy was a little too fierce. At the side, Blood Lumbo, Blood Neil, Blood Tinley, and the other geniuses hurriedly and quietly took a few steps back. They were afraid that this guy would be killed, and if they were too close, they might be implicated. Hiss. The surrounding dark apparitions instantly sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the blood god clone as if they had seen a ghost. It could be said that thunder was rumbling in their hearts. Audacious, he was truly audacious. This blood disciple of the blood race definitely did not care about his life. How dare he speak to Demon Venerable Gula like this? Not only did he provoke the Demon Venerables of the three major races, he even dared to provoke this Demon Venerable of the Bone Spirit race. He was really tired of living. Kakik. Demon Venerable Gula stared at the blood god clone for a while, and his gaze was inexplicable. Suddenly, he let out an extremely creepy laugh as if he had heard something extremely funny. Cough, cough. The bloodthirsty demon Venerable held back his laughter, finding this scene very amusing. However, he immediately coughed dryly and said in a reproachful tone, Look at how you have angered Demon Venerable Gula. Hurry up and apologize to Demon Venerable Gula. Then, he looked at Gula and said, Gula, this junior is not sensible. You won't lower yourself to his level, right? How can you blame me? Demon Venerable Gula asked me, and I only answered truthfully. The blood god clone felt wronged. The dark apparitions were speechless. You still feel wronged? How can there be such a shameless person in this world? You don't have to. Demon Venerable Gula waved his hand and said, You are right. How can I blame you for this? You answered very carefully, and I am very satisfied. As long as Sir Demon Venerable is satisfied. The blood god clone bowed to him. You are indeed capable to be able to kill Gula. Gula took a deep look at him and chuckled. He did not seem angry at all. Sir Demon Venerable, you flatter me. The blood god clone appeared extremely humble at this moment. The dark apparitions were speechless. They felt that this fellow was simply pretending. So, the strongest prodigies of the three races also died in your hands? Demon Venerable Gula's gaze swept across the three demon venerables of the sheep-headed demon race, the demon moth race, and the giant demon race as he continued to chuckle. That's right. The blood god clone nodded. I killed all of them. Blood race and the dark apparitions from the blood race, although they knew that he was bragging, they could not help but admire him in their hearts. How brave, a blood disciple was indeed a blood disciple. If it were them, they probably would not dare to be arrogant in front of so many demon venerables. Even blood race and blood race felt inferior. Brat, you are courting death. Momron could no longer suppress his anger and suddenly shouted. Sir Demon Venerable, save me. The blood god clone immediately hid behind the blood-murdering Demon Venerable and shouted. The dark apparitions were stunned. They did not expect that this fellow who was so arrogant just now would actually hide behind the blood-murdering Demon Venerable and shout for help. The blood-murdering Demon Venerable's mouth twitched, but he still stood in front of the blood-murdering Demon Venerable. Looking at Momron, Tantan said, Momron, you should calm down. You are really something to be angry with a junior. Also, this time, it was your 3 races who attacked the blood race first. Your skills were inferior, so you were killed by the blood race's blood disciple. This is within reason. If you have any objections, the demon venerables of the blood race will take them all. If any of the demon venerables of your 3 races attack a junior, then don't blame the blood race for being merciless. We don't have fewer demon venerables than you. The words that were laced with sarcasm made Momron's face turn green and pale. It was extremely ugly. Forget it. The demon venerables of the demon moth race finally spoke again. Tantan said, a loss is a loss. The demon moth race admits defeat. However, the blood race had better keep a close eye on your blood disciple. He is so arrogant, I'm afraid he will have a short life. That's right. On the battlefield, life and death are unpredictable. Even the most monstrous of geniuses can fall. The more arrogant he is, the shorter his life will be. The demon venerable of the sheep-headed demon race took a deep look at the blood god clone and laughed. Thank you for your concern, demon venerables. I will remember it in my heart. The blood god clone stretched out from behind the blood-murdering demon venerable and said loudly. The few demon venerables were speechless. They were speechless. How could this blood race's blood disciple be so thick-skinned? He was completely different from the other blood race members. He was really an anomaly. However, they did not say anything else. They took one last look at the blood god clone and disappeared in midair as if they had never appeared. The faces of the dark apparitions of the 3 races turned pale. They felt that their future was uncertain. Feeling uneasy, they turned around and left. The blood god clone narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at their backs as they left. No one knew what he was thinking. The other dark apparitions saw that this farce was finally over and also dispersed. However, before they left, they could not help but take a look at the blood god clone. Today, they had truly witnessed the means of this blood race's blood disciple. He killed the geniuses of the 3 races with the strength of a middle-rank demon emperor, including the strongest genius of the bone spirit race, Xianxia. This kind of battle record was really terrifying. What was even more outrageous was that he actually led the blood race geniuses to break through the blockade of the 3 major dark races and safely arrived at the light universe. No one knew how he did it. It was a pity that the battle took place in the space passage. Their people were in a hurry and did not stay to watch the battle. They did not know what happened. Now, the only ones who knew what happened were the geniuses of the 3 major races besides the blood race members. In addition, the blood race geniuses behind the blood race's blood disciple were all obedient to him. No one stood out to refute his words. It could be seen that the truth was as he said. Moreover, anyone could see the reverence in the eyes of those blood race geniuses when they looked at the blood race's blood disciple. This was prestige. The blood race's blood disciple had already established an unparalleled prestige among the blood race geniuses. This was undoubtedly incredible. Because even the top geniuses of their respective races could not achieve this. Take Xianxia for example. Among the many geniuses of the bone spirit race, there were many who did not submit to him. It was absolutely impossible for him to establish such a terrifying prestige. The blood race really had a monstrous prodigy. Many of the dark races sighed with emotion. They originally wanted to see the blood race become a joke, but they did not expect to witness the emergence of a prodigy. As the major dark races retreated, the crimson blood demon supremacy also descended from the void. He looked at the blood god doppelganger with a trace of satisfaction in his eyes and said, "Report the specific process." Yes. The blood god doppelganger's eyes flashed and immediately reported. The crimson blood demon supremacy's face was calm, but after the blood god doppelganger's report, he was a little uneasy. The corner of his eyes twitched fiercely. using the void turbulence to kill Gu Jia and the strongest geniuses of the three major races, then, using the blood god altar to suppress the geniuses of the three major races, he even made the remaining geniuses of the three major races hand over their soul source flames. What a guy, this guy is too good at stirring up trouble, he is also black-hearted, no wonder there was a rumor that this guy had killed many top-notch Emperor-class star beasts in the immortal Blood Sea. His skills were perfect. His ability to trick others had probably reached an inhuman level. He could trick others anytime and anywhere. It was not something an ordinary person could achieve. You did, well. The Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy secretly took a deep breath. His face was still as unfathomable as a demon supremacy as he patted his shoulder and said, "Thank you for the compliment, Lord Demon Supremacy. I still have to learn more," the Blood God Doppelganger said. The Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy's mouth twitched. Don't, his ability to trick others was already heaven-defying. If he continued learning, he might even be able to trick demon supremacies. He did not expect that the blood race blood disciple in front of him was thinking of how to trick him. Alright, all of you go and rest. There will be a mission for you soon, the Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy waved his hand and said. Yes. The dark apparitions of the blood race were immediately energized and replied in unison. Mission? The blood god Doppelganger's eyes flashed, and he was somewhat expectant. What kind of mission would it be? Hopefully, it would not be a small mission. If he was going to do it, he would do it big. Next, it would depend on his skills as a troublemaker. By the way, you have been so high profile today. Now, in the hearts of the dark apparitions of the major races, you are probably a genius that cannot be ignored. They might take some actions against you, especially the three major races. The Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy was about to leave when he suddenly stopped and said to the Blood God Doppelganger. I know. It was not my intention to be so high profile today. They were too much of a bully and actually tried to stop us. If not for our good luck, we might have really died in their hands. The Blood God Doppelganger naturally would not admit that he was trying to disrupt the relationship between the major races of the dark apparitions. He immediately put on an aggrieved and angry expression and said, You are very good. The Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy nodded and said, You are very competent as a blood disciple of the blood race. Perform well. When the war is over, I will ask for a reward for you. Thank you, Lord Demon Supremacy. The Blood God Doppelganger saw that the Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy believed him and could not help but sneer in his heart. His acting skills had indeed reached the transforming strength stage. He silently gave himself 12 likes. You have to be careful of the Bone Spirit race. The Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy suddenly frowned and said, Although we are allies with the Bone Spirit race, they have lost a top genius this time. It is hard to guarantee that they will not vent their anger on you. As long as they are not at the level of a demon supremacy, I am not afraid, the Blood God Doppelganger said. Don't worry. They won't dare. After all, the blood race is not to be trifled with. The Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy laughed. That's good, the Blood God Doppelganger said. Go. The Crimson Blood Demon Supremacy did not say anything else. His figure gradually disappeared from the spot. The Blood God Doppelganger stood on the spot and took a deep breath. He looked at the void above his head and a glimmer of light flashed across his eyes. Radiant universe, I am back, his gaze swept across the surroundings. Everywhere was fragmented and broken pieces of meteorites were floating in the air. The aura of darkness permeated the air as if it had turned into a dark forbidden zone. This is the headquarters of the Secondary Profession Alliance. Suddenly, the Blood God Doppelganger reacted. No wonder he felt a little familiar. It was the place where the dark apparition broke out of the seal. That great battle was still vivid in his mind. The headquarters of the Secondary Profession Alliance, which used to be incomparably prosperous, had now become like this. It made one sigh. A glimmer of cold light flashed across his eyes, but no one noticed it. Your Highness Blood Disciple. A voice pulled him back from his thoughts. You all go and rest first. I will look around, the Blood God Doppelganger said without turning his head. Why don't I accompany you? It just so happens that I also want to look around. It has been a long time since I have been to the radiant universe, Euphoria said with a smile. She was the one who spoke just now. All right. The blood god doppelganger glanced at her. A meaningful smile appeared on his face as he nodded. The blood god doppelganger and Euphoria wandered around the void fortress of the vampires. No, there was also Blood Rosa beside them. The two beauties' company made everyone envious. To outsiders, this was normal. After all, one was a vampire blood disciple, while the other was a famous beauty. It was normal for them to walk around and familiarize themselves. Little did they know that the blood god avatar was using this opportunity to familiarize himself with the layout of the vampires, hoping to find something useful. On the other side, Wang Ting's main body was still wandering around in the depths of the void. Magnetism domain *300 Magnetism domain *500, Lightning star force *1200, one by one, attribute bubbles floated in the void. Wang Ting picked them up and absorbed them into his body. Eh? Suddenly, he exclaimed softly. Ever since he had picked up the ice astral force, this was the second time he had picked up a special attribute. This time, it was actually lightning. Lightning astral force actually exists here. Wang Ting was very surprised and couldn't help but look ahead. There were still many attribute bubbles floating in the air. He had been wandering around this strange place for a long time. Inspiration would appear from time to time, but there were still a lot of things that couldn't be gathered together. Fortunately, he had picked up quite a bit of magnetism domain, which had now reached the corporeal realm. Magnetism domain, 1300/3000, third rank melder, going from a third-order corporeal realm to a third-order melder wasn't a small leap, it was a qualitative leap. Now that another special attribute had appeared, Wang Ting's heart shook. He felt a glimmer of hope. Thus, he immediately increased his speed and sped forward. Brindisi was a little surprised. She didn't know why he was suddenly so excited. Could it be that he had some new inspiration? Lightning star force *2300, lightning star force *3000, lightning star force *2500, magnetism domain *400. As he got closer to the area ahead, the number of attribute bubbles increased. Wang Ting picked them up without hesitation. One by one, the attribute bubbles converged into Wang Ting's body. Most of them were lightning astral force, but there were also some magnetism domain attributes mixed in. Rumble, all of a sudden, a loud roar could be heard. It was particularly abrupt in this silent void. Is this thunder? Brindis was surprised and couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. This fellow had rushed over in such a hurry. Could it be that he had already sensed the thunder here? At first, she thought that he had gained some insight, but now it seemed that the thunder had attracted him. Was Wang Ting's lightning element talent also this strong? Wang Ting quickly rushed forward. At the same time, he activated Body of Thunder Spirit and Thunder Light Child, which made him more sensitive to the power of thunder and could even control thunder and lightning. Even if they went deep into a place where the power of thunder was extremely dense, they wouldn't have to worry about being struck by thunder. She was even more surprised when she sensed the change in Wang Ting's body. As expected, it was a lightning attribute talent. Moreover, it was some kind of special physique and child-related talent. Just how much talent did this guy have? Even as a god-level existence, she couldn't help but feel a little numb. In this short period of time, she had already seen Wang Ting use too many different types of physique talents. Was this a talent that a normal person could have? It didn't belong to the martial Dao at all. Wang Ting didn't know what Brindis was thinking. His eyes flashed with purple light as if they contained thunder as he looked forward. Rumble, thunder clouds gathered in the void. Bolts of lightning fell from the clouds, covering a large area. It was very terrifying. Thunder rumbled from time to time, accompanied by extremely thick thunder bolts that appeared in the area of thunder and lightning. It was very spectacular. There's ice element and lightning element here. This place indeed has some substance. It's not just origin power, Wang Ting thought to himself. Not long after, he arrived at the vicinity of the lightning area and slowly stopped. This area is moving, Brindis suddenly said. Yeah. Wang Ting nodded. He also felt it. He stood outside the area without moving, but the area was getting closer and closer. the violent power of thunder kept spreading. Wang Ting's body could already feel the power of thunder, but he was very calm. Lightning flashed on the surface of his body. Not only was he not afraid of the power of thunder, but he was also absorbing it into his body as nutrients. Streaks of snake-like lightning arcs appeared all over his body, causing his entire body to feel a trace of numbness, which was quite comfortable. Let's go in and see. Wang Ting smiled and took the initiative to step in. Suddenly, a large amount of thunder power was attracted and fell on his body. However, Wang Ting didn't move at all. He was like a god of thunder, strolling in the sky full of thunder. Brindis was speechless. Although the thunder here wasn't enough to hurt her, she couldn't do what Wang Ting did. She couldn't ignore the thunder around her as if it was flat ground. Luckily, she asked Wang Ting to release his Sector Lord strength before entering this place. Otherwise, it would be more troublesome. Thunderstar Origin Power * 3500, Thunderstar Origin Power * 4200, Thunderstar Origin Power * 4000, the Thunderstar Origin Power here is denser. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. He felt the attribute points he had just picked up and was a little surprised. Boom, he continued to walk deeper. The power of thunder became stronger and stronger. Bolts of thick thunder fell from the thunder clouds and smashed on his head. Palipala, in an instant, Wang Ting's body was filled with lightning. It engulfed his entire body, crackling with electricity. However, he just smiled and activated his thunder spirit body to absorb the power of thunder and lightning to refine his body. To be honest, with his current body strength, these normal thunder powers couldn't hurt him at all. Even the refining effect was very small. Rumble, however, before he could relax, a violent rumbling sound suddenly came from up ahead, causing the void to tremble. Wang Ting's eyes focused. He realized that the thunder clouds in front of him were rolling violently as if something was about to rush out. This time, he was prepared and used flash to dodge. The space rippled, and his body didn't completely disappear. Pung, the thundercloud exploded, and a terrifying bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from the back of the thundercloud. It shot straight towards Wang Ting and engulfed him in an instant. A long purple lightning trail was left in the sky as it disappeared into the distance. Around this track, the space shattered, and cracks appeared. In the distance, the space rippled again, and Wang Ting's body appeared. It turned out that the lightning just now was just his afterimage. F***CK. At this moment, he looked at the track of lightning with his eyes wide open. He couldn't help but curse. Too terrifying, the originally soft power of lightning suddenly erupted into such a terrifying pillar of lightning, and the position of the pillar just happened to envelop him. He had a feeling that even with his body strength, if he was hit, it would be hard for him to survive. That was close. Brindisi looked at the pillar of lightning in astonishment and thought to herself, that's right. How could this thunder beam suddenly become so powerful? Wang Ting shook his head. He didn't understand either. From the power of the thunder power around him, it was impossible for such a powerful thunder beam to appear. However, this place was a little strange, and he didn't know the specific reason why. However, this lightning pillar is quite interesting. Its speed is very fast, and it explodes with an extremely terrifying power in an instant. Moreover, the lightning seems to be restrained by some kind of power within the pillar of light, thus forming a perfectly straight path. Wang Ting pulled himself together and thought carefully. He couldn't help but rub his chin as if he had noticed something. It's true. That thunder beam seems to have some kind of force that binds a large amount of thunder in a track, correcting and accelerating it. That's why it exploded with terrifying power, said Brindisi. Correcting and accelerating? Wang Ting's eyes brightened as if he had grasped something. Normally, the power of thunder was scattered, and it was rare for it to gather together. Only the thunder punishment could gather together in the process of exploding. That was why its power was even more terrifying. Moreover, when the thunder punishment fell, it was also accelerated. The two were somewhat similar. However, the power of the thunder punishment was the power of heaven and earth, and this wasn't the case. Boom, at this moment, the thunder clouds in front of him rolled violently again, as if they were brewing something. Wang Ting raised his eyebrows. The space in front of him fluctuated again, and his figure began to appear. Boom, a thick and terrifying thunder beam appeared again, shooting past where Wang Ting was standing, leaving a purple track of thunder and disappearing into the distance. Wang Ting's figure appeared again. He looked at that track, and his eyes flickered. Suddenly, several attribute bubbles appeared in front of his eyes. Thunderstar Force *3000, Thunderstar Force *4000, Magnetic Field *500, Thunderstar Force *4500. It's still the Thunderstar Force and Magnetic Field attributes. Wang Ting felt the attribute bubbles appearing in his body, and his heart suddenly moved. Right, Magnetic Field. Magnetic Field. His gaze fell on that track again, and he had a guess in his heart. However, whether it was true or not, he still needed to observe for a while. After the second thunder beam disappeared, Wang Ting waited for a while, but the third thunder beam didn't appear. Could it be that it's gone? He couldn't help but frown, feeling a little strange. He originally planned to study it further. How could it be gone just like that? It couldn't even be considered a 7 times man, just a 2 times man. Seeing that there were no more thunder beams, Wang Ting couldn't help but shake his head. Just as he was about to take a step forward, the thunder clouds suddenly rolled again. It's coming. Wang Ting's eyes lit up, but the expression on his face soon froze. This was because he realized that the range of the thunder clouds seemed to be a little bigger. The previous 2 times, the thunder clouds rolled abruptly, and the thunder beams instantly erupted. However, the thunder clouds rolled for a while this time, and not only did the thunder beams not appear, but the range of the thunder clouds became wider and wider. It was almost 3 times bigger than the previous time. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from the thunder clouds. The sound was many times louder than before, and it shook the void. Wang Ting almost lost his hearing. *T, this is too big. Wang Ting's hair stood on end, and his scalp went numb. This wasn't the problem of whether or not to hide, but the range of the thunder clouds was too big. If the thunder beams were as big as this, he didn't know where to hide. Unless he dodged the thunder beams the moment they appeared. Be careful. Isis reminded. She also felt the terrifying power of the thunder beams this time, and the fluctuations it emitted made the scales on her body stand up involuntarily. Boom, as soon as her voice fell, a dazzling purple light burst out from the thunder clouds, and the power of thunder poured out in an instant. Wang Ting felt that his ears were drowned by the loud explosion. His vision was filled with purple, and even his face was dyed purple by the light. Fuck! He shouted, and before he had time to think, the power of space surged out. The space in front of him fluctuated, and then his figure was drowned by the thunder beams. Phew! 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 Not far away, Wang Ting's figure appeared again, and he couldn't help but gasp for breath. His eyes stared at the thunder beams dozens of meters in front of him, and he could clearly feel the terrifying power of thunder contained in it. It was only dozens of meters away, and if Wang Ting was 1 step slower, he would have been drowned by the thunder beams. No, it wasn't a thunder beams at all. It was more like a river of thunder, pouring out from the thunder clouds. It was abnormally terrifying. Wang Ting took a deep breath. He knew that now wasn't the time to sigh, so he immediately focused his mind and used his mind power to sense the river of thunder in front of him. Although it was very dangerous, the river of thunder was undoubtedly more suitable for him to comprehend. Wang Ting's mind power carried the purple top thunder, and like a sharp sword, it pierced into the river of thunder in front of him. Boom, he only felt a tremor in his mind as if he had received an intense impact. It was as if the river of lightning had directly appeared in his mind. This feeling was naturally very uncomfortable. However, in order to comprehend the mysteries of the thunder, Wang Ting was ready to risk everything. He had a hunch. If he could master this power, it would be very useful. Wang Ting closed his eyes and used his mind power to comprehend the form of the river of thunder's power. However, the power was very terrifying, and it constantly washed over him, almost causing his mind power to collapse. Fortunately, he had the protection of the purple top thunder, so he could barely resist it. After all, the purple top thunder was the power of the thunder tribulation, and it was of a higher level than the power of the ordinary thunder. However, the power in the river of thunder was too terrifying, so this purple top thunder couldn't be maintained for too long. Time was very tight. It's really the power of origin magnetism. Suddenly, Wang Ting's heart stirred. He finally sensed the strange power of the domain in the river of thunder. It was the power of the origin magnetism domain that bound the thunder inside, allowing a large amount of the power of thunder to burst out along a fixed track. Moreover, the speed was constantly increasing, and the faster it was, the more terrifying it was. At this moment, the river of thunder slowly dissipated, and Wang Ting's comprehension was also interrupted. So that's how it is. Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes, and a light flashed in his eyes. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve. He raised his hand, and the power of thunder gathered in it. Then, the origin magnetism domain spread out, binding the power of thunder into a ball. Go! The next moment, Wang Ting flicked his finger, and the power of thunder turned into a small beam of light that burst out. It pierced the void like a finger and disappeared into the distance. Brindazi's eyes shrank, and she looked at this attack with some surprise. You comprehended the thunder attack here? More or less. Wang Ting smiled. His origin magnetism domain had reached the level of a third-order melder, and when it was applied to the power of thunder, it was enough to burst out with terrifying power. That blow just now could already injure an existence at the peak of the middle-rank demon emperor rank. Moreover, Wang Ting had a lot of ideas about how to use this attack. For example, if he could obtain some thunder archery battle skills, its power would be even more terrifying. With a fixed trajectory and acceleration, the power would increase by at least 30%. In fact, Wang Ting had used this kind of power before. Back then, he had applied the origin magnetism domain to the boulder, which had increased the speed of the boulder's fall and displayed even more terrifying explosive power. But at that time, his origin magnetism domain wasn't as strong, so it couldn't be compared to now. And this time, he had applied the origin magnetism domain to the power of thunder, so there were some differences. It could only be said that once one understood, all would follow. For some things, it was just a matter of an opportunity. Those that understood would understand, and those that didn't, would never understand. Brindazi's heart was complicated, and she couldn't help but take a deep look at Wang Ting. This guy's perception was a bit abnormal. It had only appeared 3 times, but he had already comprehended the way to operate the power. She was still in the process of comprehending it. Do you want to know? Wang Ting couldn't help but smile when he saw Brindazi's expression. Brindazi couldn't help but roll her eyes when she saw his proud expression and turned her head away. As a dignified deity, how could she admit that her perception was inferior to others? If you want to know, then beg me. I'll tell you, Wang Ting said with a sneaky smile as he played with the power of thunder in his hand. Scram. Brindazi's expression was cold as she tried her best to maintain her dignity. Wang Ting laughed. It was fun to tease a god-stage female dragon when he was free. The corners of Brindazi's eyes twitched, and she couldn't help but feel a trace of powerlessness in her heart. If it was before, she would definitely teach this junior in front of her how to behave. But now, she couldn't do it. She could only pretend that she didn't see anything. Otherwise, she would die of anger. Wang Ting didn't dare to provoke her, so he stopped before going too far. He turned his head and looked at the thunderclouds in front of him. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and walked into it. The thunderclouds had been spreading, but he didn't go in. Recklessly. Now that he had waited for so long, other than the pillar of thunder, there was no other danger, so he decided to go in and check it out. Brindazi saw this and immediately became spirited. She landed on his shoulder again. Rumble, Wang Ting went deeper into the thunderclouds, and the rumbling sounds in his ears became clearer. He didn't stop and approached the source of the sound. In the thunderclouds, there were many attribute bubbles floating around. He couldn't help but be surprised. There are attribute bubbles here too. He was a little surprised, but he immediately picked them up. Magnetism field *100, Thunderstar origin power *2500, Thunderstar origin power *2000, Thunderstar origin power *1800. As expected, there were still 2 attributes. Wang Ting continued to go deeper. He didn't know how long he had walked, but in front of him a dazzling purple light suddenly appeared. It was very big. Wang Ting immediately stopped and looked in front of him with uncertainty. In his thunder light child, he could see that there was an extremely dense thunder power in front of him, but he couldn't see anything else. He had no choice but to use true sight child. His vision became clear, and after passing through the layers of thunder, Wang Ting couldn't help but be stunned. A planet, it was another planet. Why did he say another? Wang Ting immediately thought of the ice element planet. He didn't expect to see another thunder element planet here. It seemed that there was more than one such planet in this area. Wang Ting, what is that? Brindisi frowned and asked. A thunder element planet, Wang Ting said honestly. A thunder element planet. Brindisi was also slightly stunned. She seemed to be a little surprised. Wang Ting didn't hesitate and walked forward. However, as he got closer, he felt a strong magnetic force. This planet contains such a strong magnetic force. No wonder there are always magnetic field attribute bubbles around here. Wang Ting was very surprised. At the same time, he saw that there were many attribute bubbles on the surface of the planet. They were scattered everywhere. Pick them up, Wang Ting's mind power swept out and directly picked them up. Magnetic field *200, magnetic field *300, thunder star origin power *3800, thunder star origin power *3500, magnetic field *500, so many. Wang Ting felt the friendliness of this place again. He didn't expect there to be so many attribute values. Paragraphs of understanding regarding the magnetic field appeared in his mind, like strange runes that were branded in the depths of his memory. They became his insights and experience. Suddenly, Wang Ting felt as if something in his mind had shattered, and his vision suddenly became clear. His magnetic field had broken through. Magnetic field, 2000/5000, 5th rank melder, 5th rank. Wang Ting looked at his status screen and couldn't help but be stunned. He hadn't expected that after picking up all the attribute bubbles around this planet, his magnetic field would directly reach the 5th rank. Sword of the future. This was a 5th rank melder. Of Wang Ting's many domains, none had reached the 5th rank. At most, he was a 4th rank melder. Who would have thought that his magnetic field would surpass him and reach the 5th rank? Wang Ting was delighted and extended his hand. An indescribable special domain revolved around him, attracting bolts of thunder to form a strange and dangerous magnetic field around him. Boom! Suddenly, he extended his hand and waved it in front of him. Bolts of thunder instantly shot out in all directions like cannonballs. It was exactly the same as the thunder pillar he'd used before. However, this time, he directly used the magnetic field, so its power was undoubtedly more terrifying. Your domain. Brindisi's eyes were filled with surprise. Magnetic field. Wang Ting said, want to have a taste? Magnetic field? Brindisi pondered for a moment, then her eyes filled with surprise. You've actually mastered such an extremely rare domain. It's nothing, Wang Ting said casually. Brindisi was speechless. She suspected that this guy was pretending, but she had no proof. The magnetic field was indeed extremely rare. Even though she'd seen many powerhouses and geniuses in the past, none of them had mastered it. However, Wang Ting, a pinnacle universe-level fighter, had actually mastered it. Just thinking about it made her feel incredulous. If it were anyone else, she would have thought that they were boasting, but Wang Ting's talent was too monstrous. If he said it was nothing, then it might really be nothing. After all, he'd already displayed enough monstrous abilities. One more wouldn't make a difference. More importantly, he was only a universe-level fighter, yet he'd already mastered this domain to such an extent. If she wasn't wrong, this domain should have reached the Melder level. When he reached the Domain Lord level, or even the Sector Lord level, just how powerful would this domain be? Especially at the Sector Lord level, the power of the domain would fuse with the small world and undergo an unimaginable transformation. At that time, Wang Ting's small world would be abnormally terrifying. Many low-level fighters didn't know that whether or not a domain was complete and strong was actually related to whether or not the small world was complete and strong when one reached the Sector Lord level in the future. Many fighters only realized this after reaching the Sector Lord level, but it was already too late. They had to spend a lot of time to make up for their past shortcomings, but the results were still not very good. One was to first lay a solid foundation, then build a tall building layer by layer. The other was to first build a tall building, then reinforce it when the foundation wasn't solid enough. The two couldn't be compared at all. No matter how well the latter was reinforced, it couldn't be better than the former. From Brindazi's point of view, Wang Ting was without a doubt a fighter with an extremely solid foundation. She could almost see a peerless fighter quickly rising. Witness, she would be the witness, she didn't know why, but when she thought of this, Brindazi's cold and calm heart couldn't help but ripple. This can be considered a new battle technique. You don't want to give it a name? Duntun didn't reply. Yeah. Wang Ting suddenly reacted and rubbed his chin. Let me think. Since it's a thunder attack using magnetism, why don't we call it magnetite cannon? Not good. Brindazi said coldly, what about thunder? Wang Ting was speechless. Was he really that bad at naming things? After hesitating, he said, lightning cannon? Not bad. Brindazi said. Phew. Wang Ting let out a sigh of relief. Not bad. Not bad. She didn't ask him to change it to 10 or 8, or he would have a headache. Lightning cannon. Lightning cannon. And, not bad. I'll use this name from now on. He repeated it a few more times, feeling more satisfied. The feeling of creating a new battle technique was very good. Alright, stop praising yourself. Brindazi was speechless. It was just a simple name. Was there a need to be so happy? Wang Ting coughed awkwardly. He retracted the smile on his face and looked at the lightning element planet in front of him. He took a step forward and turned into a ray of light. He passed through the layers of lightning clouds above the planet and entered it. This planet was very strange. The entire planet was covered by thunder clouds, and the power of thunder was everywhere. The land was desolate, and every inch of the ground was cracked. Thunderbolts fell from the sky, landing on the ground. The earth was covered by thunder clouds, and it was scorched black. Some thunder clouds even seeped into the earth, and the underground was filled with thunder clouds. If one were to cut open this planet, they might find that the core of this planet might be filled with thunder liquid. This planet is a bit different. Wang Ting looked around, seeming to have sensed something. He was surprised. The life energy of this planet is quite rich. Brindazi looked around and nodded. Wang Ting activated the Child of Truth and looked around. He found traces of life energy in the rolling thunder clouds. Some of the life energy was scattered, while some were gathered into a ball, wandering in the thunder clouds. It was like some kind of life form, which was quite strange. His heart suddenly moved, and his mind power rolled out. It was like an invisible hand, reaching into the thunder clouds. Boom, the next moment, a bolt of lightning was caught by the invisible mind power hand, and it was still struggling violently. This is, a thunder spirit? Wang Ting raised his eyebrows, but he immediately shook his head. No, it's not a thunder spirit. It's some kind of strange life form. After millions of years of growth and devouring a large number of life forms, it might become a thunder spirit. A thunder elemental life form. Brindazi looked at the purple ball of light in front of Wang Ting in surprise. Not only did this planet have life energy, but it also gave birth to such a strange life form. Even though it was still a very simple life form that had not even gained sentience, the difference between the two was huge. From having life energy to giving birth to a life form, it wasn't a simple process. It was a leap in the level of life. Some planets had life energy, but it was difficult to give birth to a life form. The factors needed were unimaginably complicated. The time it took to evolve was also shocking. All in all, every life form was unique and unique. It was a miracle in the world. Therefore, the fact that this lightning elemental planet was able to give birth to life was quite surprising to Brindazi. Wang Ting looked at the thunder elemental life form in front of him. The True Vision Child scanned the structure of its body and found that it was very similar to the thunder spirit. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and the thunder spirit appeared. Guji? The thunder spirit looked at the blood god doppelganger and asked, Master, why did you call me out? Wang Ting handed the thunder elemental life form to the thunder spirit and said with a smile, Do you want to eat it? Guji. The thunder spirit was suddenly energized. Looking at the thunder elemental life form in front of it, two big eyes appeared on its jelly-like body. Then, it stretched its jelly-like body and nodded. Eat it. There is a lot here. Eat to your heart's content. Wang Ting waved his hand and pointed at the thunder clouds above. At this moment, he was like a pig farmer who found a piece of nutritious pig feed without an owner. He immediately told his pigs to eat as much as they could. He would earn as much as he ate. There weren't many opportunities like this. Guji. The lightning spirit was elated. When it received its master's order, it instantly turned into a purple ray of light and shot towards the thundercloud above its head. Then, it seemed to have remembered something. A tentacle suddenly grew out of its body and rushed in front of Wang Ting. It grabbed the ball of lightning element life form and took it away. Wang Ting's mouth twitched. This glutton. Why were all his spiritual pets gluttons? He didn't understand. Brindisi looked at the disappearing figure of the thunder spirit and was speechless. Then, she looked at Wang Ting strangely. Wang Ting shook his head and walked forward. He wanted to see if there was anything special about this thunder elemental planet. He walked in the void and measured the planet with his feet. This was the power of a martial artist. When he was on Earth, it was extremely difficult for a martial artist below the planetary state to leave Earth. But now, there was no obstacle. He could control a mere planet in his hand. The size of the lightning-attributed planet was about the same as the ice-attributed planet from before. Moreover, this planet was filled with a large amount of lightning-attributed star origin power as well as an extremely powerful magnetic domain. As Wang Ting picked up the attribute bubbles, he walked to every corner of the planet. Of SSSSSS star origin. He events of star origin power. He had done the same on the ice elemental planet. Although the magnetic field was powerful, Wang Ting's attribute bubbles had dwindled after he became a rank 5 melder, and his attribute points had decreased as well. Fortunately, he could still continue to raise them. After circling the planet, Wang Ting found something special. There were several huge cracks that looked like they had been struck by thunder. They stretched across the earth of the thunder elemental planet. Wang Ting stood at the edge of one of the cracks and looked down. It was pitch black. Ordinary universe-ranked martial artists wouldn't be able to see the bottom. But he had the child of truth, so he could see even further. As he got closer, a purple light entered his eyes. The rich power of thunder flowed below. Thunder liquid. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat. He immediately recognized the energy below. When the power of thunder reached a certain level, it turned into a liquid that flowed underground. Whoosh, Wang Ting jumped down and entered the crack. His body was covered with the magnetic field, and his body shot into the ground. Like a cannonball. He was using his own body as a carrier, using the magnetism domain on his own body. Fierce gales whistled in his ears, carrying the power of thunder. They almost poured into Wang Ting's ears. However, they didn't affect him. His eyes were calm as he looked down at the abyss below. He could feel the power of thunder growing thicker around him. Not long after, Wang Ting was already able to see the slowly flowing lightning liquid below him. His eyes flashed, and the yuan magnet domain on his body changed slightly, transforming into a pulling force that allowed him to float in midair. After which, he slowly descended. Thud, he landed on a protruding rock and looked around with a strange look in his eyes. If I use this thunder liquid to temper my body, it should be able to strengthen my physical body after a long time. Wang Ting could feel the powerful power of thunder contained in the thunder liquid. The density was even more terrifying than the thunder clouds outside. How did it form? Such a dense power of thunder, for an ordinary martial artist, was simply the best place to temper their physical body. Even for someone like Wang Ting who had a strong physical body, it was also quite useful. Goo. Gee. At this time, Wang Ting heard the sound of the thunder spirit from afar. Looking up, he saw a purple stream of light quickly approaching. Why did this little thing come down? He was a little surprised. Guji. Guji. The thunder spirit quickly came in front of Wang Ting. With a sudden break, it stopped and almost crashed into Wang Ting's face. Wang Ting's head was full of black lines. Looking at the thunder spirit in front of him, he asked, "What are you doing, little thing?" Guji. The thunder spirit's body suddenly stretched forward, pointing into the distance. The shape it had turned into was a finger. You said there's something in front. Wang Ting was slightly surprised. As the owner of the thunder spirit, he could understand what it meant. Guji. Guji. The thunder spirit nodded. Where did you learn this from? Wang Ting had a strange look. This thunder spirit was even more lively than before. It definitely didn't have so many little tricks in the past. Guji. The thunder spirit directly sold out the ironclad scorpion and the Yuan Gun. These two guys. Wang Ting was speechless. But this was also good. Although it was lively, it was still normal. Moreover, it was much clearer and easier to communicate. Guji. The thunder spirit saw that he didn't have any intention of blaming it, so it called out flatteringly and rushed forward. Wang Ting lightly tapped his foot and turned into a stream of light to follow. The thunder spirit led the way in front, following the huge crack into the distance. This crack extended all the way into the ground. The front became dark, and only the lightning reflected by the thunder liquid illuminated the ground. Wang Ting felt that the thunder power around him was getting thicker and thicker, and there was even a trace of life energy. With a thought, his speed suddenly increased, even surpassing the thunder spirit. Guji? Oh, the thunder spirit looked at Wang Ting's back in the distance, and its face was full of confusion. Wasn't it the one leading the way? Why was its owner in front? Guji. It called out loudly and hurriedly chased. It couldn't be left behind. If it was late, it might lose everything. So, two streams of light quickly rushed underground. Their speed was extremely fast, and neither was giving way to the other. It was as if they were competing. Wang Ting looked back and secretly smiled. Suddenly, his speed increased, and he directly used flash, opening a large distance in an instant. Guji. The thunder spirit was stunned. Its owner was cheating. How could he use space techniques? Qi La. Its entire body flashed with lightning, becoming a bolt of lightning. Its speed also increased by quite a bit. Wang Ting's eyes were filled with shock. He was just excited to compete with the thunder spirit. He didn't expect this little thing to be so anxious that it could explode with such speed. The thunder spirit's current level was equivalent to the universe level, comparable to Wang Ting. However, in terms of speed, it was definitely faster than the normal universe level. Wang Ting's speed couldn't be judged by the universe level standard. For the thunder spirit to be able to chase after him so closely, it was naturally very abnormal. Not long after, there was no road ahead. Wang Ting stopped and looked around. That faintly discernible aura of life came from here, but now there was no road ahead, blocked by a thick stone wall. Wang Ting looked down. The thunder liquid flowed here and was blocked. There seemed to be no road ahead. However, in his eyes, he could naturally see different things. His eyes flashed and he dived into the thunder liquid below. The thunder spirit wasn't slow either, immediately following. Plop. Plop. Two sounds resounded in the silent underground. Two splashes of water appeared in the thunder liquid. Wang Ting and the thunder spirit's figures disappeared. Deep in the thunder liquid, the thunder energy continuously invaded Wang Ting's body. If his body wasn't strong enough, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Of course, there were benefits as well. The power of the lightning was actually tempering his body. However, the thunder spirit was like a fish in water in such a place. It quickly caught up. Wang Ting didn't play with it anymore. After diving into the thunder liquid, he indeed saw an underground tunnel. The thunder liquid was flowing towards it. Let's go. His eyes lit up. He immediately entered the tunnel. The surroundings immediately became even darker. He couldn't even see his own fingers. Luckily, it didn't affect him. After speeding along the tunnel for a while, light suddenly appeared in front of him. With a leap, Wang Ting directly charged out of the passageway. With a loud bang, the area in front of him suddenly opened up. He had actually struggled free from the lightning liquid. This place is, he looked around, and his eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. This was a huge underground space. The thunder liquid gathered to form a pool. The rock walls reflected the purple lightning. It looked extremely strange. "Eh?" Wang Ting suddenly exclaimed softly. Attribute bubbles were floating above this thunder liquid pool. Perhaps no one had been here before. There were especially many attribute bubbles. Pick them up, without hesitation. Of course he would pick them up immediately. Life origin *20, life origin *30, life origin *50, Thunder Star Force *2500, Thunder Star Force *3000, life origin. Wang Ting was stunned. The life origin attribute actually appeared here. Although he indeed felt that the life force in this place was especially strong, he didn't think that the life origin attribute would appear. Suddenly, his eyes were attracted by a ray of light. In that lightning, there was a ball of inconspicuous purple light. Because it was all lightning, and there were attribute bubbles piled up all around, he didn't notice it at first. What is this? Wang Ting's figure flashed, and he immediately flew over there. In the end, just as he approached, he found that the thunder spirit had actually quietly flown over without him knowing. It looked like it was sneaking around. "You little thing, you want to eat it all alone." Wang Ting's mind power swept out, and he grabbed it and pulled it back. "Guji! Guji!" The thunder spirit revealed two big eyes. They rolled around, and it looked like it had a guilty conscience. Wang Ting reached out and knocked its jelly-like body. Then he threw it to one side, no longer paying it any attention. He looked at the ball of lightning in front of him. When he saw what was in front of him, his eyes suddenly burst out a ball of light. He was surprised. He saw that in the thunder liquid, there was a purple spirit flower, like thunder. No, this was a spirit flower formed by thunder. It wasn't a real flower. In the heart of the thunder spirit flower, there was a ball of purple liquid that emitted a lustrous brilliance. It looked particularly strange. "Thunder liquid!" Brindazi suddenly exclaimed. She had been lying on Wang Ting's shoulder to feel the changes around her. At this moment, when she saw the purple liquid, she suddenly woke up. "Thunder liquid!" Wang Ting's eyes flashed, and he was a little surprised. He had heard of the name thunder liquid. It was a product of the ingenious combination of the power of life and thunder. It was an extremely rare treasure. No wonder Wang Ting felt that the life force here was so strong, and even the life origin attribute bubbles had appeared. At this time, his eyes flashed, and the relevant information about thunder liquid flashed through his mind. Thunder liquid could be used to refine thunder attribute pills, or it could be taken directly to strengthen the body. If the quenching effect of the ordinary power of thunder was more overbearing, then the quenching effect of the thunder origin serum was more gentle. It would not cause any internal injuries to the martial artist's body. It was completely a gentle quenching object. In addition, during the tempering process, the energy contained in thunder liquid could seep into a cultivator's body, making it constantly grow and complement the tempering force. Of course, in the eyes of a saint-grade alchemist like Wang Ting, the greatest use of thunder liquid was to refine pills. This was a rare treasure that could be used to refine saint-grade thunder attribute pills. Wang Ting knew some pill recipes, and the effect of refining pills was not much worse than thunder liquid itself. If the medicinal efficacy was extremely high, the effect would be even better. However, this was a great test of an alchemist's alchemy Tao. Good stuff. Wang Ting's mind flashed with all kinds of thoughts, and he immediately took out a container and filled it with the purple liquid above the purple spirit flower. This container was made of a special jade stone and was engraved with runes. It was usually used by him to store pills and various spirit medicines. Not only could it withstand the energy impact of spirit medicines, but it could also prevent the medicinal efficacies from leaking out, so it was completely capable of storing thunder liquid. As the thunder liquid was collected, the purple spirit flower dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye in front of Wang Ting's eyes and returned to the thunder liquid. This scene made him feel a little strange. This world was really full of strange things, and today he had learned something new. Guji! Guji! An anxious cry came from the side. Seeing the thunder liquid being taken away, the thunder spirit became anxious and circled around Wang Ting, staring longingly at the jade container. So it was this thing that attracted you. No wonder the thunder attribute life forms outside couldn't keep you here. Wang Ting looked at the thunder spirit and suddenly understood. he felt that it was strange. There were so many thunder attribute life forms outside, and no matter how fast the thunder spirit was, it couldn't swallow them all at once. Now it seemed that there was something better that attracted it. You are smart, knowing that those thunder attribute life forms can't run away. Wang Ting pointed at its body, and it felt very good. Guji. The thunder spirit began to act coquettishly, shamelessly. Okay. Okay. Isn't there more thunder liquid here? I will give you some when the time comes. Wang Ting said. In this thunder liquid pool, there was more than one purple spirit flower, so there must be more thunder liquid. Guji, I won't lie to you, I will definitely give you some. After all, you also contributed. Guji. Guji. Don't worry, I am not that kind of person. Guji, if you keep calling me that, I won't give you any more, not even a drop. While Wang Ting was collecting the lightning original serum from the lightning serum pool, he was also arguing with the lightning spirit. At the same time, he also picked up some attribute bubbles. Brindisi couldn't help but roll her eyes. This guy was really promising, even his own spiritual pet was confused. She was 100% sure that Wang Ting would never give the thunder spirit too much thunder liquid. After a while, Wang Ting had collected all the purple spirit flowers in the thunder liquid pool and obtained a lot of thunder liquid. It was enough for him to make several furnaces of elixirs. Come, open your mouth. Then Wang Ting looked at the thunder spirit, ready to fulfill his promise. Guji the thunder spirit was already greedy. Hearing this, it immediately opened its mouth and was ready to receive the thunder liquid. Wang Ting squeezed out a drop of thunder liquid and dripped it into its mouth. Wu the thunder spirit swallowed it in one gulp and felt that it was not enough to fill the gap between its teeth. TSK. It looked at Wang Ting with an aggrieved face, and tears were about to fall out. What happened to sharing some with me? Just this? It was all a lie. Wang Ting also felt that he was a bit too much, so he comforted it, it's almost enough. Save it for me to make. Elixirs. I'll give it to you when I make elixirs. Guji, really, I'm not lying to you this time. Don't you know your master's character? Guji, well, you don't believe me. Can't there be more trust between a human and a spiritual pet? Guji, well, I promise, when I make elixirs, I'll give you one. Guji, no. That's a sacred level elixir. It's already very good to give you one. Guji, alright, I'm soft-hearted. 2 pills it is. Wang Ting sighed. He looked as though he was bleeding a lot. Guji, only then did the thunder spirit give up. It cried out happily and plunged into the thunder liquid pool below. Where are you going? Wang Ting asked. Guji the thunder spirit's voice came from the pool. Go. Go. Wang Ting was relieved when he heard that it was going to devour the thunder elemental creatures. This little thing saw that it couldn't get the thunder liquid, so it turned its attention back to the thunder elemental creatures and turned its anger into appetite. Ice D's looked at Wang Ting with disdain. He even lied to his own spiritual pet. Did he still have any humanity left? What's with that look? Do you think I can't see it? Wang Ting stared at her. You know it yourself, Ice D said. What do you know? You don't know how expensive the daily necessities are until you're in charge. There are so many mouths waiting for me to feed them. How can I waste them? Wang Ting said grumpily. You're so stubborn, Ice D said coldly. Wang Ting was speechless. She was a divine-level female dragon. Shouldn't she be high and mighty? Why was she so sharp-tongued now? He was so annoyed that he decided to ignore Ice D's. He looked around and saw that there was no more thunder elemental liquid left. Then, he left the pool. On the thunder elemental planet, the space rippled. Wang Ting's body appeared. Going in was troublesome, but coming out was much easier. After all, he already knew the way. Wang Ting wasn't in a hurry to leave. He sat cross-legged on the ground and looked at the thunder clouds in the sky. The thunder spirit was devouring the thunder elemental creatures. He wondered what it would get this time. Time passed again, and in the blink of an eye, more than half a day had passed. The thunder clouds in the sky suddenly rolled, and thunderbolts gathered in a certain direction. Silver snakes danced wildly, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. The entire planet became restless. Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes. He was a bit surprised. Is it going to break through? The Thunder Spirit's breakthrough was a bit sudden. He didn't think that this little thing could break through here. It was already equivalent to the universe level. If it broke through again, it would be equivalent to the Domain Lord level. And when it was at the universe level, the power it could unleash was terrifying. If it reached the Domain Lord level, normal Domain Lord level fighters wouldn't be able to block it. Rumble, thunder roared. Where the thunder gathered, Wang Ting could see a bright flash of lightning. It was like a purple star floating in the thunder clouds. That was the Thunder Spirit's main body. However, the Thunder Spirit had undoubtedly expanded by many times. It had devoured a large amount of thunder elemental life forms. Its life level had evolved and evolved. This kind of opportunity was hard to come by. In normal thunder elemental lands, one wouldn't be able to find so many thunder elemental life forms. However, in the thunder clouds of this planet, there were many of these thunder elemental life forms. The number was terrifying. If some thunder elemental warriors saw this, they would go crazy. It was a pity that only Wang Ting had come to this place. No one could compete with him. Now, these thunder elemental life forms naturally became nourishment for the Thunder Spirit. From this point of view, Wang Ting did not treat the Thunder Spirit unfairly. After all, if it had followed an ordinary martial artist, the Thunder Spirit probably wouldn't have received such treatment. At this moment, a terrifying pressure was released from the Thunder Spirit's body, and all the lightning in the surroundings was drawn over. Rumble, a deafening roar resounded between heaven and earth. Thunder and lightning appeared in the sky, as if it was the end of the world. If there were other life forms on this planet, the scene before them would probably make them feel despair. That's quite a commotion. Bing Tesh was surprised. Don't you know whose spiritual pet it is? It's not worthy of my status if it doesn't make any noise, Wang Ting said proudly. Bing Desai didn't know what to say. With such a large commotion, he didn't know if the Thunder Spirit would be able to withstand it. What was he so proud of? Suddenly, countless bolts of thunder gathered, and an incomparably thick lightning pillar shot towards the Thunder Spirit. This is lightning tribulation? Wang Ting was stunned. A life form like the Thunder Spirit naturally has to go through a tribulation after its life evolution, Bing Tesh said. At most, it's a stage 1 lightning tribulation. Don't worry. Wang Ting nodded, feeling relieved. Bing Tesh. His tone was really big. That was a lightning tribulation, not some simple thunder power. Couldn't he show some basic respect? That little thing has swallowed a lot of lightning tribulation. Wang Ting smiled, and a wisp of extreme purple lightning appeared in his hand. Oh, then it's fine, Bing Tesh said. Boom, in the next moment, the lightning pillar hit the Thunder Spirit's body. Countless bolts of lightning tribulation power exploded on the Thunder Spirit's body, creating a spectacular scene in the sky. Guh! Guh! The Thunder Spirit's body seemed to open countless mouths, and it swallowed all the lightning tribulation power, making it disappear without a trace. This method of tribulation made Bing Tesh speechless. She couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. The master was abnormal, and so was the spiritual pet. Boom, the lightning tribulation seemed to have been provoked. More lightning pillars appeared, and they shot toward the Thunder Spirit. This time, the power was more than twice as strong as before. In an instant, the thunder tribulation power hit the Thunder Spirit's body again, and it was covered in lightning. But then again, the Thunder Spirit was made of thunder, so it was naturally more resistant to thunder than other creatures. Wang Ting sat cross-legged on the ground, and he wasn't worried at all. After his training, withstanding the lightning tribulation was a basic skill. It wasn't too difficult. Besides, even if there was a problem, he would help. He wouldn't just watch the Thunder Spirit die. It wasn't easy to train a Thunder Spirit. How could he let something happen to it? Boom, the second lightning tribulation disappeared, and the third one came. Before the Thunder Spirit could digest the lightning tribulation power, it was drowned again. The third lightning tribulation. How many lightning tribulations do you think your Thunder Spirit will attract? Bing Tesh asked curiously. 6, Wang Ting said. 6? You have a lot of confidence in it. Bing Tesh was surprised. That's nothing. 6 is the minimum. I'm afraid if I say too much, you'll say I'm bluffing, Wang Ting said. Bing Tesh was speechless. Boom. 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 While they were talking, 3 lightning tribulations appeared at the same time and struck the thunder spirit. Huh? Wang Ting narrowed his eyes and looked at the sky. He didn't think there would be 3 lightning tribulations at the same time. Something was wrong. Adding it all up, it had already reached the 6 lightning tribulations that he had predicted. Guji. The thunder spirit's voice suddenly became hurried. It crazily swallowed the lightning tribulation power, but 3 lightning tribulations were too scary. The thunder tribulation power exploded at the same time, and it was stuffed. Its body expanded even more, and it was 10 times bigger than before. It was like a balloon filled with air, and it was about to reach its limit. Wang Ting, something is wrong, Bing Tesh said seriously. Wang Ting didn't say anything. He stared at the thunder spirit in the sky, and he didn't plan to do anything. He believed in the thunder spirit. It was only 6 lightning tribulations. If it couldn't even handle that, then the purple lightning he fed it would be for nothing. Guji, the thunder spirit's voice suddenly became louder and louder, echoing between the sky and the earth. Its body suddenly burst out with lightning, and its body began to shrink. Eh? Interesting. Bing Tesh said in surprise. She thought the thunder spirit couldn't handle it anymore. She didn't expect it to still be able to increase its speed of absorbing the lightning. Tribulations. Under Wang Ting's training, the thunder spirit was indeed miraculous. Wang Ting couldn't help but smile. He was happy that the thunder spirit didn't disappoint him. But now was not the time to relax. Where the lightning tribulations were gathering, the clouds hadn't dispersed yet. It seemed that another lightning tribulation was brewing. The thunder spirit was even more extraordinary than he had expected. Rumble, at this moment, the clouds seemed to have reached their limit. A thick bolt of lightning finally shot out, fiercely attacking the thunder spirit. The lightning tribulations on the surface of the thunder spirit's body hadn't completely dissipated before it was drowned out again. The thunder spirit continued to expand and contract. Bolts of lightning tribulations were absorbed into the thunder spirit's body. Wang Ting's eyes were filled with surprise. This was the first time he had seen the thunder spirit use this ability. Could it be a new ability after reaching the domain lord level? Boom. The 8th bolt of lightning tribulations didn't take long before it shot out and landed on the thunder spirit's body. 8 bolts of lightning tribulations. Bing Tesh's eyelids twitched. There was finally a hint of respect in her eyes. She was just surprised. There weren't many things that could surprise a god-level being like her, and there were even fewer things that could make her respect someone. This thunder spirit that had just reached the domain lord level had attracted 8 bolts of lightning tribulations. Its potential wasn't low. She had seen many special creatures, but there were only a few that could attract 8 bolts of lightning tribulations when they reached the domain lord level. Now there was one more. The 8th bolt has appeared. Is the 9th still far away? Wang Ting said. The 9th bolt. You're really daring, Bing Tesh said. Just watch. Wang Ting smiled. The 8th bolt of lightning tribulations lasted for a long time. The thunder spirit's body expanded again. It was obvious that it was being supported by the lightning tribulations. However, the 9th bolt of lightning tribulations still hadn't appeared. The clouds seemed to have stopped gathering lightning tribulations. Bing Tesh looked at Wang Ting and raised her eyebrows. It was as if she was saying, "See? Be careful not to bite your tongue when you talk big." How embarrassing. It's here. Wang Ting didn't pay attention to her. Looking at the clouds, his expression suddenly changed. Boom, a deafening sound rang out, reverberating between the heavens and the earth. A trace of astonishment involuntarily appeared in Bing Di's eyes. A 9th bolt of lightning tribulations really exists? The reason why she was shocked was partly because of the 9th bolt of lightning tribulations, and partly because Wang Ting had sensed it in advance while she hadn't. How was that possible? Right, he has the heaven and earth tribulation lightning. Bing Tesh suddenly thought of this and felt a little depressed. Being defeated by a junior was really a disgrace to a god-level existence. However, it wasn't the time to think about this. She immediately looked at the sky. The ninth bolt of lightning tribulations had come out of the clouds and condensed into a lifelike thunder dragon. It roared and roared, rushing toward the thunder spirit. Roar! Roar! A deafening roar reverberated between heaven and earth. It sounded like a dragon's roar, but also like thunder. It was extremely strange. Wang Ting's expression finally changed slightly. The power of the ninth thunder was shockingly strong. A trace of seriousness appeared in Bingtasi's eyes as she looked at the tribulation lightning in the sky and the lightning spirit that seemed to have expanded to the extreme. Could it withstand it, nine thunder tribulation? In her life, she had only seen one strange creature that had encountered nine thunder tribulation when it had reached the domain lord level. At that time, that strange creature had almost died under the nine thunder tribulation. Even though it was only at the first level, it wasn't much to her now. However, to the lightning spirit that had just reached the domain lord level, it was already extremely terrifying. If it wasn't careful, it might really die here. She couldn't help but turn to look at Wang Ting. Although his eyes were serious, there wasn't much worry on his face. This made her very curious. Could it be that even at this time, he was still confident in the lightning spirit? Bingtasi was a bit suspicious. She didn't know where Wang Ting's confidence came from. However, she didn't know that Wang Ting wasn't confident in the lightning spirit. He was confident in himself. He had many ways to deal with the power of the tribulation lightning, so he wasn't worried. Boom! In an instant, the frightening lightning dragon had already whizzed past the sky. After which, it opened its huge mouth and swallowed the lightning spirit in a single gulp. This. Bingtasi was shocked again. This was completely different from an ordinary tribulation lightning. Ordinary tribulation lightning would directly attack the target. It was very rare for a tribulation lightning to swallow the target like this. It was as if the tribulation lightning wanted to swallow the lightning spirit. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed. This situation was also out of his expectations. There was something wrong with this tribulation lightning. Could it be that this planet was special? This thought flashed through his mind. This planet was a thunder planet. There was lightning everywhere. It was reasonable for it to attract nine thunder tribulation lightning. However, it was a bit strange for the tribulation lightning to swallow a living being. It was as if the lightning tribulation had a life of its own. It knew that the lightning spirit was extraordinary and wanted to fuse it into its body. "Aren't you going to do anything?" asked Brindis. "Wait a little longer," Wang Ting said after pondering for a moment. The tribulation thunder didn't disappear. It was as if a real dragon was hovering in the sky. Within its body, there was an extremely dazzling purple lightning. That was the thunder spirit. Wang Ting could use the true vision child to see the life source of the thunder spirit, so he was not in a hurry to help. In his eyes, the thunder spirit and the thunder dragon were locked in a stalemate. Both sides were devouring each other's energy, trying to make it a part of themselves. It's really shocking. This is the first time I've seen someone go through a tribulation like this, Brindisi sighed. Ha ha ha. Wang Ting laughed heartily. After all, it's the spirit of heaven and earth nurtured within the thunder of heaven and earth. It's not inferior to the tribulation thunder of heaven and earth. Brindisi nodded. Wang Ting was right. It was not easy to nurture a thunder spirit, and it was not any less rare than the tribulation thunder. They were both nurtured by heaven and earth. However, it was also because of this that they were rejected by heaven and earth. They were not allowed to exist, nor were they allowed to become stronger. Every time they leveled up, they would face countless dangers. Most of them would fall and return to heaven and earth, returning to their original state. Now, the thunder spirit was being devoured by the tribulation thunder of heaven and earth. However, if the thunder spirit could survive this tribulation, its future would be different. At least before it reached the sector lord level, its strength would be at the peak of the domain lord level. Roar! In the sky, the huge thunder dragon kept circling. Lightning flashed on its body as if it was refining something. Inside the thunder dragon's body, there was a huge purple ball of light that was also releasing the power of thunder. From afar, it looked like the dragon pearl inside the thunder dragon's body. Roar! the thunder dragon kept roaring as if it had a life of its own. There was a hint of impatience in its voice. Is this tribulation thunder a spirit? Wang Ting's eyes widened. Ice Daisai frowned. She looked at the thunder dragon for a while and said, it should be the life force of this planet that has given the tribulation dragon a weak will. No, it's not that it has a will. It's more like the will of this planet has descended into the thunder dragon's body. I think I finally know why the tribulation thunder is so strange. A glint flashed in her eyes as she suddenly realized something. You mean, this planet has given birth to a will? Wang Ting's eyes widened as if he had heard something unbelievable. The planet had given birth to a will. This was extremely rare. In the entire radiant universe, it was hard to find more than a few planets like this. No matter how he looked at it, this place was strange. But thinking about it, what Ice Daisai said made sense. The power of the tribulation thunder was a manifestation of the will of heaven and earth. This planet could be seen as a heaven and earth. So, the will of the thunder dragon came from this thunder planet. If the entire planet was a giant thunder spirit, what was the difference between it and the thunder spirit? Holy sh*t. Thinking of this, Wang Ting was shocked, and he felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if he had been sitting on a giant's body, but he didn't feel anything. He was just sitting on the giant's body, watching the show. He didn't know that the other party was secretly observing him. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. Don't worry. The will of this planet should be very weak. Otherwise, the thunder dragon wouldn't have been in a stalemate with the thunder spirit for so long. It would have swallowed your thunder spirit, Ice Daisai said. Okay. Wang Ting nodded, but he was still worried. He looked at the thunder dragon in the sky, then slowly rose up, broke through the sky, and entered the void. He lowered his head and looked down. In his eyes, a purple and gold light flashed. The true vision child was activated to the extreme, and he carefully looked at the thunder star. He didn't find anything before, but he didn't believe that he couldn't find a clue this time. This is... Ice Daisai, who was lying on Wang Ting's shoulder, slowly stood up. Looking at his strange eyes, she was very surprised. Wang Ting's eyes scanned the planet inch by inch, and his attention was fixed on the core of the planet. Sure enough, a cluster of inconspicuous life origin appeared in his eyes. This cluster of life origin was very strange. There was only a small dot in the center, but it had countless branches that spread across the entire planet. The reason why Wang Ting felt that this planet was full of life energy was because these branches were scattered everywhere on the planet. They were like the veins of a human body, very inconspicuous. They were like wisps of scattered life energy that could emit life energy. Now, with Ice Daisai's reminder, Wang Ting treated the entire planet as a whole, and that was how he found this strange connection. His eyes sparkled as he looked at the planet below. He couldn't help but rub his chin. Then, he looked at the thunder spirit and the thunder dragon on the planet. They were still in a stalemate. What do you want to do? Ice Daisai looked at him and knew that he was holding back some evil tricks. What do you think will happen if I absorb the life origin of this planet? Wang Ting asked eagerly. Ice Daisai. You're not a human. I don't know, but you can try. She wants to swallow my thunder spirit. As its master, I should swallow her. Is there a problem? Wang Ting said in a dignified manner. Ice Daisai. Then, Wang Ting didn't hesitate anymore. He didn't know how long the thunder spirit could last. The sooner he finished it, the sooner he could pass the 9th lightning punishment. Boom, in an instant, he charged toward the planet below. Streams of light flew out from his body. They were the teeth of the big black demon horned python that he had obtained earlier. The sharp teeth gathered together, and under his control, they turned into a strange drill. They spun at high speed and bombarded the ground of the planet. Boom, a huge crater suddenly appeared on the ground, rushing all the way to the core of the planet. Wang Ting followed closely behind and rushed into the hole. This time, his speed was extremely fast. He was completely rampaging underground, using brute force to break through all the obstacles in front of him. He didn't care at all whether he would destroy everything here or not. As Wang Ting got closer to the core of the planet, it seemed to sense Wang Ting's intention. The life origin, which was calm, began to fluctuate. Boom, the entire planet shook, and the ground closed toward the center, preventing Wang Ting from moving forward. Break! Wang Ting's expression was calm, but a trace of mockery appeared at the corner of his mouth. He pointed forward and spat out a single word. The fangs that looked like a drill spun faster and faster, and with the support of metal domain and magnetism domain, they exploded with terrifying power. Boom, the closed ground was instantly split open, unable to stop Wang Ting's spiritual force attack. His metal domain had already reached rank 4, while his magnetism domain had reached rank 5. Its power was quite astonishing. The life origin energy in the core of the planet fluctuated more violently, and the branches of life origin energy that were scattered throughout the planet began to converge, causing the life origin energy in the core to become extremely dense. Boom, at that moment, a bolt of thunder shot out from the core and traveled along the ground towards Wang Ting. Tribulation thunder. The thunder that shot out from the ground was actually tribulation thunder as well. However, even though it was a rank 1 tribulation thunder, it couldn't compare to Wang Ting's rank 3 purple sky thunder. You're trying to show off in front of an expert. Although Wang Ting was a little surprised, he didn't take it to heart. He smiled coldly and pointed forward again. The purple sky thunder shot out from his hand like a spear of thunder that contained terrifying power. Boom, the two bolts of thunder collided in an instant, and countless bolts of lightning exploded. The surrounding earth and rocks couldn't withstand the bombardment of the two bolts of thunder, and a large hole was blasted open. At the same time, the tribulation thunder that shot out from the ground couldn't withstand Wang Ting's purple sky thunder and was instantly blasted away. The purple sky thunder didn't lose its momentum and continued to bombard the ground. Boom! 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 The life origin energy in the ground seemed to be extremely unwilling to give up. In an instant, it shot out several bolts of thunder and fiercely bombarded Wang Ting again. Wang Ting didn't attack again. The purple sky thunder in front of him collided with the tribulation thunder. Boom, one after another, the tribulation thunder bombarded Wang Ting's purple sky thunder, trying to block its path. But the purple sky thunder was like a hot knife through butter. It broke through the tribulation thunder and went straight to the ground. Wang Ting's eyes were sharp. He used his mind power to control the big black demon horned python's fangs to open a path in front of him and break open the ground. Finally, the obstacles in front of him were swept away. He rushed out and came to a huge underground space. This space was much larger than the lightning liquid pool they had entered before. This should be the core of this planet. Wang Ting looked around and found that there was thunder all around. It was like a world of thunder, and the life origin energy core was in the center of countless thunder and was protected. If he wanted to get close to the life origin energy, he had to pass through the layers of thunder protection. Whoosh, that lump of life source energy core was releasing rich purple light, restless and restless. No one had ever been able to reach this place before, but now, because of its greed, it wanted to devour that lightning-type creature in the outside world, attracting an extremely threatening existence. The power of the tribulation thunder just now was more terrifying than the one she had mastered. It gave her an ominous premonition. Her will had just been born and was ignorant. She hadn't come into contact with the outside world, so her knowledge was limited. She acted according to instinct. She felt that the thunder attribute creature was very helpful to her and wanted to devour it. She felt that the higher level of tribulation thunder was more threatening, so she couldn't help but feel a trace of uneasiness. Unfortunately, it was too late now. You're the one. Wang Ting looked at the life origin energy core not far in front of him. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he walked forward step by step. The rank 5 thunder spirit constitution had been activated, bolts of lightning shot towards him, drowning him. However, all of them became his nourishment, nourishing his body. Boom, at the same time, a vortex suddenly appeared above his head. It was pitch black and deep. As soon as it appeared, it spun at high speed and erupted with a strong suction force. Remarkable ability, devour the heavens and earth. This was the remarkable ability from the void-devouring beast, devour the heavens and earth. Wang Ting had already used it to devour the life origin and soul origin of many dark apparitions. Now, it was naturally easy to use it to devour the life origin energy core of this planet. Suddenly, wisps of life origin energy were sucked over and entered the vortex. Roar, the Life Origin energy core was completely anxious. Thunder in the surroundings quickly gathered and turned into a huge and mysterious thunder dragon. It roared and rushed toward Wang Ting. This thunder dragon was not inferior to the thunder spirit's ninth tribulation thunder. Wang Ting's face turned serious. Facing this desperate attack, he didn't dare to be careless. The power of tribulation thunder in his body immediately poured out. Boom! Top-grade purple heavenly thunder instantly erupted and turned into a purple thunder dragon. Its size wasn't as big as the thunder dragon opposite him, but it exuded a divine power that made people unable to look directly at it. This was the divine power of the top-grade purple heavenly thunder. Roar! The two thunder dragons roared in the underground space. Although the space was not small, their bodies undoubtedly made it a little crowded. In the next moment, the top-grade purple heavenly thunder dragon that Wang Ting had condensed went up and collided with the thunder dragon formed by the stage 1 tribulation thunder with a loud bang. Dazzling lightning exploded. Their bodies swayed in the underground space, biting and devouring each other. With every bite, they would bite off a big piece of each other. However, the two thunder dragons were formed by thunder and could be replenished at any time. Their bodies would immediately return to their original state. Especially the thunder dragon formed by the stage 1 tribulation thunder. With the power of thunder in the underground space as a supplement, it could undoubtedly last longer. However, the top-grade purple heavenly thunder that Wang Ting had condensed was a little weak. This was related to the tribulation thunder energy that he had mastered. Although he usually picked up a lot of attribute bubbles, the top-grade purple heavenly thunder was, after all, rare, so the amount stored was relatively small. Go! Wang Ting's eyes flashed. Seeing that the thunder dragon formed by the top-grade purple heavenly thunder was weakening, he immediately waved his hand and shot out another dark red tribulation thunder. Blood demon heavenly thunder. It was also the power of the stage 3 tribulation thunder. Moreover, the blood demon heavenly thunder had more reserves than the top-grade purple heavenly thunder. Originally, Wang Ting did not plan to use it. However, he did not expect the stage 1 tribulation thunder in front of him to be able to last for so long. He had no choice but to use it. Roar! With the addition of the blood demon heavenly thunder, the purple thunder dragon suddenly changed. A dark red color appeared on its body and mixed with the purple color. It did not seem out of place. Instead, it gave off a sense of evil. The thunder dragon's power increased greatly. Even its body had more than doubled in size. It opened its mouth and bit down on the thunder dragon. Swish! That bite almost tore the lightning dragon's body apart, causing it to let out a painful roar. Countless bolts of lightning exploded. Roar! The thunder dragon formed by the combination of the top-grade purple heavenly thunder and the blood demon heavenly thunder roared and chased after the thunder dragon formed by the stage 1 tribulation thunder. The opponent immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. Even with the power of thunder constantly replenishing it, it could not stop the thunder dragon formed by Wang Ting's stage 3 tribulation thunder. The stage 3 tribulation thunder suppressed the stage 1 tribulation thunder. If the power of thunder here was not strong enough, it would not have been able to last for so long. Iced Ice Eye watched from the side and was secretly speechless. Any other cultivator would not have been able to deal with it so easily. However, they had encountered a monster like Wang Ting. The result was needless to say. Boom! Wang Ting stood in the thunder with his hands clasped behind his back. The black vortex above his head kept expanding, crazily sucking in the energy of the life source core. He could feel an extremely strong life energy enter his body after being refined by the swallow the sky and devour the earth technique. It flowed through his limbs and bones. In an instant, his physical body was nourished. Moreover, this nourishment actually carried traces of the tempering power of the thunder calamity, making his physical body even stronger. Previously, when he activated his various body types, his strength could reach stage 11 realm powers. Stage 10 realm powers was the limit of the universe level. Stage 11 realm powers broke through this limit and reached the standard of a domain lord. Even among the domain lords, his power was enough to contend against most of the domain lord level fighters. After all, most fighters' power couldn't possibly reach the limit of the universe level. Even if they broke through to the domain lord level, their power would at most be at the 8th or 9th level of sector energy. However, such a strong strength had its side effects. Wang Ting's universe-level mortal body was unable to withstand such a terrifying power and would collapse. However, he could feel that his mortal body was slowly reaching the limit of the tenfold realm force. Good stuff. Wang Ting's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the life source energy in this place to have the same effect as the lightning origin serum. It could strengthen his physical body. It seemed that he did not even need to use the lightning origin serum to increase his body strength. He could also save the lightning origin serum for others to use. Devour. Wang Ting immediately accelerated the swallow the sky and devour the earth technique, madly absorbing the life energy in the distance. Roar. The thunder dragon condensed from the stage 1 thunder punishment roared madly, trying to break free from Wang Ting's thunder dragon's restraint and bite. It rushed towards Wang Ting. Why you still want to attack me? Wang Ting sneered and stood still. If the thunder dragon could get close, it would be his loss. Roar. The lightning dragon formed from the combination of the extreme purple heavenly lightning and the blood devil heavenly lightning opened its mouth and bit the lightning dragon in half. It even swallowed half of the lightning dragon's body into its stomach. The thunder dragon was intercepted in an instant, unable to get close to Wang Ting at all. It was at the end of the road. Even if the power of thunder continued to gather, it could not change its fate of being swallowed. Boom. At this moment, there was a roar, and the life energy in the distance burst open, turning into countless life branches and fleeing into the distance. Want to run? Wang Ting narrowed his eyes. The will of this planet was not stupid. It could not beat him, so it turned into countless branches and fled. For this kind of special life form, as long as it could preserve a trace of its life energy, it could be considered to have saved its life. Wang Ting stomped his foot, and there was a roar. He turned into a stream of light and chased after it. The vortex above his head was running wildly, devouring the life energy that was constantly escaping. After being scattered, the life energy could not resist the terrifying suction force of the swallow the sky and devour the earth technique. It was sucked into the vortex before it could run far. Moreover, the vortex was expanding infinitely, gradually enveloping the entire underground space. A large amount of life energy was directly absorbed, and it could not escape. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire underground space shook violently, and countless gravel smashed down. Wang Ting could not help but look up, and immediately saw countless cracks spreading in all directions, as if the whole earth had split open. Damn it! I can't afford to play. It's going to bury me alive. He could not help but curse. Then, without thinking too much, he immediately rushed toward the top of his head. Anyway, most of the life energy had been absorbed, and the rest had seeped into the earth. It was not so easy to swallow and absorb for the time being. It was useless to stay. He had to leave quickly, or he would really be buried alive. The will of this planet was obviously desperate. If it wanted to die together with him, wouldn't it be a big loss? After all, this was inside the other party's body. Who knew what would happen? Rest. The big black demon-horned python's fang swept out again, turning into a drill bit and drilling toward the top of his head. Wang Ting was using it as a psychic weapon. Previously, it was not convenient to forge in the dark realm. Otherwise, he would have forged the fangs of this big black demon-horned python into a handy psychic weapon. Boom, the earth broke open, and Wang Ting rushed out from the ground and came to the surface of the planet. Roar, a roar came from the sky. The confrontation between the thunder dragon and the thunder spirit had reached the most critical moment. As the life energy of this thunder element planet was disintegrated by Wang Ting, she probably could not care less about devouring the thunder spirit. The thunder dragon finally could not hold on anymore, and the balance began to tilt. Kuji! The thunder spirit's voice came out from the thunder dragon's body. It was loud and excited, and it went straight to the sky. Boom, the next moment, a big hole exploded in the thunder dragon's body. It was obviously seriously injured, and it raised its head and roared in pain. Kuji! The thunder spirit shouted and flew out of the thunder dragon's body. It hovered in the air for a while, then opened its mouth and swallowed the thunder dragon into its stomach. Gulp. After swallowing such a big thunder dragon, the thunder spirit's body suddenly swelled up, and Wang Ting was scared that it would explode. Seems like it succeeded, Bing Di said. I wonder where the will of the planet went. Wang Ting smiled and no longer paid attention to the thunder spirit. He lowered his head and looked at the planet below. You want to completely absorb it? Bing Di said. Otherwise, how can I let go of such a good thing? Wang Ting said. The life energy he had just absorbed was circulating in his body, and it was slowly transforming his body. As long as he completely absorbed it, he should be able to reach the tenfold realm force's physical strength. At that time, he could use the tenfold realm force at will, and he would not have to worry about his body collapsing. He immediately sat down cross-legged in the air, and his spiritual force swept out, sweeping toward the planet below. Wang Ting's spiritual force seemed to have turned into a huge and invisible net, covering the entire thunder element planet. You think I can't do anything to you just because you're scattered? He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. With his powerful spiritual force, he sensed the entire planet, and he found the strands of life energy. Devour. The swallow the sky and devour the earth divine ability crazily operated, sucking out the strands of life energy. He didn't want to let any of it go. Boom, the earth was shaking, and cracks were everywhere. The originally barren land seemed to have become even more barren. This kind of barren land seemed to have completely lost the life energy, and it lacked vitality. As the strands of life energy were sucked out, the planet seemed to have lost its vitality, and it was like the end of the world. The thunder clouds in the sky were dispersing, and the power of thunder and lightning was gradually decreasing. What a terrifying talent. Bing Di looked at the dark vortex, and a trace of fear flashed in her eyes. The will of this planet had scattered the life energy everywhere. Under normal circumstances, it would take a warrior a lot of time to refine it. Moreover, not every warrior could refine the life energy. Ordinary warriors didn't have this ability. But in Wang Ting's hands, this planet was like a toy that he could refine freely. Guji at this time, the thunder spirit had completely suppressed the thunder dragon's energy. Like a little fatty who had eaten too much, it flew over shakily from afar. Bing Di was speechless. Both the master and the pet were the same. Their table manners were very ugly. Guji seeing Wang Ting's current state, the thunder spirit didn't dare to disturb him. Its two eyeballs rolled around curiously. Suddenly, the clouds gathered, and the clouds that should have dispersed gathered. They were as thick as ink, floating above Wang Ting's head and emitting a horrifying pressure. Bing Di's expression changed. She looked at the clouds in the sky in disbelief. What did she feel? Within the thunderclouds, she actually felt a powerful will descending. That will didn't come from this thunder planet. It came from the void. There was a will in the void. Wang Ting. At this moment, Bing Di was shocked. She looked at Wang Ting and shouted. Whoosh! Wang Ting opened his eyes and looked at the sky. He couldn't help but look solemn. The will of the void. The void had given birth to a will. Boom, the clouds rolled and then slowly cracked open, revealing a huge vertical eye. There seemed to be all kinds of powers flowing in it. Countless runes were flashing. It was very magical. She looked at Wang Ting. Hiss. Wang Ting felt his hair stand on end. His hair stood on end, and his scalp went numb. He felt that he had made a big mistake. It was like he had hit a child. And the adult came back and saw what he had done. For a moment, Wang Ting wanted to explain to it. But when he saw the cold and indifferent eyes, he knew that it was useless to explain. Run. This thought appeared in Wang Ting's mind before he had time to think. Then, he put his thoughts into action and dashed towards the void. At this moment, he felt bitter. If he had known that a will was born here, he wouldn't have touched the planet's will. He had hit the young one, and the old one had come. Judging from the power of the will of the void, he obviously couldn't beat it. He had to run. How can there be such a terrifying will of the void here? Bing Di couldn't believe it. Even though she was a god-grade entity, she was still shocked by the boundless void intent. How would I know? Wang Ting said angrily. If he had known, he wouldn't have been so reckless. Why do I feel that the will of the void is similar to the will of the planet? Bing Di was still thinking, and her eyes kept flashing. Similar? Wang Ting was stunned for a moment. His expression was suspicious. He sensed it carefully and seemed to have discovered something amazing. Then, a white light flashed in his mind. He seemed to have understood something. No, that's not the will of the planet. It's just a wisp of the will of the void scattered here. There was no will of the planet. It was the will of the void. No wonder, how could the will of the planet be born so easily? There was a will of the planet and a will of the void. How could there be so many wills? It didn't make sense. So that's how it is. This place is too strange, Bingtesh said in shock. The void had given birth to a will, and it had even spread its will throughout the planet. Did this mean that the will of the void had permeated the entire void, and everything in this void was under its control? Even though Bingtesi was experienced and knowledgeable, she couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart at this moment. Wang Ting obviously thought of this as well, and his face became serious. If this was the case, then even if he escaped into the void, he wouldn't be able to escape from the will of the void. It seemed that he was in big trouble this time. He couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Even if he was going to die, he had to struggle. Boom, at this moment, a roaring sound came from behind him. Wang Ting felt a chill run down his spine, and a strong sense of impending death surged in his heart like a tide, almost drowning him. He couldn't help but look back, and his pupils shrank to the extreme. In the huge vertical eye, countless runes gathered, and the power of heaven and earth was brewing, blooming with a gorgeous and dangerous purple light. Run! Bingtesi also saw this scene and couldn't help but exclaim in horror. Damn it! Wang Ting's face turned ugly. He felt that he had been locked on, and the space around him seemed to have become stagnant, which slowed him down a lot. Fifth order space body, open, he roared in his heart and immediately opened the fifth order space body to the extreme, not taking any chances. Boom, in an instant, the power of space in his body surged out, and he didn't hold back at all. A dark sword that looked like a shadow appeared in his hand, and the power of space suddenly gathered on it, turning into a strange sword light. Boom, at the same time, the light in the vertical eye seemed to be brewing to the extreme, and it looked at Wang Ting indifferently. With a roar, the light turned into a terrifying light beam, shooting directly at Wang Ting. Swish, wherever it passed, the space was torn apart, and a terrifying space crack appeared. Wang Ting's scalp exploded, and he immediately slashed out with the shadow sword in his hand. The second move of the void-destroying sword technique, space shattering. Boom, strange and powerful sword light burst out with boundless spatial power. Countless sword lights shot out in unison, slashing into the surrounding space, erupting with intense rumbling sounds. Ka, the void, which was originally sealed, let out a sound of being overwhelmed. Then, it completely shattered with a series of cracking sounds. Wang Ting suddenly felt his body relax. The feeling of being locked on seemed to have disappeared. Boom, at this moment, the light beam from the vertical eye was already in front of him. It was less than a kilometer away from him. Wang Ting's eyes reflected that resplendent light. He felt that it was incomparably dazzling, and a layer of cold sweat appeared on his back. He didn't have time to think and immediately used flash. Boom, in the next moment, the resplendent light beam had already completely submerged him. However, at this moment, the space in the void fluctuated slightly and a figure rushed out. It was Wang Ting. That was close. You scared me to death. He couldn't help but pat his chest as he looked down at the lightning planet. Don't be naughty, let's go. Brindis urged. Of course, Wang Ting knew this. He immediately dashed into the distance. The entire void was enveloped by the will of the void. It was more important to escape from this place as soon as possible. As for the opportunity, he would think about it after he saved his life. Just as Wang Ting was frantically running for his life, the vertical eye in the lightning planet was still indifferent. It didn't seem to be angry because of Wang Ting's escape. It was so cold that it didn't seem like a living being. She looked down at the earth below, and wisps of life aura spread out from the vertical eye and entered the planet, restoring a trace of vitality to this almost exhausted planet. If Wang Ting was still on this planet at this moment, he would find that this lightning planet had once again returned to its original state. It was full of life aura. Even the life source energy at the core was gathering again, and it was not much worse than before it was devoured by him. This was undoubtedly very terrifying. It should be known that he had spent a lot of effort to devour the life source energy of this planet, but the vertical eye had completely restored it in the blink of an eye. How could this be done without the majestic life source energy? After the life source energy of the lightning planet was restored, the vertical eye slowly dissipated. Swish, in the void, Wang Ting was frantically running for his life, but he had gone too deep into the void, and the colorful fog was everywhere, so he couldn't find a way out. After all, everything here was quietly operating, and the original way out had long since disappeared. This discovery made Wang Ting's heart sink uncontrollably. Brindis, can you still find the way? Wang Ting held on to his last hope. No. Brindis's eyes were dignified as she looked around and shook her head. Wang Ting had no choice but to spread out his spiritual force to find the most likely way out. Although there had been some changes, there were still some traces left. Following these traces, he might be able to find the way to the outside world. Moreover, he had left the Void Mayfly on the ice planet, and now he could use the connection with the Void Mayfly to find the location of the ice planet. If he found the ice planet, he could at least determine the direction he had entered. Boom, however, at this moment, the fog above his head suddenly rolled and gathered towards the center. This change surprised Wang Ting. His expression changed slightly, and he suddenly had an ominous premonition. Boom, sure enough, before he could think about it, there was a roar in front of him. Wang Ting's eyes were fixed on the fog, and he was extremely vigilant. At this moment, it was not that he didn't want to escape, but the fog around him was rolling and completely surrounding him, as if it had completely sealed this area. Even the surrounding space had become stagnant once again. Wang Ting tightened his grip on the shadow sword with a dignified expression. This void was indeed the opponent's territory. No matter where he went, the opponent could easily lock onto him. How could he escape? Roar! Suddenly, a strange roar was heard. It's coming! Wang Ting's heart tightened. Then, he saw an extremely shocking scene. Within the fog, a colorful giant beast slowly emerged. This giant beast was extremely huge, and it was not comparable to the Thunder Dragon on the Thunder Planet. Its body alone was hundreds of times larger than the Thunder Dragon, as if it was a real star behemoth. Even the Thunder Planet from before seemed a little small in front of this giant dragon. The appearance of this giant beast was something Wang Ting had never seen before. It was condensed by the fog, and it seemed to have no fixed shape. Its body was wriggling and flashing with starry light, and it was also branded with runes. It was very strange. The giant beast had a pair of indifferent and cold eyes, and it stared coldly at Wang Ting. Wang Ting suddenly felt a majestic will similar to the vertical eye. This giant beast clearly represented the terrifying will of the void. Without any words, the giant beast slowly opened its mouth, and light gathered inside. Wang Ting once again felt the threat of death, and he did not dare to be careless. The shadow sword in his hand slashed out again, and it crackled in the void, breaking the surrounding space lock, and then fled in the opposite direction. Boom, a beam of light burst out from the giant beast's mouth, and it blasted fiercely at Wang Ting. Flash! Wang Ting directly used Flash to dodge and continued to run for his life. One man and one beast suddenly began a chase in the void. The giant beast seemed to be tireless, and it chased after Wang Ting without letting go. It also constantly attacked, wanting to kill Wang Ting. This guy is really vengeful. Wang Ting couldn't help but complain as he ran for his life. Does that lightning-type planet have some special function? Is it very important? Ice-D's guessed, so you want to swallow the life core of that planet, and it hates you? Now that you mention it, it's possible. Wang Ting's heart jumped. Have you noticed that the giant beast's attacks have been maintained at Sector Lord level, and the space lock power is also Sector Lord level? Ice-D said. I noticed it a long time ago, or else I wouldn't have been able to escape until now. Wang Ting looked at the giant beast behind him and frowned. The will of the void was indeed majestic and terrifying, but its methods were very limited. It had been using the origin laws to attack, and the power wasn't very strong. Of course, to ordinary universe-level warriors, such power was already extremely terrifying. However, to Wang Ting, even though Sector Lord level power was strong, it wasn't impossible to dodge and defend against. This gave him a chance to breathe. Otherwise, as he said, this space was covered by the will, and it could have killed him in one hit. He wouldn't have been able to escape until now. Is this the limit of the will's power? Or is there a limit? Many thoughts flashed through Wang Ting's mind as he communicated with Ice D's. She was a god-level existence, so she knew more than he did. Perhaps she could see something. That's not impossible. Ice D's looked at the giant beast behind her and suddenly seemed to have noticed something. Look, it's absorbing the energy around it, and it doesn't absorb too much each time. It's maintaining a limit. A limit? Wang Ting raised his eyebrows, and his spiritual force swept out. He didn't care if he was detected, so he spread it around the giant beast and sensed it carefully. Just as Ice D said, the giant beast only absorbed a limited amount of energy each time, as if it was afraid of something. If there wasn't enough energy, it couldn't exert too much power. Even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. Sometimes, having a strong life force didn't mean that a creature had powerful attack power. This was very likely the case with the Will of the Void. She might have thought that Wang Ting was much weaker than her, so she could easily kill him. Hence, she appeared and chased after him. However, she probably didn't expect this result. Wang Ting, who was only a pinnacle universe level, was able to escape her space seal time and time again, dodging each of her attacks. He wondered if this high and mighty existence would feel depressed about this. Seems like my life is saved for now. Wang Ting let out a sigh of relief. As long as it was within the Sector Lord level, he could deal with it. As for the space seal, it wasn't a problem for him. After all, his space body had reached level 5, and with the powerful space battle technique Space Destruction Godly Sword Art, it wasn't hard for him to shatter the space seal. Even the space energy he used could be replenished by picking up attribute bubbles from the void. He didn't have to worry about using it all up in a short time. This was simply a bug. When he used his space battle technique, he could make space attribute bubbles appear in the void. This way, he could replenish a portion of his space energy. As long as he had time to recover, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of space energy. Of course, he still had to be careful. The attack was after all much stronger than his. If he was hit, his body would explode on the spot. He couldn't be more dead. Right now, he was only using his space techniques to dodge. He didn't take it head-on, hence he didn't suffer much damage. You should take it easy. If you force it into a corner, such a special being might be able to unleash even more powerful attacks. Brindisi reminded. I know. Wang Ting nodded, his eyes flashing. No one knew what he was thinking. He wasn't in a rush to leave. He dodged the beast's attacks while observing its changes. Brindisi gave him an idea. As long as he observed the energy absorbed by the beast, he would be able to roughly know the power of its attacks and dodge them in time. Moreover, Wang Ting felt that the beast's energy was circulating in a very special way, so he wanted to take a closer look. He didn't forget the goal of this trip. The mysterious nature of this void might be the key to him breaking through to the Domain Lord realm. The appearance of the voids might be an opportunity. An opportunity for him to peer into the deeper mysteries of this void. Wang Ting's eyes focused as an idea formed in his mind. He waved his hand, and specks of starlight flew out from his hand. They were the void mayflies. After these void mayflies appeared, they immediately disappeared into the surrounding mist. The beast was silently absorbing the energy around it, and the void mayflies were also absorbed into its body. The mental force that had been placed in the void mayflies silently seeped into the beast's body. Wang Ting was quite confident in his mental force methods. Although the will was strong, as long as he avoided it, it shouldn't be discovered. Sure enough, the mental force that had entered the beast's body was fine. It wasn't expelled at all. Wang Ting carefully allowed his spiritual power to wander around the giant beast's body. He observed the changes and the circulation of its energy. Suddenly, Wang Ting seemed to have noticed something, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. What is it? Brindisi asked. I seem to have sensed something similar to an ice planet or a lightning planet inside the beast's body. Wang Ting hesitated. I can feel the presence of an ice planet and a lightning planet inside the beast's body? Brindisi was surprised. Wang Ting's words came out of nowhere, and she didn't know how to react. What did he mean by there being an ice planet and a lightning planet inside the beast's body? Could it be that there were planets inside the beast's body, but she was a god-class being, after all. She immediately reacted and asked, "Are you sure?" "Yes. I sensed it 3 times, and it is very similar to the structure of the ice planet and the lightning planet," Wang Ting said with certainty this time. "Could it be that the beast's body is modeled after this space?" Brindisi asked with hesitation. "I can't think of any other reason," Wang Ting said. "Then what are you going to do?" Brindisi frowned. This discovery didn't seem to be of much use. Even if he knew that the beast's body was modeled after the space, what could Wang Ting do? A hint of excitement appeared in Wang Ting's eyes. He said, "There are many things I can do." He didn't say much and continued to sense the structure inside the beast's body. He had only sensed a part of it before, but now he was going to sense the entire beast's body. If his guess was correct, then he would soon be able to understand the entire structure of this space. He might even be able to find the secrets within. When he thought of that, he became even more excited. Phew, but he still took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. He couldn't let the will of the void know what he was doing. Otherwise, things wouldn't be so simple. The fact that the void mayfly could enter the beast's body meant that the will of the void couldn't control every corner of the beast's body. That was another limitation. It also meant that the will she placed in the beast's body couldn't be very strong. It could only absorb a limited amount of energy to attack. That was one limitation. She could only place a weak will inside the beast's body. That was another limitation. Wang Ting and Brindisi had found some of the weak points of the will of the void. The other party wasn't omnipotent in this void. Or rather, it had some concerns. Boom, at this moment, another explosion came from behind. The beast had finished absorbing energy and locked onto Wang Ting to attack. Again. Wang Ting regained his senses. He used flash and disappeared on the spot. Then, his gaze flickered, and he dashed in a certain direction. Whoosh, his body turned into a ray of light, and he was extremely fast. He had been holding back before, but now he was using all of his power. A pair of pure white wings condensed from light spread out from his back. As he flapped them, his speed instantly increased by several times. Wings of the holy light, even if it was only the first step of the radiant wings, to him, it was already enough to increase his speed explosively. With the addition of fleeing light and air flash, Wang Ting's speed was comparable to a sector Lord Martial warrior's. Roar, the giant beast didn't seem to expect him to be able to burst out with such speed. It immediately roared and chased after him. Wang Ting turned his head to take a look. A smile appeared at the edge of his lips. The man and beast continued to chase, and nothing seemed to have changed. However, Wang Ting knew that a turning point was about to arrive. Not long after, a white light suddenly appeared in front of him. Even in the colorful fog, it was extremely dazzling, causing them to be unable to open their eyes. Ha ha ha, Wang Ting laughed loudly. His guess was confirmed. This was indeed a light-type planet. This was the route he had found from the beast's body. He was worried that it would be a waste of time, but now that it was confirmed, he was naturally happy. Brindisi looked at Wang Ting with a strange look in her eyes. Roar, the roar of the giant beast behind him seemed to have become a little hurried. Then, another explosion was heard. The light beam pierced through the colorful fog and shot towards Wang Ting. "You want to stop me?" "Too late." Wang Ting smiled coldly. He used air flash to dodge the attack again. Then, he dashed towards the area where the white light was. Boom, the mist was violently torn apart by him, forming a path that led to the depths of the white light. The path ahead opened up, and Brindisi and Wang Ting finally saw the source of the white light. It was a light-type planet. Rich light-type star origin force filled the void, and Wang Ting, who had the sacred light physique and a saint-grade light talent, felt comfortable. It was like a fish returning to the sea. At the same time, he saw a large number of attribute bubbles floating around him. He was happy, and his mind power swept out, picking up the attribute bubbles. Radiant Star Origin Power * 1200 Radiant Star Origin Power * 1500 Radiant Star Origin Power * 2000 Magnetism Domain * 150 Magnetism Domain * 100. There's a magnetism domain here too? Wang Ting was surprised. It seemed that the magnetism domain was everywhere in this void. Could it be that it had some special effect on the operation of this void? Wang Ting didn't think about it for the time being. He immediately rushed towards the shining planet. After a short while, he arrived in front of it. This light planet was different from the lightning-type planet. It emitted a white holy light, and the whole planet was like a luminous object. Rich light-type origin force wrapped around it, giving it a sense of holiness. As Wang Ting arrived, white light gathered on the light planet, and it seemed to stop him from entering. Heh, you want to stop me? Wang Ting's body emitted white light, and he had already activated his sacred light physique. He turned into a white light and rushed towards the light planet like an arrow. Boom, the white light that gathered was instantly broken, and it couldn't stop him at all. Roar, the beast roared and came near the light planet. Its cold eyes stared at the light planet, but it couldn't get close. Its body was too big, and it couldn't enter the planet at all. It could only stay in the void. Wang Ting didn't look back. He rushed into the light planet, and his mind power swept across the whole planet. Found you. It didn't take long for him to grin, and then he charged straight to the ground. Boom, the ground was broken, and a huge hole appeared. You want to devour the life origin of this planet? Brindisi was shocked. She was very confused at first, and she didn't know what Wang Ting wanted to do, but now she knew. This guy didn't think devouring the life origin of a lightning-type planet was enough, and he wanted to devour more. How bold was he? Didn't he know that he was being hunted? Who knew what would happen if he continued to provoke the void's consciousness? Roar, in the void. The beast roared, and the whole light planet shook. Countless rays of light gathered and swept towards Wang Ting. These rays of light were still holy, but there was a trace of murderous intent. Each ray of light contained a powerful force. If it landed on the body, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Wang Ting's eyes flickered, and he shouted in his heart. Light domain, open. Wang Ting activated the light domain, which had reached the 7th level of the corporeal realm, and it turned into a strange domain that wrapped around his body. Boom, the power of light that swept over from the planet of light bombarded Wang Ting's domain, causing it to tremble. However, it was unable to break through the light domain. Wang Ting continued to rush underground. The earth was broken, and it couldn't stop him at all. Finally, a huge underground space appeared in front of him. He had entered the core of the light planet. A dazzling white light appeared in front of his eyes. It was very similar to the life origin of the lightning-type planet, and it emitted a rich life energy. Swallow the heavens and devour the earth, open. A black vortex suddenly appeared above Wang Ting's head, and it frantically devoured the life origin. Boom, for a moment, countless rays of light converged and bombarded Wang Ting's light domain, trying to break it open. Although Wang Ting's light domain hadn't reached the Melder realm, it was still at the 7th level of the corporeal realm. It wouldn't be so easy to break through. At this moment, his gaze was cold as he swept his gaze across this underground space. Once again, he saw quite a number of attribute bubbles and immediately picked them up. Radiant Star Origin Power * 2500, Radiant Star Force * 3000, Radiant Star Origin Power * 200. Once again, large amounts of light star origin force poured into Wang Ting's body, allowing him to last longer without worrying about his light star origin force running out. At this moment, the light star origin force in the surroundings seemed to change, gradually turning into a strange domain that fiercely crashed into Wang Ting's light domain. Boom, a huge explosion rang out. Wang Ting's light domain immediately trembled violently, and there were sounds of it being unable to bear the pressure. Damn, the will of this radiant planet has actually grasped the light domain. His eyes widened in surprise. The lightning planet from before had been able to release the power of tribulation lightning, but this radiant planet could actually use a domain. There was no one else like it. Wang Ting couldn't figure out how these planets developed. It was like the same parents giving birth to different children. They had different talents, and in the end, they grasped different skills. It seemed that the various planets in the void were all different and couldn't be treated lightly. Wang Ting didn't dare to be negligent and immediately used the power of light origin law. Strands of strange energy swept out from his body and merged into his domain, turning into strange light runes that were branded on it. Boom, suddenly, Wang Ting's domain underwent an inconceivable transformation, colliding with the light domain and causing a violent explosion. However, what surprised Wang Ting even more was that light runes also appeared on the light domain. Judging from the power of the origin law, it was at least grade 3. On the other hand, Wang Ting's law of light origin was only at the second stage. Good fellow, you're forcing me to use other methods. Wang Ting was a little helpless. He originally wanted to use light methods to resolve this, but now it seemed that he had to use other methods. In an instant, the light domain outside his body shrank and transformed into another type of domain. This domain was the complete opposite of the light domain and was filled with evil intent. The darkness domain, this was the darkness domain that Wang Ting had mastered. Light restrained darkness, and darkness was also the nemesis of light. It was a matter of who was stronger. Wang Ting smiled and not only burst forth with the rank 3 Melder's darkness domain, but he also burst forth with the power of a rank 4 darkness origin law. Boom, a terrifying power instantly spread out. The light domain seemed to have encountered something extremely terrifying and instantly shrank back. At the point where the two domains collided, there was a constant sizzling sound. You want to leave now? It's too late. Wang Ting suddenly spread out his darkness domain and fiercely collided with the light domain. Rumble, the light domain finally couldn't hold on any longer and instantly exploded. One by one, attribute bubbles fell out. Wang Ting used his spiritual power and picked up all the attribute bubbles. Radiant Star Force * 3500, Radiant Star Force * 3000, Light Domain, Corporeal, * 2000 Light Domain, Corporeal, * 3000 Light Domain, Corporeal, * 2500, Light Origin * 2400, Light Origin * 3200, Light Origin * 2800, there's actually so many. Wang Ting was a little surprised. These attribute bubbles all merged into his body. A portion of them turned into light origin power that flowed through his limbs and bones, while the other portion turned into insights that merged into his mind. Wang Ting's light origin power was immediately replenished, and the consumption from before was immediately recovered. There was indeed a lot of light origin power here, and it was more than enough to replenish his origin power. His domain of light was also improving. His mind was constantly filled with insights, making his mastery of the domain of light more and more profound. Light Domain, 2600/9000, Corporeal Level 9, Level 9. Wang Ting glanced at his status panel, and his eyes lit up. Going from Level 7 to Level 9 was an increase of 2 whole levels. Even though he hadn't reached the Melder realm yet, it was still an extremely difficult feat. Immediately after, another insight appeared in Wang Ting's mind. It was the Law of Light. This insight was even more profound than the one from before, but it wasn't much for Wang Ting's comprehension and talent. He quickly absorbed and digested it, completely transforming it into his own insights. Light Origin, 7500/30,000, Third Stage, Level 3. Wang Ting's heart skipped a beat, and he was pleasantly surprised. His Law of Light had actually risen from Level 2 to Level 3, and his attribute points had reached 7,500. This was a significant increase. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but it had actually happened in the span of a few breaths. The life origin core of the radiant planet seemed to know that it couldn't resist Wang Ting, and it began to retreat, turning into wisps of branches in an attempt to escape. Wang Ting suddenly discovered a problem. Could it be that the life origin core of the radiant planet wasn't under the control of the Void's will? Otherwise, it would have escaped long ago instead of waiting for him to arrive and begin devouring. There seemed to be something different about it. Brindisi also discovered this problem and couldn't help but look at Wang Ting. The two glanced at each other and saw the same doubt in each other's eyes. There was something strange about this place. Previously, they had thought that the planet's will was a part of the Void's will. But now, it seemed that there was a slight difference. It was more like a cultivator's main body and avatar. Let's not worry about that for now. Wang Ting held on to his doubts and rushed towards the escaping life origin energy. The situation was almost exactly the same as on the Thunder planet. With the swallow the heavens, devour the earth divine ability, most of the life origin energy couldn't escape his clutches. However, there was still a part of it that had merged with the planet, and it was impossible to absorb it all. Wang Ting didn't have the slightest regret. Feeling the endless flow of life origin energy in his body, he was very satisfied and directly rushed to the ground. Boom, the ground broke open, and he glanced at the void. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't be able to see the situation in the void, but in Wang Ting's eyes, he could clearly see that the terrifying giant beast was watching every movement on this planet, like a god monitoring the world. Moreover, light was gathering in the mouth of this giant beast, ready to erupt at any time. Perhaps as soon as Wang Ting appeared, he would face a murderous intent that was much more terrifying than before. However, he just smiled and his figure flashed, turning into a stream of light and rushing into the sky. In the void, the giant beast's eyes flashed. Seeing that Wang Ting was about to appear, the light in its mouth was already aimed at him. Then, in the next moment, something that made it dumbfounded happened. That streak of light actually split into 9 in the void and fled in different directions. It was as if a series of huge black question marks had appeared above the giant beast's head. It was suddenly stunned. Looking at the 9 streams of light, for a moment, it didn't know which one to attack. In the time it was stunned, Wang Ting had already gone far away. Roar, the giant beast's roar finally carried a trace of obvious anger. This was the first time that such an emotional display had appeared on the giant beast, or rather, on the will of the void. It immediately aimed at one of the streams of light, and the light in its mouth suddenly burst out, trying to stop him from moving forward. Unfortunately, Wang Ting was already prepared. His figure suddenly flashed and disappeared, making the giant beast's light beam miss. Blood Ghost Body Technique. This was the Blood Ghost Body technique that Wang Ting had mastered. It had fooled many people, and at this moment, it had also fooled the Lake of the Will of the Void, making it extremely difficult to distinguish. Come and chase me. Wang Ting's remaining 8 figures appeared in different directions in the void, curling their fingers at the giant beast behind them. Ice Dicei. Was this guy too arrogant? A moment ago, he was being chased everywhere. Now, he dared to provoke the will of the void. He had completely ignored her warning. Roar, the giant beast looked at Wang Ting's 8 figures and roared angrily again. Then, its body began to split into 8 identical giant beasts. However, these 8 giant beasts were undoubtedly much smaller. They didn't look as big as before. Boom! Boom! The 8 giant beasts rushed out at the same time, crushing the void like giant fortresses. They caught up with Wang Ting's 8 figures. How can this be? Wang Ting's eyes widened. He felt it was a little unbelievable, so he immediately rushed away. The direction his real body was heading in was where another planet was located in this void. It was the Dark Planet. 8 figures rushed in 8 different directions. Their speed was so fast that it left one speechless. However, the 8 giant beasts behind him were not slow either. Their mouths were bursting with dazzling light, which turned into beams of light and shot out. Instantly, Wang Ting's 8 silhouettes were engulfed and dissipated. Only one silhouette remained in the void, dodging the beam attack. That was where the main body was. After Wang Ting's main body dodged the beam attack, he charged into the void. In the blink of an eye, only his back could be seen. That short cultivation method had bought Wang Ting a lot of time, allowing him to pull away from the beasts. After the 8 beasts dealt with Wang Ting's clones, only one beast followed behind Wang Ting's main body. After the other 7 beasts destroyed Wang Ting's 7 clones, they looked coldly in the direction of Wang Ting's main body. Then, they dissipated and merged into the void, turning back into the colorful mist. Wang Ting didn't see this. He only saw the beast behind him expand again. As it chased, it gradually returned to its original size. A terrifying pressure spread out. It recovered again. His pupils shrank. He was a bit surprised and speechless. This beast is practically everywhere in this void. As long as the void consciousness exists, it can change at will. Brindisi said solemnly. Wang Ting nodded. He knew that Brindisi was right. However, he didn't panic. As long as the beast maintained its Sector Lord level attack, he could deal with it for a while. Rumble, the holy light wings on his back flashed quickly. He turned into a ray of white light and shot towards a direction. This time, he didn't fly for too long before the void ahead changed. If the void before was said to be bright, it could penetrate the multicolored fog and be seen from extremely far away. Then, the void here became dark, and all the light seemed to be swallowed up. It was pitch black. After entering this void, one wouldn't even be able to find one's direction. Roar, the giant beast's roar came from afar, and a strange light seemed to flash through her cold and ethereal eyes. It was as if she felt that this fellow was courting death by entering the dark region. Although from his performance before, she could tell that his mastery of darkness wasn't low. However, she was also very confident in her own mastery of darkness. Out of all the elements, her mastery of darkness was the strongest. However, Wang Ting didn't notice this. He had already charged into the dark region to search for the dark planet. Heart of darkness, open, a soft roar sounded in Wang Ting's heart. A mysterious and strange energy gathered at his heart. It seemed to have become a strange heart of darkness, emitting an evil dark aura. True, black heart. JPG with the second stage of darkness heart, Wang Ting's sensitivity to the power of darkness. At this moment, it was as if he was a part of the darkness. He was born from the darkness, and everything was connected to the darkness. Among the many talents of darkness that Wang Ting had mastered, Heart of Darkness could be said to be the purest talent of darkness. Other talents of darkness, such as Nether God Physique, Blood God Physique, and so on, were not as pure as Heart of Darkness. Therefore, in terms of darkness perception, Wang Ting first thought of Heart of Darkness. Moreover, with the help of God-tier darkness talent, Wang Ting's perception of the power of darkness had reached an inhuman level. Even some demon lord level existences couldn't compare to him. Almost instantly, Wang Ting immediately sensed a place where the power of darkness was extremely dense. His eyes couldn't help but light up. That should be where the dark planet was. Without hesitation, he immediately changed direction and rushed in that direction. As he approached, attribute bubbles appeared around him again. Wang Ting's mind power swept out and he immediately picked them up. Dark Star Force * 2800, Dark Star Force * 3000, Dark Star Force * 3500, Magnetism Domain * 100, Magnetism Domain * 120. They were all Dark Star Force and Magnetism Domain attributes. This was completely within Wang Ting's expectations. He didn't pay too much attention to it and kept rushing toward the dark planet. Within the darkness, he could already see a huge dark planet silently hovering in the void. It was like a terrifying dark beast, filled with evil, chaos, and an indescribable feeling. To be honest, Wang Ting hadn't seen a similar dark planet in the dark realm. Now, he saw one here. It was really fate making fools of people. At this moment, Wang Ting had just gotten a little closer when he couldn't help but frown and stop. He felt a dangerous aura from the dark planet in front of him. This was very strange, a planet was actually emitting a dangerous aura. What was on it? He glanced behind him again and was even more surprised when he saw that the giant beast didn't chase after him. It seemed that the will of the void was very confident in this planet. Is it trying to play a game with me? Wang Ting laughed. He seemed to suddenly understand the intention of the will of the void. The failure of the previous two planets probably made the will of the void very angry. In that case, I'll have to play with you, Wang Ting muttered to himself. Wang Ting, I can't help much here. I'll go back to the Ice Dragon Pearl first, Ice Dis suddenly said. Wang Ting glanced at her and saw a trace of discomfort in her eyes. He immediately understood and nodded. Let's go down. Okay. Be careful. Ice Dis reminded him and immediately went into the Ice Dragon Pearl above his head and disappeared. From her appearance, it could be seen that she really didn't want to stay a moment longer. Even for a god-level existence like her, facing such pure power of darkness, she was extremely disgusted. Wang Ting reached out and grabbed the Ice Dragon Pearl. Then, without hesitation, he rushed toward the dark planet in front of him. He wanted to see what the will of the void was up to. The sky above the dark planet was filled with thick black clouds, shrouding the entire planet. The earth was also dark, and there were cracks everywhere. From time to time, dark aura would drift out from those cracks and merge with the clouds in the sky. The entire planet was filled with a strange and evil aura. If an ordinary cultivator entered this place, it wouldn't take long for them to be infected by the darkness and turn into a dark creature. Wang Ting, who had turned into a stream of light, appeared above the dark planet. Floating in the air, he looked at this scene with a dignified look in his eyes. He had already activated the true vision child, but he didn't see the life source of this planet in the core. Unlike the previous planets, the life source of this dark planet had completely merged with the planet itself. In this respect, it was very similar to some strange creatures. They merged their souls with their bodies, making them indistinguishable from each other. In this way, their bodies would become extremely strong. Cultivating one's soul was cultivating one's body. Both were cultivated at the same time. However, there were also disadvantages. If the body was seriously injured, the soul would also be seriously injured. Compared to ordinary creatures, it was hard to say which was better and which was worse. It could only be said that each had its own merits. Humph. Wang Ting snorted and sneered in his heart, "Do you think this can stop me?" Devour the heavens and earth, activate. A black vortex appeared above his head, spinning at high speed and expanding continuously. It spread out in all directions, as if it was going to cover the entire earth. In front of the devour the heavens and earth, even if the life source of this planet was merged with the planet itself, it could still be sucked out and devoured. The will of the void had underestimated his devour the heavens and earth. Boom, under Wang Ting's control, the black vortex continued to descend, almost touching the planet's earth. A terrifying suction force erupted above the earth, and the ground seemed to shake. A large amount of dark power was swallowed by the black vortex. If the void-devouring beast was here, facing such a rich dark power, it would have left this place long ago, let alone devour it. However, Wang Ting was not afraid. He had an extremely strong dark talent, and the dark power was nourishment for him. There was nothing to worry about. It would not be wasted. He would absorb as much as it devoured. Boom, the dark planet seemed to be angered, and it shook violently. The earth shook as if it was the end of the world, and a powerful aura suddenly rose from the ground. Evil, dark, ancient, boundless, it was as if a terrifying dark existence had stepped out from ancient times and appeared between heaven and earth. This is... Wang Ting's expression changed slightly, and his eyes suddenly narrowed. Ancient dark will. He could not be wrong. This was the ancient dark will. This was because he had mastered this kind of willpower. It was exactly the same, but the ancient dark will here was stronger than his. I didn't expect this planet to contain the ancient dark will. And it's so powerful. Wang Ting took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He was not afraid of the ancient dark will. However, the appearance of this will was too sudden, and he was very surprised. But how could this planet give birth to such an ancient will? Wang Ting looked down at the ground, and he felt a little regretful. He could not help but frown. He could not understand. This dark planet, the lightning planet, and the light planet were all born in this void. The previous two planets did not have such an ancient will. Why did this dark planet give birth to such an ancient will? Could it be that there was something special about this place? Was this what the void will relied on? Boom. Before he could think any further, the powerful ancient darkness will had already descended upon his body. It was like a terrifying giant mountain filled with darkness will that smashed onto his head. Wang Ting's body fell down involuntarily, but there was no panic on his face. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he slowly uttered a sentence. Ancient blood will open. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura erupted from his body. Blood, evil, ancient, boundless, it was as if a blood fiend had awakened from ancient times and descended on this world. It hovered above Wang Ting's head, blocking the ancient dark will for him. At the same time, the dark clouds above the dark planet were dispersed in an instant, revealing a huge hole. It was as if someone had punched it out. Boom, the two wills collided in the void, and it was like thunder, reverberating in the sky. The entire planet was surging with wind and clouds, and thick cracks appeared on the ground, as if it could not withstand the bombardment of the terrifying will. On the other hand, Wang Ting stood in midair, unmoving. The ancient dark will could no longer shake him. Roar, in the void, the giant beast suddenly let out a roar, and even on the dark planet, it could be heard clearly. You want to defeat me with such a weak aura? Wang Ting looked up at the void, as if he could see the giant beast, and smiled. Boom, in the next moment, the black vortex spun wildly, sucking and devouring the life source energy in the dark planet. Wisps of dark aura drifted out from the planet, mixed with the aura of life. Obviously, the dark planet could not withstand Wang Ting's devour the heavens. Boom! Suddenly, the entire dark planet shook again, and a terrifying black light suddenly erupted from the ground. Wang Ting frowned, and immediately felt an extreme threat from the black light. He did not dare to be careless, and the dark force in his body suddenly surged out, forming a special domain outside his body. It was the dark domain. At this moment, he suddenly realized that there was a black light erupting above his head. No, it should be said that there was a black light sweeping over from all directions, enveloping Wang Ting. In an instant, the surrounding darkness became deeper, drowning everything like water, and suffocating. This is the power of a domain. Wang Ting felt a strange and extremely dark domain. Boom! In an instant, the darkness had already swept over, and he immediately felt his dark domain shake violently. Crack crack crack, cracks instantly appeared on his dark domain. Wang Ting's eyes suddenly shrank, and a trace of shock finally appeared in his heart. This was undoubtedly inconceivable. This was because his dark domain had reached the level of a rank 3 melder, but now, this strange domain had actually caused cracks to appear on his dark domain in an instant. Chi, however, before Wang Ting could come back to his senses, he suddenly heard the sound of his domain continuously being corroded. That domain is actually corroding my domain? Wang Ting's heart trembled, and he found it hard to believe. It could be seen that the opponent's domain was also a darkness-type domain. However, they were both dark domains, and this planet's domain was actually able to corrode his own. This was extremely terrifying. Wang Ting seemed to understand where the Void Will's confidence came from. This dark planet was indeed strange and could not be viewed with common sense. Chi, boundless darkness shrouded Wang Ting's surroundings, and he could not see the outside world at all. Wang Ting's darkness domain was constantly being eroded, making a chi sound, and the area it covered was constantly shrinking. However, he did not panic and was as calm as a dog. Wang Ting carefully observed the domain power in the outside world, prying into its mysteries. He had mastered many domains, but he had never seen this kind of darkness domain, and he could not help but feel a little interested. If he could master this kind of domain, perhaps his darkness domain could reach a higher level. His Blood-Sea domain and Blood-Fiend domain had both reached the level of a melder, making them extremely powerful existences among his many domains. However, these domains could not be considered true darkness domains, and at most, they could be considered blood domains. Wang Ting had mastered so many territories of the blood element, so he naturally understood the difference between the blood element and the dark element. On the surface, the blood element seemed to be part of the dark element, but the two were actually fused together in a special way. Just like those hybrids, the 5 elements were fused with the dark element, thus becoming half-dark creatures. However, blood was actually another special branch, and if it was separated, it was still different from true darkness. Although the vampires had always claimed to be a dark race, they themselves knew best that they were actually bloodline creatures. However, the demon moths, trolls, and sheep-headed demons were somewhat different. They were true darkness creatures with extremely dense blood of darkness flowing in their bodies. Of course, this was not important. Wang Ting did not care whether the vampires were true darkness or not. What he cared about was the improvement of his darkness domain. This would be helpful to him. Sometimes, dark energy was needed to deal with dark apparitions. Therefore, as long as it was helpful to him, he would take advantage of it, even if it was a planet. At this moment, wisps of spiritual force swept out from between his eyebrows and spread toward the surrounding dark energy. This spiritual force contained dense dark energy, resisting the corrosion of the surrounding darkness and prying into its mysteries. Chi, even. So, his spiritual force was still being eroded by the darkness domain. A sharp pain suddenly entered his mind, and he could not help but frown. This feeling was as if his outstretched hand had been pierced by a needle. It was so painful that he sucked in a breath of cold air. The corrosion of this dark energy is actually so painful. Wang Ting frowned. He didn't have time to think too much and immediately grasped the time to comprehend. His eyes flashed continuously. This kind of domain seems to be formed from extreme darkness to corrode. When the darkness energy is extremely dense, it has the ability to corrode the energy of the same kind. As he sensed the dark domain in the outside world, He combined his understanding of the various domains to analyze the power of the domain. That's right. It's compression. Suddenly, a white light flashed in Wang Ting's mind. He seemed to have understood something. Magnetism domain, open, a strange domain suddenly erupted from his body, merging with the darkness domain around him. A terrifying power leaked out from the magnetism domain, compressing the darkness domain crazily. Wang Ting's protomagnetic field had already reached the level of a 5th-rank melder, which was even more powerful than the Umber field. Therefore, the power he emitted was completely effective against the Umber field. Rumble, the next moment, he clearly felt his Umber field tremble, as if a pair of large hands were squeezing towards the center. More and more darkness energy was compressed, causing the darkness within the Umber field to become even denser and purer. It was pitch black, and the evil intent of the darkness became more and more obvious. Crack, a strange sound was heard, and the corrosion from the surrounding domain suddenly stopped. It seemed that the corrosion had stopped. This feeling was probably like a large dog gnawing on a bone, but the bone suddenly became very hard, and then it couldn't chew on it anymore. It's really possible. Wang Ting's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but feel unusually happy. Chi. However, the next moment, the sound of corrosion came from his Umber field again, and it continued to shrink. What's going on? Wang Ting's expression changed slightly, and he frowned again. This surprised him. He had thought that he had grasped the mystery of the corrosive power, but now it seemed that this wasn't the case. Could it be that it's not a simple compression? Wang Ting was suspicious. When he wanted to continue to sense the domain power outside, the mind power that was spreading out was suddenly cut off, and it was completely corroded by the domain power outside. Hiss! Hiss! The sudden pain made Wang Ting suck in a breath of cold air uncontrollably. However, his soul was still very strong, and he managed to withstand it, dispelling the pain. Wang Ting's Umber field was still shrinking. It originally covered an area of several hundred meters, but now it had gradually shrunk to only 30 meters. If this continued, it wouldn't be long before he was completely swallowed up by the domain power outside. Troublesome. Hiss. Wang Ting's eyes remained calm, and he muttered in his mind, immediately activating the power of the law of darkness. Boom, his Umber field instantly shook, and strange black runes appeared within the domain, forming chains, causing the Umber field to emit a powerful and strange power. Rank 4 Law of Darkness, the domain power outside was instantly blocked, and even the corrosive power was unable to shake Wang Ting's Umber field at this moment. However, black runes also appeared in the domain outside, evil and dark, causing the corrosive power to become even more powerful. Fortunately, Wang Ting's Law of Darkness was powerful enough, and it was actually comparable to the law power of the domain power outside. Both sides suddenly fell into a stalemate. Boom! 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 Bursts of rumbling sounds were constantly heard from the collision of the two domains, reverberating in all directions. What kind of power is this? Hiss. Wang Ting looked at the domain outside, thoughts running wildly in his mind, and his mind power swept out again, probing into the domain outside. He completely ignored the pain from the domain outside. If he couldn't even bear this little bit of pain, then there was no need for him to practice martial arts. Compared to some of the pain he had experienced in the past, the pain this time was somewhat different, and it directly targeted his spiritual body, but it wasn't unbearable. Back in the illusionary heart tower of the Subprofession Alliance, he had to force his mind power to break through to the domain lord level at the universe level, and the pain he had to endure was countless times more intense. Right, my light erosion domain seems to be similar to the corrosive power of the Umber field. A thought suddenly flashed through Wang Ting's mind. The light erosion domain came from the dazzling slug, and he had just obtained it not too long ago, so he hadn't used it much yet. Now that he encountered a dark domain with the same corrosive power, he finally recalled it. Wang Ting slowly closed his eyes, and his understanding of the light erosion domain flashed through his mind, and he seemed to have understood something. Since light energy can corrode, darkness energy can naturally corrode as well. Compressing darkness energy is a change, and giving darkness energy the ability to devour and corrode is another change on a deeper level. Wang Ting seemed to have understood something, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Shwa, a ray of light shot out from his eyes, turning into the thickest pitch-black color. His umbra field instantly underwent an unimaginable change, as if it had undergone a qualitative change, and it suddenly possessed the ability to corrode. Chi-chi-chi, chi-chi sounds could be heard between the two domains, but this time, it wasn't Wang Ting's umbra field that was being corroded, but the domain outside was being corroded. The balance was tilted. After Wang Ting unleashed the rank 4 darkness origin, the power of both sides entered a stalemate, but now that Wang Ting had comprehended a slight change in the corrosive power, his domain naturally became stronger. However, the corrosive power was still very weak, like an ant tearing at the skin of an elephant. It couldn't even bite through the skin, and it couldn't cause any substantial damage. If he wanted to rely on the corrosive power to corrode the domain outside, it was practically impossible. Wang Ting wasn't in a hurry. His eyes flashed, and he saw many attribute bubbles appear as the two domains clashed. Because his domain had become stronger, it had caused an impact on the domain in the outside world. Naturally, attribute bubbles would fall out. That was his plan. The posture of pulling wool had to be correct. Only in this way could the essence of the wool be pulled out. Pick up, mental telekinesis swept out and picked up all the attribute bubbles. Dark erosion territory *300, dark erosion domain *200, dark erosion territory *500, dark erosion domain. Wang Ting's eyes flashed and he thought to himself, it's really similar to the light erosion domain. Even the name is similar. A series of special insights appeared in his mind, allowing his mastery of the dark erosion domain to increase rapidly. He had just mastered it. Now that he had these attribute bubbles, he would soon be able to raise the dark erosion territory to a high level. It might even be able to catch up with the territory on the dark planet. Using the opponent's strength to strengthen oneself, this was the essence of fleecing. Sure enough, as Wang Ting's dark erosion territory strengthened, more and more attribute bubbles fell out of the domain in the outside world. Wang Ting's domain had already shrunk to a range of 30 meters. Now that it was finally time to counterattack, the domain's range continued to expand, causing the domain in the outside world to shrink. Roar! A roar came from the void. Wang Ting looked up and couldn't help but smile. You want to use this dark planet to block my path? You're too naive. Boom, boom, as soon as he finished speaking, his domain seemed to have strengthened a lot and suddenly spread out to hundreds of meters. At the same time, without the obstruction of the domain in the outside world, his devour the heavens, devour the earth, God art was activated again, absorbing and devouring the life origin energy of the dark planet. Awesome! Boom, Wang Ting could feel the strange energy flowing in his body. His physical body was strengthening at a speed visible to the naked eye. He couldn't help but shout in his heart. Rumble, the dark planet shook violently. More and more cracks appeared on the planet's surface. The rich life energy was slowly dissipating. This was the result of Wang Ting devouring the life origin energy. If this continued, this dark planet would follow in the footsteps of the Thunder Planet and the Light Planet. Roar, the roar coming from the void became more and more intense. It penetrated the void and the thick fog of the dark planet. It shook the heavens and reverberated on the entire planet. Why are you shouting so loudly? Wang Ting picked his ears and said, I'm going to absorb the life origin energy of these planets. Let's see what you can do to me. Roar. Roar, she was everywhere in this void and had already heard Wang Ting's words. Her roar was filled with intense anger. All of a sudden, something strange happened. Rumble, the entire void seemed to tremble. Countless spatial cracks appeared. Even on the dark planet, a large number of spatial cracks appeared. When Wang Ting saw this scene, he couldn't help but be shocked. Did I force her into a corner? Roar. Feeling a little guilty, he looked at the void. At this moment, outside the dark planet, the giant beast's figure suddenly dissipated and merged into the colorful fog around it. Then, the fog rolled violently and gathered again. It was thicker than the fog that dissipated from the giant beast. It turned into a huge face in the void, covering the sky and the sun. In a pair of huge eye sockets, various powers appeared. Strange runes representing different forms of energy flashed. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, poison, ice, light, darkness, all the attributes condensed in that pair of eyes. They revolved according to a strange trajectory, as if forming a strange balance. That pair of eyes pierced through the void, through the heavy darkness, and fell on Wang Ting. Hiss! Hiss! Wang Ting sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't know why, but even though he was far away, he could still see that pair of eyes very clearly. It was as if they were right in front of him. The two sides stared at each other. What kind of terrifying gaze was that? Cold, indifferent, majestic, sacred, ethereal, Wang Ting didn't know how to describe her gaze. He only felt that even the vertical eye and the giant beast's eyes didn't seem so terrifying. Under the gaze of that pair of eyes, he felt his body stiffen. It was as if he was being watched by a god-level existence. Winky face, a sense of horror rose from the bottom of his heart. She's not going to kill me at all costs, is she? Wang Ting felt a little guilty. I told you to take it easy. How can she not be anxious when you're acting so recklessly? Brindazi's voice sounded in Wang Ting's mind. Although she didn't appear in the outside world, she had been paying attention to the situation outside. Now, she naturally noticed the huge face in the void. The intent emitted from that pair of eyes was even more terrifying than the giant beast's. Needless to say, the will of the void was forced into a corner. What do you know? I'm going to force her out. Wang Ting took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and said meaningfully. Even though he was a little weak, since he had already come this far, he could only bite the bullet and continue. Whether or not he could succeed in the Domain Master level Chaos Star incantation would depend on this. Please enter the latest update in your browser, check it in the Essence Library. To provide you with the latest update of full attribute martial arts by God Don't Enter the Pugilistic World, please keep your bookmark well so that you can check the latest update in the future. Chapter 1891, Chaos Enlightenment. Dark Erosion Domain. The huge face in the void. Read for free. In the void, a terrifying face appeared, and a pair of cold eyes looked down at the world. Wang Ting stood on the dark planet and looked at it. The Swallow the Heavens and Devour the Earth was still in operation and had been activated to the extreme, madly absorbing the life origin energy on the dark planet. Rumble, the dark planet shook violently, and then it moved quickly in the void, faster and faster. In the end, it rushed into the depths of the void like a meteorite. A powerful force suddenly appeared on Wang Ting's body, almost throwing him off the dark planet. Boom, the wind whistled, forming a terrible sonic boom that exploded in his ears. If Wang Ting's physical body wasn't strong enough, his ears would have been destroyed by this blow. His expression changed. Slightly. His body had already been thrown out, and he didn't have time to think. He immediately applied the magnetism field on himself, causing him to fall fiercely. With a boom, he smashed into the ground, causing a deep pit to appear. At the same time, his spiritual force swept out and protected his ears, isolating him from the sonic boom. What is she doing? Bingtex asked in shock. How would I know? Wang Ting looked up at the void and saw that the dark planet he was on was rushing out of the dark area, gradually moving away from the huge face in the void. This strange behavior made him a little confused. He didn't know what the void will wanted to do. No matter what she wants to do, let's absorb the life origin energy of this planet first, Wang Ting said. Boom, the Swallow the Heavens and Devour the Earth was activated crazily, and the black vortex expanded again, almost covering half of the planet. A terrible suction force burst out. It was undoubtedly very terrifying. A vortex covered half of the planet, and it was no different from the end of the world. As the black vortex expanded, the terrible suction force sucked the life origin energy out of the dark planet and into the vortex. Wang Ting could feel the rich energy of life fusing into his body, causing his physical body to transform continuously and become stronger. Walala, his blood was flowing, and he could clearly hear it. It seemed to contain a terrifying amount of energy, forming a tide that surged through his limbs and bones. Boom. A moment later, a rumbling sound rang out from within his body. He had broken through, an invisible physical barrier was broken through, reaching a certain limit, that was the limit of the universe level. In that instant, Wang Ting had a feeling that even if he activated his 10th realm force, his fleshly body would still be able to withstand it. This is a breakthrough. Wang Ting stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, a trace of joy appearing in his eyes. After absorbing nearly 2.5 planets' life origin energy, his physical body finally broke through the limit of the universe level and reached the strongest state of the universe level. This was inconceivable. Among the countless universe-level warriors in the radiant universe, there were very few warriors who could reach the tenfold realm power. Over the course of countless years, the number of such cultivators could be counted. Even in the dark world, such existences were extremely rare. There might not even be one in a million years. Dark apparitions were known for their powerful physical bodies. Even so, it was rare for them to reach the limit of the universe level. From this, it could be seen how rare it was to reach the limit of one's strength. This was the path of the extreme path, not to mention breaking through the limit of physical strength and being able to withstand the terrifying power of the tenfold realm power, reaching the limit of the universe level. The physical body and power were not equal. Some warriors could temporarily unleash terrifying power with their powerful physiques and talents, but their physical bodies might not be able to withstand it. To unleash such powerful power, one would have to pay a high price, and it would cause damage to the physical body. Just like Wang Ting before. If he could not use his life origin and immortal substance to make up for the damage to his body, who knew how many hidden injuries would be left behind? Only by reaching the limit of physical strength could it be possible to unleash the same power that had reached the limit. The two complemented each other. Now, Wang Ting had reached such a level. He could already use his physical body to unleash the tenfold realm power. Even if he activated all kinds of physiques to unleash a terrifying power that exceeded the tenfold realm power, it would not cause great damage like before. Such a physical body could be called a treasure of the human body. For those dark apparitions, such a physical body was the best food. If they could devour it, it would undoubtedly be of great help to them. My physical body won't be targeted by the dark apparitions, right? Wang Ting touched his chin, feeling as if he was about to become the flesh of Tripitaka. What a terrifying physical strength. Brindisi seemed to have noticed the change in Wang Ting, and her eyes were filled with surprise. At this moment, in her eyes, Wang Ting was like a giant beast that had awakened in his body, emitting a terrifying aura. This is all thanks to the planets here. Wang Ting looked at the void and smiled. Don't be happy too early. You should think of a way to solve the current problem first. I don't know what the will of the void wants to do. Brindisi poured cold water on him. Cough, cough. Wang Ting retracted his smile and looked at the sky sternly. Boom, at this moment, the dark planet began to collapse. Because a large amount of life origin energy had been absorbed, the planet was about to wither. Can't hold it anymore? Wang Ting looked down. You have absorbed a large amount of life origin energy, and you are moving at such a high speed. It would be strange if it didn't collapse. Brindisi quietly rolled her eyes and said. Wang Ting did not reply. He looked at the void, and his eyes flashed. After the joy just now, he had calmed down and began to seriously deal with the current situation. Time slowly passed. He temporarily slowed down the absorption of the life origin energy of the dark planet. There was not much left anyway. Instead of watching the planet collapse, he might as well observe the situation first. He also felt that no matter how much he absorbed, a new life origin energy would appear on the planet. Not too much, however, it was enough to maintain the existence of the planet and not let it completely collapse. This discovery made Wang Ting completely give up on absorbing the life origin energy of the dark planet. He guessed that the dark planet had a very important role in the void, so the will of the void wouldn't let it completely collapse. Huh? Wang Ting suddenly noticed something, and he couldn't help but let out a soft sound. What is it? Brindisi asked. Did you notice that the planet seems to be moving around that giant face? Wang Ting hesitated. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the giant face was facing the dark planet, and he could see the front of the giant face. Her eyes were fixed on Wang Ting. This feeling of being stared at made Wang Ting uncomfortable. Brindisi was a little surprised, and then she looked at the void. She could also see the giant face. At this moment, after Wang Ting's reminder, her face became serious. Boom! 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 At this moment, a deafening roar came from the void. Wang Ting and Brindisi couldn't help but be surprised. What's going on? Wang Ting was a little surprised. He looked in the direction of the roar and couldn't help but open his eyes wide. He saw that the Thunder Planet and the Light Planet that he had visited before were now breaking through the void. Although they were still very far away, Wang Ting could see them. This was no doubt incredible. Those planets were moving from the void on their own. What did the will of the void want to do? This. Brendazi's face also became very serious, and she looked at the void with a dignified expression. Boom. 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 Boom, the roar didn't stop. It still came from the void from different directions. A hint of astonishment appeared in Wang Ting's eyes. He looked in other directions and saw a few different planets flying towards them at high speed. They looked like meteorites, leaving a long trail of light in the void. Metal element, wood element, water element, fire element, earth element, the planets that represented the 5 elements appeared in Wang Ting's eyes. Those planets hadn't appeared before, and he hadn't had time to find them. He didn't expect that they would appear in front of him in such a way. While he was thinking, more roars came from the void. Boom. Boom. Boom, 3 planets with different colors quickly approached. They were the Ice Blue Planet, the Dark Green Planet, and the Cyan Planet. The Ice Blue Planet was the Ice Planet. As for the other 2 planets, from their colors, it was obvious that they were the Poison Planet and the Wind Planet. Just as Wang Ting had guessed, there was a planet with each element in the void. There were 11 planets in total, however, he had guessed the beginning, but not the process. He didn't expect that those planets would appear in front of him in such a way. What did she want to do? Wang Ting became more and more curious. Although it could be said that he had single-handedly caused all of this, he didn't know to what extent he would push the will of the void, and he didn't know what she would do. Everything was unknown. He was just taking a gamble. He was taking a gamble for himself. As long as he raised the Chaos Star incantation to the Domain Master level, he would be able to successfully enter the Domain Master level. His future path would be smoother, and he wouldn't be stuck at the universe level. Wang Ting's thoughts turned as he waited for the will of the void to make her next move. At the same time, he realized that due to the collision of the domains, a large number of attribute bubbles had fallen from the Dark Planet. Without thinking much, Wang Ting immediately swept out his spiritual force and picked them up. Dark Erosion Domain * 2500, Dark Erosion Domain * 3000, Darkness Erosion Domain * 2800, Origin of Darkness * 1200, Origin of Darkness * 1500, Darkness Origin * 1000, Ancient Darkness will * 4200, Ancient Darkness will * 5000, Ancient Darkness will * 4000. A large number of attribute bubbles gathered from all over the Dark Planet and entered Wang Ting's body like swallows returning to their nest. Many insights appeared in Wang Ting's mind, causing his Darkness Erosion domain to rise rapidly. The Darkness Erosion domain, which was originally an ordinary domain, instantly reached the reality level and continued to rise until it reached the Melder level. The speed was so fast that even Wang Ting was speechless. Darkness Erosion Domain, 1200/4000, Melder Rank 4, Melder Rank 4, Wang Ting looked at the attribute panel in surprise. He hadn't expected the Darkness Erosion Domain to reach the Melder Rank 4. This speed of improvement was simply unparalleled. Moreover, it wasn't just the Darkness Erosion Domain's improvement. Wang Ting felt that his understanding of the Darkness Domain would soon reach the Melder Rank 4 level. After all, the two were connected. Following that, an even more profound insight appeared. Darkness Origin Law. This was the understanding of the Darkness Origin Law. Wang Ting's eyes seemed to have many darkness runes flickering in them. It was very mystical, but there was also a trace of dark evil that made him look somewhat evil. Darkness Origin, 13500/40,000, Tier 4, the Darkness Origin was still at Rank 4 and had not broken through, but it had increased several thousand points in one go, which was already very good. A moment later, the darkness runes in Wang Ting's eyes gradually disappeared. He had completely absorbed and digested the understanding of the Darkness Origin Law and turned it into his own understanding. Then, the third insight surged in like a tide. This insight was very special. In just an instant, an extremely strange scene appeared in Wang Ting's mind. It was a void. In this void, there was a colorful mist that gathered into the shape of a palm. Looking down from above, the palm was actually in the shape of a clenched fist. The colorful mist at the center of the palm formed a vortex that slowly rotated. And in the colorful mist vortex, different planets could be seen from time to time, as if they were revolving around the vortex. This state lasted for an unknown period of time. At a certain moment, a giant beast suddenly fell from the void, smashing into a black planet. Time slowly passed, and the earth cracked open, swallowing the giant beast's body as if it had become one with the planet. Henceforth, the black planet underwent a change. The power of darkness on it became denser and purer, and there was even a faint primordial intent that appeared, giving the black planet a sense of ancientness and vicissitudes, making it different from other planets. The appearance and evolution of this primordial intent was also branded in Wang Ting's mind, turning into his own understanding. Whoosh, the scene was cut off, and Wang Ting suddenly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. A dazzling light flashed in his eyes. So this is the origin of the primordial will of darkness. Wang Ting muttered to himself in surprise. He had felt that this dark planet was a little strange from the very beginning. It was much more powerful than other planets, and he had almost fallen for it. Now, it seemed that it was because of the giant beast of darkness. Without a doubt, what had appeared in the scene was a primordial beast of darkness. It was extremely ancient. An ancient dark beast. Although Wang Ting didn't see the giant beast's appearance clearly, it wasn't difficult to tell from the dark aura emanating from the giant beast that it was a real dark giant beast. It was on the same level as the giant starry sky. This kind of existence was undoubtedly very rare. He did not expect it to appear on this dark planet in the void. It was the good fortune of this void, and also Wang Ting's good fortune. He came here, and this good fortune belonged to him. At this time, Wang Ting could not help but look down at the earth of the dark planet. He scanned inch by inch, looking for the body of the giant beast. Previously, he had roughly observed once, but he did not find the existence of the giant beast's body. This time, since he knew of its existence, he naturally could not let it go. After a long time, the body of the giant beast had merged with the dark planet, and it might not be completely preserved. However, if there was any part that could be preserved, it must be an extremely precious treasure. Under the scan of the eye of truth, the internal situation of the dark planet completely appeared in his eyes. Suddenly, an extremely obscure aura attracted Wang Ting's attention. Found it. Wang Ting grinned and suddenly activated the Devil Rock's sacred body. This special physique that belonged to the earth and darkness elements was just right for this planet. Boom, the next moment, without any movement from Wang Ting, the ground suddenly shook, as if some kind of power had invaded the earth. Wang Ting stood in place and waited quietly for a moment. Then the ground shook again, and the earth and rocks bulged, turning into a big black hand, and in the palm of the big hand was a pitch-black bone. Wang Ting reached out and grabbed, and the pitch-black bone flew up automatically and landed in his hand. He looked at it carefully and was a little surprised. If such a bone was placed on the ground, it would be very inconspicuous. It was even very similar to the black stones on the earth of this dark planet. However, Wang Ting could feel the rich energy faintly emitted from it. He smiled slightly, and the power of darkness appeared in his hand and immediately poured into the bone. But suddenly, the bone emitted a dazzling black light. Strange black patterns and black runes appeared on it. It was dark and mysterious. It really is a star bone. A strange look flashed in Wang Ting's eyes. Judging from the energy level, it should be the star bone of an honorable stage star beast. After determining the grade of the star bone, he could not help but be overjoyed. Star bone of a venerable star beast, the star bone of any kind of honorable level star beast was extremely precious. Moreover, the star bone in front of him was exuding an ancient aura. It was obvious that it was an extremely ancient star beast. The older the star beast, the more extraordinary it was. This was a well-known fact. Even though Wang Ting did not know what kind of star beast the ancient dark star beast was, he knew that it was definitely not an ordinary star beast. With this star bone of an honorable stage star beast, it should be enough to forge a divine class dark weapon, Wang Ting said to himself. Previously, he had planned to forge a weapon with the sharp teeth and horn of the big black magic horned python. With the addition of the deep-sea divine iron, he was confident that he could forge a divine class spiritual force weapon. Now, with the addition of the honorable stage star bone, the weapon he forged would definitely reach divine class. It might even reach second tribulation sacred class. Until now, Wang Ting had only forged a 9-dragon thunder cauldron, which was a first tribulation sacred class weapon. Compared to his alchemy skills, it was obviously lagging behind. Now, he could already refine second tribulation sacred class elixir pills. Moreover, he could refine 2 pills at the same time with 100% medicinal efficacy. No matter what, he had to keep up with his forging skills. Wang Ting was in a good mood. He played with the star bone in his hand for a while before keeping it. Since it was in his hands, it naturally belonged to him. No one could take it away from him. Then, he took a look at the attribute panel. Primordial Darkness Will, 3500/50,000, Tier 5, Rank 5. Wang Ting was a little surprised. The Ancient Dark Will had risen from Rank 1 to Rank 5. This leap was so huge that he couldn't react to it. Just now, he was completely attracted by the image in his mind and unknowingly immersed in the Ancient Will. He didn't notice the increase in his comprehension at all. Now that the Ancient Dark Will had risen to Rank 5, he couldn't help but close his eyes to feel it again. Suddenly, all kinds of comprehension came one after another. At the same time, an Ancient Dark Will unknowingly emerged from his body. It was as if he was a dark existence from ancient times. It was abnormally terrifying and no one dared to look directly at him. Xianxia was a little numb. When she felt the aura emanating from Wang Ting's body, she felt a little uncomfortable. This guy really changed every moment. Just now, he was like a giant beast that had just come out of its cage. His body was abnormally terrifying. Now, the aura of the Ancient Dark Will had emerged. He was like a true dark expert. If she wasn't so familiar with Wang Ting, she might have really thought that he was a dark creature from ancient times. She didn't know how many things were hidden in this guy's body. It was really unfathomable. After a few breaths, Wang Ting slowly opened his eyes. The Ancient Dark Will on his body was immediately withdrawn. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. Wang Ting's aura made her a little uncomfortable. At this moment, Wang Ting suddenly felt something and looked up. The eyes of the huge face in the void became colder. It seemed to be staring at him, making him feel a little creeped out. Wang Ting curled the corner of his mouth and raised his middle finger toward the huge face. Although he didn't know what this action meant, he could feel the ridicule on Wang Ting's face and eyes. His eyes suddenly became colder. Boom. Boom. Boom, the rumbling in the void suddenly became extremely intense, and one after another, planets rapidly approached like meteors. Wang Ting was shocked. He turned around and realized that even if he didn't use the Eye of Truth, he could already see the appearance of those planets clearly. It meant that those planets were very close. Wang Ting didn't know why, but he felt a terrifying pressure descending upon this void. The space around him seemed to have tightened. However, after reaching a certain distance, those planets stopped approaching and slowly stopped. Wang Ting's eyes focused. A total of 11 planets were revolving in this void. They weren't too close to each other, and they were all far away from each other. They were all revolving around the huge face. A strange power spread out in this void. It seemed to be the power of the magnetic field. Wang Ting's eyes flashed. A light flashed in his heart as if he had grasped something. This magnetic field is the external force that maintains the operation of the planets, he said to himself. Boom, as the 11 planets revolved, the void began to shake. An invisible and terrifying aura spread out from the 11 planets. Boom. Boom. Boom, just as Wang Ting was surprised, the 11 planets burst out with a bright light at the same time. Rich origin power burst out from the planets. Boom, Wang Ting's expression changed. He stomped his feet and turned into an arrow-like stream of light, rushing into the void. This scene was once again out of his expectations. That void will actually burst out with all the origin power on the 11 planets. Was it preparing to completely destroy these 11 planets? In his eyes, as the origin power burst out, the 11 planets began to crumble at a speed visible to the naked eye. Countless rocks broke apart, rose up, and floated in the void. However, those rocks were still bound around the planets under the support of the origin power. They didn't turn into meteorites and float into the depths of the void. Even so, the 11 planets had suffered heavy damage. If they wanted to recover, they would have to pay a high price. This was like a martial artist bursting out all of their life essence, leaving only a little to maintain their life. The slightest carelessness could result in death. Boom, the terrifying origin power formed an impact, and a violent rumble erupted behind him. Wang Ting turned back to take a look. His expression suddenly changed. The holy light wings on his back opened, and his speed increased dramatically. At the same time, he used flash and disappeared from the spot. In an instant, Wang Ting rushed out of the range of the planet. The origin power swept over and exploded behind Wang Ting. He didn't have time to think. The origin power formed a defense behind him, blocking the origin power attack. Pung! In the next moment, Wang Ting felt as though he was hit by a meteorite. With a crack, the origin power defense shattered. He flew out uncontrollably. The origin power of the entire planet was terrifying. If it didn't burst out completely, Wang Ting could still block it. However, now that it had completely burst out, even a pinnacle sector lord might not be able to block it. Luckily, he reacted in time and rushed out of the range of the planet. The origin power attack that landed on him was only a small portion. So close. Wang Ting stabilized his body in the void. He looked at the dark planet behind him with lingering fear. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. Was the will of the void crazy? Could it be that he couldn't afford to play? He actually used such a method to kill 1,000 enemies but lose 800 of his own men. Too despicable. Wang Ting immediately turned back and looked at the giant face in the void. He had a feeling that this was just the beginning. The origin power of 11 planets that the will of the void exploded wouldn't be so simple. He wasn't injured now. At most, he was hit. The other party wouldn't give up. However, the huge face was expressionless, and its eyes were cold and indifferent. It was impossible to tell what it was thinking. Boom! 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 The explosion reverberated in the void. It was deafening. With the planet as the foundation, the origin power formed pillars of light that rose in the void. It was like a true pillar that supported the heavens. This scene was majestic. 11 pillars of light rose and surrounded the giant face. Rich origin power fluctuations swept out from the planets, forming ripples that could be seen with the naked eye. Wang Ting's eyes became more serious. He felt that something big was about to happen. He immediately thought of the scene he saw when he was comprehending the ancient will of darkness. This void was actually a giant palm formed by the colorful fog. In the palm that was slightly clenched, there was a vortex formed by the fog. It was very similar to the current situation. If one were to look down from above, this place would have formed a vortex, and the 11 planets were operating within it. This was the first time Wang Ting saw the full appearance of this void. At first, he didn't know that this void was actually a giant vortex. Its speed of rotation wasn't fast, and a person was too small to perceive it. However, the appearance of that scene allowed Wang Ting to unintentionally peek at the true appearance of this void. Coupled with the orbit of the planets that he perceived from the giant beast's body, Wang Ting seemed to have understood something. The operation of the entire void was based on these 11 planets, covering every origin power attribute. Then, with the magnetic field as an external force, it operated in a specific way and orbit, forming a delicate balance under the control of the will of the void. Suddenly, Wang Ting seemed to have understood something, and a light flashed in his eyes. That's why the will of the void didn't dare to use too much energy, because it was afraid of breaking the balance here. He suddenly looked at the giant face, and then his eyes swept across the 11 planets again. As for what the other party was doing now, it was only using all the origin power attributes. While maintaining the balance, it was also able to exert more power. But the price isn't small. Wang Ting's lips curled into a mocking smile, but he quickly restrained himself and his expression became extremely serious. This was because if he guessed correctly, the void where he was now was completely sealed, and there was no way he could escape from here. The will of the void had created such a huge scene, and if it didn't keep him here, it wouldn't give up. If it was other universe-level fighters, no, even Sector Lord-level fighters, they would be facing a dead end, and it would be impossible for them to escape. However, Wang Ting was different. In terms of origin power control, no fighter could be more comprehensive than him. Even darkness origin power, he had grasped it, and this was his biggest advantage. Since you want to maintain the balance, then I'll break it. Wang Ting's lips curled into a cold smile. Rumble. At this time, the 11 pillars of light that had risen from the planet actually merged in the air above the giant face. Origin power of different colors intertwined with one another and fused in an unimaginable manner, turning into an extremely special and bizarre energy. Chaos origin energy. Wang Ting's pupils shrunk, and he immediately recognized the strange and special energy. He couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect the will of the void to be able to reach such a level. When he was in the 7-star academies, he had once entered the Chaos Secret region, and there was quite a bit of Chaos origin energy there, and it could even be said to be everywhere. However, the evolution of the Chaos Secret region required countless years, and even more so, huge opportunities. The chances of it appearing were too small, and after a certain period of time, it would continue to evolve into the Absolute Beginning Secret region, and even the Universe Secret region, and the Doomsday Secret region. Now that the will of the void before him could evolve the Chaos origin energy, didn't that mean it was about to step into the Chaos Secret region? Could this be the initial state of the Chaos Secret region? Originally, Wang Ting only knew about the 4 great mystery realms, but he didn't know much about the appearance of the mystery realms. Especially the Chaos Mystery Realm, it was the most mysterious existence among the 4 great mystery realms. There were many different opinions about the appearance of the Chaos Mystery Realm, but very few people could explain it clearly. After all, when many Chaos Mystery Realms were discovered, they had already finished evolving. Many living beings could only feel the evolution process, but couldn't see the evolution process before that. And Chaos Mystery Realms were extremely rare. Among the 4 great mystery realms, they were the rarest. From this, it could be seen that the evolution process before the birth of the Chaos Mystery Realm was extremely rare. It didn't even appear in the universe. Normally, the 4 great mystery realms were connected to the original universe where Wang Ting came from. There seemed to be some kind of connection. But now, this void existed in the vast void of the dark universe. It wasn't connected to the original universe, as though it was drifting outside. Ordinary warriors couldn't discover such a strange existence. Unless there was a warrior like Wang Ting who went deep into the void and was extremely lucky to encounter it, or even discover the mystery within. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. But then again, even if one discovered the mystery within, it was still extremely dangerous. Now that the void consciousness had erupted with chaos origin energy, it could be considered as revealing the true appearance of this void, but it was accompanied by the danger of death. Even if a Sector Lord Pinnacle Warrior came, it would be a dead end. How many people could take the information away? Rumble. As his thoughts raced, the rumbling in the void grew more intense. More and more primal chaos energy condensed, filling the void with an extremely dangerous aura. And this aura was rapidly spreading, constantly covering the sealed area of the 11 light pillars, spreading towards Wang Ting. I can't let this chaos origin energy continue to spread. Wang Ting's eyes narrowed, and he immediately made a decision. He had entered the Chaos Mystery Realm before, so he knew how magical the Chaos Origin energy was. Once this void was completely covered by the Chaos Origin energy, no one could predict what would happen. Rumble. In the next moment, waves of different attributes erupted from Wang Ting's body. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, poison, ice, light, darkness, a total of 11 different types of star origin power gushed out from his body, fusing into the void and rushing towards the gathering point of the 11 light pillars. At this moment, there was a trace of astonishment in the huge face's eye sockets. She seemed to be extremely shocked. A seemingly weak life form actually possessed origin power of all attributes, just like her. She could not understand the situation. Boom! At this moment, Wang Ting's force violently bombarded the gathering point of the 11 light pillars, breaking the balance between the 11 light pillars. The origin power within immediately went berserk. This balance was very delicate. If it was an ordinary martial artist, they would have at most 3 types of origin power. 5 types of origin power would be considered extremely rare. The addition of these origin powers would at most cause a disturbance in the balance, but it might not be so easy to break it. However, it was much easier for Wang Ting. As someone who had grasped all attributes, the density of his origin power was comparable to a sector lord. Hence, the addition of Wang Ting's origin power was equivalent to adding a variable to the balance that could not be ignored. Before the will of the void could react, the impact of this attack had an unexpected effect. Rumble. At this moment, the 11 different types of origin power were like a flood, rolling in all directions. This scene was extremely terrifying. The origin power on the 11 planets was boundless. Only the void consciousness, the master of this void, could easily manipulate the origin power within. Hence, once it went out of control, it would be a disaster. At this moment, the balance of the 11 types of origin power was broken and rolled in reverse. The entire void seemed to have been sucked in. Boom, the origin power formed a substantial ripple that swept over from afar. Wang Ting's expression changed slightly, and he immediately retreated. The origin power in his body formed layers of defense in front of him. Pung pung pung, however, under the sweep of the origin power, the defense shattered one after another. It only stopped when 7 or 8 origin power defenses were shattered. Roar, an angry roar suddenly erupted from the giant face, shaking the void. She seemed to have been enraged. This was originally an attack that she was extremely confident in. She did not hesitate to gather the origin power of 11 planets to seal this void, and even gathered the chaos origin energy. However, it was still broken by this weak life form. She felt that her position as the master of this void was being challenged. Anger, an unprecedented anger rose uncontrollably in her cold, emotionless heart. In an instant, an indescribable intent erupted from the giant face, and rushed towards the 11 light pillars above her head. She attempted to restore the balance of the origin power within the 11 light pillars. And she really did it. Under the control of the terrifying intent, the out-of-control origin power was gathered, restrained, and began to gather the chaos origin energy. Humph. Wang Ting snorted coldly. The origin power in his body swept out continuously, and attacked the 11 light pillars. Boom, the origin power collided, and there were continuous aftershocks that swept out from that area. It was extremely terrifying. After a while, Wang Ting's expression changed. He felt that the origin power in his body was in a weakened state. In order to destroy the balance of the origin power of the 11 light pillars, the origin power consumed was too terrifying. The other party's origin power was much stronger than his, and he would definitely not be able to fight it head-on. Fortunately, he was only trying to break the balance, and did not really want to fight it head-on. Moreover, Wang Ting's gaze swept across the surrounding void, and even the 11 planets. The void's intent might not know that the eruption of the origin power of the 11 planets would create a large number of attribute bubbles. Pick them up, the corner of his mouth curled up, and without hesitation, the spiritual force that had been ready in his mind exploded without reservation, sweeping towards the surrounding attribute bubbles. In an instant, a large number of attribute bubbles gathered from all directions, and all of them merged into Wang Ting's body. Fire Attribute Star Force * 2500, Fire Attribute Star Force * 1800, Fire Attribute Star Force * 1600, Earth Attribute Star Force * 2300, Earth Attribute Star Force * 2600, Earth Element Star Force * 2000, Metal Element Star Force * 1800, Metal Star Force * 2200, Metal Star Force * 2600. Lightning Star Force * 2800, Lightning Star Force * 2300, Lightning Star Force * 2500. There were 11 types of origin power, and none of them were left behind. These origin powers all appeared in Wang Ting's body, and after flowing through his limbs and bones, they did not enter the small universe in his body. Instead, they exploded and rushed towards the point where the 11 light pillars converged. Using one spear to attack the other's shield, if the void's intent knew that Wang Ting was using her origin power to destroy the balance that she had been maintaining, she would probably be even more depressed and angry. At this moment, both parties were in a stalemate. With the void's intent maintaining the balance, it was not so easy to break the balance. However, Wang Ting was able to continuously explode his origin power and attack the balance of the 11 light pillars. As a result, it was not so easy for the void's intent to merge the origin power of chaos again. In the eye sockets of the huge face, there was an indifferent and cold gaze staring at Wanting. She seemed to not understand how this weak living being could maintain his origin power for so long. The other party was obviously so weak, much weaker than some of the living beings she had seen before, but he had more tricks up his sleeves than those living beings before. It was even more unbelievable, and the endurance of his origin power was also far greater than those living beings before. Wanting's gaze met hers, and he stood in the void with his hands behind his back. Although his body was indeed a little small compared to the huge face, the power that he was exploding at this moment was not to be underestimated. Time passed slowly, and it was unknown how long it had been. It seemed like a long time, but it also seemed like a short while. The huge face seemed to be waiting for Wanting's origin power to be completely exhausted, but no matter how long she waited, the result she wanted never appeared. Wanting was still holding on, and there was no sign of fatigue or weakness on his face. "Pick up," he muttered in his heart, and streams of spiritual force swept through the void, especially toward the huge face. In order to pick up the attribute bubbles, he had used up a lot of his spiritual force, so he naturally needed to replenish it. However, the void's intent was too strong, and his spiritual force kept getting closer, so it was easy to be discovered. Therefore, Wanting was very careful, and turned his spiritual force into extremely thin threads, reaching out like tentacles, and immediately retracting them after touching the attribute bubbles. Domain Lord Spirit * 7500, Domain Lord Spirit * 8500, Domain Lord Spirit * 8200, Life Origin * 200, Life Origin * 180, Life Origin * 260, Soul Origin * 150, Soul Origin * 250, Soul Origin * 230, so many spiritual attributes. Wanting was a little surprised. He originally just wanted to replenish his spiritual force, but he didn't expect there to be so many. Now he didn't have to worry about not having enough spiritual force. Other than that, there were even life origin and soul origin attributes. Although the effects of these two attributes weren't obvious, they were still very helpful to Wanting. With the replenishment of these two attributes, Wanting's spiritual force and body seemed to be tireless. He didn't feel tired at all. Wanting was leisurely picking up the attributes, but the void's intent was stunned. Was this guy provoking her? Was this a provocation? If that spiritual force wasn't provoking her, then what was it? She didn't know what Wanting was doing. She could only feel that Wanting's spiritual force was constantly spreading over, then retracting, then spreading over, then retracting. In an instant, the void's intent was even angrier. She was already angered by Wanting, and now facing such a provocation, she finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Roar! The huge face roared again. She suddenly opened her mouth, like a whale sucking in water, and the surrounding chaotic origin energy suddenly gathered in her mouth. She launched an attack in advance. Originally, she wanted to gather more chaotic origin energy, but now she couldn't wait any longer. Boom! A roar came out of her mouth, reverberating in the void, and a terrifying wave swept out. F***ck. Wanting's expression changed slightly. What was wrong with the void's intent? Why did she suddenly go crazy? He didn't understand, but he didn't have time to think about it. In the face of the wave that kept sweeping out of the huge face's mouth, he couldn't help but shrink his eyes. This attack was incomparable to the previous attack from the giant beast's mouth. Judging from the size of the face, the range of this attack had completely exceeded the distance he could dodge. Coupled with the blockade of 11 planets behind him, there was no way he could dodge. A sense of horror rose from the bottom of his heart. Danger! 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 Although the huge face didn't completely erupt with its most terrifying attack, this attack made him feel extremely threatened. What should I do? Wanting's eyes kept flickering, and thoughts ran wildly in his mind. He immediately glanced at the attribute panel. Mystic Turtle Armor. A special combat skill appeared in front of his eyes. This was a god-tier defensive combat skill. During the battle at the Subprofession Alliance headquarters, a giant tortoise appeared from the abyss with a tower on its back. The pagoda was suppressing a terrifying dark existence. Unfortunately, that dark existence broke the seal and could no longer be suppressed. The giant tortoise and the tower were also born. That giant tortoise was the legendary ancient starry sky beast, the spirit-swallowing tortoise. The mystic turtle armor was a god-tier defensive combat skill that the spirit-swallowing tortoise had once used. Its defensive power was extremely strong, and it could withstand the suppression of the dark giant and the dark altar. Now that he thought about it, Wang Ting was still a little speechless. However, this god-tier combat skill might be an excellent way to break out of this situation. Boom! In the next moment, dazzling light erupted from the huge face's mouth. The origin energy of primal chaos had already gathered in one place, turning into an extremely terrifying attack that erupted with a loud bang. The terrifying attack bloomed in the void, covering half of the void area. As Wang Ting expected, this attack blocked all of Wang Ting's escape routes. He had no other way out. Mystic turtle armor. Wang Ting's eyes were completely filled with light. He let out an angry roar in his heart. The force in his body circulated along the route of the Chaos Star's secret. It gathered into the origin of chaos energy and then burst out. In the void, an incomparably huge tortoise shell phantom appeared in front of Wang Ting. The tortoise shell was extremely mysterious. It was covered with strange patterns as if the patterns of the Great Tao were intertwined. There were also some complicated and mysterious characters he couldn't see clearly. It seemed to be extremely ancient and exuded an aura of vicissitudes. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding void seemed to vibrate slightly. All kinds of strange patterns of heaven and earth emerged, echoing with the runes on the tortoise shell. However, Wang Ting knew that this tortoise shell phantom couldn't be compared with the tortoise shell phantom that the giant tortoise had used before, and the gap was quite big. Whether it was the size or the divine power it exuded, it couldn't be compared with this one. Boom! Almost at the moment Wang Ting condensed the mystic turtle armor, the attack from the giant face had already hit it hard. There was a violent roar, and the tortoise shell phantom shook violently. Boom! In the area sealed by the 11 planets, the dazzling light flooded half of the void, and the violent roar resounded in all directions. This scene was really like the scene of the birth and death of the universe, and the terrifying explosion was going to annihilate everything. Wang Ting and the miraculous turtle shell shadow had long been submerged, and their appearance could not be seen clearly. In the distance, after the huge face exploded with this attack, it seemed to have become much weaker, and it was not as solid as before, and there was a trace of an illusion. However, it did not disappear, and a pair of cold eyes were still watching the explosion in front, waiting for the results to appear. In the endless light, the huge miraculous turtle shell was flashing crazily, and the runes on it were destroyed one by one, and the strange patterns were also breaking apart one by one. Kacha! 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 A series of clear and audible shattering sounds could be heard. In just a short moment, a large number of cracks appeared on the miraculous turtle shell shadow, and it was about to collapse. Wang Ting was behind the turtle shell, and the hole suddenly shrank. He almost had no time to think, and the force in his body flowed out continuously into the turtle shell, repairing the cracks that kept appearing. At the same time, his spiritual force swept out without caring about the cost, and he picked up the attribute bubbles around him. The endless light caused great damage to his spiritual force, but he could not care so much now, and he could only withstand the terrifying energy to pick up the attribute bubbles. Pung pung pung, the invisible tentacles formed by the spiritual force were directly broken, and they did not even have the chance to touch the attribute bubbles. Wang Ting frowned. He immediately thickened his spiritual power and gathered it together. Then, he sent it out again. Finally, after a part of his spiritual force was broken, he still managed to pick up the attribute bubbles. Fortunately, his spiritual force was strong enough, and it was tough enough. After twisting it into a single strand, it could barely resist the energy's attack, and it would not break immediately. Otherwise, even picking up the attribute bubbles would be a luxury. It was obvious how difficult and dangerous the situation was. Earth element star force * 3500, Earth element star force * 4200, Earth element star force * 4000, Metal element star force * 3800, Metal element star force * 4500, Metal element star force * 3600, Water star force * 3500, Water star force * 4000, Water star force * 3800. All of a sudden, one by one, the attribute bubbles entered Wang Ting's body. Then, they burst out and merged with the tortoiseshell shadow. The runes on the tortoiseshell were more or less stabilized. When the tortoiseshell collapsed, new runes appeared. Perhaps it was because of the explosion of the Will of the Void, but the number of attribute points he picked up this time was much higher than before. This gave Wang Ting a chance to catch his breath. Otherwise, given the terror of the origin of chaos, his mystic turtle armor might not be able to withstand it. After all, he couldn't compare to the spirit-swallowing tortoise. He was only a pinnacle universe level. Even so, Wang Ting knew that the current situation could not be maintained for too long. If he did not think of other ways, he would eventually fall under the bombardment of the Will of the Void. At this moment, he frowned and activated the True Vision Child, sweeping his gaze forward. After passing through the layers of energy, the giant face appeared in front of him. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something. His eyes flashed. That attack just now drained her quite a bit. The illusory giant face was clear at a glance. Wang Ting could almost see the difference at a glance. He couldn't help but have a guess in his heart. She has become weak. Maybe now is the time to use that move. It's just a little risky. Whether it will succeed or not, there's only a 50% chance. Wang Ting's eyes kept flashing. He had actually thought of a way to break out of this situation long ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have courted death like this. Now, he was just constantly perfecting that method to reduce the risk. Especially after seeing the illusory giant face, the idea in his heart became more and more intense. That method was undoubtedly a little crazy. However, with Wang Ting's style, if there was an opportunity, he would not be satisfied if he did not try it. Forget it. At most, I'll spend a lot of resources to reform my original body. With my avatar around, I won't die. If it were an ordinary universe-level warrior, death would probably be the end of it. However, Wang Ting had many tricks up his sleeves, which could even be considered a little strange. As long as he retained a trace of his origin blood, he could be reborn. However, the process would definitely be more difficult. Moreover, his own cultivation level would be affected. However, if he succeeded this time, he should be able to advance to the Domain Lord level. If he wanted to gain something, he had to pay a price. Especially for a warrior like him, others couldn't help him much. He could only rely on himself for everything. Even if it was risky, he had to give it a try. In an instant, Wang Ting's gaze became extremely determined. He looked ahead and locked onto the giant face. Within the eye sockets of the giant face, the cold and indifferent gaze suddenly fluctuated. It seemed to have sensed something. However, the area Wang Ting was in was now covered by layers of energy. Even she couldn't sense anything. This made her somewhat suspicious. Wang Ting wasn't in a hurry to act. His gaze was fixed on the giant face. At the same time, his spiritual force swept out continuously to pick up the attribute bubbles around him. He had to be fully prepared to face the void willpower in his best condition. One by one, the attribute bubbles gathered. Not only were there various force attributes, but there were also spirit attributes, life origin, and soul origin attributes. This made Wang Ting even more certain that the void willpower had become weak. Otherwise, why would it drop the life origin and soul origin attributes? This was the most important origin energy of any living creature. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't drop. It would only drop when it was severely injured or when it self-detonated its origin. Now, the void willpower was obviously not severely injured. She had self-detonated in order to kill Wang Ting, an anomaly, in one fell swoop. Wang Ting's existence made her feel uneasy. At the same time, it also made her feel a trace of opportunity, otherwise, she wouldn't have spent so much effort to kill Wang Ting. She didn't even hesitate to gather 11 planets to self-detonate. To her, this was definitely an act of killing 1,000 enemies while harming 800 of her own men. Even if she killed Wang Ting, she would have to spend a lot of time to recover before she could return to her original state. However, if she wanted to get something from Wang Ting, she would have to pay a price. It could be said that the void willpower and Wang Ting were thinking of the same thing. Both sides were taking a huge gamble, moreover, they were both very confident in themselves. That was why they dared to take such a huge gamble. Rumble, amidst the rumbling, the light began to weaken. Wang Ting's eyes flickered. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer. The attribute bubbles around him were almost all collected. Crack! 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 Cracking sounds kept coming from the mystic tortoise divine armor. More than half of the entire tortoise shell phantom had collapsed. Only a fragment that could block Wang Ting's body remained. However, he wasn't moved at all. He roared in his heart. Magic armor holy body, open. A small dark shadow appeared outside Wang Ting's body, forming a ferocious armor stomach. The spikes hung upside down, like steel knives distributed on the arms, shoulders, and other parts. The armor stomach reflected a cold metallic luster. It was about 4 or 5 meters tall, which made Wang Ting's body seem to grow a lot taller. The magic armor condensed by the level 5 magic armor holy body had amazing defensive power. It was not weaker than the holy armor. This was Wang Ting's second defense. Boom, the next moment, he no longer hesitated. He controlled the only remaining fragment of the mystic tortoise divine armor and rushed toward the huge face in the void in front of him. His body followed closely behind the fragment of the mystic tortoise divine armor. He turned into a streamer and broke through the light caused by the explosion. Like a meteor cutting through the void, he was magnificent and dangerous. In the void, the huge face was waiting for Wang Ting to die. However, when it sensed a streamer rushing out, the expression in its eyes changed suddenly. Never would she have thought that this weak little creature would be able to block her attack. She even had the audacity to retaliate against her. Seeing the streamer approaching quickly, she couldn't help but show a trace of seriousness in her eyes. Roar! With a roar, a large amount of force gathered in the mouth of the huge face again. However, this time, she didn't have time to gather the energy of the origin of chaos. She could only use the forces of various attributes on the 11 planets. The force of the fire stars was the first to arrive. After it gathered in the mouth, it suddenly burst out a crimson light beam, which fiercely blasted toward the streamer that Wang Ting had turned into. Boom! The streamer that Wang Ting had turned into collided with the light beam. His forward momentum was blocked in an instant. The mystic tortoise divine armor fragment kept making cracking sounds, and then it collapsed with a loud bang. He had expected this. He didn't panic at all and continued to rush forward. The crimson light beam fell directly on his hard, pitch-black armored stomach. This time, the light beam was blocked. Wang Ting withstood the scorching energy emitted by the light beam. A black flame swept out from his body. It was the dark fire. In front of the heavenly fire, all flames had to submit. The scorching heat in the crimson light beam couldn't hurt him at all. At the same time, the escaping light combat skill was displayed. The white wings on his back flapped wildly, providing him with great momentum. Boom, the crimson light beam was broken. Wang Ting's figure turned into a streamer again and rushed toward the huge face. At this moment, he was dressed in pitch-black armor, and his body was full of black flames. However, there was a pair of white wings on his back. He was holy and bright, forming a strong contrast in contrast. If someone saw this scene, they would definitely be shocked. Light and darkness appeared on the same person at the same time, and there was no conflict at all. It was really unbelievable. In the eyes of the huge face, there was a trace of surprise. Although she could use the light and darkness forces at the same time, she couldn't do it as easily as Wang Ting. This made her yearn for Wang Ting's secrets more and more. Boom, at this moment, several other colors of light gathered in her mouth. They were yellow, gold, green, and blue. They represented the 4 forces of metal, wood, water, and earth. In addition to the original fire star origin power, he had now gathered all 5 origin powers. The moment the roar sounded, the 5-colored light beam burst out and landed on the armored stomach outside Wang Ting's body. Winter, an extremely dull sound was heard, as if 2 pieces of metal had crashed together. Wang Ting suddenly felt a huge force coming from the front and invading his body. The armored stomach outside his body couldn't help but shake. Streaks of blood appeared on his body, and blood flowed out. Fortunately, he was still wearing the saint armor he took from the blood ghost demon emperor. After the demon armor and the saint armor's resistance, the force had been reduced by more than half. In addition, he had just absorbed the life origin energy from several planets to strengthen his body, allowing him to reach the limit of the universe level. Even an ordinary domain lord-level warrior who refined his body couldn't compare with his body. Moreover, ancient god body, open, 5 elements divine treasure, open, true dragon war body, pseudo, open. Holy star body, open. Black mountain king body, open, demon bone, open. In an instant, Wang Ting roared in his heart. He activated all his powerful physiques at the same time. Regardless of whether it was the light side physique or the dark side physique, all of them appeared in his body at this moment, causing his physical body to grow stronger and stronger. A terrifying aura emanated from him. The streaks of blood healed instantly. Wang Ting's body was still flawless, as if there had never been a wound. In the next moment, a shadow sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out with a loud bang. Overlord's 12 swords, Sword 4, boom, a 300-meter-long sword ray instantly shot into the sky, piercing through the colorful fog in the surroundings. It was almost at the same level as the pillars of light from the 11 planets. This sword ray was golden in color, majestic and domineering, like the sword of an overlord. It swept through the heavens and the earth with astonishing power. Wang Ting slashed out, and the terrifying sword ray instantly slashed into the 5 elemental pillars in front of him. The metal-type melder's domain instantly exploded. At the same time, strange golden runes appeared on the sword gleam. It was as if a giant hand had carved them on the sword gleam. The runes connected to the sword gleam to form a chain, making clanking sounds. It was very mystical. Wang Ting's entire body seemed to have merged with the sword ray, and he constantly rushed into the 5 elemental pillars, getting closer and closer to the giant face. One with the sword, Wang Ting had already displayed one with the sword, his one with the sword was comparable to a sector lord genius. Once used, the power was enough to contend with fighters below the 3rd level of a sector lord. At this moment, he was the sword, and the sword was him, boom, the 5 elemental pillars were forcibly broken, unable to block Wang Ting's sword ray. The giant face's attack was too hasty, and it had already erupted twice before. This time, even if it gathered the 5 elemental origin force, it still couldn't reach half of its strongest power. Otherwise, Wang Ting wouldn't have been able to slash into it so easily. And all of this was within Wang Ting's calculations. He had already thought of this when he was enveloped by the explosion of the chaos origin force. The giant face seemed to be extremely confident in its attack, so why didn't he beat it at its own game and show weakness? Then, he would take the opportunity to launch his own attack and catch it off guard. Only then would he be able to get close to it. As if it felt the arrival of a threat, a trace of panic finally appeared in the eyes of the huge face. Rumble, the void trembled as Wang Ting merged with the golden sword radiance, slashing apart the 5-colored light beam as he charged towards the giant face. Roar, a look of panic finally appeared in the huge face's eyes. It let out a furious roar and frantically absorbed the origin power in the surroundings. It wasn't just the origin power of the 5 elements. Even the origin power of wind, thunder, poison, ice, light, and darkness were sucked into its mouth. The 5-colored light beam grew stronger as the other elements of origin power merged into the light beam, causing the light beam to gradually increase in color. Wang Ting suddenly felt the pressure as the resistance in front of him became extremely terrifying, causing his speed to slow down. Moreover, among the different elements of origin power, various kinds of energy poured out along the light beam. Thunder, wind blades, ice, poison, light, darkness. If it was any other warrior, they might have been blasted into dregs. However, Wang Ting could still barely resist. Demon Lotus Poison Body, open, Sacred Ice Body, activate, Thunder Spirit Body, activate, Heart of Darkness, open, Sacred Light Body, open. In an instant, Wang Ting once again activated 5 types of physiques. Apart from the Demon Lotus Poison Body, the other physiques were not high enough and were at most rank 1 or 2. In terms of increasing the strength of the physical body, they were naturally not as good as the previous physiques that he had activated. However, they were all top-notch physiques after all. When facing the power of various elements, their resistance was strong and could not be compared to ordinary physiques. Therefore, after Wang Ting activated these physiques, the energy in the light beam's influence on him was greatly reduced. Wang Ting's expression was solemn. He did not dare to be negligent and continued to charge forward. Crack, 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 a series of cracking sounds could be heard as if it could not bear the burden. He shrank his hole and saw that there were many clear cracks on the sword radiance. The Overlord's 12 swords, the sword radiance that erupted from the fourth sword was finally about to collapse. Wang Ting was not in the mood to care about this. His expression was tense as the battle sword in his hand suddenly changed into a battle saber. Rumble, the moment the sword light shattered, a dazzling blade light burst out from the saber in his hand. Even above his head, there seemed to be a yellow sky shrouding the void. The origin power gathered from the 11 planets was isolated in the sky. The scene was extremely shocking. Even the gigantic face turned to look at the top of its head. Boom, Wang Ting did not hesitate. The moment the sword light dissipated, the saber in his hand slashed out, and the saber light sank into the light beam in front of him. Divine tier battle skill, Yellow Sky Slash. This strike was not much weaker than the fourth sword of the Overlord's 12 swords. Ameldar's domain and origin energy fused into the blade and manifested on top of it, emitting a terrifying might. Rumble, the light beam was cut open once again, and Wang Ting's figure rushed over. The void consciousness probably did not expect that Wang Ting's sword light had just been broken, and yet another powerful blade light that was no weaker than the sword light had erupted. Although she did not know much about other creatures, she knew that it took a lot of time to master a technique to an extremely powerful level. However, this weak creature in front of her had completely exceeded her knowledge. He had too many tricks up his sleeves, and none of them were weak. She could not imagine how he had done it. Roar, the gigantic face could no longer maintain its original calmness. It roared continuously and erupted with a terrifying suction force, wanting to absorb more origin power to stop Wang Ting's advance. Boom! 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 The 11 planets gradually collapsed, and more rubble split open from the planets and floated in the void. Many of the rubble could no longer be bound around the planets and began to drift into the depths of the void. Even so, the amount of origin power that could be absorbed was decreasing. Because of the previous eruption, the origin power stored in the 11 planets was no longer enough. Moreover, with the obstruction of the yellow sky, her method of absorbing origin power was also hindered, and it was no longer as easy as before. The gigantic face was suddenly caught in a dilemma. She could either continue to block Wang Ting, or divert her attention to break the yellow sky above her head. However, seeing Wang Ting getting closer and closer, she had no time to divert her attention. "You're afraid?" At this time, Wang Ting roared. His eyes were full of mockery as he stared coldly into the eyes of the gigantic face and the void consciousness behind it. "Aren't you high and mighty? Aren't you the master of this void? Now, why are you afraid?" Wang Ting sneered. The saber in his hand was like a hot knife through butter, constantly slashing into the light beam. As he approached the gigantic face, he created an unparalleled pressure. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. The distant void seemed to be unable to stop Wang Ting's steps and blade light. At this moment, he was like a sword and a saber, showing off his sharpness, and could even pierce a huge hole in the void. Roar, the gigantic face let out a deafening roar. She was furious to the extreme, and her unchanging emotions were like raging waves, causing endless waves to rise. Afraid? She was the master of this void. How could she be afraid of a weak creature? Boom, in a split second, the colorful mist outside the void sealed by the 11 planets suddenly rolled violently. Endless origin power was born from it and converged toward this place. The void shrouded by the colorful mist had maintained an extreme balance, as if something was brewing. But now, all of this had been destroyed because of Wang Ting. The will of the void had no choice but to use the power of the entire void. She felt an indescribable crisis. If she could not overcome this crisis, not to mention the void, even she herself would not be able to protect herself. She might be beaten back to her original state. That was not what she wanted. She had spent countless years to reach this point. She had gained sentience and even walked her own path. Although this path was still in the process of being explored, if she went back to the beginning, everything would be gone. She absolutely did not want to return to that ignorant state again. However, she had never thought that the creature in front of her, who was clearly extremely weak in her eyes, would be able to force her to such a state. Rumble, within the violently churning multicolored mist, streams of origin power of various colors converged toward this place like a torrent. This scene in the cold and lonely void was extremely spectacular. Wang Ting suddenly looked back. Tong Kong shrank slightly, but his face was still calm. A light flashed through his eyes. Wang Ting, the balance of this void has been broken. I'm afraid the void consciousness is going to fight you to the death, Brindazi's serious voice suddenly echoed in Wang Ting's mind. Apparently, she had also sensed something. I know, Wang Ting said calmly. In that case, I can't hold back. Hold back? Brindazi was stunned. This guy had held back before? Was this for real? It wasn't hard to tell from his words that Wang Ting had been prepared for this. He had even expected this to happen. Wang Ting didn't care about Brindazi's thoughts. He took a deep breath, stretched out his empty left hand, and slightly clenched his palm. Space body, open, a huge amount of spatial power suddenly burst out from his body and gathered in his palm. An invisible wind blew around him, sweeping across the void. It was the wind of space, a constantly rotating energy stream formed above Wang Ting's palm. Endless spatial power and even time power gathered in it. This energy stream grew bigger and bigger. In just a moment, it had expanded to the size of Wang Ting's body. It directly enveloped him and rotated around him. In addition to the power of time and space, Wang Ting's origin power of all kinds also crazily poured out of his body and gathered under his feet, gradually forming a lotus. This lotus was extremely peculiar. It originally only had the colors of the 5 elements, representing the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. But after these 5 origin powers fused, another 2 colors appeared. They were the azure power of wind and the purple power of lightning. At first, Wang Ting wanted to merge the wind element into the storm so that the storm would spin faster and become more powerful. However, after thinking about it carefully, he decided that it would be better to merge the power of wind with the other origin powers like he did with the other origin powers. After reaching a final balance, he would merge it with the spatial storm and completely explode. This way, there might be an unexpected surprise. After all, this time, he planned to add the darkness origin power into the lotus and condense an unprecedented lotus of origin power. He couldn't use such a complete lotus of origin power in the past because he was either in the light universe or the dark universe. If he used the complete origin power of all attributes, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. However, he didn't have such concerns at all now. Facing the void intent that also had all attributes, Wang Ting didn't need to hold back. In order to achieve a true balance, he naturally couldn't lack the wind origin power. Wang Ting had a vague premonition that once he gathered all the origin power, the lotus of origin power he condensed might undergo some qualitative changes and become extremely powerful. Of course, it was just a guess. This was the first time he used such a method. Since the creation of the endless storm, he had never used it. Even the blood god's lotus that he used in the dark world couldn't be considered an endless storm. At most, it was an incomplete version. However, it was different this time. In order to deal with the void intent, he didn't hold back at all. He wanted to integrate all his power into this attack and prepare to give the void intent a huge surprise. Boom, at this time, the void had already started to tremble. Terrifying cracks formed around the storm, and terrifying energy fluctuations swept out. After the 7 types of origin power turned into a lotus, the storm became extremely violent. The energy inside seemed to be about to explode at any time, making people feel anxious. When the huge face in the distance saw this scene, a trace of shock appeared in its eyes. She felt an extreme threat from the storm. This threat was many times stronger than before. It could even obliterate her will and make her feel a little uneasy. Boom, her eyes were incomparably cold. She frantically absorbed the origin power from all directions. Since she had already reached this point, she naturally knew that there was no room for negotiation. She could only fight with all her strength. For a moment, the atmosphere in the void became extremely solemn. It was filled with an indescribable sense of danger. It seemed that as long as one stepped into the range of the void, they would be in fatal danger. That feeling was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Wang Ting didn't stay idle. As the wind and lightning energy merged, the 5-colored lotus turned into 7 colors. He continued to merge the other types of origin power. At the same time, his spiritual power gushed out crazily and entered the lotus. It turned into the roots and tried to maintain the balance within. This was the first part that couldn't be obtained. Next was the poison star origin power and the ice star origin power. These two types of origin power used an extremely special method to maintain a balance with the other 7 types of origin power. On top of the 7-colored lotus, 2 new petals appeared. They were dark green and icy blue. The 7-colored lotus turned into a 9-colored lotus. It looked extremely mystical and strange. However, Wang Ting didn't stop. 2 different types of origin power erupted from his body. They were light and darkness. When the black and white origin power was about to merge with the 9-colored lotus, Wang Ting suddenly thought of the mysterious beast skin. There were a total of 11 patterns on the mysterious beast skin. Among them, the outer 9 represented metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, poison, and ice. They were similar to the lotus that Wang Ting was condensing. The 2 patterns in the center represented light and darkness. The 11 patterns used an extremely special method to maintain a balance. Then, could he use the same method to merge the lotus of force that he was condensing to achieve the same balance as the beast skin? Thinking of this, Wang Ting suddenly had an impulse. He didn't want to merge according to the original method. He wanted to merge according to the beast skin's method. It was undeniable that Wang Ting had always been a crazy person. Now that he suddenly had this idea, he decided to give it a try without any hesitation. Boom, the light and darkness origin power rushed toward the 9-colored lotus. At the same time, the 9 types of origin power also moved. Under the control of his spiritual power, they extended toward the center. As for the light and darkness origin powers, they formed a black and white circle that slowly rotated in the center. The other 9 types of origin power connected with the black and white circle. Boom, the 9-colored lotus changed again. It turned into an 11-colored lotus. With a sudden tremor, it erupted with a powerful energy wave. This energy wave was countless times more terrifying than when he was condensing the 9-colored lotus. It was as if it had completely transformed into another form of energy. It had completely sublimated and transformed. It's done. Wang Ting's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a strong suction force erupting from the lotus. It caused the origin power in his body to rush toward the lotus under his feet uncontrollably. F***ck. Wang Ting suddenly cursed. He could clearly feel that the lotus flower had absorbed most of the origin power in his body in just an instant. Even his mental power was flowing uncontrollably towards the center of the lotus flower. At this terrifying rate of absorption, he would be sucked dry within a few breaths. Seems like I've gone too far. At this moment, Wang Ting swallowed his saliva. This was the only thought in his mind, causing cold sweat to appear on his forehead. Rumble, a terrifying suction force erupted from the 11-colored lotus beneath his feet. This 11-colored lotus had an inseparable connection with Wang Ting, and could continuously absorb his force and mental energy. Wang Ting could forcefully cut off the connection with the 11-colored lotus, but if he did so, all his previous efforts would be wasted. The endless storm that he had painstakingly condensed would most likely fall short of success. Wang Ting naturally wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. His gaze was firm as he allowed the 11-colored lotus to absorb his force and mental energy. I want to see how long you can absorb it for. He clenched his teeth and split a portion of his spiritual force, sweeping it all around him. One by one, the attribute bubbles gathered. The explosion of the void consciousness created many more attribute bubbles that floated around him, giving Wang Ting an opportunity. Would star force * 5800, would attribute star force * 6500, water star force * 6200, water star force * 5500, wind star force * 8500, wind star force * 6500, domain lord mental energy * 12,000, domain lord mental energy * 10500, life origin * 2600, life origin * 3200, origin of Sol * 2500, origin of Sol * 2800, Wang Ting's eyes lit up, and he let out a sigh of relief. Although he had expected it, before he picked up these attribute bubbles, he was still a bit nervous. Inside these attribute bubbles were all the attribute values that he had obtained before. Needless to say, there were all kinds of force, and not a single one was left out. If it was any other existence, Wang Ting wouldn't have been able to obtain such a comprehensive set of attributes. However, the void consciousness was the same as him, a full attribute existence, and the attribute bubbles that it dropped were compatible with him. This way, he didn't have to worry about his force not being enough for the 11-colored lotus to absorb. Now, it was just a matter of who could last longer. There was also the mental energy, life origin, and soul origin. These attributes allowed Wang Ting to maintain his mental energy. Otherwise, with the 11-colored lotus high requirement for mental energy, it would be tough for him. The endless storm was strong enough, but the requirement for force and mental energy was too high. Normal people couldn't use it at all. If it wasn't for Wang Ting's mental energy reaching the peak of domain lord level, and being comparable to a sector lord, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Other than that, Wang Ting didn't stay idle. The various domain and origin energy in his body all fused into the 11-colored lotus below him. If he wanted to unleash endless storm that could threaten sector lords and above, just relying on his origin force wasn't enough. He needed to contain a higher level of energy. The power of domain and the power of origin source laws were an indispensable part of it. Fortunately, he had already fused the origin power attributes from before. Now, he only needed to follow the prescribed order to fuse the origin power and origin power. As long as they fused at the same amount, there wouldn't be any problems. Sure enough, the various domains and origin source laws fused into the 11-colored lotus without any mishaps. Moments later, the 11-colored lotus below Wang Ting's feet became more and more mystical. Strange patterns appeared on the petals of the lotus. Some were like thunder, some were like flames, some were like water, some were like grass. It was as though an invisible hand had carved these patterns on the petals. It was a work of art, exquisite beyond compare. This lotus didn't look like a lotus condensed from origin energy. Instead, it looked like a real lotus that was born in the void. It didn't feel illusory at all. However, this lotus was still absorbing the origin energy in Wang Ting's body. It had no intention of stopping. The two sides were in a stalemate. Whether it was Wang Ting or the void intent, they both needed time to unleash their strongest attacks. This was especially true for the will of the void. It wasn't easy for him to transfer origin power from the void to Lin Feng. Otherwise, she would have done so long ago. She had no other choice. If Wang Ting hadn't forced her to this point, she wouldn't have chosen to transfer the void intent's power. This was undoubtedly a great loss to her. Rumble. Deafening roars continued to reverberate in the void. The attacks that were about to erupt from both sides completely enveloped this part of the void. The two very similar forces seemed to have fused into one and collided in the void. There was no way to tell where the boundaries were. The rumbling sounds merged together, and it was impossible to tell which side had made the sound. Boundless light erupted from both sides, enveloping the entire area. If anyone were to see this scene, they would have been shocked. Perhaps they would have thought that some peerless expert was fighting here. The terrifying storm outside Wang Ting's body grew bigger and bigger. As the 11-colored lotus continued to absorb his origin and spirit power, the energy fluctuations within the storm became more and more violent. It was as if it would explode at any moment. The giant face formed by the void intent continued to expand, covering a large area of the void. More and more energy gathered in its mouth, forming a ball of light that couldn't be looked at directly. It was an amalgamation of various elements. Although it hadn't fused into the origin energy of primal chaos, it was still mixed together in a unique way. It emitted a terrifying power. The dazzling light was like a star that was about to explode. It was dazzling, but it also contained unimaginable danger. Brindisi watched the situation outside and didn't make any more noise. She was afraid of disturbing Wang Ting. Her expression also became extremely serious. Her eyes revealed a trace of surprise as she watched Wang Ting erupt with a terrifying storm. She was somewhat shocked. This guy still had such a terrifying method. It was truly inconceivable. 11 origin powers, the power of space, there was even a very special power. It seemed to be the power of time. It was the most mysterious power of time. Was there really someone who could control such a forbidden power, and that person was right in front of her right now? It made her feel like she was dreaming. Brindisi felt that she had lived for so many years in vain. She was a dignified god-rank existence, but today she felt like her eyes had been opened. Wang Ting was too unexpected. It was completely beyond common sense. He was unbelievably monstrous. Time slowly passed by in this tense state. Boom, after an unknown amount of time, a violent explosion came from the void in front of them. The entire void seemed to shake violently. The origin powers that were gathering from all directions froze for a moment. It was as if time had been frozen. Wang Ting's pupils shrank. The void intense energy had finished condensing ahead of time. This was obviously beyond his expectations. The 11-colored lotus under his feet was still madly absorbing origin and spirit power. It would take a long time. The situation suddenly became extremely unfavorable for him. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying roar came from the incomparably huge face. Then, a dazzling ball of light burst out from its huge mouth. This time, it wasn't a beam of light. Instead, it was a terrifying ball of light that was like a star. It crashed toward Wang Ting with a loud bang. Rumble, wherever it passed, terrifying cracks appeared. The surrounding space was unable to withstand the terrifying energy, and terrifying spatial turbulence swept out and rolled back around the ball of light. Wang Ting's expression was extremely solemn. His entire body was tense. The lotus under his feet was still madly absorbing. If it couldn't finish before the ball of light arrived, he would have to forcefully break it and launch this attack. Now, he could only madly pick up the attribute bubbles around him. He wanted to let the origin lotus finish absorbing as soon as possible. No one could see it, not even the will of the void. At this moment, attribute bubbles were gathering from all directions and surging into his body like swallows returning to their nest. However, the void intent could feel that the surrounding origin was being madly devoured by this weak life form in front of her. Even she couldn't help but feel a little incredulous. He was clearly an extremely weak life form. How could he absorb so much origin at such a fast speed? It was actually comparable to her. This operation completely subverted her understanding. But it didn't matter. No matter how ridiculous this life form was, it was futile. She already had the advantage. She could see that the opponent's attack was not completed yet, but she had already completed her own attack. The void intense eyes were cold as if looking down at an ant that was struggling on its deathbed. Seeing that the terrifying ball of light was getting closer and closer, Wang Ting couldn't help but feel nervous. His palms were sweating. Kacha! 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 A clear cracking sound suddenly came, causing Wang Ting's eyes to twitch. It turned out that the blade light he had slashed out before had already cracked and was collapsing. At the same time, the origin light pillar that the void intent had unleashed earlier was also collapsing. At this moment, the ball of light was attacking indiscriminately. Wang Ting's 300-meter-long blade light couldn't resist the attack of the ball of light at all. The other party hadn't completely arrived yet, but the blade light was already on the verge of dissipating. Pung! Suddenly, before Wang Ting could react, the blade glow shattered. It turned into countless specks of light and scattered in the air. Fortunately, Wang Ting was protected by the power of the storm outside his body. The energy that swept towards him couldn't hurt him at all under the terrifying power of the whirling storm. However, the collapse of the blade light meant that the ball of light was very close. Wang Ting. Even a god-rank existence like Brindisi couldn't help but feel nervous and couldn't help but cry out. Seeing that terrifying ball of light getting closer and closer, an unparalleled pressure followed. She immediately felt a sense of impending death. She had experienced this feeling once before. That was when she was killed. Now that she thought about it, she still felt her soul tremble and her entire body turn cold. As a god-level existence, he was killed by someone else. That kind of feeling was very uncomfortable. Now, she was only left with a spiritual body. She didn't expect to experience that feeling again. What a joke. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. Wang Ting seemed to be talking to Brindisi, but at the same time, he felt like he was talking to himself. His eyes widened as he stared at the ball of light that was getting closer and closer. He could already feel the terrifying aura sweeping towards him. Even with the storm's isolation, the energy couldn't harm him for the time being. However, the pressure was so substantial that even the storm couldn't stop it. Wang Ting was the first one to bear the brunt of the attack, so you could imagine the pressure he felt. However, he still didn't forcibly cut off his connection with the 11-colored lotus. He allowed it to continue absorbing his origin power and mental power. In fact, at this moment, an extremely unique energy surged out of his body. Immortality substance. After using all of his powers, Wang Ting still had the most powerful energy left. It was immortality substance. This was a power that only immortal rank existences could control. However, because of Wang Ting's uniqueness, he was able to control this power in advance. At the same time, this was his final trump card. Only by fusing with the immortality substance could he pose a real threat to the void consciousness. As expected, when the immortality substance appeared in Wang Ting's body, the giant face's eyes changed again. Her roar became a little anxious. Under her control, the speed of the light ball increased by a lot. It crashed towards Wang Ting with a loud bang. Wang Ting, dodge! Brindisi shouted. Her life was now closely tied to Wang Ting's. Naturally, she didn't want to see him die. Wait a little longer. Wang Ting said in a low voice. You're crazy. Brindisi was shocked and angry. She didn't expect Wang Ting to be so crazy. At the same time, she felt helpless. She couldn't do anything to Wang Ting. She could only watch as the ball of light swept toward her. The threat of death was getting closer and closer. This guy was too risky, even as a god-rank existence, she had never done such a crazy thing before. Wang Ting ignored her. The immortality substance in his body kept pouring into the 11-colored lotus under his feet, making it sublimate and transform. Boom, the void trembled. With the influx of the immortal substance, the 11-colored lotus finally emitted an incomparably powerful aura that swept out in all directions. This energy wasn't inferior to the ball of light that was getting closer and closer. It seemed to be on par with the ball of light. Brindisi's eyes changed again. Although she wasn't in the outside world, she could still feel this powerful energy inside Wang Ting's body. She couldn't help but feel shocked. Wang Ting could unleash this attack to such an extent. What kind of monster was this? She had lived for so long, but she had never seen such a genius warrior. Now, it seemed that all the top geniuses she had seen in the past couldn't compare to Wang Ting. At least they couldn't unleash such a terrifying attack at the universe level. Wang Ting didn't know what Brindisi was thinking. At this time, the level 3 immortality substance in his body had completely merged with the 11-colored lotus. He had done everything he could. Now, it was up to the lotus to stop absorbing. He raised his head, and his eyes reflected the huge, dazzling ball of light. His eyes were completely filled by the ball of light. The dazzling light in front of him almost made it impossible for him to open his eyes. However, he kept his eyes wide open, staring at the ball of light. Streaks of blood appeared in his eyes. 30,000 miles, 25,000 miles, 20,000 miles, 18,000 miles, 15,000 miles. As the ball of light got closer and closer, Wang Ting could clearly feel the space around him solidifying. It was as if a huge hand had grabbed onto the space, causing it to freeze. Big brother, can you hurry up? If you don't hurry up, we'll all be finished. Wang Ting's forehead was already covered in cold sweat. Looking at the lotus below him, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. He looked as calm as an old dog, but in truth, he was already extremely nervous. If it wasn't for the fact that he already had plans to reform his body, he would definitely turn and run. How could he remain calm? 10,000 miles, 8,000 miles, 5,000 miles, 3,000 miles, 1,000 miles, the ball of light got closer. The terrifying energy caused the speed of the storm to slow down. The space around them seemed to be sealed, affecting Wang Ting's endless storm. It's over. Brindisi's eyes were filled with shock and despair. She couldn't help but have a thought, this fellow is really going to play himself to death. Rumble, as soon as that thought appeared, the huge ball of light had already arrived and slammed into the storm. In an instant, the entire storm seemed to stop spinning. Time and space froze. Then, a terrifying roar erupted. It was as if the universe had exploded. The sound was so loud that Wang Ting lost his hearing. At this moment, he was the one who bore the brunt of the storm and was affected the most. Crack! 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 The storm spun as fast as it could, but under the impact of the ball of light, it made a teeth-numbing sound. It was like a rusty gear that became extremely slow. Roar! In the void, an angry roar suddenly came. Not good. Wang Ting's face changed drastically. He immediately felt that the energy in the ball of light outside the storm had become extremely violent, as if it would explode at any time. In the next moment, the ball of light suddenly burst out with dazzling light, illuminating the surroundings. It was as if a star had exploded, and a terrifying energy swept out from it. In the distance, the huge face looked at the storm that was engulfed by the terrifying energy, and a trace of human-like pride appeared in its eyes. In the end, she won, however. Buzz, a strange buzz suddenly sounded in the void. Even in the midst of the terrifying roar produced by the ball of light, it was extremely clear. The huge face's eyes suddenly froze, as if it had seen something unbelievable. Rumble, at this moment, in the center of the energy formed by the ball of light's explosion, another powerful energy swept out, like a storm. The majestic energy was sucked into it, forming a huge storm in the void. Vaguely, it seemed that an extremely mystical lotus flower was blooming in the center of the storm. On the lotus flower, a figure was faintly discernible. The lotus flower had 11 colors. Every color was different. In the eyes of the huge face, the 11-colored lotus flower bloomed in the storm. Its roots fell off, and the 11 petals disintegrated one after another. Boom, 11 different types of terrifying energy swept out. Ice, flame, thunder, darkness, light, and other powers rotated with the storm at a high speed, merging into the storm in an incredible way. Sword light and saber light appeared one after another. Even ice, flame, thunder, darkness, light, and other powers turned into saber and sword forms. Under such a strange power, these different forms of energy revealed a trace of unparalleled sharpness. This was the essence of the storm of saber and sword. Wang Ting's endless storm was originally a combination of space storm, saber and sword storm, and other different storm powers. Now that it had completely erupted, the power it displayed was imaginable. Roar! The huge face was shocked and angry. A trace of panic appeared in its eyes, and it let out a roar. She never would have thought that her strongest attack would actually be blocked. How is this possible? Boom! The next moment, in the midst of the roar, the majestic energy that erupted from the ball of light swept toward the storm where Wang Ting was. The two sides suddenly collided. Terrifying fluctuations of force rolled out in all directions, as if they had condensed into a substance, forming circles of ripples that swept across the void. Boom! 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 The 11 planets that sealed this place were directly affected by the sweeping energy. They stagnated for a moment, then exploded on the spot, turning into dust in the void, and dissipating with a loud bang. The huge face seemed to have not expected this scene at all. It was as if it had been struck by lightning, and cracks appeared on its face. Roar! A roar of shock and anger came out of its mouth again. These 11 planets really did affect you. Wang Ting's mocking voice came from the storm. He had guessed this point a long time ago, but he had not taken action for a long time. He finally found an opportunity. Taking advantage of the fact that the will of the void was fully focused on the ball of light, he guided the power of the endless storm to sweep across the 11 planets, causing them to explode. Sure enough, it had an unexpected effect. The explosion of the 11 planets had obviously affected the will of the void greatly. You lost. A calm voice suddenly came from the storm. Roar! The huge face roared again and again, and there was a look of unwillingness in its eyes. She could not accept this result. How could she lose to an ant that was countless times weaker than her? Haha! As if hearing the unwillingness in the roar, a chuckle came from the storm. Since you are not willing to accept this, then I will make you completely convinced. Wang Ting's voice came out, and then he raised his hand slightly and pointed forward. Go. There was only one word, however, the terrifying storm seemed to have heard the order of its king. It swept forward with a loud rumble, forming a spectacular scene in the void. Boom! The energy that erupted from the ball of light madly collided with Wang Ting's endless storm, wearing down the various forces in it. Unfortunately, it seemed that as the cracks appeared on the huge face, the energy of the ball of light weakened a lot, and it was swept away by the endless storm, retreating little by little. The endless storm swept toward the huge face, and the distance of tens of thousands of miles seemed to be close in front of it. Roar! When the huge face saw this scene, although it was still full of unwillingness, panic involuntarily appeared in its eyes, and then it turned around and rushed into the depths of the void. You want to leave? Wang Ting sneered, it was not easy for me to lure you out. How can I let you leave? Explode. As soon as his voice fell, the terrifying endless storm suddenly stagnated for a moment, and then it exploded with a loud bang. Boom! A terrible roar came out, and the entire storm exploded. All kinds of forces swept out from it and swept toward the huge face. She wanted to escape, but under the terrifying suction force of the endless storm, she was instantly sucked in and could not escape at all. The will of the void was originally integrated into the void, but because of Wang Ting, it was drawn out and materialized in the huge face. Although Wang Ting did not know whether the will of the void in the huge face was complete or not, he was sure that even if it was incomplete, it definitely occupied a very important part. As long as the will of the void was damaged, she would definitely be seriously injured. As long as that was the case, it was enough. Wang Ting did not want to kill her. He just wanted to comprehend the mystery of the void. Rumble! As the endless storm erupted, the void was completely covered by the violent energy, and even Wang Ting was deep in the energy. He did not come out. Amidst the raging energy, the huge face was ravaged. Beams of sword light and blade light swept over from all directions, landing on the face and leaving scars. Thunder, fire, poison, ice, wind, darkness, light, and even the power of space-time, these strange forces finally made the huge face unable to withstand. The cracks that had already appeared continued to spread until they covered the entire face. Roar! She kept roaring, trying to break free from the violent energy, but it was to no avail. Boom! Suddenly, the huge face could no longer withstand it and exploded. An illusory ball of light emerged from it. The endless violent energy did not let go of the illusory ball of light. It swept over again and wrapped around it. The illusory energy tried to break free, but it could not escape. It seemed to be extremely powerless. Who would have thought that the master of this void would be reduced to such a state? Her aura was getting weaker and weaker. The ball of light was illusory to begin with, and now, as the violent energy wore it down, it became even more illusory, as if it would dissipate at any time. Buzz! At this moment, a strange buzzing sound suddenly rang out from the violent energy. Then, a blood-red light burst out from it and rushed toward the illusory ball of light. The illusory ball of light was stunned. Before it could react, it was completely wrapped up by the blood-red light and gradually turned into a huge blood cocoon. Boom! 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 Rumbling sounds kept coming out from the blood cocoon. From the surface, it could be seen that something was colliding with it, causing the blood cocoon to bulge constantly, as if it wanted to break free from the shackles of the blood cocoon. Unfortunately, no matter how hard the thing struggled, it could not break free from the shackles of the blood cocoon. Time slowly passed and the violent energy in the outside world slowly calmed down, dissipating into the void. Only the terrifying spatial cracks proved that something had happened here. The blood cocoon floated quietly in the void, emitting a faint light, as if it had fallen into a deep sleep. The colorful fog gathered and submerged the blood cocoon. The void was completely restored to its cold and lonely state. End of chapter 1896. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.